The Last Cat in the Universe Chapter 45 to Chapter 89. The little emperor was shocked. Ji Shouyun's request scared him so much that he burped. An energy mineral vein was not a cheap price to pay. Besides, a stable energy mineral vein planet could do a lot of things. It should be known that 70% of the energy crystals produced by the planet in Ji Shouyun's hands were directly sold to the empire at a small profit. The remaining 30% was within the scope of his control. This 30% was basically used by him to fill the army's warehouse. Only a small fraction was put into his own personal treasury. What do you want an energy mineral vein planet for? The little emperor asked. The military budget is controlled by you. I mean, by Prince Kells. Other than a part of our own industry, the budget is very tight. Ji Shouyun had a deadpan expression, and his words were reasonable. A single energy vein planet is not enough to satisfy the needs of 7 legions. What a load of nonsense. In fact, the military already had a self-sufficient industrial chain. Every year, the military budget allocated by the empire was considered extra income. Half of it was exchanged for some logistical supplies in case of emergency. Marshal Kevin looked at Ji Shouyun, who was lying for cat food. After a while, he looked away. Dirty, such a dirty heart, but the little emperor, who did not know much about this, believed Ji Shouyun's evil. He gritted his teeth and agreed to the other party's request. When Marshal Kevin said that he would temporarily stay in the military to ensure his safety, he sobbed and said, "No, I want to go back to the palace." Marshal Kevin just looked at him and did not say anything. Unexpectedly, the little emperor did not cower. He raised his chin and tried his best to put on an arrogant and noble posture. Even though he was still sobbing, he still gritted his teeth and said, "That is my palace." The expression on Marshal Kevin's face finally changed. He raised his hand, as if he wanted to pat the little emperor's head, but halfway through, he changed his direction and gave the young emperor a standard military salute. Ji Shouyun cut off the communication and turned to look at the first army commander, who was consciously cleaning up the mess in front of the media. He took his cat and went home. Subordinates were supposed to solve problems for their superiors at times like this. The first army commander was already used to it after so many years. Otherwise, why would he be so skilled at making up nonsense in front of the media? Marshal Ji was covered in dust and was despised by Yuan. As soon as he got home, he took his cat directly into the bathroom. Yuan's cat was small. Although it did not seem to be covered in dust, it did not change from a little white cat to a little gray cat. However, the man and the cat both felt that they had just rolled out of the dust, so a bath was very necessary. Marshal Ji took off his military jacket and put a layer of hot water in the sink for Yuan. It was hot enough for Yuan to lie down and soak in. Yuan squatted on the sink and watched the water surface slowly spread upwards. Then, he walked to the edge of the sink, stuck out his butt, and stretched out his claws. He leaned over and pulled open a drawer under the sink, revealing several rows of neatly placed Pippi toys. Ji Shouyun, Yuan jumped to the top of the drawer, took out a toy, and put it into the sink. Then it obediently closed the drawer. Ji Shouyun was silent for a long time. Then he turned off the water and turned on the thermostat mode. He looked at the toy floating freely on the water and asked, "When did you buy it?" Yuan jumped into the pool, its little paws pushing the iron gray pie toy that was floating leisurely along with the waves. Its whole body was soaked in the warm water. It raised its head, shook its ears, and meowed softly at Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun asked casually, so Yuan answered casually. Marshal Ji still did not understand the answer. But he had a serious look on his face, as if he understood. He nodded gently, then turned on the news channel and watched it. He turned around and went into the shower room to draw the curtain. Yuan looked up at the projection in the bathroom. It was the first army commander's response to the media. The background of his interview was a long list of criminal suspects who were sent out and escorted to the car. Their crimes were very clear: illegal trading and disrupting public order. The headline of the news was, "The Empire's military has uncovered a large-scale illegal trading case." These people who were arrested were really unlucky. As Yuan thought about it, he slapped the toy with both of his paws. Ji Shouyun was showering while listening to the first army commander's reasonable and serious nonsense to the media. He had to remember what the first army commander said so that he would not be exposed if someone suddenly asked about this matter in the future. Just as he was listening and memorizing, a sound came from outside the shower. Yuan retracted its paws. The toy that had been slapped by it swelled back and made a sound. The kitten stretched out its paws and slapped the toy again. This time, the strength of the slap was different from the previous one. The sound made by the toy was chirping. Yuan was addicted to the game. Occasionally, it was accompanied by the Yuan's meow, meow woo, meow ow ow, and ao. In the end, even the sound of being pressed into the water could be heard. Ji Shouyun, there was no way to read this news anymore. The Marshal Ji had never taken such a lively bath before. When he came out of the shower, he discovered that the lively Pai Pai toy had been brutally murdered by the Yuan's sharp teeth. Its head had been bitten off and thrown to the side. Its floating body had also been cruelly dismembered. Meow. Yuan threw the toy aside and happily patted Ji Shouyun's water. Obviously, he was having a good time. Of course, he was happy because he was about to have a planet with a spirit stone mine. Although Ji Shouyun made up a very reasonable and sophisticated reason, Yuan knew that the planet with a spirit stone mine was for him. Yuan happily patted the water and stretched out its wet paws, waiting for Ji Shouyun to carefully clean it. The Marshal Ji was wearing home clothes. Seeing Yuan's outstretched paws, he rolled up his sleeves and began to clean the gaps between his paws. After all, this was his cat who had saved his life. The Marshal Ji thought as he cleaned the paws. And Yuan was so cute, no matter if it was in the form of a human or a cat, a good-looking creature would naturally receive some special care. This special care was reflected in many aspects. For example, the Marshal Ji personally brought out food, or the Marshal Ji personally slept with him, or the Marshal Ji personally washed his paws, or the Marshal Ji personally wiped his fur, or Marshal Ji personally went up to the stage as a sparring partner. Yuan was stunned when he was thrown over Ji Shouyun's shoulder and fell to the ground. Regarding the matter of Ji Shouyun turning him into a human after taking a shower and drying his fur, Yuan had thought of many possible future developments. For example, Ji Shouyun was going to teach him some human etiquette and social problems, or teach him how to speak. But he never expected that Ji Shouyun would directly take him to an empty room and throw him over his shoulder. Yuan, you've changed. You actually dared to throw me. However, the Marshal Ji didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Compared to slowly teaching Yuan about how to move around in human form, the speed and effectiveness of pain education was much more significant. Yuan wasn't an ordinary human who didn't know anything. In fact, he knew everything. To put it simply, he knew the principles, but he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, the best way for Yuan to quickly familiarize himself with the various movements and strength of a human was to directly throw him. Pain was an emotion that could accelerate the growth of a human being. Coupled with Yuan's unyielding character, he could improve rapidly. There was a saying that went, "How can you learn to run if you don't know how to walk?" But this wasn't the case for Yuan. If this applied to Yuan, it should be that practice was the only way to test the truth. After being forced to practice by Ji Shouyun, Yuan was dumbfounded for a few minutes. Then he turned over and got up, viciously pouncing on Ji Shouyun. Marshal Kevin drove his bright red car back to Ji Shouyun to deliver cat food after arguing with the government in the palace. He had just pressed the doorbell when he heard an angry shout from inside the house, "Ji Shoulin. You bastard." Then his student calmly corrected him, "It's Ji Shouyun, not Lin." The door was opened, and Marshal Kevin saw that Ji Shouyun, who had come to open the door, was sweating on his forehead. With his physical fitness as a student, he definitely wouldn't sweat if he didn't do intense exercise. Now that he was sweating at home, it was simply unbelievable. Then he found that Ji Shouyun's condition was very good. The white-haired young man in the house looked like he had just been fished out of the water. He was lying on the sofa like a salted fish. The beautiful young man's image was destroyed. Marshal Kevin didn't want to go in because they were standing at the door. Ji Shouyun didn't want to open the door either. "I brought the car back," Marshal Kevin said. Then he raised his chin at Yuan. "What happened?" "Practice training," Ji Shouyun answered. He then added, "The progress is gratifying." His cat had quickly evolved from being unable to speak properly to being able to curse people. He had also grown from tripping when he walked too fast to the point where he could fight a small battle. The progress was indeed quite gratifying. Pain education once again perfectly demonstrated its speed and efficiency. Of course, it would be even better if Yuan didn't always call his name wrongly. Marshal Kevin knew very well what Ji Shouyun meant by practice training. Ji Shouyun's legion commanders had all been trained through this so-called practice training. Marshal Kevin firmly believed that this was Ji Shouyun's personal bad taste, but he couldn't deny that the results were good. Marshal Kevin expressed his pity for Yuan with his eyes. The DNA test is out. It's human DNA. Ji Shouyun paused. He couldn't help but look back at Yuan, who was lying on the sofa. Bring Yuan to my house tonight, Marshal Kevin said in a low voice. Ji Shouyun nodded and followed Marshal Kevin to the courtyard. After watching them leave, he turned around and took out the shopping bags from the car. Fortunately, Yuan had already taken out the energy crystals before the black market exploded. Otherwise, they would have all been confiscated. As Ji Shouyun thought about it, he pushed the box back into the house. When he closed the door, he suddenly came back to his senses and finally realized what he had missed when his eyelids were blindly jumping. There weren't any disguise devices in the red car. Ji Shouyun strode to Yuan and turned Yuan, who was lying on the sofa, over. He asked him, Yuan, what kind of disguise did you use to go to the black market? Yuan snorted and opened his eyes. His snow-white hair and blue eyes were quickly dyed black. Ji Shouyun, the black market exploded well, wonderful, what a great explosion. Even though the black market exploded, Marshal Ji was still worried that there might be some lucky fish that escaped the net. When they arrived at Marshal Kevin's house with Yuan, who was so tired that he fainted, Ji Shouyun told him about it. Marshal Kevin was also stunned. The master and disciple looked at each other and worried. Mrs. Ellie was kneading Yuan's little paw. At this moment, the kitten was sleeping soundly with its paws facing the sky. It didn't show any signs of waking up because of the changes and movements in the surroundings. Its little belly was moving up and down, and it was even snoring. Lady Ellie turned her head in confusion when she heard her husband and his disciples' worries. Why? Why are you guys making things so complicated? The two men, who were either in politics or the military, turned their heads in unison. Let's not talk about how hair and eye color can greatly affect a person's memory of another person's appearance. Have you guys forgotten that there are many disguises on the market that use me as a blueprint? A famous intergalactic movie star like Lady Ellie couldn't go out with her original appearance. Disguises, status, and money were all available. Naturally, there were also disguise manufacturers who used her appearance as a blueprint and made some slight adjustments to create disguises. After all, even if it was a disguise, people still had preferences. Some people liked to make themselves ordinary and inconspicuous, such as Ji Shouyun and Kevin. However, there were some people who wished to disguise themselves as a beautiful woman. Let Yuan use his original human appearance and disguise himself as someone I met by accident when I was filming on another planet. Wouldn't it be fine if we took a few photos while we were at it? When the time comes, there will definitely be a wave of popularity. That's good too. We can use the popularity to say that this is a child that we want to adopt. Lady Ellie spoke very naturally and matter-of-factly. Based on the photos of Yuan that you sent me, disguise devices based on his image will be flying all over the place in a few days. Even if there are fishes that slip through the net, they will naturally think that it's a disguise device. Ji Shouyun, who didn't expect this at all, was speechless. Kevin, who also didn't expect this at all, was speechless. Ellie, who was from the entertainment department, didn't understand why the military department and the political department would be troubled by this problem. She stroked her cat and looked at them in confusion. Marshal Kevin and Ji Shouyun both looked away. Then it's decided. Marshal Kevin smiled and used his level 99 skills. When can we eat? Okay, Ji Shouyun thought for a long time while his teacher and teacher's wife looked at him, but he couldn't think of a suitable topic to talk about. He thought hard for a full 10 seconds. In the end, he put on a straight face and calmly said, Yuan likes spicy food. Yuan, who was lying on Lady Ellie's lap, sneezed in his sleep. Yuan was as tired as a dead cat. Poor kitty cat suffered from Ji Shouyun's torture, both physically and mentally. Every day, he was squeezed dry by Marshal Ji. He could do nothing but lie on the sofa and stare at the ceiling with his belly exposed. Even his eyes were blank. Yuan couldn't tell if Ji Xiuyun really wanted him to quickly adapt to his human identity, or if Ji Xiuyun wanted him to be so tired that he couldn't go out and do extreme training. Today was a rare day. Ji Xiuyun went out to do something, but he didn't go to the military headquarters to sit in the office. He had other activities. This meant that he didn't have time to beat Yuan up physically in the name of practical training. He also didn't have time to wear a cognitive helmet in the military headquarters and torture Yuan mentally. Yuan's learning progress was amazing these days. He had no problem moving in human form, and his fighting skills had improved greatly. As for his speech, the fastest improvement was in scolding people and acting like a spoiled child. The shameless poop picker Ji Xiuyun was able to reject the cute kitty cat's attempts to act like a spoiled child and insisted on giving him poor practical training. Yuan found it hard to believe, and in the end, he simply gave up on treatment. Today, Yuan finally had some free time to stay at home. He finally remembered his long-lost broadcasting career. He was lying on the sofa with his belly exposed. His tail was wagging leisurely, and he was playing with his optical computer like a salted fish. The screen of the live broadcast was suspended at a very suitable distance in front of him. Bubbles rushed out one after another. The audience was crying, and they were talking about how hard it was to live without a cat. Without fresh cat breath, life is worse than death. Without fresh cat breath, the world is falling apart. Without fresh cat breath, I can't live. I'm crying. I used to broadcast every day and I was spoiled. I feel uncomfortable if I don't breathe. Yuan tilted his head. He didn't have any special feelings about these comments. Although it sounded like a heartless scumbag, the Yuan was not short of money now. Various toys and games based on his image had already been put into production. This kind of entertainment product was not like the internet. There was no wall between the sale of toys and games. Yuan's sales were spread all over the galaxy, and the profits were considerable. Every day, he would just lie at home and earn money. He was like a little rich cat. Even Ji Xiuyun couldn't compare to him. Of course, this was without taking into account Ji Xiuyun's various fixed assets. Yuan flipped over and lay on his stomach. The optical computer's interface fell and stopped at a suitable distance in front of him. When Yuan did not say anything, the viewers in the live streaming room were especially good at chatting and making jokes to entertain themselves. They could talk about everything from current affairs and politics to food farming. Occasionally, they would even talk about investment and financial management. There were many tyrants in Yuan's live streaming room. Being able to stay at the top of the comments bubble without being covered up quickly was one of the privileges of this class. This title could only be obtained by spending at least 50 million yuan a month on the platform. It was said that many people did not come for the cat. Instead, they came for the various small lessons that these tycoons brought out. Some people even took notes seriously and tried to fly with these tycoons. Yuan was playing a little game recommended by the viewers in the live streaming room with his tail. He was too lazy to even move his paws. Today's big news again. Our planet is in the middle of a war. There's big news all day long. Our planet destroyed a large poisonous plant base the day before yesterday. We're following up on it. There's big news all day long. I overestimated you. It's normal that you don't pay attention to this if you're not in the entertainment industry. Look at the galactic entertainment section. There had been a lot of big news in the Empire of since recently. Not long after the military section reported that Marshal Ji Xiuyun was attacked and disappeared, the social section reported that there was the last cat in the universe. Then, the legal section suddenly reported that the Empire's Supreme Court was in session. Before this matter had settled down, it was reported that there was a large-scale illegal transaction under the Central Business District of Imperial Planet. Just a week after the military cracked this large-scale illegal transaction case, another big news broke out in the entertainment section. Marshal Kevin's wife, the famous galactic movie star, Lady Ellie, was filming an advertisement on the 31st film planet in the second galaxy. She was described as intimate with a strange man. Along with this piece of news, there was also a long list of photos that were obviously taken secretly. The paparazzi profession had been worn down for countless years, but it still hadn't been slapped to death by the torrent of time. Instead, because of the development of technology, it had become even more difficult to guard against. This also led to the current situation where disguises were becoming more and more popular in the entertainment industry. Regarding the opinions of this news, it was inevitable that there would be arguments about portrait rights and privacy issues. After that, there would be discussions about the news itself. We're back after watching it. Can we team up and catch the sheep above Marshall Kevin's head? I don't care. Ellie is so good looking. Clickbait. That's not a strange man. The one sitting next to Ellie is less than 30 years old. Let's not talk about other things. That young man is really good looking. Little fresh meat. Little wolf puppy. Little cutie. Marshall Kevin, I don't think so. Isn't the age difference a little too big? Forget about the age difference. These two faces together are really pleasing to the eye. Wait a minute. Are you guys just going to accept the fact that Lady Ellie might have cheated so easily? Marshall Kevin, I don't think so. Ewan put down his tail and looked at the game-ending notification on the interface. He looked up at the comments and then looked at the news. He was stunned when he saw it. Wasn't this the fake photo that he had taken 2 days ago when he was with Lady Ellie? Lady Ellie said that she would hold a press conference to clarify the matter. Hey, I saw a close-up. Why hasn't such a good-looking young man been exposed before? I saw it too, you guys. Don't you think that this young man looks a little like Xiaoyuan? I wouldn't have thought so if you didn't mention it. Now that you mention it, white hair and blue eyes. He looks delicate. A kitten spirit? Ewan looked at the comments and was finally willing to move his mouth. He meowed softly. How could they not look alike? Ewan thought proudly. Such a good-looking young man as me, Xiaoyuan thinks so too. I wonder if this young man is a newbie in the entertainment industry. If he is, I'll see how Ellie's press conference goes. If it clarifies that he didn't cheat, I'll be a fan. Isn't it great to suck kittens while sucking kittens? Ha ha ha, maybe the press conference will say that this young man is a newbie in the studio. Everyone, please take care of him. Ewan looked at the comments and guessed what Lady Ellie was going to do. Ha, naive humans. Ewan patted his little belly and stretched out his paws to take out the snacks that he had bought for a few days but didn't have time to eat them. He opened the packaging. The reporters will scare you to death when they come out. Lady Ellie's press conference was very lively. Basically, all the reputable media outlets in the entertainment industry were there. Lady Ellie didn't say much and went straight to the point. I know what everyone is here for today. Lady Ellie's expression was calm. She was still elegant and reserved. She seemed to be in a good state of mind and didn't show any signs of panic because of the big news. First of all, as usual, we will pursue the legal responsibility of the weekly magazine for secretly taking photos and making false reports. Secondly, I will explain the identity of the young man in the photo that everyone is concerned about. I met him a month ago on Movie Planet number 31. Because he looks like Ewan. Yes, that cat. We chatted for a while and gradually became familiar with each other. Lady Ellie's words were too suggestive. The audience was so shocked that their jaws dropped. What was going on? It was as if she was declaring that her true love had cheated. Marshall Kevin, are you okay? Marshall Kevin, quickly look in the mirror and see if there is a faint green light above your head. He is an orphan and hasn't reached the age to leave the orphanage. He only has a number and no name. As everyone knows, my husband and I have been married for more than 100 years. However, because both of us are busy with work, we don't spend much time together. Our best childbearing age is about to pass. Lady Ellie paused. The audience watching the press conference also paused for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, they came back to their senses and carefully thought about it. Why did these 2 sentences sound a little strange? Then, the beautiful woman with the title of Interstellar Beauty revealed a gentle and bright smile to the camera. It was like the warm sunshine in winter. Therefore, my husband and I have decided to adopt this child. Lady Ellie said, today is the day my husband is bringing him to register his identity. Ewan was slightly stunned when he heard this. His ears on the top of his head trembled slightly. He heard a rustling sound coming from the window on the 2nd floor. Hearing this sound, he knew that it was broad daylight. The Grand Marshal of the Empire was climbing through the window again. Yuan clapped his paws and quickly turned off the live broadcast. He left the stunned audience in the live broadcast room and raised his head to look at Marshal Kevin, who was climbing through the window on the second floor. Marshal Kevin waved at him from the second floor with a pile of fake materials that he had prepared in advance. He shouted happily, "Son." Yuan shook his fur and didn't want to talk to him. Marshal Kevin came down from the second floor and threw away the bag of snacks next to Yuan. He picked up the Yuan who was lying on the sofa and weighed him. Then, like an old father who hadn't seen his son in a long time, he said, "You've lost weight. Yuan, wake up. Ever since this cat gained intelligence, his weight and body shape have been fixed. Don't give yourself too much drama." Marshal Kevin didn't know that his fatherly love wasn't appreciated at all. He hugged the soft and warm cat in his arms. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he asked Yuan, "Do you want to go out and play?" Yuan's ears trembled slightly. He turned his head to look at Marshal Kevin. Marshal Kevin rubbed Yuan's little head and said, "Daddy will take you out to play after you've registered." Meow. Yuan sat up and stared at Marshal Kevin with his blue eyes. Marshal Kevin smiled and stretched out his hand in front of Yuan. He asked, "Let's go play mecha. Do you want to come?" Yuan didn't hesitate. He placed his paw on Marshal Kevin's hand. Go, go, go. Anything was better than being beaten up by Ji Shoyun. The man and the cat reached a perfect consensus. They changed their clothes and left through the window. Yuan's human name was still registered under Yuan's name. Marshal Kevin and the new cat, under the suspicious gaze of the staff in the household registration department, went through all the procedures in a serious manner. However, the two of them didn't expect to bump into Ji Shoyun the moment they stepped into the military's mecha training ground. He was there to look at the design sketches of the new silver blade. He was also there to give the mecha master the latest form so that he could confirm all the data. Marshal Ji looked at the two dumbfounded people. He looked at his teacher and finally at Yuan. He immediately guessed what the two of them were there for. He was very familiar with Marshal Kevin's tricks. When Ji Shoyun was still under him, he realized that Marshal Kevin only had one trick for coaxing children. "I'll take you to play mecha." "You want to play mecha?" Marshal Ji asked calmly. Yuan, who had been beaten up for a week, almost meowed out loud. However, he stubbornly resisted his instinctive impulse and nodded at Ji Shoyun with a taut face, replying with perfect articulation, "Yes. That's good." Marshal Ji nodded. "I happen to be free. I'll be your sparring partner." "Yuan. I don't want you to be my sparring partner. Why do you always have time?" The highest-ranking general was always slacking off. Why was the military still standing? Yuan couldn't believe it. Originally, Marshal Kevin had only intended to bring Yuan to the army headquarters to experience the atmosphere and play with the mecha. However, things were different after meeting Ji Shoyun. Marshal Kevin was well aware of Ji Shoyun's level. To be honest, he could no longer defeat his student. His physical fitness was as different as heaven and earth. Coupled with his declining condition, it was natural that he could no longer compete with Ji Shoyun. It was not a problem to practice with each other in private and exercise their muscles and bones, but it was not fun to be taught how to behave in front of so many people. Moreover, the scene of two marshal teaching a newbie was too beautiful. Ji Shoyun also knew that to embarrass his respected teacher in front of everyone, no matter who it was, it would be wrong. However, he had already promised Yuan to take him to play with the mecha. He could not go back on his word. Moreover, the mecha in the virtual environment was quite different from the real mecha in the real world. Therefore, the two ruthless marshal came up with a plan and turned to ask for Yuan's opinion. They then left the army headquarters mecha training ground aggressively and ran to a large high-end mecha training club in the imperial capital. They were ready to take the opportunity to see if they could catch a big fish. This big fish was, of course, Prince Kells, whom they had been longing to catch. Since the explosion of the black market, all the clues that could implicate this person were cleaned up overnight, including some shady financial transactions behind the scenes. They were all neatly cut off with a knife, leaving no trace behind. When Marshal Kevin sent the little emperor and his secretary back to the palace, he repeatedly reminded them to do as usual. Now that a week had passed, the government did not show any drastic reaction. It seemed that the little emperor had maintained himself well. Although it was a bit extravagant for two marshals to go out together, there was no catching the wolf without risking the child. The appearance of two marshals often meant that the other party had to show an appropriate attitude. For example, as the boss, Prince Kels must come out in person. In the private training room, Marshal Kevin was leading Yuan to choose a mech suitable for a novice. Before coming here, Ji Xiuyun had specially emphasized that they were not to use the sensory mode. Instead, they were to allow the contestants to operate simpler mecha. After all, Yuan's genetic level and spiritual power level had been faked by them. They had filled in a value that was better than a normal person's but considered average in the military. However, once they connected it to the resonance mode, the spiritual power level of SS rank or even higher would be exposed. This kind of act of protecting an immature seedling in a shell was not uncommon in the upper circle. It was indeed a very happy thing to be proud of one's child's excellence. However, compared to the pride brought by the child's excellence, it was more important to prevent him from being secretly sabotaged by political opponents or other people. Therefore, it was better to disguise it for the time being and not let others know. They were not commoner families who needed outstanding talents to open the door to their future. There was no benefit in being too ostentatious. Ji Xiuyun looked at Marshal Kevin and Yuan, who were choosing mecha. He adjusted his expression and looked at the old and young man with a cold face. Prince Kels was indeed very surprised that the two marshal had come together. He looked at the assistant who had come to report the situation to him. His chubby face scrunched up. What are the two of them doing here? Is there something that the military's training ground can't solve? The assistant paused and hinted, Marshal Kevin brought his adopted son here. The chubby prince was stunned, and then he understood. The military's mecha were all mecha that could be used on the battlefield. It was indeed not suitable for a novice who was purely a blank piece of paper. Even if the military's standard mecha were replaced with blank rounds used in exercises, it would often cause injuries. It was not friendly for a novice. Thinking about the relationship between Marshal Kevin and Ji Xiuyun, Prince Kels pondered for a moment and guessed the reason why the two of them came together. It must be that Marshal Kevin wanted to teach his adopted son how to use mecha, and Ji Xiuyun naturally wanted to take the opportunity to assess the level of the person who would be fighting against him in the future. It's only the first day of adoption, and he's already brought him here to play with mecha. Isn't it a little too rushed? Prince Kels said, but he still felt that something was not quite right. What about the adopted son's information? The assistant replied, gene level A, spirit level B, it's fake. Prince Kels said directly without blinking. That old man Kevin would never casually pick up a child to raise. He's old. When people were old, they would be eager to pass on some of their things. This was one of the instincts of human beings as a natural life form. Following the rules of evolution, cubs with excellent physiques had a higher chance of survival than weak cubs. It was also one of the instincts of human beings as a natural life form to select excellent children and focus on teaching them. This was especially true for Kevin, who was already very outstanding. Naturally, he would be more careful in choosing outstanding children. Back then, he picked up Ji Xiuyun. As a result, Ji Xiuyun trained under him for more than 20 years and became a marshal in his early 70s. Although Ji Xiuyun became an ingrate, it is undeniable that Kevin's professional teachings are indeed excellent. Prince Kels stood up, and the assistant cooperated and put his coat on him. He continued, now he picked up a child who's written in his own household register. He won't be any worse than Ji Xiuyun. But it didn't matter. Back then, Ji Xiuyun and Kevin were so tacit and in tune with each other, but he could secretly interfere and cause them to fall out with each other. A little kid in his 20s or 30s could do it just by using a little trick. First, he would not let him get close to Marshal Kevin. After he grew up, he would then betray Ji Xiuyun. Prince Kels, who had toyed with the little emperor in the palm of his hand, was skilled at dealing with children. However, Ji Xiuyun and Marshal Kevin were also skilled at toying with Prince Kels. Marshal Kevin was teaching Yuan the most basic operation in the mech cabin. There were 2 seats in the mech cabin for beginners, which was suitable for one-on-one teaching. Ji Xiuyun, on the other hand, maintained a cold face that didn't look very pleasant as he stared unblinkingly at the mecha. When Prince Kells dragged his fat body over, he saw such a scene. He smiled until his face was wrinkled. He walked to Ji Shoyun's side and said with emotion, "Kevin is really good at teaching others." Marshal Ji did not even look at him. Prince Kells had long been used to his softening attitude towards the emperor. He did not mind. Anyway, his intentions were the emperor's intentions. If Ji Shoyun listened to the emperor, it meant that he listened to him. He did not care whether he did it on the surface or not. Prince Kells continued, "Marshal Ji is obviously much better than him. He has good seedlings. You should be the one to teach him." As soon as his voice fell, the mech, which had been silent in the field, suddenly raised its arm quickly. With a bang, a blank round was fired at the place where they were standing. Ji Shoyun was as still as a mountain, and the blank round filled with dust was stuck to the wall 1 meter away from Prince Kells. The dust inside was overwhelming, and the explosion covered the prince's head and face. The prince, who was quite large, also perfectly blocked the dust for Ji Shoyun. Only a little fell on Marshal Ji's shoulder. In the mech cabin, Marshal Kevin laughed and patted Yuan's shoulder. "Good aim. If this was a live round, this person would have turned into dust." It was Marshal Kevin's idea to let Yuan aim at Kells, but even he did not expect Yuan to be able to use his hand control skills directly after hearing the theory. He was too smart. If he were to be placed in the military school, he would be another legendary genius. However, if a person with such talent was really thrown into the military school, it would be a waste. In the end, it was better to bring him directly to the battlefield to see the ever-changing battle situation and learn from it directly. Marshal Kevin thought as he opened the mech cabin, jumped down, and said to Prince Kells, "No matter how bad I am many times better than you, who can't wait to hide." Prince Kells wiped his face, and his eyes were burning. "Bah! Kevin, you old bastard." Marshal Kevin looked at Prince Kells with a smile on his face. "Bah! Old thief Kells." Ji Shoyun finally looked away from the mech. He also chose a beginner mech and drove it towards you, and Marshal Kevin seemed a little unhappy, and he frowned slightly. He was pretending. And when Prince Kells saw him like this, he grinned. Since Kevin was unhappy, he was happy. Marshal Ji's strength is unquestionable. "It is good for the child to be able to get his guidance," said Kells. "Nonsense, do I need you to say that?" Marshal Kevin sat on the side of the field and looked at the two mechs on the field. He stared intently, as if he was guarding against Ji Shoyun attacking his child at any time. "If you ask me, you teach your child too gradually," continued Prince Kells. Prince Kells continued, "When Marshal Ji followed you back then, he went straight to the battlefield." Marshal Kevin's eyebrows twitched. "This doesn't sound right, does it? Do you want my student to steal from me?" "Talent for military combat can only be quickly stimulated and mastered after personally going to the battlefield," said Kells. Kells' words were reasonable, and Kevin couldn't help but feel that Kells was indeed someone who relied on his mouth to make a living. His words were so accurate, as if his old friend of many years was speaking to him from the bottom of his heart. However, in reality, these two people couldn't wait to stab each other in the heart, pull out each other's lungs, and strangle each other to death. Yuan turned on the mech's radio system and heard the conversation clearly. Ji Shoyun was briefly showing him how to operate the mech. He looked up at Yuan's absent-minded expression and reminded him, "Don't worry about them." Yuan turned his head, and his beautiful blue eyes looked at Ji Shoyun in the corner of the screen. "There are many political games," Ji Shoyun explained briefly. "Don't worry about them." "Oh." Yuan responded. He was actually not very interested in mechs, and after his initial curiosity, he seemed to have lost interest. But after all, Kells was teaching him. Yuan turned his head and looked at the two people who were at each other's throats. He retracted his gaze and prepared to learn from Ji Shoyun's explanation to operate the mech. However, in the next second, he heard another conversation from the other side. "I think that this child of yours can only be fully trained under Marshal Ji," said Kells. "Coincidentally, His Majesty told me 2 days ago that he wants to imitate the first emperor and go to war personally. Even if he doesn't participate in the battle, he hopes to go to the front line and take a look." Marshal Kevin and Ji Shoyun both paused. The little emperor wanted to go to the front line, with his guts. Who did he think he was stupid? The two Marshal looked at Prince Kells as if they were looking at an idiot. Prince Kells looked at Marshal Kevin's indescribable expression and snorted. It didn't matter if the military didn't believe it. As long as the little emperor nodded, they still had to accept the order. Of course, Ji Shouyun had to accept it. Prince Kells was also approaching old age. He had never personally stood in the position that symbolized the highest authority in his life. As he grew older, he could no longer control his desires. Kevin, your child is about the same age as His Majesty. It's just right for him to be a companion, said Prince Kells slowly. Why don't you wait until Marshal Ji goes to war again and take this child along with him? Before he finished speaking, the mech on the field raised its arm again and fired a backhand blast. Shut up, you, Yuan was furious. You want me to go and I'll go? Who do you think you are? Have you ever seen a kitten go to war? You even want to go to war with Ji Shouyun? Do you think that I haven't been beaten up enough? Believe it or not, this kitten will go to your house tonight and pull out all your hair. Ji Shouyun stopped Yuan from continuing. In fact, Kel's words were like a pillow sent to him and Marshal Kevin when they were sleepy. Ji Shouyun would definitely take Yuan out, and Marshal Kevin also felt that actual combat was the fastest way to improve, except for the fact that the little emperor shouldn't appear. They couldn't take the little emperor away. If something happened to him, the military couldn't afford to take the blame. Especially for Yuan to protect the little emperor. What did this mean? This meant that if something happened to the little emperor, it wouldn't be Ji Shouyun who would take the blame. Instead, it would be Yuan and Marshal Kevin, who was under the same household register as Yuan. This matter was obviously directed at Marshal Kevin. Ji Shouyun couldn't directly appear. He looked at Yuan. Although the young man's face was expressionless, his beautiful blue eyes were filled with displeasure. Are you unhappy? Marshal Ji asked. Yuan nodded. Yes. Marshal Ji paused and recalled what Prince Kells had said. He asked again, are you unhappy to go to war with me? Yuan looked at Ji Shouyun for a long time and said, not really. Ji Shouyun looked at him quietly and put on an expression of listening attentively. I don't want to fight anymore, Yuan said and stretched out his arms. My whole body hurts. It was different from the pain of mental wounds in the virtual training ground. The pain was slightly slower than in reality, and it could be recovered quickly after the outcome of the battle. The soreness and tiredness caused by the training in reality were real and long. He had never suffered such pain and grievances in his entire life. If it weren't for the fact that he clearly felt that Ji Shouyun's training method was very effective and that Ji Shouyun was really doing it for his own good, Yuan would have scratched this person's face. It hurts. I don't want to fight anymore, Yuan said again. His voice was soft and nasal. He sounded very wronged. Yuan's wronged look didn't seem to bring him any benefits. After all, Ji Shouyun was a straight man who could withstand his 18 ways of acting cute and coquettish. He was unmoved. However, the coquettish tone that he used in the past was unexpectedly effective this time. Although it was only a little. Then take a rest today, Marshal Ji said. Just today. Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds. When he came back to his senses, he didn't feel wronged at all. Then I want to go out and play today, he said excitedly. I also want to eat good food. Marshal Ji, who realized that he had been tricked, was silent for a while before he nodded. Okay. Yuan took advantage of the situation and said, I also want you to go with me. Marshal Ji was just about to refuse, but when he saw Yuan's sparkling eyes, he swallowed his words of refusal. Fine, I'll go with him. Anyway, today's fish had already taken the bait. It was going for Marshal Kevin. In this kind of situation, Marshal Kevin was naturally the leader, and Marshal Ji was responsible for assisting him secretly. Also, he didn't need to continue the practical training today, so it was fine to go out and play with Yuan. Ji Shouyun thought about it carefully and realized that he hadn't seriously taken his cat out to play since he came back to the capital. Marshal Ji pursed his lips and nodded. Okay. Yuan's whole face suddenly became bright and lively. I should find a time to teach Yuan how to control his expression. He definitely looks good when he smiles. Marshal Ji thought about it, but he didn't seem to realize that it was because he didn't have many expressions that Yuan, who had been with him for a long time, also didn't have any expressions. Today was the day that Yuan had the most fun since he came to planet Since. On the one hand, he got to leave Ji Shouyun's horrible practical training for a short period of time. On the other hand, Ji Shouyun actually went out with him to play. Although both of them were wearing camouflage devices, Yuan was still very happy. He used to be envious of other cat owners who were willing to buy a space backpack to carry their cats around the world. Unfortunately, after he became intelligent, he stayed away from humans. Now that he finally found a second owner, Yuan always felt that it was a pity that he didn't have time to play with him. Now that Ji Shouyun finally went out with him, Yuan couldn't be happier. Today, he was willing to go out with him to play. Then, he wouldn't be far from traveling around the world, no, traveling around the universe, of course, it wouldn't be far. Yuan was so happy that he even skipped as he walked. When the sky was getting dark, the two of them returned home with bags of various sizes, mainly some snacks that Yuan bought on the spur of the moment. Yuan, who was still very lively before he got into the car, directly laid down on the sofa as soon as he entered the house. He was like a salted fish on the spot. Go take a shower first. Ji Shouyun didn't finish his sentence before his words got stuck in his throat. This kind of scene seemed to have appeared frequently in this house. After his father accompanied his mother to go shopping, he would always helplessly and gently persuade her to take a shower first. His mother would throw herself on the sofa without even taking off her makeup when she got home. Marshal Ji stood at the door and was silent for a long time. He put all kinds of snacks aside, closed the door, walked to the sofa, and put down the back of the sofa. Yuan took advantage of the situation and rolled directly to the middle of the sofa bed. Lie down. Marshal Ji took off the camouflage cuff on Yuan's wrist and patted his head. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at him. Doesn't it hurt? Marshal Ji also took off his camouflage device and jacket. Lie down. I'll give you a massage. Yuan had never expected Ji Shouyun to have such a trick up his sleeve. He took off his jacket skeptically and lay down obediently. Ji Shouyun had learned all of his techniques from his own body. He had many years of experience on the battlefield, so it was normal for him to experience soreness from breaking through his limits or exercising excessively. It was impossible for him to bring a medic with him on a real battlefield to deal with these problems. He had joined the army on a remote rural planet in his early years. When his military rank was low, only his parents could teach him some basic maintenance knowledge. Hence, most of the time, it was still Ji Shouyun massaging here and there, slowly learning. He used a gentler method to soothe the muscles. Yuan's body was hurting everywhere, so he used even less strength. Otherwise, if he hurt this little guy, he might get angry and scratch him. It was Ji Shouyun's first time massaging someone. The muscles on the teenager's body were tight and smooth. Perhaps it was because the teenager's human form was a continuation of the cat's, but Marshal Ji felt that the temperature under his palm was much higher than the temperature in his palm. He could clearly feel the slightly hot temperature through a layer of cloth. He could clearly feel every movement of the body under his palm. This feeling was a little strange and subtle. Ji Shouyun lowered his eyes and carefully massaged Yuan snorted and turned to look at Ji Shouyun, who was standing beside him. Its beautiful blue eyes squinted slightly, and its delicate and beautiful face was full of satisfaction. This was even more comfortable than scratching its chin. Yuan felt that he vaguely understood why there were always cats in the clan who liked to transform into human form and stir up trouble in human society. It was probably because humans could always figure out such techniques to make their lives more comfortable. They really knew how to enjoy life. Humans were creatures. Yuan buried his face into the soft sofa and couldn't help but move around. The white fur on his head stood up messily. Ji Shouyun's expression was cold and calm. He looked straight ahead, as if he did not notice the Yuan's movements at all. He was just rubbing by the book. Marshal Ji had already prepared himself for the Yuan to groan strangely, but he did not expect that it was not a human that was groaning, but a cat. Ji Shouyun, whose hands were suddenly empty, stared blankly for 2 seconds. She looked at the small bulge in the pile of clothes, which was moving around and groaning. Little Drum Bun was snoring, rising and falling. It was soft and warm to the touch. The tip of his tail was still exposed, and it was slightly curled up in a bashful manner. After all, Cats were creatures that could simply lie down and doze off as soon as they closed their eyes. The tip of the Yuan's tail wagged here and there in the air. After wagging here and there, it seemed to be tired and fell asleep. The Marshal Ji was stunned for a moment before he withdrew his hand and went upstairs to the study. He still had a lot of things to do. For example, there were some confidential military affairs that he had to deal with. Another example was Prince Kells, who still insisted on his political struggle and was unwilling to give up his scheming persona. The little emperor had awakened and was very smart to board Marshal Kevin's ship. Ji Shouyun also nodded. Naturally, he had to help with this matter. It was just that in this matter, the one who was really busy was Marshal Kevin, who was more familiar with the politics of the imperial capital. Ji Shouyun was only responsible for providing some support and position. Marshal Kevin's plan was very simple and crude. He was not afraid of Prince Kells knowing. He began to visit those who had been playing politics all their lives. He moved them with emotion and reason. There was only one theme: Kells was trying to usurp the throne. He now held all the power in his hands and did not even want to leave out a little bit of soup. Do you think he would still share the cake with you after he successfully ascended the throne? These words were simply stabbing into the hearts of these people. While Ji Shouyun sat in the study to deal with the military affairs, he occasionally went to look at Marshal Kevin's war reports until he stayed up late to finish his work. After a whole day, Marshal Kevin successfully entered the doors of the two families. The Marshal Ji tidied up the desk and looked at the work arrangements for the next day. He got up and left the study. When he entered the bedroom, Ji Shouyun's footsteps paused slightly. He turned his head and glanced at the cat sleeping on the sofa bed in the living room downstairs. It was wrapped in clothes and curled into a ball. His toes repeatedly wandered between the corridor and the bedroom for a few seconds. In the end, he went downstairs, carefully picked up his cat and its clothes, and went back to the house. As for the reason for doing so, Ji Shouyun thought for a long time. In the end, he just felt that it was because he was used to it. He was used to having a small furry ball snoring next to him when he slept. And if Yuan woke up the next day and found himself lying on the sofa bed, he would definitely be angry. After thinking about this, Marshal Ji felt that the subtle problem in his heart was solved. His whole body relaxed. Even the ancient people couldn't resist the charm of cats. It didn't seem a big deal that he kept lowering his bottom line because of this. Ji Shouyun, who didn't think it was a big deal, was slapped in the face the next day. As everyone knew, before one's cat, dog, or child could overcome laziness or disgust and successfully develop a good habit, it was actually not advisable to relax. For example, Yuan didn't like Ji Shouyun's practical training at all. However, because of his trust in Ji Shouyun, even if he didn't like it, he still persevered. However, after a day of rest yesterday, his dislike of practical training emerged again. After tasting the sweetness of rest, he instinctively wanted to shamelessly continue to be a lazy fish. The kitten lying on the bed groaned and turned over. It lazily wagged its tail, showing an attitude of non-violence and non-cooperation. Marshal Ji was silent for a long time. Between seriously reasoning with the cat and directly dragging the cat to the training room and beating it up, he chose the third option, tempting his cat with a reward. What kind of reward could tempt his cat? Ji Shouyun thought for a long time before he said tentatively, "If you listen to me and train well, I will take you out to play." Yuan's ears shook. It turned over and sat up, looking up at Ji Shouyun. Meow. Was this for real? Ji Shouyun paused, picked up the cat, and rubbed it. He asked, "Do you want me to go out with you?" Yuan wagged its tail, rubbed against Ji Shouyun's palm, and responded softly, "Meow." Cats. Were they that dependent on humans? Ji Shouyun recalled the information about domestic cats. In the end, he could only conclude that it was a matter of breed. It was said that some breeds of cats were very good-tempered and clingy. Although he didn't know if monsters could be counted as such. However, it was good to know what his cat liked, especially when he was the only one who could fulfill the cat's preferences. Ji Shouyun seemed to have found his value in front of Yuan again. Marshal Ji, who had found his value, was in high spirits. He beat the cat even more vigorously. Yuan, who thought it had made a lot of progress, was beaten by Ji Shouyun to the point of doubting its life as a cat. After his daily morning exercise, Marshal G, who was ready to go out, stood at the door. He looked back at the cat lying on the carpet in a pile of clothes, paused, and called out to him. Yuan groaned, sat up slowly, and looked up at him. Ji Shouyun looked at his listless and doubtful appearance and said, "Actually, you're very powerful." Yuan licked its paws and didn't say a word about Ji Shouyun's words. Marshal Ji calmly urged him, "If you don't believe me, you can go to the battlefield in the virtual community and walk around." After saying this, Marshal Ji left without saying anything else. It was impossible to tell if he had any ulterior motives. Yuan watched the door close. Its ears trembled, and its two front paws stepped on the carpet. After hesitating for a while, it got up and took out the civilian-thinking helmet. In fact, the media paid a lot of attention to whether Marshal Kevin's adopted child would join the military or become an artist in the future. After the people of the Empire of Since had been baptized by Ji Shouyun, they didn't have any special expectations for the new active generals who had the potential to compete for the title of Marshal. Marshal Kevin was old. After he retired, he naturally needed someone to take over his position. Unfortunately, Marshal Kevin didn't have a biological descendant. Originally, Marshal Kevin's adoption of a child was a good thing. After all, even if the child wasn't his biological child, after Marshal Kevin's one-on-one teaching, the child would definitely become very outstanding. However, the child was too good-looking and too slender. When he stood next to Lady Ellie, the first impression people would have was that they were from the entertainment industry. Ji Shouyun knew that Yuan was willing to go to the galaxy with him. In order to go together, there were some places that had to be visited as a human. Therefore, Yuan had to have a proper title by his side. For example, the empty position of deputy was very suitable. However, the position of deputy wasn't something that could be obtained easily. The first priority was to enter the military and have enough combat power. It was obviously unrealistic to send you into a military academy. The fastest way to stand out was to kill from another angle. For example, the battlefield in the virtual community. The media and military paid a lot of attention to the top few in the virtual community's battlefield or the strong newcomers who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. For the media, whether someone suddenly emerged as a new force to be reckoned with or won consecutive championships, it was enough to make a big deal out of it. The military also paid attention to this kind of people. Although most of them were talented students from military academies who came to gain reputation, it didn't stop them from occasionally picking up one or two. These were all good seedlings who had undergone adaptive training and could be directly pulled into the battlefield after seeing blood. These kinds of talents were hard to come by. It was already very good to be able to pick up one or two of them. Today, the people who were paying attention to the battlefield noticed that a familiar name that had occupied the first place for more than a month had been kicked down by a newcomer who suddenly appeared. The ranking only showed the top 10 and was based on a point system. The points were calculated according to the system's combat rating. The points won by the winning side were deducted from the losing side's points. There was also a negative point system in the battlefield. The winning side's points were rank S 15 points, rank A 10 points, rank B 8 points, rank C 6 points, and rank D 5 points. Currently, the former champion in second place had a total score of 312 points, and he had fought 32 battles. The top 10 didn't have less than 300 points. The competition was very fierce. As for the newcomer who had suddenly gotten first place without any warning, he had a total of 315 points and had fought 21 battles. What did this mean? Rank S complete victory. The people who were paying attention to the ranking were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that, barring any unexpected circumstances, the top 10 spots in the newcomers area would basically be taken by this year's outstanding freshmen from various military academies. The competition between them was fierce. The newcomer who had stubbornly clung to the first place was already giving it his all. 2 battles a day was the limit for normal people. He had persisted for an entire month and firmly held on to his first place. Now, someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? The people who were at a loss opened the newcomer's ranking with trembling hands. It only showed the newcomer's avatar and points. The newcomer's avatar was a relic of ancient Earth that had recently become popular. Now, in the virtual community, 8 out of 10 people had similar avatars. This wasn't strange. Newcomers who wanted to enter the battlefield usually wouldn't hide their real names. This high-profile newcomer who appeared out of nowhere definitely wouldn't. However, after clicking on the information of the first place, everyone fell into silence. Because this newcomer's ID was Cat's Claw. And it was the cute Cat's Claw that came with the recently released input. Method. Do shovels? Did this newcomer lose his mind? The people who were paying attention to this newcomer who had appeared out of nowhere quickly realized that this newcomer who might have lost his mind had not only completed 21 battles in the short span of one morning, but also immediately applied for an opponent match for the 22nd battle. With this kind of battle record, the system would throw him to be matched with the people on the overall ranking. This kind of situation was called killing prestige by the players and spectators in the battlefield area. As expected, this newcomer's opponent for the 22nd battle was matched with the current 10th place on the overall ranking. The 10th place was an outstanding student who was about to graduate from the Empire's military college. It was said that 3 divisions had already extended an olive branch to him. Countless people perked up, paid the money without hesitation, and rushed into the battle room of these 2 people. The contestants had yet to enter the arena, but 2 tall mechas had already been projected as a warm-up. They stood facing each other. The mecha on the red side was the familiar 10th place on the overall ranking. As for the blue side, it was a mecha that every Empire citizen was extremely familiar with. Marshal Ji's personal mecha, Silver Blade, Ji Shoyun. Silver Blade was a mecha that was specially built for the sensory mode. To recreate this mecha in the virtual community, there was only one possibility. That was to know the mecha's stats like the back of one's hand and spend money to customize one. What did this mean? This meant that this newcomer who suddenly appeared out of nowhere had a deep relationship with the Empire's Marshal Ji Shoyun. No wonder his avatar was Yuan. No wonder his ID was Cat's Claw. The spectators went wild. The moment the contestants entered the arena, the spectators, who were so excited that their eyes turned red, all looked in the direction of the blue team's contestants. The people who had been in an uproar earlier all froze for 2 seconds. The adopted son of Silver Blade and Marshal Kevin, what kind of suffocating combination was this? Why is this fatty 4? How is this fatty 4? What happened to Kitty Cat? Shouldn't Kitty Cat, who is so close to Marshal G that he knows the Silver Blade like the back of his hand and uses a cat's head and paws ID? The audience was dumbfounded. They were confused and disappointed as they watched the situation in the arena. Although Marshal Kevin's adopted son was indeed called Yuan, the audience was disappointed. Although the handsome young man was good, he was not as exciting as the ancient earth treasure. The arena did not block the images and sounds of the audience. It only slowed them down slightly. This was mainly because the real arena was much more complicated than the situation in the audience seats. Considering all the factors involved, if the movements and sounds of the audience seats could affect one's mood and spirit, it was better to eliminate such people as soon as possible. Yuan was stunned when he saw so many people in the audience. There were no spectators in the previous 20 or so matches. Why was the arena suddenly full? The white-haired young man stood beside the tall mecha and was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he received a huge sum of ticket dividends. Yuan looked at the first sum of money in the new account under his name and instantly forgot about the audience. What could make a person happier than a small sum of money? Nothing. Yuan patted the mecha beside him. The Silver Blade lowered its arm and opened its palm, waiting for him to stand on it. Wait a minute. Yuan's opponent shouted. Yuan was stunned. He turned to look at his opponent and tilted his head slightly to express his confusion. I'm a level 9 student from the Empire Military Academy, he introduced himself first. Hello. Yuan nodded hesitantly. He was not used to formally introducing himself. This was his first time experiencing such a thing. Hello. He paused and realized that he could not introduce himself. Then, he said hesitantly, "You." And the conversation between the two of them in the arena was heard by everyone in the audience. There was no expression on the delicate and slender young man's face when he spoke, but his hesitant attitude was obvious. When it fell into the ears of others, some interpreted it as arrogance, while others interpreted it as introverted and not sociable. However, the two people in the arena did not take the discussions outside to heart. No matter how they understood outstanding people, it would not affect them. The red team's opponent looked up at the mecha beside Yuan and asked, Why do you have the data of the Marshal G's mecha? I didn't, Yuan said as he stood on the silver blade's palm. He did it himself. When these words were heard by the people present, they immediately had thousands of guesses. Why would Marshal G order a silver blade for Marshal Kevin's adopted son? Using the silver blade requires a lot of mental power, right? It's said that the Marshal hardly uses the manual control system of the silver blade. Yes, Marshal G always uses the sensory mode. After all, his physical fitness is comparable to a standard mecha. His mental power is also close to S rank. So, Marshal Kevin's adopted son's mental power should be quite impressive? Should be, but the information is all confidential. I can't find it. Then check the battle records. The audience who wanted to check the battle records casually flipped through and was stunned by the battle records. All S-rank victories. The longest battle was less than 10 minutes. He won so easily. No wonder he could fight 21 battles, he's lucky that he didn't meet any strong newcomers. I looked around. His opponents were all newcomers with mediocre results. However, he fought 21 battles in one morning and won all of them. He directly became number 1 on the newcomer rankings. This luck, where did Marshal Kevin pick up this monster? Didn't the interview say that his aptitude was mediocre? How can Marshal Kevin pick up a kid so casually? People at their level say that their aptitude is mediocre. They're basically all a rank and above. It's definitely not a problem for them to get into the top 3 in the military academy. Stop bragging. It's starting. The audience carefully observed the movements of the silver blade. They were surprised to find that there was no stagnation in its movements. Not only that, but the bullets and cannon fire fired by the silver blade, as well as some of the close-range combat techniques, were completely different from Marshal Kevin's style, which was taught by the Orthodox Military Academy. The silver blade and its current operator exuded an unorthodox aura that belonged to the Empire's god of war, Ji Shouyun. Barbaric, violent, treacherous, disorganized, yet agile and changeable. Ji Shouyun did not study in the military academy. At most, he had read a few cabinets of military theory and combat theory while marching. Most of the techniques he possessed were gained from years of experience on the battlefield. How to make someone lose their ability to move. How to completely control someone and prevent them from struggling. How could he break a person's neck, how to paralyze someone and make them lose consciousness. Ji Shouyun explained each and every technique to Yuan in detail. The techniques that Yuan could not personally experience were all demonstrated through human models. Yuan had tried out all the killer moves that Ji Shouyun had demonstrated to him, but he had never personally experienced them before. This had left a deep psychological trauma in his 20 or so opponents. As for Yuanshan, he had been killing all the gods and Buddhas along the way. Finally, he had kicked an iron plate. After so many years of history, this arrangement of a strong newcomer being matched with an experienced powerhouse on the overall leaderboard was called killing might by the people in the battlefield. There was a reason for this. Yuan's physical fitness was indeed very strong. His spiritual power was also very impressive. However, the time he had spent learning how humans fought was still too short. After more than an hour of intense battle, Yuan gritted his teeth and blasted his opponent's cockpit without hesitation. He was prepared to perish together with his opponent. The silver blade's cockpit was also blasted by his opponent's sword. In the end, it was a draw. The combat rating was A draw with the 10th place on the overall leaderboard. Marshal Kevin's adopted son had given the audience a huge surprise. They shouted Yuan's name until their throats were hoarse. The owner of the name they were shouting was dumbfounded in the silver blade's cockpit. He stared at the combat rating panel in front of him in disbelief. A draw? It was a draw? Other than the few days when he was unfamiliar with combat techniques, he had never lost to anyone other than Ji Shouyun, even though he was in his cat form. However, in his human form, his physical fitness and spiritual power were not weak. He had actually tied with a military school student. Yuan logged out of the virtual community. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, doubting his life as a cat. He finally understood why Ji Shouyun was always worried about him and always forced him to practice all kinds of combat techniques. It was because he could not even defeat a military school student in his human form, Even if he did not use any spells or his original form, he had not done it before. Although using the form of a cat to walk around in human society was indeed very popular in this era, it also meant that people would pay attention to them wherever they went. It was okay to occasionally satisfy their cravings, but it was not appropriate to have their whereabouts known all the time. Not to mention the increasing risk, if his identity as a nine-tailed cat was exposed one day, even Ji Shouyun would not be able to protect him. Therefore, it was more convenient for him to move around in his human form. However, the combat power of his human form had to be on par with his original form, right? He could not possibly revert back to his original form when he could not defeat his opponent in his human form. That would be even worse. Even if the entire empire of Since protected him, it would be useless, let alone Ji Shouyun. Furthermore, spells required spiritual stones to support them. Furthermore, if his spells were exposed to the public, Yuan did not even need to consider who would protect him. Whoever protected him would be done for. Humans' fear of the unknown could overcome their morals and conscience. Yuan could run and hide. The universe was indeed very big. He could find any desolate planet and wait for his ninth tail to grow out. But so what, he would eventually meet a human who would fulfill his wish. Yuan felt that he had to cling on to Ji Shouyun no matter what and endure for the next 20 years. He would then enjoy himself and become an immortal. When Yuan thought of this, he turned around and put on his helmet again. Then, he rushed into the battlefield and buried his head in killing. While Yuan defeated a large group of people in the virtual community, the media outside was writing about Marshal Kevin's extremely talented adopted son. Some guessed that Yuan's genetic level and spiritual power were both A or even S level. Some guessed that the two Marshal Kevin and Yuan were finally going to shake hands and restore their friendship. Some guessed that Yuan was adopted by Marshal Kevin and raised to be used against Ji Shouyun. After all, regardless of whether it was his appearance or his name, he was very similar to Ji Shouyun's cat. Marshal Kevin, who was interviewed by the Empire's Central Radio, calmly stated that his son's genetic level and spiritual power were respectively A and B. Anyway, this was the level according to the information, and it could not be higher. The reason he gave his son to Ji Shouyun was because Ji Shouyun could fight on the battlefield and did not need to waste time in the rear of the empire. Ji Shouyun was not the kind of person who would pass on conflicts to the next generation. Since he had taken Yuan in, he would do his best to teach him. Thinking about it carefully, Ji Shouyun was in his early 20s, and had been fighting on the battlefield since he had just entered his youth. As Marshal Kevin's adopted son, if he really had amazing talent, sending him directly to the battlefield was the best way to train him. Ji Shouyun narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the big news that Yuan and his father had created. The two of them cooperated so well and had so much motivation. It was good, he thought. According to the rules of the military, once Yuan entered the top 10, he would be able to enter the military. Marshal Ji's mind raced. When he returned home after a day of work, he asked his orderlies to buy a lot of delicious food recommended on the internet. As soon as he entered the house, 2 fingernail-sized nuts smashed into his head. They did not hurt or itch. He flicked them gently and they eventually landed on the soft carpet. Marshal Ji raised his head and looked at the cat sitting on the sofa. He was staring at the bag of nuts on the short table in front of the sofa with a civilian cognitive helmet beside him. Yuan carefully stretched out its front paw and pressed its soft paw on one of the nuts. The nut suddenly disappeared. The next second, Marshal Ji felt something small hit his head again. It did not hurt or itch. It slid to the ground. It was another nut. It seemed that Yuan was practicing some strange talent again. Ji Shouyun put the thing in his hand on the dining table and turned to ask his cat, "Do you want to massage it again today?" Yuan immediately retracted its paw and jumped onto the back of the sofa. Meow. Marshal Ji went to get a robe and covered the cat. The next second, he saw the delicate-looking young man poke his head out of the robe. He hurriedly put on his robe and tied his belt. Then, he laid down on the sofa and got into position. Ji Shouyun was amused. He put down the back of the sofa and asked casually, "What were you practicing just now?" Yuan thought about how to pronounce the words and said, "In my sleeve." "No, in my hair." "Huh?" Ji Shouyun did not understand. "That is." Yuan had to use his brain to pronounce the words, so he spoke slowly and deliberately. Shrink things and hide them in my hair. Yuan had already thought about it. He would practice with Ji Shouyun in the morning, play in the virtual community during the day, and practice in his hair at night. When his human form was stable, he would use his hair to carry hundreds or thousands of spirit stones. Then, he would feel much safer. However, he had not been able to overcome the concept of a cat without sleeves can't learn heaven and earth in his sleeve, so it was a pity that this technique kept failing. Ji Shouyun could roughly guess what the name of the technique Yuan was talking about was. He looked at Yuan, who was lying on the sofa, and asked casually, "In your cat form, you hide in your hair. In your human form, you hide in your sleeve?" Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He sat up abruptly. He raised his hand and looked at his human form sleeve. "That's right, don't I have sleeves now? I don't need to hide them in my hair." Yuan patted his forehead and touched the sofa bed under his hand. Under their gazes, the sofa bed trembled and shrank by about an inch on average. Yuan. Why was it different from what they had agreed on? "It's okay." Ji Shouyun pressed him down to lie on his stomach. "There's no rush for now." Yuan moved twice to adjust his position and muttered, "For now?" Ji Shouyun paused for a moment and then quickly recovered. "Yes." Marshal Ji nodded slightly. "But if it's possible, I still hope that you can do better." Yuan turned to look at Ji Shouyun. His blue eyes were filled with confusion. "I don't want you to go through what I went through." Ji Shouyun looked down and met Yuan's gaze. "You have to improve faster than those who covet you." Marshal Ji felt a little distressed these days. In fact, his cat had been working very hard recently. His teacher's progress was also very smooth. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any distress. But distress did exist. And this distress came from his cat that had suddenly worked hard. The situation was like this. His cat had been practicing a new skill recently. This was good. There was nothing wrong with it. But Yuan's new skill had caused a lot of accidents during its practice. Although Ji Shouyun had already experienced a round of shocks when he had been practicing levitation, invisibility, and shrinking, this time it wasn't any better. Marshal Ji sat at the conference table. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his jacket pocket. He paused slightly, calmly took out a few pieces of candy that had suddenly appeared in his pocket, and put them on the table. The generals who had stayed behind to guard the base were all stunned. They stared blankly at Marshal Ji, who had suddenly taken out candy. "Continue," Ji Shouyun said as if nothing had happened. Actually, Ji Shouyun didn't quite understand why he had been practicing universe in the sleeve. No, in the cat form, it was universe in the fur. Why would practicing universe in the fur, a skill that was said to shrink things and hide them in the fur, cause accidents like small practice props randomly appearing all over the room? For example, when he was at home, some strange things would often fall from the sky. Or when he sat on the sofa or bed, he would be kicked by something. Or when he was walking around the house, he would suddenly kick something. These things were mostly snacks that Yuan used as practice props, or small things that Yuan casually grabbed for practice. When he was in cat form, the things that fell from the sky were mostly small nuts and snacks. When he was in human form, there were all kinds of strange things. Pens, notebooks, books, cups, combs. Last night, Ji Shouyun had suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. In the end, he had punched the sofa cushion into pieces. Of course, these were all small problems that wouldn't cause much of an impact. What made Marshal Ji more distressed was that his cute little cat had been practicing this skill. As a result, strange things would always fall from its body every morning during their routine morning practice. It was like this when he was in human form, and it was also like this when he was in cat form. Ji Shouyun couldn't describe how he felt when he picked up the cat and stroked its fur, and some small nuts, candies, and fur models would fall out. Looking at Yuan's blank expression, it was obvious that he didn't expect to see these things. The impact was too great, Marshal Ji thought. Not only strange problems during morning practice, but also when Yuan's little belly, when it was on his legs and Mirtsit be rubbed. Marshal Yuan yeah, Yuan when the cat shook its fur, it could toss out a small box of snacks. It was a cat, but it lived like a treasure bowl. In reality, this was because when Yuan was practicing, some things might have really shrunk into the small space in his sleeves or mau. Some things that had shrunk went to unknown places, and some things simply disappeared and moved to a corner of the house in the next second. No one knew which ones had really succeeded and which ones had flown to some corner of the house. Even Yuan himself didn't know. This was because he hadn't had the time to practice the skill of taking out hidden things. The reason he hadn't practiced this skill was that he didn't know what he was hiding in his sleeves and fur. Yuan, who had not been successful in his practice, was unwilling to give up. Today, Ji Xiuyun had promised him that he would take him out to play after he was done with work. For the sake of convenience, he simply brought him to the headquarters first. Little Kitty, who hadn't mastered Universe in hair and Universe in sleeve, worked tirelessly to practice this very useful skill while Marshal Ji went to the meeting. He was different from Ji Xiuyun, who did not understand why this accident happened. Yuan knew very well why this happened. In essence, Heaven and Earth Sleeve was a type of spatial magic. Simply put, it was to create a small space in the place where the item was to be hidden, shrink the target item, and then hide it in that small space. This spell was a little complicated, and he had just started practicing it. Whether it was opening a small space, shrinking, or transferring, he had not figured it out yet. But he knew where it would go in the end. It was closely related to the thoughts he had at that time. For example, when he thought of the bed, the item would run to the bed. When he thought of a certain room, the item would run to a certain room. When he thought of Ji Xiuyun, the item would appear anywhere within half a meter of Ji Xiuyun. Therefore, he was not surprised that the target item would run all over the room. After all, there were only a few places that he was familiar with that could perfectly appear in his mind. Because Yuan was not familiar with this skill, he could not consciously control the small space to be completely sealed. Therefore, some items would always fall out of his body. But this skill must be practiced. In the past, Yuan only needed to lie on his belly and bask in the sun lazily. Now, it was different. He was now a heavyweight in the galaxy, a beautiful young cat that was coveted by billions of people. Yuan felt that it was very necessary for him to carry an arsenal and a storage of spiritual stones with him, no matter if he was in the shape of a human or a cat. Ji Xiuyun finished listening to Marshal Ji's report. When he was about to speak, he felt a weight in his pocket. This feeling was too familiar. It was so familiar that Marshal Ji was already used to it. In order to prevent weird things from popping up in his pocket and breaking his pocket, Marshal Ji reached out to touch the things in his pocket. Then, he placed the pen that suddenly appeared on the table. Then, he put on an expression as if nothing had happened and began to speak calmly. Yuan was practicing in Marshal Ji's office. When he realized that items were disappearing one after another, but they did not appear anywhere else in the office, he withdrew his claws. He felt a little guilty. Because his mind was filled with questions about why Ji Xiuyun was not back yet, he could guess where the items that disappeared went. They must have gone to Ji Xiuyun's office. Yuan decided not to continue practicing. He lay on his side on the table and wagged his tail leisurely. His blue cat eyes looked around and finally landed on the pen holder and cup on the table. His evil little claws were ready to move. He looked around. A pair of sharp cat ears stood up alertly. He did not turn around. Instead, he lay on his stomach and slowly crawled towards the cup. After moving forward a little, he still had to stop and listen for any sounds. The soundproofing in this office was too good. There were 2 guards standing outside the door. Every 5 minutes, a patrol team would pass by the corridor. Yuan carefully and painstakingly trudged to the cup. He stretched out his furry claws and gently pushed the cup to the edge of the table. The sound of the cup rubbing against the table was very pleasing to Yuan's ears. His ears trembled. He looked up at the door and pushed the cup off the table. The floor was covered with carpet, but it was not as thick as Ji Xiuyun's home. The cup did not break when it hit the ground. The lid did not fall off, but it made a dong sound. Yuan's little head poked out of the table. He looked down at the cup that rolled on the ground. He then looked at the flat table. He felt indescribably comfortable. After he was satisfied, he turned to look at the pen holder beside him. He stretched out his claws. He could no longer control his messy hands. When Ji Shouyun came back from the meeting, his cat had already swept all the things on the table to the ground. Fortunately, there were not many things on the table. Yuan was smart enough not to touch the important documents. In just a few seconds, Ji Shouyun, who was used to cleaning up the mess, had already picked up everything on the ground. Marshal Ji walked to the front of the table. He saw his cat lying on the chair with its paws in the air, exposing its little belly. A cognitive helmet covered him, indicating that it was in operation. It was a civilian helmet. Obviously, Yuan had gone to the virtual community to make his presence known. That was true. Marshal Ji put all the pens in his hand into the pen holder and thought. A sense of accomplishment and vanity were both emotions that could motivate people to improve. Compared to repetitive and mechanical practice of fighting techniques and special skills, Yuan was obviously more interested in winning and losing, as well as being able to climb up the leaderboard. Over the past few days, Yuan had not been modest at all. He had been crazily dominating the leaderboard in the battleground area. Although he had not made it into the overall leaderboard, he was still a rising star. The media was not stingy with their reports and Marshal Kevin's smiling face. It was obvious that Yuan's performance had been outstanding recently. As the new star's teacher, Ji Shouyun's reputation among the public had also risen to another level. Although Marshal Kevin insisted that his cat's potential was mediocre, no one believed him. The media had even started to talk about the future of the empire and the second Ji Shouyun. Marshal Ji pressed the notification button outside his helmet. When he noticed that Yuan did not exit immediately, he realized that Yuan was probably in the middle of a meeting. He pulled a chair over and sat down to read the meeting notes again. The main topic of this meeting was the government's request. They insisted on continuing to advance in order to take down the resource-rich galaxy next to the 18th galaxy. Before Ji Shouyun had met Yuan, the Little Emperor, or more accurately, the government, had been itching to take down another galaxy. Their confidence probably stemmed from Ji Shouyun's success last time. In less than 20 years, he had taken down a galaxy. This was a rare and glorious achievement in the history of the universe. Only those who had seriously studied Ji Shouyun's war cases would be able to discern the most fundamental reason why Ji Shouyun was able to sweep through an entire galaxy like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. That was because the emperor at the time had given him absolute trust and support. That emperor had truly given Ji Shouyun all his passion and hope. He had given Ji Shouyun money, soldiers, and resources. He had given whoever he wanted to send out soldiers. In those 10 years, Ji Shouyun acted swiftly and decisively. Towards those who could not be put in an important position in the army, he would just leave it at that, but he would also bring up a string of people who could really lead troops. This kind of almost barbaric purge, in the eyes of any person in power, was no different from a rebellion. However, Ji Shouyun did not suffer any criticism. At the time, even Marshal Kevin had been fully mobilized. He had only stayed on the Imperial planet for a year. The rest of the time, he had fought alongside Ji Shouyun on two fronts. However, the main battle commander at the time was Ji Shouyun, and Marshal Kevin had been a partner. However, there were also many hidden dangers in taking down a galaxy at such a terrifying speed. For example, the free army that was developing like the sun in the 18 galaxies, or the widespread epidemics and poverty caused by the government's inaction, and so on. Therefore, the entire upper echelons of the military rejected their request. The people below them did not know, but how could they not know? If they continued to fight under these circumstances, it would not be a problem that could be solved by fighting on two fronts. They would be attacked from both sides, and their supply lines might even be cut off. However, different professions were like different mountains. In addition, the government sometimes pretended not to understand even if they understood, so no matter what the military said, they pretended not to hear. Fortunately, this was not something that could be done just because one side wanted to. The military was determined not to take action, and the government could not forcefully kick them out. However, while they could not attack a new galaxy, it was necessary to suppress the rebellion in the 18 galaxies. The production of the Silver Blade was already halfway done. Yuan's military record was already prepared. He would be directly placed in the army once he reached the top 10 on the overall leaderboard. There was not much time left for Ji Shouyun to prepare. In such a situation, he would have to recall all 7 corps commanders under him. He might even have to borrow 2 generals with solid achievements from Marshal Kevin's subordinates for that to be enough. After Yuan received an A-level battle evaluation, he was notified that someone was looking for him. He logged out of the virtual community and jumped onto the table. He immediately saw the holographic image of the galaxy floating on the table. The holographic image was densely packed with information. Ji Shouyun was staring at the galaxy map. His hands did not stop moving. From time to time, he would pull down a few pages of information and jot down some important information on the system interface. Yuan did not disturb him. He squatted beside him obediently. He did not even make a sound. Even the sound of his breathing was soft. It was very rude to disturb someone when they were concentrating on something. Yuan quietly lay down and quietly looked at the dazzling starlight. Marshal Ji did not forget that he had promised Yuan that he would take him out to play. Ji Shouyun was not surprised that Yuan had chosen not to disturb him. He knew that Yuan was very sensible when it came to such small details. He did not seem like a cat that had been separated from human society for many years. Every time this happened, he would be so obedient that people could not help but want to hug him and give him a good hug. After he finished writing and saving the first module, Marshal Ji closed the system interface and turned his head to look at Yuan. How long have you been practicing Universe Creator today? When the milky white kitten heard this, he knew what Ji Shouyun was going to do. Yuan raised his 2 paws and straightened his body. The thick fur on his body looked like small mushrooms. He looked as soft as a cotton ball. This time, Marshal Ji did not give him a high five. Ji Shouyun picked up the kitten. Then he shook it. A bunch of candies and snacks fell out of the kitten's body. There were also a few pens. Finally, a soft and super cute milky white doll fell out of the kitten. It was a cat doll. It looked exactly like Yuan, and the feel of it was also very similar. Marshal Ji was very familiar with this doll. This doll was based on Yuan's image. He had seen it when he was out some time ago and bought it to put in his office. He would rub and pinch it whenever he was free. Yuan reached out his paws and hugged the doll that was as big as him. Then he looked up at Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun also looked down at him. Yuan stared innocently at his blue cat eyes. He opened his mouth and meowed at Ji Shouyun. Meow. Marshal Ji's gaze wandered between the real cat and the doll. He pursed his lips slightly. It's a doll, Marshal Ji explained dryly. It feels good. Huh, Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He didn't understand why Ji Shouyun had to explain. Ji Shouyun also didn't know why he had to explain. He felt awkward as if he had bought a blow-up doll and was caught red-handed by his partner. Although it wasn't very appropriate, it wasn't that bad. Yuan came back to his senses. He seemed to have realized something. He jumped down from Ji Shouyun's hands and started to open Ji Shouyun's desk drawers one by one. Then he saw a doll that looked exactly like the one in his arms in the second drawer from the top on the right. To be honest, the one that Yuan had shaken off was actually the one that Yuan had bought yesterday. He didn't expect Marshal Ji to have also secretly bought one and even confessed to it. Yuan squatted in the drawer and looked at the 2 dolls of the same model. He then looked up at Ji Shouyun, who had betrayed him. Marshal Ji, who also realized this, looked down at him and didn't say anything. He was speechless. The situation was very awkward. After about 10 seconds, Yuan was the first to come back to his senses. In order to prevent the human and cat from looking at each other until the end of time, Yuan meowed softly at Ji Shouyun. He rubbed against the 2 dolls, jumped onto the table, and reached out his paw to Ji Shouyun, who was sitting in front of the table. He actually bought a doll when he had a real cat at home. No one would believe him even if he told them. They had never seen a more stupid poop picker. The milky white kitten pasted its paw on Marshal Ji's face. You can squeeze my paw, don't be shy. I won't take your money. For some reason, after Marshal Ji brought Yuan out for a few rounds that day, he bought more than 20 cat dolls the moment he got home. He even built a small bed next to his bed and placed all the dolls on it. Then, he said to Yuan, I bought the dolls for you. Yuan's ears twitched as it looked at Ji Shouyun in shock. What's wrong with you? Marshal Ji was puzzled by Yuan's shock. You seem to like them a lot, he said. He still remembered how happy Yuan had looked when it was rubbing its ears against the dolls in the office. Meow. Yuan retracted its gaze and jumped onto the small bed before burrowing into the pile of dolls. When Marshal G woke up, he realized that there were more than just pillows, blankets, and cats on his bed. There were also more than 20 cat dolls. Yuan was lying on its side and hugging a doll. Both the cat and the doll's tails were mischievously sticking into Ji Shoyun's pajamas. Marshal G sat up carefully and caught a few of the fluffy dolls that had slipped off. Then, he placed the dolls beside Yuan and walked quietly to the bathroom. Yuan's 5 senses were very sensitive when it was in cat form. After a lot of training and adaptation, its senses in human form gradually improved. Ji Shoyun knew that Yuan would be awake by the time he woke up. However, Yuan was the type that would want to sleep for a few more minutes after waking up. Therefore, Ji Shoyun would not disturb him during these few minutes. Yuan reached out its 4 paws and hugged the doll beside it. It rubbed its head against the doll, which was very similar to its own fur. Then, it got up and walked to the bathroom with its short legs. Ji Shoyun had been getting busier and busier lately. After the slack period, work had come crashing down on him like a mountain. Sometimes, he didn't even have time for his morning exercise and had to go out directly. Today was one of those days. Ji Shoyun had said that he wanted to go out with him, so he had to work several all-nighters to free up half a day yesterday. Yuan couldn't persuade him to go and rest. However, he just patted his head and brushed him off. He was so busy that Yuan never mentioned that he wanted Ji Shoyun to go out with him again. Planet Sense was nothing, they were going to go out into space in the future. When the time came, with Ji Shoyun, the world was so big. After the war, they could look for special delicacies, catch interstellar pirates in the sky, and when they landed on a desolate planet to rest, they could even catch some strange cosmic creatures. At that time, he would catch those creatures and let Ji Shoyun roast them. They could even extravagantly roast them. Yuan wagged his tail and sent Ji Shoyun out as usual. Fortunately, Marshal G didn't have to worry that Yuan would start slacking when he wasn't home. Yuan had developed a good habit of exercising, so he would go to the virtual community every day to roll a few rounds. The milky white furball squatted at the door and watched Ji Shoyun leave with the other commanders. He calculated the difference between his points in the virtual community and the last place on the overall leaderboard and decided to play fewer matches today so that he could find Lady Ellie and spend some time with her. Even after Yuan became Marshal Kevin and his wife's name, he didn't see them much. Yuan felt that he had taken advantage of this. Even if he couldn't fulfill his responsibility as a son, he should at least be able to give his beautiful wife something to be happy about. Yuan didn't know that Lady Ellie was already very happy because of his existence. After all, Yuan was now a rising star in the limelight. His adoptive father was the first Marshal Kevin, and his teacher was the second Marshal Ji Shoyun. His ride in the virtual community was the Silver Blade, and it was very smooth and pleasing to the eye. He was basically an awesome person. These days, Marshal Kevin wasn't the only one who was overjoyed. Even Lady Ellie, who was always elegant and calm, had a gentle and proud expression on her face. However, it would be even better if Yuan could come and spend more time with them. Lady Ellie had a few military wives as guests today. These wives were all influential people and had broad horizons. They chatted about all sorts of topics without any awkwardness. Yuan came to visit at this time. He was carrying a big box. Marshal Kevin gave Yuan permission to enter and leave his house after he got the documents. This time, Yuan directly opened the door. The wives in the house were stunned. Even Lady Ellie was slightly stunned. Yuan was also stunned for 2 seconds. His gaze swept across the elegant and noble ladies in the living room and finally landed on Lady Ellie. After 2 seconds, he pursed his lips and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Mother." His voice was so soft that the ladies in the living room didn't hear him. Yuan paused and raised his voice, "Mother, mother." "Good afternoon, ladies." Then, under the gaze of the group of ladies, he cowered again in a second and muttered softly, "I'm back." Lady Ellie, who was called mother for the first time, was stunned for a few seconds. Her beautiful face suddenly bloomed with an extremely beautiful smile. She stood up and took out the indoor shoes that she had prepared for Yuan. "What did you bring?" she asked softly. Yuan changed into the shoes and answered, "Some small games." Then, he added in a small voice, "Ancient Earth." Lady Ellie suddenly understood. The other madams also looked over curiously. Yuan brought in a big box. In the box, Yuan spent the entire morning buying paper cards and physical printing tools to slowly research and create small games. There was Monopoly, poker, airplane chess, werewolf legend of the Three Kingdoms, military chess, and so on. There was still a portion that he hadn't finished, but he took a portion of it and played with it. Yuan didn't understand the more high-end games himself. These were all games that he had played through the internet in the past. He still remembered the rules and cards very clearly, so he drew them one by one. The rules were also clearly written on the interface. Human hands and technology were indeed much more flexible and convenient than cat claws. Yuan had to admit that he had been busy for the entire morning and had only finished 5 to 6 games. These are poker cards. Yuan took out the poker cards and slowly and accurately controlled his pronunciation. At the same time, he opened the recording interface and placed it on the table. It recorded the rules of the poker cards that he had played before. There are many ways to play. After Yuan finished speaking, he took out another Monopoly and airplane chess game that he had made and placed the matching rules on the interface. The ladies had a good impression of this awesome young man who had stirred up a storm in the virtual community. When they heard what he said, they all copied a copy and looked at it. Yuan placed everything that he had made on the interface. Then, he glanced at the ladies who were focused on reading the rules and flipping through the props according to the rules. He carried the tools and materials in the box and found a small corner to continue working on them. He was still 3 colors away from completing the checkers. It took Yuan a lot of effort to come up with the idea of making these little toys. He wanted to give Lady Ellie some good memories, but he wasn't sure what good memories were for humans. To Yuan, being saved by the first human girl was a very good memory. When he had just gained sentience, he had been picked up by the old man. The years he had spent in the ancestral land were very warm memories. Although the beginning wasn't very good, Yuan was very happy to be able to meet Ji Shouyun. Yuan felt that he was very lucky. He had never met a bad person. Yuan also felt that this was a very good thing. However, for humans, it was not so easy to achieve beautiful things that left a deep impression on them. Therefore, Yuan could only settle for second best. He chose to teach Lady Ellie some entertainment that he still remembered but no one played anymore. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, these entertainment games were always able to bring happiness to people. He had taken over the identity of Lady Ellie's son, so it was his duty to please her. "Yuan, come over quickly." Lady Ellie waved at him while holding a plate of snacks. Yuan put down the round chess pieces in his hands and ran over eagerly. He took the plate and agreed to Lady Ellie's plan to livestream this game. Before the livestream, Lady Ellie specially opened a patent account in Yuan's name to prevent this game from being stolen like Mahjong. Then, she stuffed all these games into the patent application of the Ancient Earth Intangible Cultural Heritage. The livestream was purely to spread the entertainment of Ancient Earth. After all, Lady Ellie was the ambassador of Ancient Earth's cultural heritage. Yuan's cards were quite cute. The most cute part was the cat paw print on the back of the cards. The ladies excitedly started to play according to the rules. Yuan hugged his big box and sat on the side, concentrating on making other small toys. Occasionally, he would raise his head and correct the ladies' mistakes. In Lady Ellie's livestream, the viewers all expressed that it was no wonder that she didn't go to the battlefield today. It turned out that she was staying at home to accompany her mother. In reality, Yuan wasn't far from the bottom of the leaderboard. He was like a large, dried sponge that had fallen into the midst of the group of extremely outstanding military academy students who had received a proper education. He madly absorbed the knowledge that they revealed, instinctively using the techniques that he had stolen from others to equip himself with even more impenetrable weapons. His learning speed could be said to be terrifying. His improvement was visible to the naked eye. Even an outsider could see some of the knack. With such amazing combat instincts and talent, it was no wonder that the media frantically praised him as a genius. They said that he would become the second Ji Shouyun of Empire. Even the top 10 students of this year's leaderboard were like they had been injected with chicken blood. They ran to the virtual community every day, very worried that they would wake up one day and be kicked off the leaderboard. But their chicken blood was of no use. Yuan had a very regular schedule. In the morning, he would accompany Lady Ellie. In the afternoon, he would go to the virtual community. In the evening, he would cooperate with Ji Shoyun to do practical training or rest. A month later, the cat paw ID steadily climbed to the top. The media was like crazy, blindly bragging all day long. Every time Marshal Kevin appeared in front of the public, the smile on his face was like a blooming flower. Even Lady Ellie's recent photos seemed like she had returned to her teenage years. Her vigorous vitality and satisfaction almost drowned people who were addicted to her beauty. This was probably what it meant when people were in high spirits. Marshal Kevin and his wife were full of smiles. It was as if they were 60 years younger. On the other hand, Marshal G was the opposite of this couple. Recently, he had been as busy as a dog. What did war need? They needed money, soldiers, supplies, and logistics. The military couldn't provide all of these, right? Then they had to ask the country. The two Marshal Kevin and his subordinates, who were still in the imperial capital, were all active. They argued with the Ministry of Finance, the Logistics Department, and the government's top officials. They slammed the table all day long. When they were angry, they wanted to roll up their sleeves and directly punch those idiots in the face. Marshal Kevin, who didn't have to send troops, was slightly better. Marshal G, who bore the pressure of sending troops, was simply angry that he hadn't been angry for decades. In the past, when he fought big wars, the former emperor gave him the green light. Small wars were basically supported by routine military funding. So Ji Shoyun never felt that it was so difficult to ask the Ministry of Finance for money, and this was a simple model after Marshal Kevin had taken the lead and pulled the support of most of the government's top officials. The vanguard has already set off. The main army will leave the imperial planet in 3 weeks. The money and supplies I asked for must be allocated. After Ji Shoyun finished speaking, his gaze swept over the calm Prince Kells. Finally, his gaze fell on the little emperor. What do you think, Your Majesty? The little emperor was frightened by his gloomy expression and shrank his neck. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Prince Kells. It depends on what you say, Marshal G. His Majesty also wants to go with you. Naturally, he will give you what you deserve. Ji Shoyun looked at him unhappily. The consequence of lack of sleep and excessive liver heat was that his gaze was like that of an evil spirit crawling out of the abyss. It was full of murderous intent and bloodthirst. Like a sharp knife, it stabbed straight into the chest of the person who was being stared at. Then, it twisted twice cruelly. Prince Kell shuddered and his face turned pale all of a sudden. The little emperor seemed to be shocked by Kell's speech. He raised his head abruptly and retorted, "When did I say I wanted to go with you?" Kells was interrupted. Like this. After looking away, he instantly recovered. The fat on his body shook. You said it, Your Majesty. I remember Uncle Kells clearly said that you wanted to go. The little emperor straightened his neck and the scepter in his hand thumped on the ground. Uncle, are you old and have mental disorder? Nonsense. Prince Kells retorted loudly. Mental disorder was a disease that almost all contemporary people who overdid mental work in their later years would suffer from in their later years. The initial manifestation was confusion in memory, followed by hallucinations. In the end, the level of mental strength would plummet below the level of a normal person. They would not even be able to connect to the star web until the brain completely stopped functioning and finally died. This was a disease of the elderly. When one fell ill, they could basically prepare for their death. Prince Kells did not expect that the little emperor, who had been under his control, would refute him. He did not care about the little emperor's face at that moment. He questioned and reprimanded him in public, louder and louder. The little emperor's eyes were red from his scolding, as if he was about to cry in the next second. The two Marshal Ji Shoyun and Marshal Kevin were annoyed after listening for less than half a minute. Marshal Kevin simply said, "Then just ask the doctor to check. If you are really sick, it is not suitable for you to continue to stay here." As soon as these words came out, the entire conference hall fell silent. During this period of time, Marshal Kevin was very active, so much so that after he finished speaking, no one in the entire conference hall refuted him immediately. Marshal Kevin waved his hand and directly let the doctor outside in. The crisp gesture and the swift and forceful suppression of Kel's movements by the several doctors all told the people in the conference hall that this was an extremely rough and unscrupulous cleanup operation. And it might have been instructed by the young emperor, who was now sitting on the main seat and had grown up. Because he did not look surprised at all. If it were in the past, he would have cried long ago. But other than the person who realized that something was wrong and was struggling and cursing, no one in the entire conference hall refuted. Soon, the person involved also lost the opportunity to speak. The entire conference hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Except for the little emperor's eyes that were still a little red, he looked very calm. Most of the people in the room already knew what was going on. The remaining few who did not have time to stand in line or stood in the wrong line naturally remained silent. Ji Shouyun gently knocked on the table and broke the silence. My military expenses. In order to numb the prince so that he would not realize that something was wrong and leave the imperial planet to take refuge, Marshal Ji had been following the procedures for a long time. He had truly suffered a lot. Right now, he just wanted to go back, hug his cat, take a deep breath, rub his little belly, and rub his little head. The little emperor's eyes were still wet, but he still managed to maintain the attitude that an emperor should have. Without hesitation, he picked up a stamp and stamped the document in front of him. He also stamped the transfer document of the energy planet's mineral vein below. The little emperor was very pained. He sniffed and said, "I approve." Ji Shouyun did not linger at all. He took the two documents and turned to leave. This time, the wrangling took a long time. When Marshal Ji walked out of the conference hall, the sky was already dark. But Marshal Ji still checked out the nearby restaurants with good reviews and bought a bunch of food for Yuan to take back. Tomorrow, Lady Ellie would be going to the film planet for a closed-door filming. Today, she cooked and made a sumptuous dinner. However, it was a pity that only she and Yuan were eating together. Yuan was very supportive. Other than leaving a portion for Marshal Kevin and Ji Shouyun, he happily swept away all the food on the table. His mouth was as sweet as honey, and he coaxed Lady Ellie until the smile on her face never disappeared. "I'll bring it back to Ji Shouyun." Yuan watched the housework robot tidy up the dishes and put the portion for Ji Shouyun into the lunchbox. Then, he kissed Mrs. Ellie on the cheek and ran back home, skipping 3 steps at a time. Yuan and Ji Shouyun arrived home at the same time. Less than a minute after Yuan turned on the porch lights, Ji Shouyun opened the door. Yuan was still standing at the porch. When he turned his head and saw Ji Shouyun walk in, he raised the food box in his hand. Clang, clang. The young man's voice was full of vitality. After Lady Ellie's careful education, the expression on his face was no longer stiff. He wantonly bloomed with a beautiful smile that tugged at one's heartstrings and went up to Ji Shouyun. "Mother Ellie's dinner of love. Are you surprised?" Marshal Ji was silent for 2 seconds. He put the food box in Yuan's hand and the takeout box in his hand on the low cabinet by the door. Then, without any explanation, he hugged the young man in front of him and pulled him into his embrace. There was no cat, but hugging a person was also good. Yuan's body was slender, but it was quite firm and sturdy. His white hair was as soft as a cat's fur, and his body exuded a peaceful and pleasant milky fragrance. His body temperature was high, and he was as warm as a small sun. The exhausted Marshal Ji hugged the young man in his arms and rubbed against him again and again. Yuan grabbed the material of his clothes at his waist. "What's wrong?" Marshal Ji answered vaguely, "I'm tired." Yuan nodded. How could he not be tired? He had to stay up all night and fight at night. He had to go out early in the morning and come back late at night. Marshal Ji's work was definitely not easy, especially when he was about to go to war. Yuan recalled how humans comforted each other. He reached out and hugged Marshal Ji, who was a little taller than him. Then, he patted his back to comfort him. Marshal Ji stopped and looked down at the little white head in his arms. Yuan looked up at him. His beautiful blue eyes were full of confusion. "Are you tired?" "No." Ji Shouyun let go of his hand and carried the food boxes on the low cabinet into the dining room. Yuan followed him and opened the takeout box happily. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan's satisfied face as he ate. Finally, he looked away. The warmth of the young man's body still lingered on his palm and neck. The delicate and gentle touch and the slightly hot breath almost burned his skin. The place on his back that was gently patted still seemed to recall that wonderful gentleness. "You're not eating?" Yuan turned to look at Ji Shoyun, who was in a daze, and asked him. "I'm eating." Marshal Ji picked up the cutlery. How good would it be if this cat wasn't going to leave in 20 years, Ji Shoyun thought. Ji Shoyun was deep in thought as he ate. According to the records, the place one would go to after becoming an immortal was called the Immortal Realm. There were also some who called it the Heavenly Court or something else. Generally speaking, it was another space that did not belong to Earth. According to the research of the old scholars in Ji Shoyun's current era who studied ancient Earth's culture, the god in ancient Earth's legends should be some kind of humanoid intelligent life form with special talents that accidentally arrived on Earth tens of thousands of years ago. As for the so-called Immortal Palace, Immortal Realm, or Heavenly Court, there were two schools of thought. One school of thought said that it was purely a creation of fantasy, something that had been recorded by the superimposition and modification of many years of human imagination. The other school of thought said that it existed objectively. It could have appeared in a certain space of ancient Earth or even another planet or a higher dimensional space after the dimensional wormhole. At the same time, it also confirmed the so-called shattering the void and ascending to heaven theory. Now that ancient Earth had disappeared, there was no way to verify it. Before meeting the Yuan and finding out that the Yuan was a monster, Ji Shoyun had never cared about these things. However, after knowing the truth, Ji Shoyun had no choice but to pay attention to these things. In the past, he was more inclined to the theory that it was a creation of fantasy. However, now that he knew that there were real monsters and that they had to go through some cultivation and rules to become immortals, he gradually began to lean towards the latter theory. However, that was not entirely the case. At least, he now felt that the theory of ascending to immortality and shattering the void might be a monster or a human with special talents who had accumulated a certain amount of power in their body to be able to open up a wormhole with their own power. Furthermore, they could pass through the wormhole without any special defense and reach the world on the other side of the wormhole. An unfamiliar planet. It could also be an existence of a higher dimension. What did the immortal realm recorded in the ancient books look like? Magnificent roofs, precious glazed roof tiles, winding corridors, and immortal music. The land was infinitely large. The immortals wore clouds and mist, drank dew and fine wine, and there were dragons and phoenixes flying everywhere. Their breaths were full of immortal spiritual energy that did not exist in the human world. As for what it looked like, there were no pictures, only words. Ji Shoyun couldn't imagine it. He slowly ate the dinner that Lady Ellie had made. The cutlery in his hand paused for a moment. He turned to the person beside him and asked, "Yuan, after becoming an immortal, do you go to the immortal realm?" Yuan tilted his head, licked the sauce on his lips, and he answered, "Yes." Yuan was there. For example, he could pull out dragon scales, pull out dragon tendons, or roast a phoenix anytime and anywhere. Yuan was so excited that his eyes lit up. Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. Marshal Ji thought about all the delicious and fun places and food in the various galaxies. How does it compare to here? Yuan shrugged. I haven't played much. The only senior who became an immortal didn't come back to visit us. Marshal Ji scratched his plate with his fork, making an ear-piercing sound. He was silent for a while. Then, he found his voice and asked, "Can they come back?" "Yes." Yuan stuffed himself with some dessert and muttered, "The fox family next door has a few foxes who come back to the human world all the time. There were many earth-shattering beauties in human history, and they were all transformed from those foxes." "Oh," Ji Shoyun answered calmly. If they could create a wormhole with their own power once, it was normal for them to do so a second or third time. Marshal Ji heaved a sigh of relief and didn't say anything. Yuan, on the other hand, felt that the immortal ascension elder of their clan must have been too happy to come back and see his pitiful juniors because he was too busy catching rare beasts in the immortal realm. But he didn't know what the current situation was. Yuan thought. After so long, he didn't sense anyone with demon aura or spiritual aura. There were so many spirit stones, but no one cultivated. There weren't even any demons. In the past, he would have fought over the spirit stone veins. Yuan ate another piece of dessert. He didn't want to care about this. He turned to Ji Shouyun and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Ji Shouyun didn't say anything. Ji Shouyun was very clear about how to control his emotions. He liked the feeling of being able to see the gentle and warm lights every day when he came back. Maybe he was mesmerized by the feeling of someone waiting for him. He couldn't help but want this warmth to last a little longer. Ji Shouyun looked at the hot food in front of him and avoided Yuan's question. He patted Yuan's head and rubbed Yuan's soft hair. Then he got up and took the transfer agreement he brought back today. "It's yours." He put the transfer agreement in front of Yuan. Yuan looked down at the document in front of him. The title was Transfer Agreement of the Number 32 Energy Load Planet of the Empire of Since. Yuan was stunned for a while. He suddenly looked up at Ji Shouyun and stuttered, "It's mine? It's mine? It's still in my name," Ji Shouyun said. After all, it wasn't proper to sign Yuan's name and he couldn't explain it to others. Marshal Ji drank some soup and added, "But it's all yours." Yuan knew that Ji Shouyun wanted the energy load for him, but when he really got the transfer agreement in his hands, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. In the past, he looked at a spiritual stone the size of a fingernail and drooled for a long time. Now, he had an entire energy load. "Oh my, awesome. No cat is more awesome than me." Yuan hugged Ji Shouyun happily. "Let go." As Marshal Ji spoke, he steadied the soup to prevent the contents from spilling onto the dining table. Okay. Yuan agreed, but he hugged Ji Shouyun tightly. He stretched his neck and kissed Ji Shouyun on the face. Then he happily ran away with the document. Ji Shouyun sat there for a long time. Then, he slowly and stiffly lowered his eyes to look at the soup on the table. Even when he was holding the heavy light cannon, his hand wouldn't shake because of the recoil. Just now, he couldn't even hold a small bowl of soup firmly. Ji Shouyun was expressionless. He didn't seem to be shaken at all. Then, he calmly finished the soup in his hand. He calmly cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, calmly put the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher. Finally, he calmly returned to his room. Yuan was in the room. He happily counted the remaining spiritual stones and carefully put the document into the shopping box. Marshal Ji patted him on the shoulder. Yuan turned to look at him. "Who taught you that?" Ji Shouyun asked. Yuan snorted in confusion. Here." Marshal Ji pointed at the place where he had just been kissed. That soft touch was still stuck to his face. "Who taught you that? Don't all humans do that?" Yuan asked back. "But you can only do that to people who are close to you." "I understand." Ji Shouyun wanted to say something, but Yuan's words stopped him. What could he say? Could he deny that they were close to each other, or could he tell him that they weren't close to each other? Ji Shouyun really wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Marshal Ji decided to keep his words to himself and take a good nap with his cat. When Yuan made it onto the battle zone's leaderboard, Marshal Kevin took him to the military headquarters to file his record. There were only 3 weeks left before the army officially set off. Ji Shouyun prepared to leave home with Yuan and rest at the base. The position that he had arranged for Yuan was naturally his deputy. Yuan didn't have any objections to where he lived. He just wanted to make sure that he could find Ji Shouyun. The army members and army commanders under Ji Shouyun were not surprised that the marshal's deputy had appeared out of nowhere. In the past, Ji Shouyun's deputies didn't climb up the ranks step by step. Those who had the ability to climb up to the position of marshal's deputy were basically promoted to generals by Ji Shouyun. After all, Ji Shouyun's deputy wasn't the second-in-command of the entire army. He was just a personal assistant. The real second-in-command was the first and second generals. They worked in shifts. When the first general was on vacation, the second general would take over. Anyway, they wouldn't let a random person gain real power in the army. However, it was a little different this time. The general of the Fourth Army stood outside the training room. He looked at the white-haired youth who didn't seem tired at all after defeating 3 elite classes. He turned to look at the second general who had just been transferred back 2 days ago. He asked, "What do you think?" "Huh?" The second general looked up and commented, "Monster." "Yeah." The general of the Fourth Army nodded. "Just like the marshal." The general of the Third Army also came over and clicked his tongue. "This person's stamina is a bottomless pit." "Actually, I wanted to say." The general of the Fourth Army seemed like he wanted to come up with a guess or a conclusion. However, he stopped himself and changed the topic. "Did the marshal bring you in? I mean, cat back?" The general of the Third Army stared unblinkingly at the youth who had defeated another elite soldier. He replied, "Yes. He said that he didn't feel safe leaving you in the capital, so he decided to bring you in with him. I saw him yesterday." "Where's Yuan?" the general of the Fourth Army asked. The general of the Third Army still didn't look away and replied casually, "In the marshal's office." The general of the Second Army paused and turned to look at the general of the Fourth Army. After seeing the general's pout, he tried to turn on the surveillance camera in the marshal's office. Only Ji Shoyun had the authority to turn off the surveillance camera in the office. Usually, when he left the office, he would turn on the surveillance camera. Of course, he didn't mind turning it on when he was working. Unless it involved confidential information, he was very generous and wouldn't turn it off on purpose. Unfortunately, Ji Shoyun wasn't in the office at the moment. The surveillance camera spun around a few times but didn't capture any images of the fluffy white ball. The general of the Second Army and the general of the Fourth Army looked at each other. The former silently turned off the surveillance camera. They had a bold guess. For example, the person was a cat and the cat was a person. On one hand, they looked similar. After all, the cat's eyes were so round and perfect. It almost reminded people of the cute kitten. On the other hand, it was actually a small detail that they noticed during the fight. After all, a cat was still a cat. Even if it wore a human skin, it would still have the instincts of a cat. In fact, the two marshal didn't have any intention of hiding their names and appearances. However, it was dark under the light, so people didn't think in that direction. On the other hand, the two marshal had always been at odds with each other. Although it was childish, they had done even more childish things before. It wasn't surprising at all. However, the general of the Second Army and the general of the Fourth Army were different. They had witnessed with their own eyes how Yuan and Ji Shoyun had caused such a huge commotion during their first fight. With such terrifying power, they noticed the details and guessed in an even more bizarre direction. They didn't feel pressured at all. The general of the Third Army, who didn't know anything about the interaction between the two, rolled up his sleeves and said, "I can't control myself anymore. I'll go up and fight first." "Yuan." Before the general of the Third Army could finish his last word, the other two generals took 3 big steps back. The general of the Third Army stood there blankly and looked at his two colleagues. "Hello? Come on." The general of the Second Army made a very sincere gesture of encouragement. Then, he and the general of the Fourth Army turned around and left. What a joke. Although they didn't understand what was going on between a cat and a human, since they hadn't fought a cat before, they shouldn't expect to fight a human who was jointly trained by the two marshal. If they wanted to fight, they should hide in the virtual training room and fight. Getting beaten up in front of so many people, forget it. After all, he was a dignified general. He still cared about his reputation. Everyone in the elite class felt a little ashamed. They were all reserve troops under Ji Shoyun's direct command. They were the vanguard soldiers of the regular army. The lowest rank among them was a captain, and most of them were colonels. No matter what, they were still a group of people who had received military merits and medals. They stood at the forefront of the empire's military pyramid of nearly 100 million soldiers. Today, they had actually been defeated by one person, a young man, in a row. Although there were only 15 people in a class, just enough to be assigned to an assault team, that was still 3 classes. Only now did they start sweating. Shame, extreme shame. The people in the elite class felt their faces become flustered. There were still soldiers under their command in this training room, and this person was different. This was a matter of face for their marshal, who in the empire didn't know that the relationship between the two marshal of the empire was strained. Thus, until now, this group of naive men still insisted that Marshal Kevin couldn't wait to send his cub to their marshal for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to show off and take advantage of their military merits. Second, he wanted to see that their marshal never made a mistake in principle, so he didn't take his anger out on them. Thus, he came to their marshal for one-on-one lessons. Look at how good our marshal is. They thought to themselves. He was generous and cherished talent. When he saw a good seedling, he was even willing to share the silver blade. He was much better than a certain narrow-minded marshal. But no matter what they thought, they still couldn't beat this young man. The young man was just being polite. To be honest, this young man, who looked like the human version of the marshal's cat, was rudely called a gigolo in Xianxia's army. Later, as this young man called Yuan's ranking in the virtual battlefield area rose, and as he used the silver blade smoothly and amazingly, this group of men gradually changed the way they addressed him. Most of them were once on the overall rankings. They had been in the battlefields of the various military academies and were geniuses in the military academies. Naturally, they knew very well how difficult it was to get through the battlefields of the virtual community. Basically, after working hard for more than half a month, they were back to square one. Therefore, they knew very well how difficult it was to climb steadily like the Yuan. Especially since the Yuan had a winning rate of 94%. Therefore, Yuan's address gradually changed from that pretty boy to that guy, and finally to that young man. These soldiers were very clear-cut about their likes and dislikes. Although their first impression of Yuan was terrible, they gradually lost their prejudices after Yuan performed well. Some of them had even started to think about how they should distribute and cooperate with this young man when he joined their regiment. However, they had never expected that Yuan would suddenly become the deputy of the marshal. Once again, the group of men felt a surge of disgust. Bah, airborne officer position, he was definitely here to take advantage of the military merit. Therefore, when they saw Yuan munching on a fruit as he walked past the training ground, a group of people got up and coaxed him to stay. At that time, Yuan's reaction was very calm. At first glance, it was obvious that he was taught by Xianxia. He finished the fruit in his hand in a few bites, casually wiped his hands, and said 3 words. Oh. Come on. Then, he steadily defeated 3 elite classes. It was a tag team battle. There was no fear in it at all. After he finished, he asked in a relaxed manner, "Do you want to continue?" Yuan touched the moisture on his forehead. He felt a little uncomfortable, but also a little happy. The discomfort came from the cat's dislike of moisture and stickiness, but the happiness came from the cat's nature. He had found a prey that could struggle for a while under his claws. Awesome, it was only interesting if the prey could struggle and jump. Yuan thought and then asked again, "Do you want to continue?" However, no one answered. The atmosphere was a little heavy. This was because the people in the elite class were doubting their lives and felt very embarrassed. Let me. The Third Army commander strode into the training ground, took off his jacket, and stood in front of Yuan, right? I will fight with you. Yuan looked at the Third Army commander who took the initiative to come to him and smiled slightly. Okay. His smile made everyone in the training ground stagnate. However, they quickly reacted. The elite class who had been defeated by the Third Army commander were in awe. As expected of the Third Army commander, as expected of the marshal's confidant, he came to help the marshal get back at him. Very good, they really needed to applaud him. Outside the training ground, the Third Army commander and the Fourth Army commander had just walked 2 steps when they realized that their colleagues had actually gone to deliver their lives. Their faces were full of pain. Young people. They were still too sweet. They didn't know the evils of society at all. This person had probably fought with you more than 10 times. At that time, you were still operating a mecha and he was still a cat. He had already defeated you many times. Sigh. The Third Army commander sighed heavily. The Fourth Army commander patted his shoulder. Why is Xianxia rushing to deliver his life? The Third Army commander looked at the 2 people who had already started fighting and sighed heavily again. It's okay, as long as it's not Xiaoqi. The Fourth Army commander was still smiling. Xiaoqi has been working so hard recently. If she is attacked in front of so many people, she will definitely have a mental breakdown. Why not send Xianxia to accompany Xiaoqi? It was better for 2 people to lick each other's wounds than to be alone. The Fourth Army commander thought this and felt that he was really worried about his colleagues' physical and mental health. The Third Army commander looked at the Fourth Army commander, who was smiling but had a sinister heart and felt a dull pain in his head. He decided not to talk about this topic anymore. He turned his head to look at the situation in the training ground. He was about to ask Fourth Army, "What do you think?" but in the next second, he swallowed his words and shook his head as he left the training ground. The news of the Third Army commander and the marshal's deputy fighting 2-2 spread like wildfire among the other armies. After Ji Xiuyun heard about this, he only patted his cat's head. He thought for a while but still didn't say anything. He originally wanted to say that it was better to fight with the army commanders in the virtual training room in the future behind closed doors. However, after thinking about it, if the army commanders came looking for a beating, it was fine if Yuan beat them up. The army commanders also needed pressure to improve, right? Also, Yuan was very outstanding. He was about to go to the battlefield. He didn't need to hide his strength. Yes, that was it. There was nothing wrong with it. People need to experience setbacks in order to continue to improve. Marshal Ji didn't realize that he had lowered his bottom line again. He happily went to eat with his cat. Yuan felt that something wasn't right recently. This was mainly reflected in two army commanders. During this period of time, these two cowards had instigated every army commander who returned to the base to fight with him a few times, both in real life and in the virtual world. Every time, the two of them looked like they were secretly observing. It was as if they weren't in their own army but were thieves. At this moment, Yuan was lying on the wing of a reconnaissance aircraft on the tarmac in his original form, enjoying the sunlight. The milky white little fur ball had his little belly open. He was soft like a ball of cotton candy as he lazily lay on the gray wing of the aircraft. The sunlight shone on his body and reflected bright colors. The two army commanders who had been acting strangely for a week and 3 days also snuck over. They stood below the wing and looked up at it. They couldn't see Yuan's figure from below, but they knew very well that he was there. The two army commanders were hesitant. Yuan's ears twitched. He could clearly hear what they were talking about below. "The cat is here. Did you find him?" "No, he's not anywhere." "Then I think this must be it." "We guessed right." "Why don't we ask him?" "How do we ask him?" "How would I know how to ask him?" The two army commanders looked at each other. They couldn't come to a conclusion for a long time. Yuan listened for a long time. He turned around so that he could evenly enjoy the heat. He lay flat on his back like a pancake. Even his ears were pressed flat. After lunch, Ji Xiuyun had asked him to wait here. Yuan stayed in the sun for more than an hour, but Ji Xiuyun didn't come over. Instead, it was these two perverted army commanders, who had been trying to steal cats these days, that quietly popped their heads out. There was something wrong with the two army commanders. Even Yuan, who didn't understand the special behaviors of humans, could tell that something was wrong. Yuan felt that Ji Xiuyun must have noticed it too. However, Ji Xiuyun was so calm that he didn't seem to notice anything. Ji Xiuyun didn't say anything, so Yuan was even more lazy to say anything. He just let the two of them watch. After all, his kitten had no blind spots on its body. It was adorable no matter how he looked at it. Yuan wagged his tail leisurely. He was thinking about who he should torture when Ji Xiuyun was busy. Yuan wasn't interested in Ji Xiuyun's endless military meetings and tactical discussions. Ji Xiuyun couldn't accompany him. Yuan naturally wanted to find his own entertainment. That's right. The entertainment was the soldiers in the base. From general-ranked army commanders to ordinary soldiers, Yuan basically didn't reject anyone who came to the training ground. However, there weren't many soldiers recently. There were always officers and above who came to fight with him. Among them, a certain third-ranked and seventh-ranked general-level character who became braver with every setback came the most frequently. Although the ending wasn't very good, the results of training together during this period of time were still very pleasant. At least now, there were already people who would come to the cafeteria with their arms around Yuan's shoulders. However, most of the time, Yuan's dinner partner was the Marshal Ji, who had been busy all day. Therefore, those who came to drag him to the cafeteria were basically eating lunch together. Among them, the generals ranked 3rd and 7th among their fellow sufferers came the most frequently. Yuan pondered for a while and decided to torment the 1st Legion commander, who always had a calm and gentle gentlemanly face. For example, when he went to bed at night, he would discover a cat biscuit under his blanket when he opened it. It was very exciting just thinking about it. Although this might cause Ji Shouyun to not be able to find the cat before he went to bed, and he would have to send messages to the other army commanders one by one to ask about the cat's whereabouts with a dark face, Yuan was still quite fond of this kind of frightening activity. So far, he had already scared a few army commanders. Among them, the 3rd and 7th ranked general-level characters who were full of vigor were the most frequent. After Yuan decided on his target, he rolled over and got up with a grunt. He was ready to take the initiative to look for Ji Shouyun with his short legs. He had just jumped down from the wing of the airplane when he stared at the 2 army commanders, who hadn't come to a conclusion yet. Meow. Yuan greeted them politely. The commander of the 4th Army was stunned. He couldn't help but reply, meow. The commander of the 2nd Army turned to look at him. His face was filled with the words, too horrible to look at. Ahem. The commander of the 4th Army reacted and coughed softly. Yuan moved his short legs and was about to walk around them. However, the commander of the 2nd Army stopped him. Yuan looked up at him. The commander of the 2nd Army thought for a while and asked, "Are you Yuan? I mean, people." Before the commander could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a call from behind him. It was Ji Shouyun. Marshal Ji squatted down and picked up his cat. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Meow. Yuan reached out his paw and wanted to pat Ji Shouyun's face to show that he didn't mind. However, he looked at his paw that was covered in dust. He thought for a while and wiped his paw on Ji Shouyun's jacket. Then, he patted Ji Shouyun's face. "How clean do you think it will be after you wipe it?" Ji Shouyun felt very helpless. However, he didn't show any signs of unhappiness. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the cat's paw and gently pinched its soft paw. Then, he looked up at the 2 army commanders. "You are here." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. "Marshal." The commander of the 2nd Army nodded. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask about his guess. However, he suddenly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He suddenly realized that if their guess was true, what would happen to the marshal and the marshal who protected the little furball, who was so important to them? The commander of the 2nd Army recalled that Ji Shouyun had told them that if it wasn't for Yuan, he would have definitely died. His gaze shifted, and his responsibility and burden instantly overpowered his curiosity. He shook his head at Ji Shouyun and gestured for him to zip his mouth. Then, he pulled Laosi, who was beside him, and turned to leave. They guessed it. Ji Shouyun weighed the cat in his arms and gestured for Yuan to make a statement. However, the cat in his arms didn't care. It went into his jacket and found a familiar spot. It pulled on the collar, stuck its head out, and meowed softly. They didn't know if it was because they completely trusted Ji Shouyun's foresight or because they didn't care if this matter was exposed. Ji Shouyun trusted his army commanders very much. Among them, Laosi, and Laosi had personally witnessed Yuan's attack. Until now, they hadn't said a word about it. This matter was also put on the emergency brake before it could be officially revealed. Both their IQs didn't go offline. They also made some deductions based on their guesses. When they came to a conclusion, they took into account the big picture. It seemed that they had adjusted their mental state quite well. Marshal Ji habitually evaluated the pre-battle state of his army commanders as he led Yuan away from the tarmac and towards the mecha arena. Yuan watched as Ji Shouyun led him to the deepest part of the arena. A silver-gray streamlined mecha appeared in front of the man and the cat. Yuan and Ji Shouyun couldn't be more familiar with the mecha in front of them. Wargood's mecha, Silver Blade. Yuan's little head turned. As it turned, it saw another mecha beside Silver Blade. It was very similar to Silver Blade's body. The main body was black, which was easy to hide. The main lines that acted as the syntactic nerves on the mecha were a slightly dim blue. Mine, Ji Shouyun pointed at Silver Blade, then pointed at the mecha beside it and said, "Yours." Yuan's furry little head was raised high. It looked at the mecha. It was as if the cat was in a daze. Even its mouth was slightly open, revealing its white, sharp teeth. The same model as Wargood's mecha, Silver Blade. Whoever made it would know. It was extremely expensive. Even a small part would cost tens of millions. The paint was 8 million per can. The design of the syntactic operating system and the equipment would cost at least a few billion. The total cost of the entire mecha was countless. The Empire had allocated 80% of Silver Blade's cost, while Ji Shouyun had contributed 20%. However, to build a second Silver Blade, and to make some minor adjustments to Yuan, the price was so high that even a small cat couldn't afford to build the main body of Silver Blade. This was probably the difference between a tycoon and a nouveau riche. Yuan thought in a daze. Ji Shouyun gently poked Yuan's head and reminded him, "Give it a name?" "Meow." Yuan stretched out its front paw and hugged his finger. Ji Shouyun narrowed his eyes and said, "Meow?" Yuan patted him and said, "Meow." "Okay, take your time to think." Marshal Ji walked to the bottom of the black mecha and asked, "Do you want to go up and take a look?" Yuan waved its paw excitedly and said, "Meow." Yes, 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 this kind of mech that looks and smells like money is especially suitable for me. Kitty kitty. Marshal Ji activated the mecha from the outside and followed Yuan into the huge machine that had yet to be named. The first thing Yuan did after going up was to activate the system and click on the AI naming module. It was so fast that Ji Shouyun didn't even have time to react. It entered a string of characters and clicked confirm. "It's decided to be you, meow, 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 meow." Yuan felt that it was super cute today. It wagged its tail happily and swept Ji Shouyun's stomach through a layer of cloth. Marshal Ji felt a little itchy from being swept by the tail. He stretched out his hand and pressed the tail in his arms through his jacket. He lowered his head and looked at Yuan, who was looking up at him with sparkling eyes, as if asking for praise. After hesitating for a long time, he went against his conscience and said, "She's quite cute." Ji Shouyun was speechless as he looked at the happy Yuan and its ridiculous naming. He decided to go back and flip through the books to find a better name for Yuan. Are the reporters shameless? On the way back, Ji Shouyun's mind was full of meow 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 and whatnot. Even after he returned to his office and sat down, that magical name still lingered in his mind. Marshal Ji took a deep breath, picked up the soft plushie on the table, and squeezed it. Yuan had extravagantly brought the cat tree and his small toys over. He had emptied out all the places in the house that needed to be emptied. He hadn't left anything that needed to be taken away. The marshal's and his deputy's bedrooms were very close to each other. They were both separate bedrooms, but Yuan had never slept in the deputy's bedroom. He couldn't bear to part with Ji Shouyun, who was such a big human-shaped heater, so he had piled up all the small toys in the Marshal Ji's bedroom. This included more than 20 cat plushies that Ji Shouyun had bought for him. You might not believe it, but the main customer of these plushies wasn't Yuan, but Marshal Ji himself. Yes, that was right. Marshal Ji, who had a real cat and brought it to work with him, could only squeeze plushies now. Most of the work before the expedition was paperwork, and Yuan didn't have any intention of working with him. Instead, he personally expressed his disdain for paperwork. As soon as he took out a document, Yuan would run away quickly, no matter if he was a cat or a human. Even if he wasn't supposed to do the paperwork, it was useless. Even when she tried to seduce Yuan with his favorite snacks, she couldn't stop the cat from jumping out of the room. This was completely different from when Yuan was always willing to squat beside him and stay up late to work with him. Marshal Ji Shouyun, who was once again abandoned by his cat, silently squeezed the plushie and put it in a sleeping position on the table. He pretended that Yuan was accompanying him and reopened the galaxy map and the universe sandbox. Once the army officially left, they would be heading straight for the battlefield. Preparations weren't perfect, but they had to be done to the best extent possible. Marshal Kevin would keep an eye on this situation on the Imperial planet. At the very least, the rear and logistics of the rear wouldn't be a big problem. Therefore, the most important thing now was to extract the information sent back by the Vanguard and confirm the entry point of the army and other details. The Vanguard was sent to investigate and build fighter jets. There was a steady stream of information being sent back. So far, the situation seemed to be normal. As they were about to set off for battle, Marshal Ji's office was rarely empty. A few Legion generals came and went, and the combat strength of the Marshal's direct subordinates would occasionally appear outside the door. Excluding the corps commanders who might need to split up, there were a total of 20 people in the Marshal's direct troops. They were carefully selected and were the elites of the elites. Previously, when Ji Shouyun was attacked, 2 of them were sacrificed. However, 2 of them were quickly selected and promoted from the elite class to fill the gap. These were the most important and top-notch fighting forces in the 7 legions. It was an excellent weapon during a surprise attack and was the sharpest tip of a blade when tearing through a defensive line. And today, every time this group of top-notch fighting forces entered Ji Shouyun's office, they couldn't help but look at the doll lying on his desk. Marshal Ji looked up and saw the 1st Legion's commander looking at him with a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. Ji Shouyun tapped his fingertips on the desk lightly and asked, "Is there a problem?" "This." The 1st Legion's commander pointed at the doll lying on the desk. "Oh." Marshal Ji didn't even bat an eyelid and casually said, "You," and the 2 images in the 1st Legion's commander's mind spun and finally settled on the little furball. He nodded and said, "Oh." It was normal for little kittens to like soft and fluffy things. The 1st Legion's commander thought for a moment and then said, "But you should keep this, Marshal." How should he put it? Well, it would damage Ji Shouyun's heroic image. Marshal Ji took the doll and reached out to open the drawer. As soon as he opened the drawer, the other doll in the drawer was exposed in front of the 1st Legion's commander. Ji Shouyun paused for a moment and then realized that the doll in his hand was brought by Yuan. His own doll was lying safely in the drawer. He was most afraid of the sudden silence. This scene seemed to have happened once before. Marshal Ji calmly put the doll in his hand into the drawer as if nothing had happened. He took the new information and discussed the sand table of the 18th galaxy with the 1st Legion's commander. The 1st Legion's commander walked out of the office with a small notebook that had been revised many times. He was speechless about the 2 cat dolls that had been lingering in his mind. There was nothing wrong with having a little hobby. The 1st Legion's commander thought that the combination of a tough guy and a cat was also very good. But those were dolls. Weren't these things only little girls or children would buy? The 1st Legion's commander felt as if something in his heart had collapsed. Even if he forcibly hypnotized himself that these 2 dolls might be Yuan's, he couldn't stop his firm belief from collapsing. He quickly left Ji Shouyun's office and prepared to find a quiet place to get some fresh air. However, as soon as he turned the corner, he saw 2 of his colleagues hooking up with the Marshal's new deputy and walking into the private training room. This kind of scene was originally very normal, but it wasn't normal to see these 3 people in the picture. The ones who liked to stick to this deputy were usually San-Er and Xiao-Qi. When did Old Qi and Old Qi start to hook up with this person? San-Er and Xiao-Qi had already been abused to the point of trembling. They always liked to stick to this young man and treated it as spying on intelligence. But weren't the other 2 staunch supporters of Kevin? Previously, they had also been very cold to the deputy who came out of nowhere. How long had it been? These 2 with thick eyebrows and big eyes directly betrayed the revolution. The 1st Legion's commander strode forward with his 2 long legs and decided to observe. He had only taken 2 steps when he saw another person from the elite class approaching. He looked as if he was trying to snatch the person from the 2 Legion commanders. The person who was being snatched had a standard Ji Shouyun's cold face. Finally, his blue eyes turned slightly, and he stretched out his hand towards the young man from the elite class. He clenched his hand into a fist and placed it in front of him. "Stretch out your hand," he said. The young man from the elite class was stunned for a moment, then he obediently stretched out his hand. "2, Yuan said again. The young man from the elite class didn't hesitate to add 1 hand. Something magical happened. The young man who had the same name as the Marshal's cat slowly loosened his fist. Soft candies exuding a sweet and fruity fragrance fell from his hand one after another and landed in the hands of the young man from the elite class. Then the Yuan casually waved his hand and yawned as he entered the private training room next to him. The door was already open. The 2nd Legion's commander and the 4th Legion's commander had an "oh wow" expression on their faces. They also walked in, leaving behind a young man who was holding 5 or 6 soft candies in his hands. The First Legion's commander looked at the young man who was holding the soft candies and raised his hand to cover his face with a document. He couldn't bear to look at him directly. This kind of flirting method was normal in the outside world, but in the military where there was basically no love life, it was simply flirting with success. The First Legion's commander felt that he needed to have a chat with this young man who was so easily won over. However, the young man carefully kept the soft candies, saluted him and greeted him. Then, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. The First Legion's commander took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards the training room. He pressed the doorbell. Yuan hadn't slept for long today. In addition, he had run to the wing of the aircraft to bask in the sun for a while. After the excitement of seeing the mecha, he was now completely lazy. It was as if he didn't have any bones. The moment he entered the room, he slumped into the chair. The cat spirit had a head of soft and short white fur. He looked very good in his black military uniform. His shoulder patch and left chest did not have any insignia of honor or military rank. There was only a very simple picture of the national flower of the Since Empire. Golden vines wrapped around the bright red flower, which was embroidered on his black military uniform. It gave off a solemn and beautiful vibe. Because of his good looks, his sloppy and lazy appearance in the military uniform didn't arouse any ill feelings from the two legions' commanders. Previously, they were observing because they had doubts. Now that their doubts were gone, the two legions' commanders who hadn't fought with Yuan's human form were eager to give it a try. Soldiers seemed to have a special fondness for these types of activities. In other words, they had a special fondness for these types of activities where they had to fight with strong people. They could use these activities to improve themselves. It was a rather good way to motivate themselves and improve themselves. Now, among the 7 legions' commanders, only the 2 of them had been observing in secret. They hadn't fought with Yuan yet. Yuan didn't want to fight. He just wanted to find a place where there was no one around and take a nap under the sun. He looked at the 2 of them and thought for a moment. He raised his hand and was about to send them off with a few pieces of soft candy. Yuan's heaven and earth sleeve had reached perfection. He carried a huge amount of money and a huge amount of snacks with him. If Ji Shouyun hadn't stopped him, he would have hidden the mecha that reeked of money from head to toe. He even had the mecha. It was just a few pieces of soft candy. Yuan waved his hand and gave each of the legion's commanders a piece of soft candy. Take it as a reward from me. The legion's commanders were speechless. The legion's commanders were stunned for 2 seconds. They were about to say something when they were interrupted by a notification from the door. The legion's commander of the 4th Army glanced at the person outside the door and casually opened it. No one knew what happened after that. 1 hour later, Yuan was the only one who walked out of the private training room. The 3 legions' commanders were all knocked to the ground. Yuan even sent a message to Ji Shouyun before he ran off to find a place to take a nap under the sun. He complained that the 3 legions' commanders didn't do their jobs properly and came to pick a fight with him. Were they that free? 3 legions' commanders, how could they have the time to pick a fight at a time like this? After Yuan sent the message, he strolled to the spacious helipad to find a suitable place to take a nap. He didn't feel anything about holding the position of Marshal's deputy but not doing anything related to it. Ji Shouyun didn't have any work for Yuan to do in the first place. Everyone in the army knew that the position of Marshal's deputy didn't have any actual military work to do. This time, Marshal Kevin's adopted son had appeared out of nowhere. At first, they thought that this person was just there to gain experience and gain experience. However, after being thrashed from top to bottom, Ji Shouyun's subordinate legions changed their minds. He changed from a pretty boy who was just there to gain experience to a sharp blade with outstanding combat power. This person probably really wanted to see blood on the battlefield. Experience was secondary. They guessed. In reality, Yuan just wanted to bring Ji Shouyun around to have some fun. At this moment, he climbed onto the roof of the helipad's duty room and yawned. He lazily squinted his eyes. The atmosphere in the entire base had been rather tense for the past few days. It was as if a great enemy was about to arrive. This made everyone extremely nervous. Yuan didn't like this kind of tense atmosphere very much. It made his skin tense up, and even his hair was about to explode. Yuan took off the military cap on his head and stroked his hair. The weather was so good that cats wanted to bare their bellies and bask in the sun. An extremely formal military deployment like this would usually be announced to the media. When the vanguard troops set off, they would need to start building up public opinion. Usually, by the time the military officially announced the deployment to the public opinion would already be quite intense. At this time, most of the vanguard troops had already stabilized on the front lines and had even clashed with the enemy a few times. No matter what the cause of a war was, it was clear to the people in power as well as the people in power on either side. However, for intelligent beings who were bound by morality and law, a lot of things had to be done with a good reason. When there was a conflict and the media spread it, it would arouse the anger and desire for revenge. Only then would public opinion support the military's decision to deploy troops. This was also the reason why some people in the government wanted to send Marshal Kevin on his way in exchange for an excuse to send troops to the 19th galaxy. Although there would definitely be people behind the scenes who opposed the war, it was fine as long as the public opinion was on the side of the military. 3 days before the deployment, the military held a public press conference. The topic was about the chaos caused by the Free Army in the 18th galaxy and the Empire's decision to deploy troops. Due to the uniqueness of Yuan's identity, this public press conference also included Yuan. Although the press conference was held 3 days ago, the media was allowed to announce it to the public 1 day before the deployment. On this day, Yuan was lazily broadcasting in Ji Xiuyun's room. The audience in the broadcasting room was discussing Ji Xiuyun's decision to deploy troops to the 18th galaxy. Yuan rolled his eyes and pointed his furry butt at the camera. In reality, Yuan had been angry at Ji Xiuyun for 2 days. There was no other reason. It was because he stopped Yuan from announcing his super cute mecha name to the media. The situation was like this. At that time, Marshal Ji and Yuan attended the press conference. One of them liked to keep a straight face in front of the media while the other was someone who ignored strangers most of the time. In the end, the person who gave the official speech and answered the questions was basically the First Army's general. The other two, one in black and one in white, sat at the side like 2 human mascots. Their expressions were exactly the same as Ji Xiuyun's. Originally, things were supposed to go smoothly like this. Announce the decision, answer the questions, make a declaration of victory to boost morale. Normally, this was the process. However, the bad thing was that the media asked Yuan if he had any custom-made mecha. After all, Yuan had made a name for himself in the virtual community with the virtual version of the Silver Blade. When it came time for him to go to the battlefield, he would need a custom-made mecha. This was because a standard mecha would not be able to fully display his strength. When Yuan heard this question, his Ji Xiuyun's cold face instantly became lively. Yes, he answered. The name is also very nice. When he said this, Ji Xiuyun, who was sitting beside him, felt his eyelids twitch. After Yuan's first meow, Ji Xiuyun covered his mouth with incomparable speed, restraining his struggle. With lightning speed, he said extremely calmly and unhurriedly, "Thunderclap ship." The media recorded this scene as it happened. They also played this scene as it happened. Yuan was so angry that he didn't talk to Ji Xiuyun for 2 days. He also didn't meow at Ji Xiuyun. Even when he slept, he would go to the room with the 3rd and 7th generals. Although the latter might have suffered from cat phobia and would always chase him out or send him back to Ji Xiuyun's room in a panic when they saw his original form. Even so, Yuan's anger had been completely conveyed to Marshal Ji. Now, he was willing to stay in Ji Xiuyun's room because Ji Xiuyun talked to him emotionally and logically. Seeing that Ji Xiuyun had expressionlessly repeated meow 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 a dozen times while explaining, the cute kitten reluctantly chose to forgive him. And looked at the recording of Ji Xiuyun meow meow in his optical supercomputer and felt that he was extremely righteous. While traveling through the wormhole, standing by the window, one could see the faint energy layer that enveloped the entire fleet. Outside the energy layer, one could occasionally see small sparks bursting out due to the intense energy scraping. Outside the energy layer and sparks, one's field of vision was a grotesque scene. Yuan leaned against the window and looked outside without blinking. The last time he went from the desolate planet to the Sin's imperial planet, he had already seen such a scene. However, that did not make him feel satisfied. In the past, this was a scene that he could not even imagine. In the area outside the energy layer that should have been dark, Yuan saw a bright galaxy stretched into a long stream of light. The gorgeous scenery of an unknown planet flashed by, and he also saw the daily life of a very ordinary family. There were also all kinds of ghost ships that would occasionally emerge from the quiet darkness and accompany them for an hour or two. Traveling through wormholes was a very interesting journey. Under the condition that the shuttle ship had sufficient energy and passed through a stable wormhole channel, there were no side effects other than the impact on one's own timeline. The first galaxy was millions of light-years away from the borderline planet of the 18th galaxy. Through a stable wormhole channel, such a long time could be shortened to a short 3 days. During these 3 days of traveling through the wormhole, the time outside the wormhole was completely stopped. The only thing that changed was the time of the people inside the wormhole channel. Ji Xiuyun was sitting next to Yuan, calmly peeling fruit for the young man beside him. Occasionally, he would raise his eyes to look at the scene outside. When he saw something familiar, he would casually mention where it was from. The scene seen in the wormhole could be real or completely imaginary. Ji Xiuyun was one of the people who traveled through wormholes the most often, other than the staff on the interstellar travel ships. Even so, every time he traveled through the wormhole, he would always see many new things that he did not recognize. Those images could be events that happened on a certain planet in an extremely distant galaxy. They could also be brilliant colors that were displayed when various rays and particles were pieced together. Furthermore, these images could even be from hundreds of thousands or billions of years ago, or even from a higher dimension. Open your mouth. Ji Xiuyun brought the peeled fruit to Yuan's mouth. Yuan opened his mouth and bit down on her. He stared outside without blinking. It had been 70 hours since the main force left since and entered the wormhole. In 10 more hours, they would reach the exit of the wormhole. The 6 Legion commanders who had set off with the Marshal had already dispersed to the other 5 frigates to protect the Marshal's flagship. The commander of the 6th Corps was left behind on the Imperial planet. In a month's time, he would lead the logistics team and supplies to the war zone along with 2 other corps commanders and their forces that had been borrowed from Marshal Kevin. In the past few days in the wormhole, not to mention Ji Xiuyun and Yuan's flagship, the entire fleet's atmosphere had been terrifyingly solemn. Only the 1st Legion commander remained on the flagship as he was truly in charge of the deputy position. The previously bustling public training ground had also become deserted in the past few days. It was normal to win and lose a war, but as the first battle to quell the rebellion, they absolutely could not lose. Not only could they not lose, but they also had to win beautifully. Everyone was conserving their energy for the big push. Yuan was a cat that liked excitement. Recently, the entire fleet's atmosphere had made him feel uncomfortable. If he was in his original form, his fur would probably stand on end all the time. The only normal person left was the calm and collected Ji Xiuyun. Marshal Kevin was even in the mood to peel fruits for Yuan. Yuan propped up his face and looked at the phantom of the ghost ship that had appeared once again outside. He was just about to yawn when he saw the bow of the ghost ship. The bow was carved with a phoenix spreading its wings and about to take flight. It was exactly the same as the phoenix depicted in the ancient documents that had been carefully preserved by the clan. Even the flame patterns on the feathers could be seen clearly. The style of the ship was quite ancient. It was completely made of wood. It was so ancient that it was no longer used in the era that Yuan lived in. When Yuan looked at it again, the ship suddenly disappeared. After a brief moment of darkness, a cluster of unknown flowers in full bloom replaced it. Yuan thought about the knowledge that Ji Xiuyun had taught him about wormholes. He smacked his lips and felt very regretful. Ji Xiuyun noticed his movements and looked up to ask, "What's wrong?" "I saw a phoenix. It was carved on the bow of a ghost ship." Yuan gestured. It was a very old wooden sailboat. Ji Xiuyun nodded and answered, "I also saw a dinosaur." Yuan's gestured paused. He actually felt that he had lost to Ji Xiuyun in this aspect. Bah! He had never seen a dinosaur before. "Open your mouth." Ji Xiuyun prepared another piece of fruit and brought it to Yuan's mouth. Yuan opened his mouth and held it. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. He then licked the juice on his lips. Ji Xiuyun watched as Yuan's pink tongue brushed against his light-colored lips. His slightly protruding Adam's apple moved seductively as he swallowed. Marshal G subtly shifted his gaze away. In the next second, he forcefully pulled it back. His hand touched the few remaining fruits on the table. When we leave the wormhole, it's very likely that there will be people blocking us. Ji Shouyun continued to peel the fruit as he spoke. Yuan didn't seem to mind and gestured for him to continue speaking. Thus, Ji Shouyun continued, it won't be the Free Army. After all, the Free Army wasn't a regular army. It was a grassroots organization. They had been struggling with the vanguard for more than half a month. If they were to divide their forces to fight the regular army that had been recuperating and waiting for exhaustion, they would definitely be courting death. Someone who could expand the Free Army definitely didn't want to be crushed by a regular army. If he was smart enough, he would first stuff a bunch of cannon fodder in front of Ji Shouyun to stall the Sint's main fleet for as long as he could. If he could stall for as long as possible, it would be like a pie falling from the sky. Ji Shouyun knew this very well. Coincidentally, he also needed a bunch of cannon fodder to ensure that they could achieve a great victory in the first battle with minimal casualties. This would boost their morale. As for this cannon fodder, Ji Shouyun said in a certain tone, there's a very high chance that it's an interstellar pirate group that's related to the Free Army. Yuan's mouth was stuffed with fruit again. He said in a muffled voice, So we're going to do something big. Things went as Ji Shouyun expected. As soon as the wormhole's exit opened a crack, the leading scout ship sent out a miniature exploration machine. Immediately after, the entire fleet received feedback that there was a large number of heat sources at the wormhole's exit. Someone was waiting for them to come. Ji Shouyun and the other commanders were not surprised. Without needing Ji Shouyun to give the order, the commanders quickly set their respective divisions to work. Marshal Ji said to the commander of the 1st Division, who was guarding the flagships, Command room, you stay here. The commander of the 1st Division turned to look at him and asked, Where are you going? To buy tangerines for Yuan, no, to bring you into heaven. Ji Shouyun pointed at the several heat sources on the screen that were becoming more and more obvious as the wormhole's exit grew larger. He tapped on the largest heat source, which was heavily protected and looked like the flagship. I'll go get it. After Ji Shouyun finished speaking, he immediately tapped on the 20 people directly under his command and quickly walked towards the mecha field. Yuan had already entered the mecha. When he saw Ji Shouyun coming, he hopped 2 steps and looked like he could not wait. The Empire of Since's S-18 Star System military airway, wormhole G-22, opened its exit. Several unmanned scout ships of the Empire shuttled out from it. With these scout ships as cover, 22 custom-made mechas of different appearances and colors, which symbolized the Empire of Since's most advanced technology, turned on their anti-reconnaissance stealth mode and silently slid to the periphery of the encirclement. The unmanned scout ships had no value in destroying them. The people surrounding the wormhole were not worried that the people in the wormhole would not come out. They had to come out. Because they had military orders. Ji Shouyun was not wrong. The people waiting for them at the wormhole's exit were interstellar pirates. Just as this group of lawless fanatics was waiting arrogantly, a loud noise made their expressions change instantly. Boom! The fanatics never expected that the first explosion of this battle did not come from one side's vanguard. Instead, it came from the rear of their flagship. Following the sound of the cannon, over 100 destroyers flew out of the wormhole. With such a large fleet, the interstellar pirates no longer cared about the problem of the flagship. They hurriedly started to target the destroyers that were as agile as mechas because of their low load and large propulsion. The cannon fire suddenly exploded in this quiet place. However, the interstellar pirates waiting at the wormhole's exit miscalculated once again. This was because as soon as the destroyers appeared, they quickly scattered like a swarm of ants that had bumped into an obstacle. They dodged the cannon fire and scattered abruptly, as if they were about to scatter and flee. But this was not right. The army of Ares had never tasted defeat, and there had never been anyone who fled in the face of battle. After these destroyers attracted their attention, 5 frigate-class heavy beam cannons violently and heroically hacked out from the wormhole, annihilating the dozen-plus ships blocking their way out in one fell swoop. On one side, 5 corvettes tightly surrounded the Marshall-class flagship as it slowly emerged from the wormhole. On the other side, the flagship was in chaos. The interstellar pirates swore that if they had known that Ji Shouyun and his direct subordinates had such strong combat power, they would never have accepted such a job. No matter how much money and resources they were given, it would not work, because Ji Shouyun and that pretty boy with a head full of eye-catching white hair were currently bringing over 20 people to tear down their family's flagship. They were really dismantling it, they could not even stop them. Have you ever seen anyone climb out of the mecha after boarding the enemy's main ship, carry their weapons, and fight with their physical body? Have you ever seen an AI that recorded and imitated the mecha's actions and allowed the AI to operate the mecha freely on the battlefield? Have you ever seen someone break through a 5-meter thick high-density alloy deck with a single hand? Have you ever seen someone break a heavy cannon with their bare hands and dismantle a mecha with their bare hands? Have you ever seen someone who could dodge light weapons? You haven't, right? We've seen 2 of them today. Who dared to stop them? A group of people wanted to stop them. Who the hell could stop a body that exceeded the speed of light? The interstellar pirates watched the black and white people's actions and were about to pee their pants. Ji Shouyun didn't want things to turn out this way either. He expected Yuan to be very aggressive, but he didn't expect Yuan to be this aggressive. Things went like this. Ji Shouyun and his lackeys piloted their mechas and snuck behind the enemy's flagship. It wasn't difficult to do this because most interstellar pirates didn't have the ability to fight against the Empire's army. Their lack of military training was one reason, but the biggest reason was their outdated equipment. The interstellar pirates who weren't limited by these 2 factors either occupied a planet's radiation area and controlled its forces, or they were able to freely move between different galaxies and countries. They relied on their huge amount of resources and money to make any country's army unable to touch them. Those who were foolish enough to take the money to block the exit of the military airway were basically idiots with inflated egos. If they wanted to defeat these idiots, they only needed to hit them in the head. Originally, there was no need for the Empire's marshal to participate in a small conflict of this level. However, as the first battle of this expedition, it would be best if they could completely crush the enemy in terms of casualty rate and battle situation. That was why Ji Shouyun personally led his direct special forces to launch a surprise attack. Even people nowadays were very particular about the concept of a good start, especially when it came to leading troops into battle. These generals were very clear about the concept of a good start. Therefore, Ji Shouyun led his young men and his subordinate special forces to the location in their mechas. They opened the weapon hatch and prepared to break a hole in the protective shield to allow them to break in. However, before they could start to focus their firepower to tear open the protective shield, Yuan's distinctive clear voice suddenly rang out in the communication channel. He called out to Ji Shouyun. Marshal Ji responded. I don't think this thing is as good as me, Yuan said. Yuan said. The thing he was referring to was the mech. Then, he asked, can I get out of the mech and do it directly? Ji Shouyun's mind buzzed when he heard that. He opened his mouth and wanted to say no. But on second thought, he and the Yuan's combat power was comparable to 2 mechas, the Yuan was even stronger. It would be more efficient to move separately from the mechas. The mecha's greatest use was in interstellar encounters in the vacuum of space. It was extremely rare for a mecha to land directly on a local flagship. Since they were already right behind the enemy's flagship, it would not be a big deal for them to fight head-on. After all, in the vast universe, how many people could surpass the 2 of them in individual combat ability? There were very, very few of them. They could be counted on one's fingers. These few peak combat powers in the interstellar space could be counted with one's fingers. Basically, it was a situation where kings didn't meet kings. Marshal Ji weighed the pros and cons for a few seconds before he agreed with Yuan's suggestion. Yuan was very excited. His human form hadn't been able to fight openly in the real world, therefore, after the protective shield was broken and the group of people landed on the deck, the special forces brought by Ji Shouyun could only watch as their marshal and marshal's assistant casually handed over the mecha operation to the AI. As for themselves, they each carried a few weapons and followed the herd of sheep like wolves. They were invincible. The scariest thing was that the marshal's assistant, who was recognized by them as having high combat power, had displayed shocking destructive power in actual combat. He was practically on par with their marshal. The 20-man Special Forces team's communication channel was completely silent. They silently stared at the 2 of them for 2 seconds. Then, they quickly spread out according to the original plan. They maintained a distance where they could not see each other but were able to coordinate with each other through the range of their weapons. They surrounded the huge flagship and blocked off any possibility of the pirates on the flagship escaping. Ji Shouyun's order was to wipe them all out. Therefore, none of the lawbreakers on the flagship were allowed to escape. The rights and interests of the interstellar pirates were not protected by the law. They did not even have the right to become prisoners. The only thing waiting for them was death. This was their fate the moment they decided to become interstellar pirates. After sensing that his allies had all left his field of vision, Yuan, who had been suppressing his strength, completely let go of himself. The interstellar pirates who had encountered the two fiends wanted to kneel down and call them daddy. Speaking of Ji Shouyun, when he ran with all his might, people could only see a few after images. This was already an extremely terrifying physical quality. However, Yuan's movements were accompanied by sonic booms when he suddenly stopped and rushed forward. Sonic booms. Sonic booms. He was even able to dodge light weapons. Was he still human with such combat power? The interstellar pirates on the enemy's flagship were scared out of their wits. Ji Shouyun and Yuan, together with the AI-controlled Meow Meow, easily overturned the pirates who had rushed up to the deck. However, they did not enter the cabin. Instead, they directly blasted through the deck. Ji Shouyun was different from Yuan, who only cared about himself. He thought much more than Yuan. Therefore, the Empire of Since's most powerful fighter mech, the Silver Blade, which was a new version, was sent to do a reconnaissance scan in its first battle. Yuan, Ji Shouyun shouted amid the deafening gunfire. The next second, his young man appeared in front of him. His face was stained with dust and blood, but his blue eyes were sparkling. Bring Meow Meow to their warehouse. Ji Shouyun made a gesture. I've sent you the coordinates. Yuan did not object and nodded. The Silver Blade, which had completed its reconnaissance, flew over their heads and swapped shifts with Meow Meow. Yuan glanced at the visual map of the entire ship. Then, he decisively jumped down from the hole in the deck with his mecha in tow. Ji Shouyun came from an unorthodox background. In the early days of his military career, he had done many shady things. As a general of a regular army, this habit of his had always been criticized by many, saying that his table manners were too unsightly. In addition, Ji Shouyun had never lacked logistical support in his battles, so Ji Shouyun gradually changed. However, the situation this time was different. Although the possibility of the new emperor making drastic changes was very small, there was no guarantee that the problem would spread to this side. The political situation in the rear was not peaceful. For these people who stayed on the front lines and fought to their deaths, this was very annoying. This could cause a series of logistical and supply problems. Although they still had Marshal Kevin to help them, Marshal Ji decided to pick up his old bad habits just in case. Coincidentally, Yuan had also finished practicing Heaven and Earth Sleeve. Before Ji Shouyun left, he mentioned this to Yuan. The two of them hit it off and decided to do a few more shady things along the way. They carried a few armory and logistical supply warehouses with them just in case. Yuan and his mech went on a rampage all the way to the enemy's food warehouse. A few light cannons destroyed the surveillance cameras. Under the cover of the mech, they emptied a total of 4 warehouses in just a few minutes. After emptying the warehouses, the man and the mech ran to the armory. After Yuan left, Ji Shouyun began to steadily advance. The deck beneath their feet trembled slightly from the gunfire and the battle. It was as if they were little sheep that had encountered a demon king, shivering in fear. The battle between the special forces who were waiting outside to prevent the space pirates from escaping was also very intense. Compared to the resistance faced by Ji Shouyun and Yuan's side, it was obvious that they were weaker and had blocked the escape route. Thus, the attacks they faced were even more terrifying. In the face of an overly powerful force, a weak person would not be able to summon the will to resist. For example, Ji Shouyun and Yuan faced this group of space pirates. Although the strength of these special forces members was astonishing, they were still able to put up a fight against them. I think they think we are easier to bully. What made them think that? Someone suddenly said in the comms channel. Then, there was a slight rustling sound and the sound of gunfire. Then, someone else said, anyone with a dream is amazing. There was a short burst of laughter in the comms channel. Before the laughter died down, the distinctive clear voice of a young man suddenly cut in. Ji Shoyun. The young man always spoke with a slight drawl at the end of his voice, showing a softness and delicacy that was completely different from his combat strength and valiance. Marshal Ji's voice was heard. He asked, "Is it over?" "It's over." Yuan looked at the empty armory and then looked up at the ceiling that he had blasted open. Standing here, he could see the universe and the distant nebula when he looked up. Yuan flipped over and jumped into the mech. After connecting to the sensory system, he jumped a few times and said into the comms channel, "I'm going to throw a grenade." There were a few subtle questions in the comms channel. Only Ji Shoyun's scalp went numb. He decisively entered the silver blade and flew out of the cabin. At the same time, he ordered in the comms channel, "Retreat." Although the special forces were puzzled, they did not question him. Instead, they simply followed the silver blade and quickly left the enemy's flagship. Someone sharply noticed that something was wrong. "We're missing someone." "It's you and it's fine," Ji Shoyun said. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong white light burst out from the flagship behind them. After leaving the air environment suitable for human survival, sound could no longer be transmitted in the universe. That light silently bloomed in an extremely dazzling and resplendent manner. On the flagship of the Army of War, the accompanying reporters had just finished setting up a signal base station. It was not easy for them to escape the signal interference of the wormhole and contact the main station. The reporter on the official channel of the Empire of Sins had just said, "Everyone," when he felt a strong light suddenly illuminate this part of the star field. His words came to an abrupt end. He turned around and saw the enemy's flagship at the rear of the fleet emitting a white light from inside out. Due to the battle, the outer shell of the flagship was damaged from the battle, and the dazzling light from inside made the flagship look like it was nailed to death by a solid beam of light. In just a short 3 seconds, before the beam of light disappeared, the flagship exploded from inside out. The explosion affected the 2 corvettes around it, and they were also affected by the shockwave and exploded together. At this moment, in the camera, a few small black dots quickly enlarged, and then safely passed through the verification of the protective layer and landed on the deck. There were a total of 21 mechas. The leading mecha was a war god mecha that everyone in the Empire was very familiar with, Silver Blade. Empire Marshal Ji Shoyun came out of the mecha and landed lightly on the ground. The deck was busy, but the returning Marshal Ji did not enter the cabin. He did not even notice the accompanying reporters standing not far away. Instead, he turned around and quietly stared in the direction they came from. The 20 soldiers behind him had the same reaction. "What's going on?" The accompanying reporter quietly asked the soldier beside him. The soldier shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. The enemy's ships were still being blasted into space dust one after another. Standing here, one could clearly see the Empire's destroyers leaving long trails of light behind them, one after another completing their missions and flying back. Among the destroyers, there was a mecha that was almost one with the darkness of the universe. The resonance lines on its body were emitting a faint blue light, and its speed was as fast as a stream of light. It rushed over like a cannonball, and then came to a sudden stop, and finally landed lightly on the deck. The mecha's cabin door opened, and a slender young man came out. The accompanying reporter finally knew who the Empire's marshal and his 20 outstanding soldiers were waiting for. Because both his camera and his camera clearly captured Ji Shoyun looking up and seeing the young man standing on the mecha, he unconsciously took 2 steps forward and raised his arm, as if he was very worried that the young man would accidentally slip and fall. The young man also saw his reaction, and waved at him without any regard, and jumped into Ji Shoyun's arms. Marshal Ji caught the young man steadily, and his posture was very familiar. "We won," the young man said happily, completely different from the coldness he showed to the media earlier. Marshal Ji Shoyun nodded, and his face was expressionless as usual, but he looked at the young man with a particularly focused expression. The spaceships of the interstellar pirates behind them seemed to prove their words, and they turned into celebratory fireworks and exploded one after another. The tacit understanding and closeness between the two was almost visible to the naked eye, and there was no hostility or hidden conflict as the media had speculated. The tacit understanding was a little gay. The accompanying reporter was stunned for a moment, and then he turned to look at the camera that was recording everything honestly. He suddenly turned the camera over, opened his mouth, and said dryly, "The Empire's official channel is live broadcasting for you, our army's first great victory." As the military reporter introduced the situation of this conflict to the camera, he was distracted. He felt that the popularity of this great victory in the first battle could not be compared to the scene of Marshal G steadily catching Marshal Kevin's adopted son. After all, great victories were common, but Marshal Ji Shoyun was not. There were even fewer gossips between the two marshals that were serious and scheming. Marshal Kevin seemed to be very close to Marshal Ji, and there was even a picture of him. It was extremely exciting. The reporter desperately wanted to see the discussion on the Star Web about this matter. However, on the march, due to various considerations, the network signal was limited. Unless one had extremely high authority, they would not be able to connect to the Star Web. Not to mention the Star Web, even using normal methods to communicate with the outside world was strictly controlled. After all, this was a matter of military secrets, and it was impossible for the military personnel to be allowed to communicate with the outside world. If one of them accidentally leaked the information and caused the war to be lost, no one could bear the responsibility. As a military reporter, he naturally did not have the freedom to go to the Star Web. The only thing he could do was to use a designated two-way signal base station to contact the main channel of the Empire's official channel and conduct a one-sided, non-interactive live broadcast report. Therefore, even though he desperately wanted to see it, he could only think about it. The reporter bitterly ran to the group of people who were preparing to return to the cabin with a camera and a microphone. "Marshal Ji!" he shouted. His gaze then fell on Yuan, who was beside Ji Shoyun. He glanced at Yuan's epaulets that did not have any military insignia, paused, and shouted, "Mr. Yuan!" The two of them stopped in their tracks. The direct subordinates who were advancing with them continued to advance under Ji Shoyun's instructions. They left the deck and entered the cabin to rest. "Can you please reveal what happened on the enemy's flagship just now?" the reporter asked. Ji Shoyun answered briefly, "Yuan did it." The reporter turned his gaze to Yuan. This seemingly slender young man had a head of white hair that stuck up messily. His fair and delicate face was stained with traces of smoke and ash. His cheeks and hair were dyed with a faint red. It was unknown whether it was from his own wounds or from the enemy's blood. That pair of blue eyes that were like the clear sky and the blue sea did not show any signs of wavering or retreating after entering the battlefield for the first time. Instead, they became even brighter and more moving. His military uniform was neat. Just like the marshal beside him, he exuded the scent of blood and fire that had returned from the smoke of war. Yuan looked blankly at the camera. He did not know what to say, so he turned to look at Ji Shoyun. "Secret weapon." Ji Shoyun received Yuan's request for help. He did not hesitate at all. His face was not red nor was he panting. He lied through his teeth. Thunderclap. Ji Shoyun had fought Yuan so many times. Half of it was because Yuan took the initiative to practice spells. The other half was because Ji Shoyun wanted to familiarize himself with Yuan's combat habits. On the battlefield, the most important thing was teamwork. If one were to say who understood Yuan the best, it would definitely be Ji Shoyun. Ji Shoyun knew that Yuan liked to use lightning-type spells to strike people. It could be as big as an AoE cannon that covered a vast area, or as small as a scalding electric current. The destructive power of this type of spell was very shocking in itself, and its movements were also very big. A mecha's name had to be unique. For example, Ji Shoyun was called Silver Blade because Silver Blade had a silver-gray body. When the resonance lines were activated, they would turn a faint silver-white. Furthermore, he was fast and destructive. He was like a blade on the front line. That was why he got the name Silver Blade. Since Yuan liked to throw boom-boom bombs, Ji Shoyun gave him the name of a mecha. He wanted to use the name of a mecha's secret weapon as a cover for his special talents. Ji Shoyun did not hesitate for long before he decided on the name Thunderclap. Yuan could call his mecha whatever he wanted. However, he had to show the name to the media. It was convenient for himself, the media, and the military propaganda department. Thunderclap is equipped with many new weapon technologies that have not been announced to the public yet, Ji Shoyun said casually. He did not say anything else and left the deck with Yuan. Yuan looked back at the reporter who was still reporting. He followed Ji Xiuyun in a few steps. Then, he raised his hand and poked Ji Xiuyun's back. Why are there so many twists and turns in your random naming? Yes. Ji Xiuyun nodded. Yuan took 2 steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ji Xiuyun. Is there a celebration party? He asked. Yes. Ji Xiuyun paused. But I don't usually go. Oh. Yuan dragged out the last syllable. He did not say anything else. He followed Ji Xiuyun back to the room to take a shower. When he came out of the shower, Ji Xiuyun realized that the cat, who was supposed to be bathing in the pool outside, was gone. Marshal Ji paused in his steps. He drained the water and cleaned the surface of the pool. Then, he continued to rub the towel on his head and slowly walked out of the bathroom. There was definitely going to be a celebration party. The venue was in the cafeteria of the flagship. Those who were at the general level and above usually did not go there. The guards of the frigates and other members of the fleet would not come either. But in the end, there were still many people who chose to gather on the flagship to celebrate. The cafeteria did not have the luxurious decorations of a formal banquet. The so-called celebration party was actually just a little more sumptuous than usual. Even the drinks were fruit juice because the military banned alcohol. The cafeteria was broadcasting the report of the military reporter. This was a recording file that he had requested from the army commander. In the crowded cafeteria, when the soldiers saw Ji Xiuyun and Yuan's unusual tacit understanding, they were so scared that they almost dropped their cutlery. This is not right, they thought in a panic. What happened to the wild ambition of stealing military achievements? Why did it seem like they were creating a harmonious and beautiful new life together? What's going on? Someone from the elite class poked the person standing beside him. The person he was poking was one of the marshal's direct subordinates. It's just that. The Yuan and the marshal are actually very close, that person replied. The Yuan is very strong. He's as strong as the marshal. For a moment, no one spoke. They did not seem to believe this. But it didn't matter. There was still a lot of time in the future. There would be a chance for them to see it for themselves. At this moment, Ji Xiuyun said to the camera that there was a secret weapon. A secret weapon. The surrounding people all looked over. Their faces were full of gossip. What are you looking at? That person held his plate and ate a big mouthful of food. The flagship was bombed by the Yuan. Before he bombed the flagship, the marshal asked us to retreat. I don't know the details. The soldiers retracted their gazes in disappointment. If you want to know, just ask him. The soldier raised his chin towards the door. Yuan, who had just abandoned Ji Xiuyun, who did not intend to attend the celebration banquet, and picked up his plate to look for food, saw a large group of people turn their heads in unison to look at him with burning gazes. Even though he had a strong mental fortitude, he could not help but shudder. After Ji Xiuyun tidied up his appearance and confirmed with the other commanders that he was safe, he slowly walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. What he saw was the young man who was surrounded by people like the moon surrounded by stars. He was smiling wantonly, and his hands were constantly adding food to his plate. He turned his head and chatted with the people around him, looking extremely happy and relaxed. Ji Xiuyun stopped at the entrance. The Yuan did not like to interact with strangers. However, if the stranger was someone Ji Xiuyun trusted, they would realize that the cold and indifferent Yuan was actually very easy to get along with. These soldiers were a part of both. It had only been slightly more than an hour, but the Yuan had completely let go of his emotions. Ji Xiuyun quietly looked at the lively scene under the bright lights. When he saw the happy and relaxed Yuan, an inexplicable sense of irritation and anger rose in his heart. He moved his toes slightly and moved a few centimeters into the cafeteria. Then, he stopped. This was not the right emotion. Ji Xiuyun silently looked at the lively cafeteria. He could clearly hear his soldiers bragging. He could smell the aroma of the food. He could see the pure light in the eyes of the soldiers surrounding the Yuan. They were filled with admiration, 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 and infatuation. The Yuan liked lively scenes. He did not mind people bragging. He also liked to immerse himself in the sea of food. Ji Xiuyun heard the Yuan's laughter. He also saw the pure admiration and surprise he had for the bragging soldiers. He had a unique habit of dragging out the end of his words. It always sounded like he was acting coquettishly. When Ji Shouyun heard it in the past, he always felt that his voice was like a feather gently tickling his eardrum. It immediately fell into his heart. His tone always made people's hearts soften. They wanted to be more tolerant, and more tolerant. It was just like when the Yuan occasionally did something wrong. The Yuan would wrap its tail around his wrist and meow softly. Then, the Yuan would lie down and reveal its small belly. It felt similar, but there was also a subtle difference. The young man in front of him was a human, not a cat. Even if he knew that he was a cat, he could not help but be confused by his appearance. He was also an intelligent life form that could be communicated with on an equal footing. He also had the best appearance of a human being. This was probably why there were always stories of humans being confused by monsters in some of the unorthodox ancient books on Earth. Who would not be confused by such a beautiful life in front of them? There was a burst of excited cheers in the cafeteria. It seemed like they were about to start playing some games. Ji Shouyun's thoughts were interrupted. He stared blankly at the brightly lit cafeteria. He suddenly realized the meaning behind his thoughts. Marshal Ji took a step back. He suddenly turned around and left. The Yuan was surrounded by people. The moment he turned his head, his gaze swept past the entrance. He vaguely caught the curve of the greatcoat's hem. It was very familiar. It was exactly the same as Ji Shouyun's greatcoat. Hey, make way, make way. The Yuan put down the tray in his hand and pushed the people around him away. I'm leaving now. If you have something to say it next time. The soldiers who were having fun seemed a little unhappy. However, if the Yuan really wanted to leave, no one could stop him. They could only watch as this big baby nimbly passed through the crowd and disappeared at the entrance. The Yuan couldn't figure out why Ji Shouyun would come here. After coming here, he didn't go in. However, the Yuan didn't even need to count. The only person who could make Ji Shouyun do this was him. He probably came here because it was late and he didn't see him go back to sleep. The Yuan walked briskly out of the cafeteria. As expected, Ji Shouyun's aura became particularly clear in the corridor. He jogged along the corridor. After turning a corner, he saw Ji Shouyun's back. Ji Shouyun was tall. Coupled with his tight-fitting military uniform and pitch-black cloak, his back looked as steady and imposing as a mountain. He gave off a convincing sense of security. The Yuan chased after him. He raised his hand and patted Ji Shouyun's left shoulder. Ji Shouyun tilted his head to look. However, he didn't see Yuan's figure. On his right, Yuan suddenly jumped out and opened his arms. With a wah sound, he attempted to frighten Ji Shouyun and inflict mental damage. However, Marshal Ji still maintained his standard cold expression. He stopped and looked at the frightened Yuan. He stared at him silently until Yuan withdrew his arms. The Yuan was very sensitive to Ji Shouyun's emotions. He felt that Ji Shouyun's emotions were a little off. What's wrong? The Yuan raised his head slightly and looked at Ji Shouyun. If he was still in his original form, the ears on the top of his head would have definitely twitched. Ji Shouyun walked forward again. He snorted in confusion. He didn't understand what Yuan was referring to. The Yuan followed Ji Shouyun and walked forward. You're not in the right mood. Marshal Ji turned to look at the Yuan. The Yuan was still looking at him. His gaze was very focused. You're not happy, the Yuan said. Ji Shouyun was silent for 2 seconds. Then, he said calmly, yes, you're right. Why? The Yuan asked. Didn't we win the battle? Wasn't winning a battle something worth celebrating? Yes. Ji Shouyun nodded again. He remained silent all the way until he and Yuan returned to their room. Ji Shouyun then turned around and said to the Yuan who had closed the door, I'm not happy because you and Ji Shouyun stopped abruptly halfway through his words. He looked at the silly look on the Yuan's face and sighed. It's okay, Ji Shouyun said. He patted the Yuan's head as usual. Rest early. The Yuan was patted on the head. He looked at Ji Shouyun and suddenly had an epiphany. Are you jealous? He asked in an unusually straightforward and honest manner. Are you unhappy because I'm too close to someone else? Ji Shuyun's hand, which was resting on the Yuan's head, suddenly froze. The Yuan noticed this detail. He immediately knew that he had guessed correctly. His first owner had also been jealous because he had meowed to a stray cat passing by through the floor-to-ceiling window. His first owner had hugged him unhappily for a long time. Humans always seem to care about this very much. Don't worry. The Yuan also raised his hand and patted Ji Shuyun's head. You're so nice to me. I won't run away with other cats, no, other people. Ji Shuyun did not believe that the meaning behind Yuan's words could be understood literally. Logically speaking, Yuan's little brain was filled with energy crystals other than eating, drinking, sleeping, and playing. How could it contain anything else? Would he consider his mental and emotional life? Even Yuan himself would not believe it. And indeed, Yuan didn't think in that direction at all. He patted Marshal Ji's head and was surprised to find that it felt so good. Thus, he casually touched Marshal Ji's buzz cut. Ji Shuyun's hair was unexpectedly soft. It was the complete opposite of his cold expression and temperament. His hair was fine and soft. Even though he had a buzz cut, it was not prickly. Yuan touched it a few more times. He liked this feeling very much. It was only slightly worse than his Mau-Maus. Yuan seemed to understand why humans liked to touch his Mau-Mau. Who wouldn't love Mau-Mau when it felt so good, Yuan thought, and could not help but rub Ji Shuyun's hair again. His white and slender fingers were buried in the black hair. The short stubble could not completely cover his fingers. Yuan's protruding joints bent and relaxed. The strength was very gentle. It did not seem like he was rubbing Mau-Mau's hair. Instead, it seemed like he was gently comforting the person in front of him. It was gentle, calm, and tranquil. It was mixed with the faint milky fragrance of the youth's body. It made people subconsciously slow down their breathing and gradually calm their emotions. It was just like when Yuan was still a kitten. Once he clung to someone, he would meow softly, or rub against someone in a spoiled manner. Then, people would easily choose to forgive him for his small mistakes. Although Yuan's nonsense was not a mistake, Yuan's straight kick was not a mistake. It even made Ji Shuyun feel slightly comforted. Marshal Ji pulled Yuan's hand down from his head. It feels good to the touch. Yuan commented. He even wanted to touch it again. Ji Shuyun paused. The words that he wanted to say were blocked by Yuan's words. In the end, the marshal put down his hand and said dryly, okay. She wouldn't run away with someone else. Although Ji Shuyun knew that these words were definitely not understood in a normal way, he still felt a sense of security. Ji Shuyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry as a faint but firm consolation rose in his chest. All right, he repeated again and chose to give up. Go to sleep. Have a good rest. Oh, Yuan responded and glanced at Ji Shuyun, then at him. What are you looking at? Marshal Ji asked. Yuan jumped onto the bed and rolled around. Then, he looked up and said, let's see if you're still unhappy. Ji Shuyun took off his cloak and jacket and shook his head. Seeing this, Yuan shrunk into the quilt in his military uniform and turned back into a small furry ball. He stretched himself comfortably in the soft quilt and kicked all his clothes out of the quilt, scattering them all over the floor in a messy manner. At this moment, the 1st Division's commander contacted Ji Shuyun. Marshal Ji was unbuttoning his shirt when he picked up the call. The 1st Division's commander was still busy in the cockpit. As the official deputy, the 1st Division's commander had a lot of things to do. For example, he had to give a rough report on the progress of the battle damage and the situation of the voyage. We are currently heading towards the border of the star system S17, planet D12. The fleet will pass through the planet's atmosphere in 9 hours. Marshal Ji nodded. Okay. The battle damage report is currently. The 1st Division's commander's words stopped abruptly. Marshal Ji looked up at the projection and realized that not only was the 1st Division's commander acting strangely, but the 4 operators on duty were also stunned. Ji Shuyun paused. What's wrong? The 1st Division's commander opened his mouth. He turned his head and gestured to the operators beside him to keep quiet. Then, he walked to the side and hid with his back facing them. He said softly, Marshal, is that Yuan in your room? Ji Shuyun heard this and turned his head to look at his bed. There was a small bump on the bed. It was his cat. But obviously, the thing that made the 1st Division's commander speechless was not his cat. It was that person. Ji Shoyun's gaze shifted to the clothes that Yuan had kicked out of the blanket and scattered messily all over the floor. From the military pants and jacket to the underwear and socks, there was not a single piece missing. The scene was quite terrible. One look and one could tell that it was colored. Marshal Ji turned his head and looked at his trusted subordinate. He was at a loss for words. Okay, I understand. No wonder the marshal and the young man had such an intimate relationship. It was because of their relationship, the commander of the 1st Legion was enlightened. He expressed his understanding and chose to give in. I will report to you about the losses and resources when we land tomorrow. After that, he paused and asked cautiously, although Yuan is an adult, what is forbidden in the workplace? Ji Shoyun did not speak. He just stared straight at the 1st Division's commander. It looked like he wanted to jump over and hit him. The 1st Division's commander backed off. I wish you a pleasant night. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively hung up the call. He turned his head and saw the curious eyes of the 4 operators. He knocked on their heads one by one. Bang, 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 bang. 4 of them. What are you looking at? Work hard. He lectured with a stern face. The operators were not satisfied. Then, Marshal, the 1st Division's commander knocked his head again and scolded him. Shut your head. The operators shut their heads dejectedly. Marshal Ji, who had been cut off, turned his head and looked at the little cat that was squirming under the blanket. He walked to the side of the bed and bent down. He reached out and slapped the blanket, blocking the path of the little bump. Yuan was suddenly pressed down under the blanket. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he turned over and pushed the blanket with his 4 paws while meowing. Marshal Ji heard Yuan's muffled meowing through the blanket. He let go of his hand and saw Yuan quickly squirming out from under the blanket. Meow. His cat's head popped out. Its fur was messy, and its ears were erect. Its blue eyes were wide open as it stared at him. I'll give you a chance to explain, Yuan stared at Ji Shoyun with its eyes wide open. If you can't explain why you bullied me, you'll sleep in the deputy's bedroom today. Under Yuan's gaze, Ji Shoyun calmly lifted the blanket and sat on the bed. Yuan lay down on the spot where Ji Shoyun was going to sleep. It spread out like a pancake and stopped Marshal Ji from sleeping. Marshal Ji Shoyun paused. He understood that this was Yuan's revenge for him pressing down on the blanket. However, he still did not explain. Instead, he said, the planet that we'll land on tomorrow is a desolate planet that is not suitable for humans to live on. Yuan's ears twitched. However, there's a special kind of creature that tastes really good when roasted, Ji Shoyun said. We'll arrive when we wake up. We'll catch it and roast it tomorrow. Yuan's tail curled slightly. Meow. What kind of cat do you think I am? Am I the kind of cat that can be satisfied with a meal of roasted meat? I'm not that kind of cat. I'll roast it myself, Marshal Ji added. Yuan immediately rolled around and got up. It gave its spot to Ji Shoyun. Marshal Ji silently looked at the cat that forgot about its revenge when it heard about food. He really wanted to sigh. Why was it so stupid? Ji Shoyun lay on the bed and lifted the cat that was lying on his chest. He asked, if you meet someone who can roast meat better than me, would you choose that person or me? Yuan's 4 paws were waving randomly in the air. When it heard this question, it meowed without hesitation. Of course I wouldn't choose you, let go of me. As expected, you'll choose me, Marshal Ji concluded with a cold face. Yuan widened its eyes. It felt that this person was really shameless. Ji Shoyun put down Yuan, whose paws were waving wildly in the air, on the soft pillow and turned off the light. Go to sleep, he said in a low voice. Yuan moved under the pillow and replied, meow. After about 2 minutes, Yuan heard Ji Shoyun suddenly say, you won't have a chance. Yuan's ears twitched. Ji Shoyun's voice sounded very serious. There's no one who can roast meat better than me. Yuan brushed Ji Shoyun's neck with the tip of its tail as a response. Even if there is, there won't be a chance to appear in front of you. Ji Shoyun's tone was still serious. It was as if he wasn't making trouble for no reason, but was having a military discussion. Yuan raised its head and looked at Ji Xiuyun in disbelief. How can you be so childish? The next day, the childish Marshal Ji realized that he had really underestimated Yuan. This cat wasn't stupid. This was because he had hunted a total of 10 huge creatures unique to this planet for Ji Xiuyun to roast. A total of 10 of them. At this size, one of them was enough to feed 30 people. It would be very difficult to roast them. However, Yuan had hunted a total of 10 of them. This cat really wasn't stupid. Ji Xiuyun looked at Yuan, who threw the 10th beast in front of him and was about to turn around and continue hunting. He raised his hand and grabbed Yuan's wrist. That's enough, he said. Yuan felt wronged. Just one meal. Bring the rest back. Marshal Ji surrendered. Roast them slowly. Yuan immediately sat down beside Ji Xiuyun happily. Since they had landed and rested, they naturally had to walk a few laps around the land. Hence, the few commanders gathered together. Originally, they didn't plan to look for Yuan and Ji Xiuyun. However, when they saw Ji Xiuyun turn on the energy furnace and act like he was about to roast the meat, they immediately rushed over. They were like wolves that had been starved for 3 days. They stared at the meat that Marshal Ji was cooking with green eyes. Marshal Ji looked up. These are Yuan's. The 6 Legion commanders with green eyes turned their heads to look at the young man beside Ji Xiuyun. Yuan was in a good mood and was very generous. After all, a normal human's appetite was there. He waved his hand and agreed to share the food with the 6 commanders. The 6 corps commanders immediately started to praise Yuan from top to bottom and from inside to outside. The commander of the 1st Division looked at Yuan's proud expression and actually felt that he was very cute. It was probably because he saw this young man from a different angle now. After removing the filter of conspiracy theories and looking at him with pure admiration, he was really a very outstanding young man. That's right. If he wasn't outstanding, he wouldn't be able to attract the marshal. The commander of the 1st Division couldn't help but look at Ji Xiuyun, who didn't seem to be moved by this. He cleared his throat and decided to take the opportunity to open the report that he was supposed to do today. Marshal Ji Xiuyun, this is the report on the casualty rate. This time, there were 13,000 people and 130 destroyers, including 4 mecha squads. The casualty rate is below 3%. The casualty rate is. Ji Xiuyun listened to the report and occasionally interrupted the report to ask about the situation. At the same time, he was still seasoning the meat in an orderly manner. Yuan looked at the meat in his hand without blinking. The first piece of meat was definitely going to be given to Yuan. Yuan took a barbecue fork and chewed on the meat. His 2 big eyes looked around as he watched Ji Xiuyun grilling the meat diligently while discussing with the other commanders. Regarding the galactic pirates, it's like this: the atmosphere between the 17th and 18th star systems is very bad. Due to the history of conflicts between the 2 star systems, the relationship between the residents of these 2 star systems is very bad. Also, due to the Free Army causing trouble, the law and order here is very chaotic. Thus, there are many galactic pirates who choose to travel between these 2 star systems. As the commander of the 2nd Division spoke, he opened the report that he had prepared. Countless pirate teams are born in this star sector every day. The one that intercepted us yesterday was one of them. Even their names weren't recorded. These are all veteran pirate teams that have been in this star sector for a long time. Yuan looked at the report that the commander of the 2nd Division released. At the top was a row of neatly arranged names and symbols of the pirate teams. At the bottom was information about the leader of the pirate team and the pirate team itself. It was quite detailed. The veteran pirate teams all know the rules. As long as you don't touch their bases, they will not take the initiative to interfere with political and territorial struggles. However, the new brats won't understand. The Free Army should have recruited many of these fledgling galactic pirates. Unless they are the ones who walk into the muzzle of the gun, during the 18th star system's suppression period, do not take the initiative to provoke the galactic pirate teams with these symbols. Otherwise, you will be attacked by these people together. The gains do not make up for the losses. Yuan bit into the tender and juicy meat in his mouth. His cheeks were puffed up as he ate happily. He looked up at the report, and when he saw a red symbol, he paused. Wasn't this the Phoenix Phantom that he had seen once in the wormhole? It was so big. The one that was carved on the bow of the ship. Yuan looked at the army commander, then looked at Ji Shoyun, who was listening intently to the report. He thought for a moment, but didn't say anything. A group of the Empire's highest-ranking military officials sat on the ground without a care for their image. They formed a circle and sat cross-legged on the scorched yellow ground. They were seriously discussing the military situation. The soldiers around them walked back and forth. They were used to this. On the contrary, compared to the military situation, they were more focused on the prey that Yuan had hunted. There was a neat row behind the circle of people, and one of them had already been brutally dismembered. The commander of the 7th Army was sitting next to Yuan. He was staring at the barbecued meat in Yuan's hand, drooling. Yuan turned to look at him. The commander of the 7th Army was also looking at him. Yuan turned to look at the other army commanders, who all had serious expressions on their faces. He then turned to look at the one beside him, who was slacking off. He asked softly, "You want it?" The commander of the 7th Army nodded. Yuan was hesitant about whether to take the meat for himself or share it with him. He liked this army commander a lot. Although he always chased him out of the room and ran away whenever he saw him, this didn't affect Yuan's good impression of him. After all, the commander of the 7th Army was a good friend who would run over to him whenever he ate a new dish that the cafeteria cooked up. Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to hand the meat in his hand over to him. Marshal Ji's eyes and ears were all alert, so he heard every single movement of the two brats beside him. He looked at the meat in his hand, which was already barbecued, and handed it to the commander of the 7th Army without hesitation before Yuan could. "Focus," he reminded him. Of course, the one who reminded him wasn't Yuan. It was the commander of the 7th Army. The commander of the 1st Army sat across from them and saw everything that had happened. The commander of the 1st Army, who only knew a little, looked at his colleague. He wanted to say something, but didn't. "This is a flower that our marshal has worked so hard to bloom." The commander of the 1st Legion was wondering if there was a need to remind his colleagues so that they wouldn't hear raindrops falling on the green grass and affect the harmony within the Legion. After all, in all fairness, Yuan was very good-looking. According to the 5-second battle footage of Yuan's battle submitted by the marshal's direct subordinates, this young man's combat ability was also very impressive. He was good-looking and strong, who wouldn't like him? This was especially so in the army, where the desire for strength was extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that the marshal of the army kept himself clean and appeared to be very difficult to get along with on the outside, the number of bed partners that came knocking on his door would probably be enough to circle the main ship 3 times. The 1st Legion commander sat there, worried sick. As for the other protagonists, one of them was seriously discussing the issues regarding the pirate gangs and the Free Army while roasting meat, one of them was focused on eating meat with his face full of oil, and the other was seriously discussing the issues while eating meat. Yuan's eyes followed the movement of the red symbol. More and more information was displayed, gradually covering that page of information. Yuan retracted his gaze. The pirate gang with the symbol was one of the pirate gangs that the 2nd Legion commander had mentioned not to take the initiative to attack during wartime. However, it was at the bottom of the list, and the specific information couldn't be seen without clicking on it. He only knew that it was called Phoenix. The Vanguard has just sent a report. The situation at the front line is normal, and there is no need for emergency support. Therefore, we can stay in the 17th star system for a while and fight back the scattered Free Army and pirate gangs that are trying to encroach on the 17th star system. The 2nd Legion commander looked up at Ji Shoyun. "Marshal, the 17th star system is your hometown, so," Ji Shoyun nodded and did not say anything else. He stuffed another skewer of meat into Yuan's hands and opened the star map. He began to make minor adjustments to the course he had set at the beginning according to the new intelligence and the suggestions of the commanders. After this short dinner and military meeting, Yuan watched as the soldiers carried the remaining prey into the freezer. He reached out and pulled Ji Shoyun back to the office. "Let me see the information on those pirate gangs again." Yuan pulled a stool and sat beside Ji Shoyun. Marshal Ji turned to look at him. "What is it?" "I saw Phoenix." Yuan gestured. "It looks exactly like the phoenix that they drew for me before." Ji Shoyun immediately sat up straight with a serious expression. He didn't ask who Yuan was referring to. Instead, he asked directly, "Are you sure?" Yuan was stunned by his reaction. "What's wrong?" Ji Shouyun immediately opened the information on the Phoenix pirate gang. The information was very detailed. It included the pirate gang's history, battle records, and speculations about their strength and military capabilities. Everything was available. "This pirate gang is a very strange group." Ji Shouyun chose his words carefully and said, "It's very special." Yuan looked at the battle records. They rarely target civilians, and the number of times they appear is very few. Marshal Ji tapped on the battle records page that Yuan was browsing. His finger landed on the names of the planets. They only rob energy veins and aren't afraid of facing the armies of other countries. This is because no country has been able to find out the location of their headquarters. Yuan and Ji Shouyun looked at each other. Ji Shouyun immediately opened the list of the pirate gang's leaders. The number of people in this group is a mystery. The first recorded appearance was 800 years ago. At that time, this pirate gang became famous because they did something that is still controversial to this day. They destroyed a planet, which was the largest human trafficking center in the universe at that time. After rescuing all the trafficked people, they carried out a major cleanup on that planet. As Ji Shouyun spoke, he clicked on the first profile picture. This is their first leader. A young man with a sly and arrogant smile appeared in the projection. He was shockingly good-looking, with light brown hair. His overall temperament leaned toward evil and arrogant, but from his figure and face, there was a sense of weakness that could not be cured for a long time. One look and one could tell that this person didn't have long to live. Yuan looked at the holographic projection in front of him and widened his eyes. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan and pursed his lips. "You know him?" "Yes," Yuan answered very quickly. "This is the human form of the old fox who lives next door to my clan." Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan and waited for him to continue. "Before I left the clan, he became an immortal." Yuan looked at the holographic projections of the next few leaders. Then, he stopped at the fourth leader and pointed at the portrait. "I don't know the rest." Ji Shouyun asked, "They are all foxes?" Yuan nodded. "They are all foxes. Foxes who became immortals. These three came back to play after they became immortals. I know them." Yuan Ji Shouyun pointed at the portraits that were tapped on. Every leader of the Phoenix pirate gang lasted less than 50 years. The longest one lasted for 49 years. No one knows if they are dead or not. Yuan looked at the holographic projections of the foxes and his eyelids twitched. "They are dead." Yuan tapped on the holographic projections and gently glanced at their eyebrows. "They are about to die. They are fated to die." Marshal Ji pinched the space between his eyebrows. "They will die after becoming immortals?" "Of course." Yuan sighed. "People like us who don't need to rely on spirit energy to cultivate are better. Most demons rely on spirit energy to cultivate. Without spirit energy, they can't cultivate. When they encounter danger, they need to consume spirit energy to resist the danger. If they can't make ends meet, their cultivation will regress and they will return to their original form. Then, they will go through the cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death. That's why they are fighting for energy veins," Ji Shouyun said. "They have already become immortals. They don't need spirit stones. I mean energy crystals. These things can no longer satisfy them." Yuan said, "What they want is immortal energy. In human terms, it is a higher level of energy." Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds after he finished speaking. That's right. Why would immortal foxes need spirit stones? It was meaningless for them to fight for spirit stones. Taking a step back, spiritual monsters like them could not use unnatural forces to influence the development of human society. The reason was simple. Back then, humans were extremely lucky. If demons like them used unnatural means to affect the development of human society, they would suffer retribution. Moreover, retribution came very quickly. The luck of humans had always been much stronger than that of demons and ghosts. Although they felt that this situation was very unfair, there was nothing they could do. If they were born crippled, so be it. How could they not cultivate? If they wanted to stir up trouble in human society, Even the immortal foxes who came back to play in the past relied on their faces. They used human methods to climb to the top. Only when they were recognized by the rules of human society could they avoid retribution. Yuan himself only dared to go to the battlefield because of Ji Shouyun's status. Is this projection from before or after he destroyed that planet? Yuan pointed at the projection and asked. Ji Shouyun checked and answered, before. Then it was not retribution. If it was not retribution, then why did these foxes die one by one? It was very difficult for immortals to die. It was even more difficult for an entire clan to die. Yuan frowned. He could not figure it out. In fact, this pirate gang has not been active for 6 years. Ji Shouyun pointed at the last leader. She was a woman. In 1 more year, she should have reached 50 years old. However, the outside world is guessing that she has followed in her predecessor's footsteps. Simply put, she was already dead. The only recorded speculation about this pirate gang's base is that it is located in the Death Triangle. Ji Shouyun clicked on another item in the information. In the past 5 joint hunts, they have all escaped into the Death Triangle. Apart from them, everyone else who had entered had all vanished. Some people have speculated that they have a way to safely enter and exit the Death Star region. Yuan looked at the coordinates and silently memorized them. Ji Shouyun wanted to say something, but he felt that it was inappropriate. However, after a short moment of hesitation, he said, "It's like this. Have you ever thought, what if this universe is the immortal realm to you?" Yuan looked at Ji Shouyun blankly. The Earth has disappeared, but we can't even find its remains. Ji Shouyun said, "Not only that, we can't find the solar system or the Milky Way. Other than you, we can't find any information related to the solar system or the Milky Way. This shouldn't be." Although Ji Shouyun's ancestral home was in the Milky Way, this was passed down from generation to generation. Today, there were many people who still retained their ancestral home in the Milky Way. This was also considered a remembrance of the origin of mankind. Many people guessed that during the time when mankind left their mother planet to travel the universe, they might have passed through a wormhole that was about to collapse and arrived in a new universe. This was because when they looked back according to the coordinates left behind by the ancient people, the place that should have been the Milky Way was another galaxy. There was not a single habitable planet in the entire galaxy, and the planets were all over 100,000 years old. Yuan felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, causing his brain to buzz. Earth had disappeared without a trace, there were large amounts of spirit stone veins in the universe, mankind struggled to survive for thousands of years at the beginning of the universe era, and some intelligent life forms with special talents. The spirit stone veins were such a huge treasure. Why did they wait until mankind entered the universe era to exploit them? What were the other intelligent life forms doing? It wasn't like they didn't need energy. Unless they had a better energy source, they didn't care about spirit stones because they didn't think they were valuable. However, the entire universe was currently using energy crystals as the highest grade energy source. There was no higher grade energy source that could be used. Who were mankind's opponents in the beginning? Naturally, it was the natives of the universe. They were the other intelligent life forms whose living space had been greatly compressed. This was especially true for the group of intelligent life forms with special talents. They had special talents and lived in the universe for so many years. Why were they eventually overtaken by mankind? Yuan turned his head to look at the immortal foxes. They all looked like they were about to die. He felt a chill run up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was stunned. If this place had been the immortal world in the beginning, it would have made sense. No matter if it was immortal energy or spirit energy, they were all resources. Resources were limited. Just like when Yuan was in the Age of Chaos, the spirit energy resources on Earth had been squeezed dry. Naturally, the resources in the immortal world would be squeezed dry as well. Perhaps they had been squeezed dry for a long time, otherwise, mankind alone wouldn't have been able to defeat the immortals. When ordinary humans came to this part of the universe, they would have to face worlds that had been in conflict for many years. They would fight for resources and kill each other. In this kind of environment, no one would be able to survive alone. However, resources were limited. In the end, the powerful beings would decline, and development would inevitably happen. Just like on Earth, after the spirit energy was squeezed dry, there were very few monsters that could gain intelligence, and no one could cultivate anymore. And these innately lame monsters couldn't think if they didn't gain intelligence. They could only watch helplessly as mankind wantonly developed technology. In the past, monsters and cultivators could fly. Later, mankind could. 2. In the past, monsters and cultivators could burrow underground. Later, mankind could too. This world was gradually replaced by technology. If this part of the universe was really the immortal world, it would probably be the same. When the immortal chi was exhausted, the immortals gradually disappeared. In the end, even the method of traveling was gradually lost. Then, humans appeared here and fought for survival with the descendants of the immortals and demon immortals who had special abilities. They gained a foothold and discovered the spirit stone veins that the immortals had left behind in the past because they didn't even bother to look at them. Yuan didn't detect any spirit energy from the bodies of the scientists who were said to have special talents. Perhaps it was because they didn't have the method to cultivate at all. But to be able to make an immortal fox look like it was about to die, it could basically be stamped that their cultivation was rapidly declining and they couldn't maintain it. After all, a fox was different from a nine-tailed cat, which naturally had a long tail. To cultivate, they needed resources. To fight, they also needed resources. If they consumed their own spirit energy and couldn't replenish it, even if they became immortals, they would still die. I think. Yuan looked blankly at Ji Shouyun, then pointed at the coordinates of the triangular area. I should go there and take a look. Ji Shouyun also felt that they should go and take a look. But not now. Furthermore, he had to accompany Yuan. Ji Shouyun asked, "You want to save them?" "No, we can't go against fate." Yuan pointed at the projections. "They can't be saved. They're dead meat." Just like how his tail had to fall off until someone wished that he could grow a tail and become an immortal, it was fate. Ji Shouyun didn't really understand how monsters judged. "Then what do you want to do?" "Take advantage of the situation." Yuan answered matter-of-factly. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan. He didn't expect Yuan to give such an answer. He wasn't even sure if he had heard wrongly. Take advantage of the situation? Yes. Yuan made a copy of all the information. If they're all dead, then I'll take advantage of the situation. If they're still alive, then I can't save them. I'll just ask them what's going on and help them if I can. Yuan didn't have any opinions about humans because of the possibility that he had guessed. It was natural selection. Humans squandered their resources and ruined Earth. Immortals squandered their resources and ruined the celestial realm. They were all the same concept. Just like how different life forms could grow in different periods on Earth, the celestial realm was ruined by the immortals. It was no longer suitable for immortals to live in. Humans came over. It was their ability to adapt. I don't know if they can still become immortals. Yuan mumbled. Ji Shouyun was silent for a while when he heard this. He looked at Yuan's hands, which were operating on the system panel. Those hands were beautiful, but they were trembling slightly. Ji Shouyun reached out to hold them. They were cold to the touch. He rubbed Yuan's hands hard. "You don't look too good." Yuan didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't look too good now. It wasn't because of the old fox's possible death. Monsters didn't care about things like aging, sickness, and death. After all, time didn't mean much to them. Nostalgia was nostalgia, but it was just nostalgia in his heart. What Yuan didn't feel too good was that the celestial world that he had been looking forward to for so long had actually become like this. Although it was only a possibility, it was enough to make the cat angry. Where's Phoenix? Where's the dragon? What happened to the promised rare beast? Not even a single strand of hair. When Yuan thought of this, he was so angry that his face puffed up. If this is the celestial realm, he muttered, that would be too disappointing. What are you disappointed about? Ji Shouyun asked, is it because the scenery isn't pretty, or the food isn't delicious? Yuan was stumped by the question. He was stunned for a while and then shook his head. I think it's pretty good, Marshal Ji said. Yuan thought for a while and nodded. It's indeed quite good. Ji Shouyun patted Yuan's head. He was fooled just like that. He was indeed a fool. The First Army's commander was having a small meeting with his colleagues. The topic was a serious discussion about their marshal, who seemed to have finally blossomed. The main purpose of the meeting was to remind the other army commanders to be mindful of the distance between them and Yuan. Especially Old Third and Xiaoqi. It was fine to be friends or brothers, but they had to know their boundaries. Are you talking about the marshal and Yuan? The Second Army's commander couldn't help but ask. He knew that the two Yuan were actually the same person. He turned to look at the Fourth Army's commander, who also knew the truth. The Fourth Army's commander was also horrified. Yes, is there a problem? The First Army's commander asked. No. It didn't seem to be a hard truth to believe. After all, if Yuan had a human form, it would make more sense that he was the one who had saved the marshal. He was good-looking, powerful, and had saved his life. If they were the marshal, they wouldn't be able to control themselves either. Especially since the position beside the marshal was always empty. There was no one who could be close to him, so it was easier for him to take care of such a situation. Have you verified it? The Second Army's commander asked again. The marshal has verified it, the First Army's commander replied. Considered? The First Army's commander didn't say anything. He couldn't possibly say that the two of them had already slept together, right? This was a private matter. If he hadn't accidentally stumbled upon it, he wouldn't have known. The Third Army's commander and Seventh Army's commander, who liked to chat and fight with Yuan, were dumbfounded for a long time. Then, they nodded absent-mindedly and ended the meeting. Then, they turned around and went to look for Yuan. At this moment, Yuan was sitting obediently in Ji Shouyun's office. He took out the cat-shaped optical computer that Ji Shouyun had given him and looked at the troublesome information with a frown. This optical computer was attached to Ji Shouyun's optical computer. Its security clearance level was the same as Ji Shouyun's. Now that he had asked for the detailed information of the death triangle, he immediately pulled it up and placed it in front of Yuan. Yuan held a pen and looked at the densely packed information. He felt a headache coming on. Ji Shouyun looked up at Yuan's frowning face and reminded him, "Don't bite the pen." Yuan opened his mouth and looked at the pen that had a few bite marks on it. He let go of the pen and threw it aside. This kind of work wasn't for a cat. Yuan looked at the information and thought for a while. Then, he pulled up a map of the star sector. The death triangle spanned across 3 S-class galaxies. These 3 galaxies formed a perfect triangle. No one knew anything about the resources and species in the death triangle. Once, someone tried to enter the death triangle. However, about 1 light-year after entering the death triangle, they saw a high-speed meteorite belt that surrounded the entire star sector. The high-speed meteorite belt was known as the burial ground of warriors. It could crush anything that tried to pass through it, including the reconnaissance robots sent by the armies of various countries. However, the area that the death triangle occupied, the situation outside, and the reason why people couldn't enter were all clearly recorded. Yuan looked at the map of the star sector and the situation outside the death triangle. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. He must have seen it somewhere before. After a while, he slapped his forehead. Oh no. Ji Shouyun looked up at him. This is an array, Yuan said. But I can't remember exactly what kind of array it is. The senior who taught Yuan spells didn't really know how to use arrays. Arrays were usually the specialty of humans. Monsters didn't know how to use arrays very well. Ji Shouyun looked up what an array was. From a scientific point of view, it was an array that made use of light and the layout of a maze to cause a certain amount of disorientation to a person's vision and mind. Then, a person wouldn't be able to walk out of the maze and would have the illusion that they were walking in circles. However, this wasn't what Yuan meant by an array. Yuan looked at the map of the star sector. After seeing that it was an array, he couldn't find anything else. If he had known, he would have listened to the senior and read more books instead of looking at beautiful female cats. Yuan pouted and put away his optical computer. He was about to abandon Marshal Ji and go out for a walk to clear his mind. The moment he stepped out, he bumped into the 2 army commanders who were looking for him. Yuan looked at the 2 people who were dragging him away from the main ship. What are you doing? The 2 army commanders looked around like thieves. Then, they asked Yuan, are you with our marshal? Yuan was stunned. He wondered what kind of question they were asking. Haven't we always been together? That's not what I meant. The commander of the 7th Army whispered, I mean, are you two dating? Of course, it was best to verify this with the person involved. After all, it was very inappropriate to jump to conclusions based on hearsay, even if it was just from the 1st Army's commander. It was very rude to stereotype someone or something without any actual understanding of the person or thing. Therefore, the 2 army commanders who had been warned directly ran over to Yuan to ask him. Dating? Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds. Ji Shouyun and I? The 3rd Army's commander nodded. Yes, you and Marshal Ji. No. Yuan shook his head decisively. The 2 army commanders fell silent. They thought about what the 1st Army's commander said to have verified with the Marshal Ji. They felt that they might have accidentally discovered a shocking secret. For example, their Marshal Ji actually had a one-sided love. No wonder boss didn't verify it with Yuan. The 2 army commanders who had exposed the truth for their Marshal Ji felt that they had caused a huge disaster. Why are you asking this? Yuan didn't understand. The 3rd Army's commander didn't even blink. I heard a piece of gossip. Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he changed the topic. How long will it take to destroy the Free Army? The 2 army commanders were stunned by this sudden change in topic. However, they quickly reacted and replied, if no one is holding us back, 1 year. Only 1 year. There was still a long time before the tail grew back. Yuan relaxed and followed the 2 army commanders on a spaceship to patrol the area. In the end, they accidentally ran into the base of a small galactic pirate gang. This desolate planet wasn't suitable for humans to live on. However, due to the existence of oxygen patches, a planet without oxygen or with a low oxygen content couldn't affect the daily lives of humans. Therefore, many small pirate gangs that weren't competitive would choose a desolate planet as their base to avoid the daily patrols of the military. As long as they had enough resources, they could hide until the end of time. Yuan and the 2 army commanders led their teams and cleanly wiped out the galactic pirate gang without saying anything. They also brought back a huge pile of loot. Marshal Ji allowed the army commanders to deal with this matter. He stayed in his office and looked at the galactic map. He was as still as a mountain. Yuan warmed up and happily jumped back. He walked to Ji Shouyun's side and lightly knocked on his desk. Marshal Ji looked up at him. Yuan said, someone said that the 2 of us are in a relationship. Ji Shouyun paused. Who said that? Yuan thought about it and decided not to sell the army commander out. I just heard it. Oh. Marshal Ji responded. Then, he closed the document in his hand and asked, so? Yuan was taking out some snacks and was about to share them with Ji Shouyun. When he heard his question, he looked up blankly. What do you mean? It's about the 2 of us being in a relationship. Ji Shouyun said, what do you think? What do you mean what I think? What can I? Yuan suddenly stopped talking. He suddenly understood and stared at Ji Shouyun with wide eyes. The candy in his hand fell on the table with a clatter. Ji Shouyun was very calm. He placed the documents in his hands properly on the table, clasped his hands, and placed them firmly on top of the documents. He looked up at Yuan, waiting for his response. Marshal Ji didn't look worried or nervous at all. His face, which rarely showed any obvious emotions, was the perfect cover at this time. The only thing that could show his current mood was his clasped hands, his tightly clasped fingertips, and the muscles all over his body that looked like they were going to explode at any time. Yuan, who was standing in front of him, didn't notice all of this. Yuan's brain was buzzing, and his mind was filled with a series of suffocating thoughts. Was this the end of the story? Was Ji Shouyun going to make a wish for him to become an immortal? Yuan felt like he couldn't breathe. Ji Shouyun didn't wait for Yuan's response for a long time, and his tightly clasped hands slowly loosened. His palms seemed a little stiff. Perhaps it was because he had been tense and excited for a long time, but after returning to his relaxed state, his body instinctively felt empty and powerless. Even his brain was a little blank because of the lack of blood pressure. Marshal Ji quietly waited for this temporary blankness to fade away, and stared at Yuan, who was in a daze. "How is it?" he asked. Yuan came back to his senses a little, and his empty blue pupils moved slightly. "Yuan, I like you very much." Ji Shouyun didn't mean to be tactful at all. He admitted that it was very abrupt, but his feelings were very clear. If Yuan had always been a cat, then Ji Shouyun, who had a completely normal aesthetic view and didn't have any strange fetishes, naturally wouldn't have any thoughts. However, his savior cat had become a human twice in a row, and she was also an excellent beauty in all aspects. Not many men could control their thoughts that were full of lust. Marshal Ji was a very normal adult male, and he was very good at controlling his emotions. He had never felt a clear desire to possess anyone. Ji Shouyun wouldn't be unhappy even if his subordinates wanted to leave. At most, he would have a headache over who to transfer to fill this vacancy. In Ji Shouyun's dictionary, possessiveness was the same as childishness. But once this kind of emotion surged and occupied his chest and mind, Ji Shouyun seemed to have chiseled through the dark curtain of night. Light shone in, making him instantly and clearly aware of his own feelings. "I think," Marshal Ji said calmly, "we're quite suitable for each other." Yuan? What makes you think we're compatible? Don't you know what species differences and reproductive isolation mean?" Yuan could not believe it. Yuan was already used to the fact that Ji Shouyun did not meet his standards of beauty. He even felt that Ji Shouyun was a little ugly and handsome. The fact that they were both boys was even less of a problem in Yuan's heart. Homosexuality was not rare. In the past, there was a pair of gay cats in the clan. They were sticky and sweet all day long. The problem was species differences. Since ancient times, how many relationships between humans and demons had a good ending? Reproductive isolation was also a big problem. The birth rate of half-demons was very low. Even if they managed to survive, they often failed to grow up because their strength was not as strong as normal demons. Yuan still wanted kittens. Aside from his dream of becoming an immortal, Yuan's goal had always been to find a beautiful, soft, and coquettish female cat and give birth to a litter of furry kittens. Yuan, who was longing for kittens, stared at Ji Shouyun. After a while, he stuttered, You said you would make a wish for me to become an immortal?" Ji Shouyun waited for a long time for this sentence. He was silent for 2 seconds, and a few wrinkles appeared between his brows. "You refused?" Marshal Ji's voice was a little hoarse, as if he was unhappy. "Yes." Yuan carefully looked at Ji Shouyun and nodded slightly. Ji Shouyun looked at his blue eyes, which were not hazy at all. He thought for a while and said, "If you regret it, remember to tell me." "That's it." Yuan watched as Ji Shouyun opened the document again. After carefully confirming it, he asked in a small voice, Then the wish." Marshal Ji's control of his emotions was quite good. At this moment, no negative emotions could be seen on his face. He said very calmly, "If you don't regret it, I won't either." Yuan carefully looked at Ji Shouyun again. He reached out to take the candy that had fallen on the table and sat down behind the deputy's desk. Marshal Ji looked at the document very seriously. However, only he knew that this document, which had been interrupted halfway by Yuan, was stuck in the middle. He could not read the rest of the words. It was the first time in his life that he had been rejected after confessing to someone. No matter who it was, this was not a good thing. Especially for Marshal Ji, who had been cold for many years, it was a huge blow to him. Ji Shouyun did not intend to make the situation clear to Yuan so quickly. However, the change came too quickly. He couldn't possibly say that those people were spouting nonsense, right? Some things could not be denied, especially when it came to feelings. Furthermore, it was in front of the person involved, so it was even more impossible to deny. Otherwise, Yuan would definitely think that he was joking if he confessed in a serious manner in the future. Ji Shouyun could not wait for them to talk more nonsense and help Yuan open up. Ji Shouyun's logic was very straightforward and simple when it came to feelings. His thoughts were like this: I like you very much. We have a tacit understanding and are compatible in all aspects. If there is nothing wrong with it, let's date. If it goes well, we can settle down for the rest of our lives. As for Ji Shouyun, he was a person who did not like to beat around the bush, except when it came to matters of military strategy and layout. Therefore, when Yuan suddenly asked, he went with the flow and agreed. If the straight ball did not work, then he would think about how to beat around the bush. Unfortunately, his straightforward and simple logic did not connect with Yuan. Because Yuan's logic was also very straightforward and simple. He wanted to become an immortal, and he also wanted kittens. Ji Shouyun's goals were completely in conflict with his. If he dated Ji Shouyun, it meant that Ji Shouyun might not allow him to become an immortal and leave. It also meant that he would not have kittens. Therefore, Yuan's rejection of Marshal Ji was in big letters. However, he could not delay Ji Shouyun from finding a partner. Yuan wondered if he should consider sleeping by himself. After being pampered by Ji Shouyun's warm body temperature, Yuan did not want to sleep by himself. No matter what, he had to hug a heater. Yuan sat in his chair and turned left and right. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at Ji Shouyun, who was engrossed in his work. The absent-minded cat did not notice that Marshal Ji had not flipped through the documents in his hands for a long time. When the third corps commander rushed in, Yuan was sitting in his chair with his long legs bent and his hands hugging his knees. Ji Shouyun was holding the documents in his hands. His head was slightly lowered and he looked like he was deep in thought. The office was very quiet. The scene of the two of them doing their own things was very harmonious. However, the third corps commander felt that the atmosphere between the marshal and Yuan was a little strange. Marshal Ji Shouyun. The third corps commander saluted. We found the communication between the small pirate gang and the Free Army on the mainframe we just captured. Ji Shouyun immediately put down the documents in his hands. After glancing at Yuan, who was not prepared to move at all, he turned around and left the office. Yuan sat in the office for a long time. Then, he slowly sat up and left the office as well. The communication records of this small pirate gang were the result of the technical team working on it for more than an hour. They only managed to save it 10 minutes before it was destroyed. There were text messages, video messages, and voice calls. If the latter two were not specifically recorded, it would be impossible to dig them out and repeat them. However, text messages could be pieced together to form many clues. For example, this small pirate gang would receive supplies from the Free Army every month. The price was that they would have to patrol this star sector and report the situation on time. They would be the outpost of the Free Army in the 17th star system. For a small pirate gang that did not have enough people, this kind of work could not be better. However, 10 days had passed since the supplies were supposed to be delivered, and the supplies that were supposed to be delivered did not arrive. The message they sent out also sank like a stone in the ocean. The promised supplies did not arrive. Naturally, there was no need for them to continue helping them. Therefore, when Ji Shouyun's troops arrived on this desolate planet, they did not alert anyone. The Free Army should have received the news that we have arrived at the border. Coupled with the fact that the vanguard troops are blocking the way, they decided to withdraw from the 17th star system. The first corps commander handed the sorted information to Ji Shouyun. The vanguard troops fought rather smoothly. There were no major accidents, and they did not advance recklessly. Instead, they stayed at the border between the two star systems. They did not allow anyone to pass, nor did they allow anyone to come. No matter how the Free Army lured the enemy, they were as steady as Mount Tai. They did not have any intention of attacking. The pirate gangs that the Free Army left behind would cause chaos due to the supply chain suddenly being cut off. They treated it as a gift to Ji Shouyun. Even if they could not stop him, it would be good to annoy him. Marshal Ji took the information and glanced at it. We will set off in 5 hours. Contact the nearby garrisons to keep an eye out for the pirate gangs. We will continue to move towards the border. After passing star G11, we will split up according to the old rules. Marshal Ji spoke with the other corps commanders as he returned to the main ship. He did not find Yuan in the office. Ji Shouyun paused for a moment and turned to the bedroom. Of course, he did not find Yuan either. Not only that, the cat toys that Yuan always threw on the bed had also disappeared. Marshal Ji was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly reacted, Yuan would not leave him. Ji Shouyun thought for a while and felt that he could roughly guess what Yuan was planning to do. Marshal Ji Shouyun looked up at the date on the wall. He did some calculations and immediately felt relieved. The first corps commander had been busy for the entire day. When it was time to sleep, he returned to his room. When he lifted the blanket, he saw the cat in the blanket. There were also some cat toys scattered around. The milky white little ball was sleeping soundly among more than a dozen dolls that looked similar to him. A pile of white furry balls rolled together. At a glance, it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Yes, that's right. Yuan decided not to hinder Ji Xiuyun from finding a partner. However, he did not want to leave the human heater and decided to come to the first corps commander's bed. However, the first corps commander did not appreciate his kindness. He slowly walked out of the door and sent a message to Marshal Ji Xiuyun. However, to his surprise, the Marshal Ji Xiuyun did not come over immediately. Instead, he asked him to temporarily take in this cute little kitten. He even asked the guards to send over the little bed that Yuan had not used and specially put an extra heater on it. In the following 2 weeks, Yuan followed Ji Xiuyun to the front line to defeat the galactic pirates during the day. At night, he changed back to his original form and went to sleep in the first corps commander's room. Many people were saying that the little kitten and the Marshal Ji Xiuyun had a quarrel. Marshal Ji did not comment on this. Since he could not shoot straight, he could only choose to save his country in a roundabout way. Marshal Ji had to let Yuan stay with someone else for a while. When Yuan realized that Ji Xiuyun was special to him, he would bring him back. At the very least, he had to let Yuan realize that Ji Xiuyun was different from other people. Not everyone could accept the little kitten acting cute, and not everyone had the time to slowly understand the meaning of Yuan's meowing. Yuan was also the type of cat that was too lazy to type. He would soon realize that Ji Xiuyun was really gentle and patient with him. There were always some things that could only be understood when they were far away or lost. Wasn't it just playing tricks? Marshal Ji Xiuyun said that he was very good at it. For example, Ji Xiuyun knew very well that the first corps commander was not used to sleeping with other people or other creatures. In fact, the first corps commander did not let Yuan get into bed. Instead, he carried him to the little bed that was piled with various cat toys every time. Every time Yuan was carried out of bed by the first corps commander, he felt very wronged. When he hugged the heater to sleep, he missed Ji Xiuyun's natural and warm body very much. Ji Xiuyun, who provided the little bed and heater, was very famous. Today, Yuan was rejected again. He curled up into a white ball and meowed at the first corps commander. The first corps commander, whose cat language level was almost negative, listened to his meowing for a long time. After a while, he still chose to ask Marshal Ji for help. This time, Ji Xiuyun came over immediately. When he came, Yuan was hugging his tail. His face was buried under his 2 paws. He curled up into a white ball and looked very sad. He missed Ji Xiuyun. In this world, people were cold and indifferent. No one cared about cats. Only Ji Xiuyun's bed had some warmth. Yuan? Ji Xiuyun gently poked the little ball of fur. Yuan let go of his tail and slapped Ji Xiuyun's hand. It was neither light nor heavy, but it was enough to pull Ji Xiuyun's hand away. The first corps commander, who had been watching all this, thought for a while and decided to go out for a walk. He didn't want to see his marshal coaxing the cat and his faith collapse. Marshal Ji paused and said, "Don't be angry." Meow. Yuan raised his head and meowed at him. Big liar. He said that he liked cats, but he forgot about them the next moment. He didn't even come out to look for his cat after staying out for half a month. Marshal Ji couldn't understand such complicated cat language. However, Yuan's pitiful little voice was vividly expressed. Ji Xiuyun's heart, which was still calculating, melted into a puddle of water. All the thoughts of playing hard to get, of losing and cherishing, were thrown to the back of his mind. "We'll be landing again in 1 day," said Ji Xiuyun. Ji Xiuyun said. He tried to soften his voice, but it still sounded stiff. "The first batch of goods from your energy or vein planet has already been sent there." Yuan's meowing instantly decreased by half. "So don't be angry." Ji Xiuyun reached out his hand to Yuan again. Yuan stopped meowing without hesitation and sat on Ji Xiuyun's palm. The familiar temperature, touch, and smell made Yuan curl up into a ball and rub against Ji Xiuyun's palm. Ji Xiuyun hooked his little meatball and asked, "Come back with me?" Miao Yuan hugged Ji Shouyun's finger and wagged his tail before gently hooking onto his wrist. Mr. Marshal Ji Shouyun looked at his cat's clingy appearance. Ji Shouyun, who hadn't touched a cat for half a month, felt his heart itch. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He turned his wrist and flipped the soft kitten over. Then, he reached out his hands and grabbed Yuan's two front paws. He aimed at Yuan's pads and pinched them. Yuan lay on his back on the soft mattress and stared at Ji Shouyun with his beautiful cat eyes. I suspect that this person doesn't like me at all. What he loves is just my little pat of flesh. Marshal Ji's little trick of loosening the reins in order to catch you better than he had expected. At least for now, Yuan was very close to him. Ji Shouyun stood at the door of the shower. He looked down at Yuan, who was trying to follow him in, and asked him, "Do you want to come in?" The white furry ball pressed its two front paws on the back of his feet. Its soft paws were still very warm. Its soft fur gently rubbed against his skin, as if it was rubbing against his heart. The furry ball raised its head, revealing a pair of sapphire-like cat eyes in the pure white clouds. It meowed softly at him. Cats were very territorial animals. Basically, they were very subjective about the places and people that had their own scent on them. Yuan and Ji Shouyun had slept together for so long that their scents had long been mixed together. Yuan had gotten used to this scent. They hadn't slept together for half a month, so the cat scent on Ji Shouyun's body had faded a lot. Yuan was a little unhappy about this. Therefore, he didn't want to let go of any time. He rubbed against Ji Shouyun more and worked hard to make up for the half a month that he had missed. Ji Shouyun didn't know what Yuan was thinking. Before Yuan could let go of his paws, he simply asked, "Do you want to take a shower together?" Yuan liked to soak in baths. He hated showers. Yuan hesitated for a while between taking a shower with Ji Shouyun and taking a shower with him, which he hated. He let go of Ji Shouyun's feet, took a step back, and obediently squatted outside the shower. Ji Shouyun looked at him for a long time. Finally, he didn't lose his mind and regret that he couldn't take a shower with the kitten. He closed the door of the shower and turned on the concealment function. Ji Shouyun stood inside and could clearly see Yuan, who was squatting outside. Yuan squatted outside and could only look at the door of the shower that had turned white. He could only hear the sound of running water from inside. Meow. Yuan meowed at the door. Amidst the sound of water, a light snort of doubt could be heard. Yuan's ears twitched. After hearing the response from inside, he felt relieved. He realized that not all humans were as patient and tolerant as Ji Shouyun. At least, there were very few of them on this ship. Those people who raised cats on the internet might not be as patient as Ji Shouyun when they met a cat. After all, Yuan only needed to take a whiff of catmint to have fun. Basically, the furniture had to be replaced with a new set of cat furniture. The cat food was made of energy crystals that ordinary people couldn't buy. The scratching board used to sharpen its claws was made of leftover hard alloy scraps that Ji Shouyun brought back from the technical class after work. He especially liked to buy a whole page of expensive takeout food. Although he perfectly avoided the big problems of shedding, cleaning, cutting his nails, and bathing a normal cat would face, purely based on the economic ability and status required to raise Yuan, Yuan was really a very delicate kitten that was difficult to raise. Even if the kitten could make a lot of money on its own, there were some things that money couldn't get. Therefore, the status required to be a cat picker quickly increased. Other than Ji Shouyun and Marshal Kevin, there were probably not many people who could afford to raise a cat. It wasn't easy to find a cat picker. It was even harder to find a cat picker who was rich and powerful, had a good personality, and was good at stroking cats. Although he was a little ugly, he still cherished him. After all, Ji Shouyun hadn't been in a relationship for so many years. It didn't matter if he avoided Yuan or not. Yuan quickly found a way out for himself. He lay down, yawned, and barked at the shower. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan, who was eagerly looking at the shower. He was a little surprised by the effect of playing hard to get. It had only been half a month. And Yuan was the one who took the initiative to avoid him. Marshal Ji didn't have a good time in the past half a month. After all, temporary battles didn't happen all the time. Yuan didn't really have to do the work of an assistant. When he didn't have to go on the field, Yuan basically stayed in the training ground. Otherwise, he would drive his black mecha to the deck and wait. When it was time to sleep, he would run to the first army commander's room to sleep. Yuan didn't like to sleep with a cat. He also didn't like to sleep with several people in the same room. Without Ji Shouyun, his close friends, Old San and Xiaoqi were on the frigate. He couldn't go to the other soldiers' dormitories. The only person he could choose to sleep with was the first army commander, who was always on the flagship. Compared to the time when he could see his cat or young man in front of him, Ji Shouyun, who had lost his fluffy and beautiful face, felt that the past half a month was especially hard to bear. However, when he saw how Yuan wanted to wait outside when he was bathing and call out from time to make sure that he was still there, Ji Shouyun felt that this was nothing. Meow. Ji Shouyun was brought back to reality by the soft meow of a cat. He turned off the water and responded. The moment Ji Shouyun opened the door, Yuan went up and sniffed around. Then, he rubbed himself against the feet of the marshal, who was drying his hair. Ji Shouyun took careful steps, afraid that he would accidentally step on the sticky kitten beside his feet. Although he knew that with Yuan's reaction speed, the possibility of him being stepped on was zero, he couldn't help but be careful when he stepped on such a small ball. It was only one size bigger than his palm. Marshal Ji watched as the plush toys returned to his bed, and his mood became more and more cheerful. Yuan didn't just stick to Ji Shouyun when he was in his cat form. During the day, when he was busy transforming into his human form, he was like a small tail following Ji Shouyun. He was trying his best to rub Ji Shouyun's cat scent back onto him as quickly as possible. Even when Ji Shouyun was in the office, Yuan would drag a stool next to Ji Shouyun's hand. When Ji Shouyun was working on the battle plan, Yuan would seriously search for information about the Death Triangle. After so many years on the star web, there were many speculations and inferences about the Death Triangle. Coupled with all kinds of unfamiliar terms, it was enough for the lazy Yuan, who didn't like to learn, to read for a long time. Ji Shouyun turned to look at Yuan, who was chewing on a pen with a frown on his face as he read the information. There were several pages in front of Yuan. In front of him was a paper about the Death Triangle published by the Imperial Institute of Galactic Geology. Surrounding the paper were all kinds of technical explanations. He reached out to save the pen from being bitten by Yuan and reminded him, "Don't bite the pen." He had already lost count of how many times he had reminded Yuan today. Obviously, Yuan didn't take his reminder to heart. "I'm dead." The young man slumped on the table. He looked like his soul was about to float out of his body. Marshal Ji glanced at the paper that Yuan had pushed away. He organized the battle plan that he had adjusted and said, "There's a problem." Yuan groaned half dead. "Why did you reject me?" Ji Shouyun asked. He adjusted the order of the paper and looked at Yuan. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at him. "I still want to become an immortal. As a cat, you have to have hope for the future. I still haven't verified whether this place is really an immortal realm." Yuan didn't give up. Ji Shouyun didn't expect to receive such an answer. To be honest, he thought that Yuan would resolutely say that it was because he didn't like him. Marshal Ji said earnestly, "Becoming an immortal doesn't conflict with dating." Yuan sat up straight and corrected him, "Then what about dating? What will happen to me after you die?" Ji Shouyun paused and didn't know what to say. It was rumored that after becoming an immortal, one would live as long as the heavens and the earth. Ji Shouyun was a human, and a human would die. As the one left behind, Yuan would only be left alone for a long time. This wasn't fair to Yuan. From Yuan's point of view, the person he chose to date had to have a standard that matched his strength and lifespan. Ji Shouyun was confident in his strength, but his lifespan wouldn't change according to his will. However, there was still a way to compromise. "So, it's not that you don't like me," Ji Shouyun said in a low voice. Yuan thought for a while and said, "I like you a lot, but it's not the kind of like." Ji Shouyun put the documents in his hands on the table. "Who taught you to say this?" Yuan quickly shifted the blame. "Live broadcast. And I want kittens." Yuan's eyes sparkled, then he glanced at Ji Shouyun's lower abdomen. "You can't give birth to them." Ji Shouyun raised his hand to cover Yuan's eyes, which were glancing at his lower abdomen from time to time. This kind of gaze was too suggestive for a man who was so close to him. Even Ji Shouyun, who didn't have much experience, couldn't help but feel a little restless after being stared at like this. Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled Ji Shouyun's hand down. His eyebrows danced in delight as he said, "Look, even those old foxes have come all the way here. They're hoarding spirit energy crystals, they're definitely not for their own use. Although it's possible that they're using it to maintain the operation of the formation, it's also possible that they're supplying it to other people or spiritual monsters. What if there are kittens?" Yuan was very happy, as if he could already see a nest of soft and fluffy kittens. Ji Shouyun heard Yuan fantasizing about the future. He pulled his hand out from Yuan's grasp and covered his mouth. Yuan was probably the only one who would talk about finding a female cat to give birth to cubs in front of a suitor. "I don't want to hear this," Ji Shouyun said. Yuan said in a muffled voice under his hand, "Then I won't say it." Ji Shouyun let go of his hand and tidied up the battle preparation plan in his hands. He began to think about how to enlighten Yuan. Using methods to deal with ordinary people could indeed make Yuan realize his importance and uniqueness. However, Yuan was a cat that wouldn't blush at all when facing a person who had clearly expressed his or her feelings for him. He or she would even take the initiative to crawl into the person's bed. He couldn't really watch Yuan run away with a kitten, although whether there was a kitten or not was still a question. However, he couldn't ignore Yuan and his own feelings just because he liked Yuan. Ji Shouyun knew that he actually had the initiative. If he made a wish for Yuan to stay, Yuan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Nine-tailed cats didn't need to cultivate themselves. They relied on time to grow their tails steadily. They had a huge advantage on the path of cultivation, so it would be more difficult for them when they were at the final step. They could only accept the fact that they met scum when they were completing their destiny. However, Ji Shouyun didn't want to be scum. No matter how strict the rules were, there would always be loopholes. If there weren't any loopholes, it must be because one's intelligence and knowledge couldn't keep up. Marshal Ji put his hand down and began to seriously consider the feasibility of making a wish. Before that, he had to move Yuan. Ji Shouyun brought his army to another planet. It was hub planet G11 in the 17th galaxy. It was also Ji Shouyun's home planet. This planet had originally been an ordinary border planet. However, after Ji Shouyun had appeared, all sorts of resources had started pouring in. In the end, it had become a brand new border transportation hub planet. As a transportation hub, there were many border trade caravans that chose to replenish their supplies on this planet. The more large trade caravans there were, the more dangerous it would be. This meant that this planet needed a large number of troops to guard it. As a result, this planet had now become the safest stop on the border between the two galaxies. Ji Shouyun went to communicate with the local troops stationed there. Yuan bought a special drink and held a few skewers of unknown food in his other hand. He ate as he walked. He was walking towards Ji Shouyun's house. Ji Shouyun's parents' house had been preserved in the old city area of the planet's capital. According to Ji Shouyun, the first batch of goods had been placed at his house. Yuan was given the right to enter and exit the house. He said that if Yuan couldn't wait, he could go and get it himself. Yuan didn't stand on ceremony with him either. He patted his butt and left Ji Shouyun on the spot. Soldiers were very popular on this planet. This was especially so for the soldiers who wore Ji Shouyun's army insignia. Whenever they bought something on the streets, the merchants would give them a bunch of gifts. Buy one, get one free too. This was a very common benefit. Everyone was very enthusiastic. When Yuan followed the navigation system to the street, he was already hugging a bunch of things in his arms. This was the result of secretly stuffing a lot of things into his heaven and earth sleeve. The old city area wasn't very lively. To be precise, it was very quiet. It was like an old man in his twilight years. It lacked a lot of youthful vigor. Yuan encountered a group of human cubs who were playing and chasing each other at the end of the street. Yuan liked cubs that weren't bears, no matter what species they were. In fact, the vast majority of people who had stepped onto the path of cultivation were exceptionally tolerant of the cubs, probably because the cubs were the future of the entire world. Even if two parties had deep grudges against each other, they wouldn't implicate the cubs of the other party when they fought. So much so that when they went out and saw a little brat in distress, they would also lend a helping hand in passing. Yuan generously distributed the snacks in his arms to the group of children. Just as he was about to leave, a little girl tugged on his sleeve. "Big brother." The little girl's voice was soft and sweet. She was still sucking on the candy that Yuan had stuffed into her mouth. Yuan bent down slightly. "What's the matter? Are you powerful?" she asked. Yuan answered very straightforwardly, "Yes, I am." "Are you more powerful than Marshal Ji?" "Yes." "Then let me tell you a secret." The little girl leaned closer to Yuan and whispered in his ear, "There are bad guys inside." Yuan was startled. He turned around and looked at the little girl with a serious expression. He also lowered his voice and asked, "What bad guys?" "I saw it this morning." The little girl said, "There were many people with weapons and pictures of you. They entered this." Before she could finish her sentence, Yuan reached under her arm and picked her up. He quickly retreated to avoid them. As soon as he left, a ray of light flashed and disappeared. It passed through the place where the little girl was just standing and left a deep hole about a finger wide on the ground. There were more than 10 cubs in the hole. Yuan looked at the hole. His hair stood on end. Yuan could not believe his eyes. How could someone do such a thing to an innocent child of their own race? If he had not reacted quickly enough, this little girl would have been dead by now. Yuan carried the group of human brats out of the battlefield. These kids didn't notice anything wrong. They didn't panic even when they were far away from the street. They stood on the playground of the street next to the street and called out to Yuan with a smile on their faces. Yuan gave them some candy and patted their heads. Finally, he looked at the little girl. Yuan wanted to ask why these children were so unguarded, but now was not the time to educate them. He then magically took out a bunch of snacks, including some that he had stocked up on himself, and generously gave them to the little girl. Compared to the other kids who only knew how to watch him perform magic with sparkling eyes, this little girl seemed to be the only one who was sensible. "Stay here. Don't go back." Yuan looked around and thought for a moment. Then, he used his foot to draw a crooked circle on the ground that almost covered the entire sports field. Then, he covered it with a layer of spirit energy that ordinary people could not see. "Take care of them. Don't let them leave this sports field." The little girl nodded obediently. Yuan did not say anything else. He turned around and went back to the street. At the same time, he sent a message to Xianxia. The street in the old district was always quiet. When the children were playing here, Yuan could still feel a trace of liveliness. Now that he had sent the children away, the entire street was so quiet that even the sound of the wind could be heard clearly. It was so quiet that there was not a trace of liveliness. This should not be happening. Yuan stood at the entrance of the street and was vigilant. Within the street, he could clearly hear about 40 breathing sounds. They were mixed in with the wind, and he could hear them clearly. Among them, about 10 of them were breathing rapidly. There were also some sounds of struggling. There were hostages inside. Yuan realized this almost immediately. He had followed Xianxia through the vast universe for so many days, and they had encountered many outlaws. These groups would always bring along some civilians on their ships. When they encountered the regular army, if they couldn't defeat them, they could use these hostages to threaten the army to let them go. In the past, this tactic had been successful. Even when facing Xianxia's army, these pirate gangs were fearless. However, it was a pity that Xianxia's army had always been united. Normally, these pirate gangs would have turned into cosmic dust before they could threaten him. With the addition of the Yuan, Xianxia was like a tiger that had grown wings. Their efficiency in rescuing the hostages increased exponentially. Now, whenever they caught an illegal ship, they would give it a good beating. There was nothing to be afraid of. Yuan was not afraid now. He stood at the entrance of the street, seemingly defenseless. In the next second, he suddenly disappeared from the line of sight of the group of people who were watching the entrance of the street. The people lying in ambush in the houses on both sides of the street were holding weapons. When they saw this, their hearts tightened. However, it seemed like they were prepared. They did not react violently to this incident. To Yuan's surprise, they seemed to be exceptionally calm. Yuan had seen many people scan the area for commotion the moment he disappeared. Thus, Yuan was more surprised by this unknown number of people who did not panic at all. However, even though he was surprised, Yuan still reacted quickly. He did not know why these people were not shaken at all by his sudden disappearance. He did not know why these people had brought weapons and his photo this morning to ambush him. He also did not know what was going on inside the buildings on the street that he could not see. However, Yuan would not let go of anyone who wanted to harm him. If he let them go, he would be leaving himself a hidden danger. Yuan was not stupid. To be honest, the last person who tried to steal his cat was already 2 meters tall. The street was very quiet. Yuan was invisible and nimble. He silently walked through the buildings on both sides of the street. This group of ambushers was very spread out. Furthermore, each of them had at least 5 hostages tied up beside them. Furthermore, there were not many signs of fighting in the houses on both sides of the street. This meant that this group of ambushers had very professional physical skills. It was obvious that they were here for Yuan. They did not cause much of a commotion. Even the streets on the other side of the street were operating normally. The street environment was also very quiet. There was no sense of disharmony from the other side of the street to the other side. It was obvious that they wanted to catch him off guard and lure him into the net. Yuan detected a very strong scent of spirit stones on these people. Since Ji Shouyun had a few big boxes of spirit stones in his house, the scent of spirit stones on their bodies was completely concealed. If Yuan had not been held back by the little girl, he would not have noticed this small detail. This was because everything was too normal. The normal quiet old town, the normal children playing around, and the very normal spiritual energy that was produced by a large number of spirit stones could be easily detected when one breathed. They did not even leave a trace of blood on the hostages. There was not even the slightest trace of human blood in the spiritual energy. The entire street was unharmed. It was as if Ji Shouyun's house was the only place left. Yuan was not sure if these people knew that Ji Shouyun had a large number of spirit stones in his house. In order to conceal the scent of spirit stones on their bodies, they chose not to touch Ji Shouyun's house. Or was it because Ji Shouyun's house had the most advanced security system? Was that why they did not rob Ji Shouyun's house? Logically speaking, the possibility of the latter was higher. However, Yuan felt that the former was more likely. These people were definitely here for him. Yuan could not help but think too much. Why would a normal person carry so many spirit stones with them? They even knew how to use Ji Shouyun's house's spirit stones to conceal their scent. They even had his photo and were lying in ambush here in advance. Even Yuan himself had decided to come to Ji Shouyun's house to retrieve the spirit stones at the last minute. How could they have been lying in ambush here in the morning? Even if their whereabouts had been leaked, they could not have been so sure that he had come back alone, right? These people did not understand his combat strength, but Ji Shouyun's was very clear about it. Squatting in front of Ji Shouyun's house and guarding it was the same as washing his neck clean and delivering himself to Yuan. The more Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He desperately needed the help of Ji Shouyun, who was quick-witted and creative. When Marshal Ji received Yuan's message, he immediately understood that Yuan had not contacted him directly. He reckoned that Yuan was in a hurry and that the situation was not very convenient. Marshal Ji did not reply. Instead, he chose 2 of his direct subordinates and left the garrison without consulting anyone. By the time Ji Shouyun and his 2 subordinates rushed to the street where his house was located, Yuan had already tied up the ambushers one by one. There were 9 people in total. Yuan caught them without being able to fight back. He tied their hands with a military-made rope and tied a few dead knots before stringing the 9 people together. Ji Shouyun was very familiar with this method of tying people up because he was the one who had taught Yuan how to do it. As for Yuan himself, he held the 50 energy crystals that he had plundered from these people. He was surrounded by a group of onlookers and rescued hostages. He lowered his eyes and looked at the 9 people with a pensive expression on his face. Ji Shouyun's appearance silenced the crowd. Yuan snapped out of his daze. He tilted his head and looked around. Only then did he realize that most of the children that he had thrown into the neighborhood next door had been found by their parents. The eyes of the parents who had been used as hostages were all red. They were filled with resentment and rejoicing that they had survived a disaster. "What's going on?" Ji Shouyun asked. "The Free Army." Yuan pursed his lips at the group of prisoners. The insignia of the Free Army was tattooed on their wrists. They seemed to know that I would come over. They even set up a small trap for me. Ji Shouyun turned to look at the captured hostages. The moment their eyes met, the leader of the hostages flashed him a slightly twisted and proud smile. The prophet is omnipotent. The prophet? Ji Shouyun repeated. It sounds like a cult, Yuan added. Ji Shouyun nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he signaled his two subordinates to bring the hostages back first. Yuan and Ji Shouyun both knew what these hostages would go through after they were brought back and placed in the interrogation room. The response speed of the troops stationed in the area was a little slow. It seemed that there was a problem with the surveillance and patrol arrangements in the neighborhood. As a result, they were unable to rush over as soon as the incident occurred. After Ji Shouyun's subordinates took the hostages away. Knowing that they were in the wrong, they did not dare to ask Ji Shouyun for the hostages. They rushed over as soon as they heard the news. All they could do was quietly deal with the aftermath. Yuan and Ji Shouyun stayed behind. They still had to return home to retrieve the large boxes of energy crystals. About the prophet. Do you have any skills related to foresight among your skills? Ji Shouyun asked softly. Foresight? Yes, we do. But if you want to be able to predict something in detail at a certain point in time, it's usually a racial talent. Yuan pondered for a while. Do you think that the prophet they're talking about is a cultivator? No. Ji Shouyun shook his head. If it was a cultivator, the Free Army would have destroyed his army long ago. Specifically, they could refer to Yuan's endless and powerful spells. It could be an ancestral talent, or he accidentally obtained something magical. What ancestral talent? That sounds so awful. We usually call it awakening. Yuan grumbled in his heart. Then why are they targeting me? Yuan tugged at his hair. He felt that other than being cute, there was nothing else worth coveting. You're a nine-tailed cat. Ji Shouyun reminded the cat who had no self-awareness. Yuan looked up at him. His expression slowly changed from calm to horrified. They want to capture me to make a wish. Ji Shouyun nodded. It's possible. Yuan nervously grabbed Ji Shouyun's clothes. He decided that he would eat 1,000 spirit stones to keep himself safe. Yuan was just about to pull Ji Shouyun to retrieve the hostages and leave when he turned around and saw the little girl standing in the corner. She was peeking her head out to look at them. All the other children had been taken away by their parents. She was the only one left. I didn't realize it at first. This little girl was the one who told me, Yuan whispered to Ji Shouyun. If it wasn't for her, I would have been screwed. Yuan dragged Ji Shouyun over and bent down to ask her, where's your family? Why aren't they here to pick you up? No one is here to pick me up. My mother died of an illness. My father went to war. He said that he would come back after the war. The little girl wasn't afraid of strangers. Her voice was still sweet. She didn't look sad when she said this. Instead, she turned to look at Ji Shouyun expectantly. Marshal Ji, when will the war end? I miss my father, she said softly. Yuan was stunned. He straightened up and turned to look at Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun wasn't a general who was close to the people. He had never received such a question before. Most of the comments on the star web were praises and curses for him. No one had ever asked him this expectantly before. When will the war end? Marshal Ji Shouyun was silent for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Yuan. Unlike Yuan, who was new to the battlefield and had only interacted with heinous pirate gangs, Ji Shouyun was a Marshal Ji Shouyun who had personally conquered an entire galaxy. Ji Shouyun had seen too many families fall into despair. He had even personally caused many of them. When faced with such a straightforward and simple question from the little girl, Ji Shouyun felt helpless. Marshal Ji Shouyun didn't receive any help from Yuan. He finally turned his gaze back to the little girl in front of him. After a long time, when the light in the little girl's eyes gradually faded, Ji Shouyun solemnly replied slowly and firmly, as if he was making an oath, very soon. Yuan looked at Ji Shouyun for a while. Then, he turned back to look at the little girl in front of him in a daze. The little girl's eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. They were like sparkling diamonds. Ji Shouyun's firmness and generosity were like ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. they didn't waver at all. They were like believers in gods who responded to their faith. Yuan had never felt this before. It was a trust and reciprocation that only existed between humans. It was as beautiful as the most dazzling light in life. Yuan's gaze fell on Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun tilted his head. His eyes, which were as quiet and dark as the deepest part of the universe, were now filled with specks of starlight. He was quietly watching Yuan. At this moment, Yuan suddenly understood why his seniors had always told him not to get too close to humans. It was because monsters would never be able to resist the erosion of human emotions. Because of their short lifespans, humans were always willing to burn themselves for certain emotions, beliefs, and dreams. This kind of burning and boiling attitude, which was like a falling star, was always a fatal attraction in the eyes of long-lived species who were extremely calm in all aspects. Ji Shouyun called for a garrison to send the girl back. Yuan tugged at Ji Shouyun's clothes like a little tail, stepping on Ji Shouyun's footsteps as he walked, his mind wandering as he followed. Yuan was in a daze, thinking that he might be deaf or blind. He actually thought that Ji Shouyun was shining brightly and was especially handsome. Ji Shouyun was also very quiet on the way back. Yuan guessed that it was probably because of what the girl said. Ji Shouyun rarely thought about the suffering of the people behind the war. A country needed to defend its sovereignty, prove its strength, and solve the border problems. Using war to stop war was the most effective method in the current era. Ji Shouyun had stayed on this planet for 40 years. At that time, this planet wasn't as peaceful and stable as it was now. Chaos and war happened almost all the time on this planet. On the border planets, large-scale conflicts didn't even need a reason, they just started fighting. Now, they were able to develop peacefully partly because Ji Shouyun had taken the lead, and partly because the 17th galaxy's greatest enemy had now become the Empire's territory, and they themselves had suffered great losses. Although a free army had appeared later on, the 17th galaxy's border planets had at least 10 years of rest and recuperation. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the 18th galaxy's free army attacking them from time to time, and they were even able to occasionally chase them back or take advantage of them. There was no way to completely end the war. However, it was possible to restore peace to the 17th galaxy and prevent it from being invaded as a border. Ji Shouyun was able to confidently reply that the girl said it would be very soon because he was confident. He was very confident in his army and combat strength, and the little emperor had just gained power, so he needed to make some achievements to gain a foothold. Therefore, after this matter was over, as long as the little emperor wasn't a pile of mud that couldn't be supported, it was almost foreseeable that the Empire of Since would enter a period of peaceful development that wouldn't be short. However, this couldn't cover up the pain that the people would suffer after this period of peace. Even though Ji Shouyun knew that the people on planet G11 were already used to war, it didn't mean that they wouldn't feel the sorrow of death. Ji Shouyun wasn't a person with strong emotions, but he didn't lack empathy as a human. The girl just asked a question that many people didn't dare ask him. War was never a good thing. Ji Shouyun opened the door to his house. Because no one lived in the house, there was very little furniture. There were 8 large boxes neatly placed in the living room, emitting dense spiritual energy. Of course, this spiritual energy could only be sensed by Yuan, who was tugging at the hem of Ji Shouyun's clothes like a little tail, stuck his head out and took a glance. He then went over to put the 8 chests into his sleeves and returned to Ji Shouyun's side. Then, he reached out and continued to grab Ji Shouyun's clothes, as though he had turned into a pendant on his back. Something wasn't right. Ji Shouyun sensed Yuan's silence. He was about to turn around to look at the young man when Yuan followed his line of sight and walked into his blind spot. Ji Shouyun, what are you doing? Don't look at me, Yuan said in a muffled voice. And don't let me see your face. Ji Shouyun was stunned for 2 seconds. Why? You're so ugly that I'm scared of you, Yuan answered without thinking. Ji Shouyun? I'm ugly? Marshal Ji thought that Yuan must be joking. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Yuan followed Ji Shouyun's line of sight and avoided looking at him. Let's hurry back after taking the things. Marshal Ji realized that he couldn't catch Yuan no matter how hard he tried, so he gave up helplessly. Ji Shouyun walked out as he asked, aren't you going to check the quantity? What's there to check? Yuan muttered softly. Don't you have the best security system at the border? Besides, do you think you're greedy for a few of my stones? Ji Shouyun wasn't lacking in stones and money. Although this house was no longer occupied, the security system had always been the latest version. It was fully automated and highly efficient, and it didn't require manual labor. Other than the authority, it wouldn't recognize anyone else. Ji Shouyun found this extremely pleasing to the ear. If Yuan could say something like this, it was obvious that he was very dependent on him. Although he didn't understand why Yuan wanted to hide, he couldn't hide anywhere. Yuan wasn't someone who could hold back his words. After a while, he would run over and tell him. Unfortunately, Marshal Ji was wrong this time. Yuan held back his words, he kept his mouth shut and didn't have any intention of mentioning this matter. Yuan was actually a little confused. He realized that the words of the old senior who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years seemed to be slowly coming true after he came into contact with Ji Shouyun. For example, the fate of a severed tail, or the wonderful colors that monsters couldn't resist, which were unique to humans. Before these things really happened to him, Yuan had always scoffed at them. But now, he was seriously recalling that the old senior who always stroked his hair with a cigarette in his mouth had inserted some kind of FG into him. Yuan couldn't find the FG in his memories, but he remembered a lot of strange things. After the G11 team finished their rest and officially headed towards the 18th star system, Ji Shouyun's army split into two groups and chose to move forward in a flank. Ji Shouyun realized that his cat youngster had been jumping around a little too much recently. Let's not talk about going to the training ground to teach his soldiers how to behave. When he was in the virtual training room, he even started to talk to the rest of the army commanders about battle plans. Their cat actually had such an awesome skill. Marshal Ji was extremely shocked. The army commanders were even more shocked than Ji Shouyun. This was because Yuan told them about some human-oriented marching formations. These formations included illusion, trap, and kill, but they all required the use of mechas. Yuan didn't tell them that what they really needed were the spirit stones in the mecha's energy cabins. After the army commanders actually demonstrated it, they almost wanted to kneel down in front of Yuan. This was a method that could greatly increase the survival rate of the soldiers under their command. What could be more important than this during a battle? If it weren't for the fact that Yuan was still too young, Marshal Kevin and the others would have been the first to agree to let him take over. The army commanders happily told Ji Shouyun about this. Ji Shouyun turned around to look for Yuan. Yuan raised his head and met Ji Shouyun's eyes. He quickly covered his eyes. This wasn't the first time this had happened. For almost a week, Yuan had been reacting like this. Everything was normal, except for the fact that Yuan didn't want to meet his eyes. Before Yuan could speak, Ji Shouyun directly took the initiative and said, "Am I ugly to you?" Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds. "No." "Then what is it?" "Your eyes." Yuan struggled to think of a word. "Are very impressive." Ji Shouyun's mind was filled with question marks. Yuan frowned. Wasn't it just impressive? His heart was shaken. Now that he looked at Ji Shouyun, he didn't think that he was ugly anymore. In fact, he even thought that he was a little handsome. Yuan felt that Ji Shouyun's eyes were a little strange. Marshal Ji looked at Yuan's conflicted expression, but he didn't intend to get to the bottom of this. If Yuan didn't want to say anything, he couldn't force him, right? Marshal Ji decided to change the topic. "Recently, you and the army commander, it's a formation." Yuan answered straightforwardly. He projected a star domain on his optical computer. "Although I'm not proficient in this, these simple formations shouldn't be a problem. Other things aside, the casualty rate will be greatly reduced." Yuan actually had his own selfish reasons for giving the formation to the army commander. He remembered that Ji Shouyun had told the little girl that the war would end quickly. Thus, he couldn't help but think about how he could help Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun had helped him so much. Furthermore, he didn't know how much he would help him in the next 10 years. Yuan felt that it was necessary for him to lend a helping hand. He still remembered that the formations he had seen were rather crude and simple. Even the largest formation only required 20 mechas to be set up perfectly. Ji Shouyun watched Yuan bite his pen as he scribbled on a piece of paper. He was a little surprised that Yuan would use his brain to think about such a complicated matter. Since when had Yuan cared about casualty rates? When these three words came out of Yuan's mouth, Ji Shouyun wondered if he had heard wrongly. However, when he saw how serious Yuan was, Ji Shouyun didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he went out for a meeting. What a joke. Yuan was so hardworking. He would be an idiot to stop Yuan from studying seriously. There was no harm in learning more things. There was no harm in having more skills. Who knew when they would come in handy? Before he left, Marshal Ji didn't forget to save the pen in Yuan's mouth. He reminded him patiently, "Don't bite the pen." Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at the few dots on the paper. He gave a perfunctory reply. After Ji Shouyun left, Yuan looked at the few dots on the paper and brought up the street model of Ji Shouyun's hometown. Then, he matched the few dots on the model. It was a very simple trapping formation. In fact, it was an incomplete trapping formation. It was mainly used to trap the people inside and prevent them from doing anything. Oh. Yuan bit the pen in his mouth as he looked at the formation. Those few dots were where the Free Army's ambushers were lying in ambush. Those people had so many spirit stones on them, and they were scattered so widely. They even formed an incomplete and retarded formation. Then, he connected the dots with the prophet that the leader had mentioned. Yuan did some calculations and felt that he had probably encountered the legendary atavistic, awakened descendant of an immortal. Moreover, it was the kind that was silly and sincere. Yuan checked the history of the Free Army. It had to be said that even if the forces of the 18th Galaxy were chaotic and xenophobic, the people of the army still did a very good job of intelligence work. Yuan browsed through them, but he couldn't find anything useful from the war records. He could only see that overall, the Free Army won more battles than they lost. For example, large-scale battles where they expanded their territory under the banner of liberation. But small, informal skirmishes, such as coming to the 17th system to take advantage of the situation, often resulted in them being driven back to their hometowns. Yuan didn't know how the Free Army sneaked into the heavily guarded G11 capital. According to the records of various surveillance and detection equipment provided by the local garrison, these machines didn't record any traces at all. Yuan didn't find anything unusual. He rested his chin on his hand and sat cross-legged on the chair. He thought for a bit, took out the cat-shaped optical computer, and used Ji Shouyun's authority to search. Sure enough, Ji Shouyun's authority was much more powerful. Yuan saw the detailed information at the bottom of the addendum, which included text, pictures, analysis, and news reports from various parties. There were even 1 or 2 intermittent video recordings. Yuan looked at the battle analysis and found that in all of the victorious battles, it was speculated that the commander behind the battle was the same person. Most of the staff officers or generals who were able to take on the heavy responsibility of commanding battles had their own style. For example, Ji Shouyun would always be magnanimous as he rolled over his opponents. Marshal Kevin, on the other hand, was more inclined to take a detour and save as much energy as he could. The reason why so many war analysts recognized that the commander behind those battles was the same person was because the commanding style of these victorious battles was very clear and precise. It was from this same person. The Free Army recruited an incredible staff officer. This staff officer's style could be summed up with one word: strange. In the battle records and analysis of the victorious battles, people found that this staff officer, whose name and identity weren't announced to the public, was always able to send a few surprise troops to interfere and disrupt the situation at the most critical moment of the battle. He especially liked to quietly sneak into the enemy's rear when the front line was fiercely fighting. He cut off the enemy supply line and stole logistical resources. He even directly destroyed the enemy's command center. This sounded simple, but it was very difficult to actually execute. The route of the supply line was absolutely confidential, but this staff officer was always able to accurately deploy troops to ambush the enemy on the absolutely confidential route and take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to achieve victory. Yuan clicked on the few intermittent videos. He didn't know much about the concept of fighter jets, which required a lot of learning and experience. However, he was able to distinguish the rough array arrangement in the intermittent images. He had a certain precognitive ability. He knew how to arrange some crude and weak array formations. He could only bully ordinary people who didn't know anything about the power of the mystical side. Yuan repeatedly looked at the weak array formations a few times, and immediately felt relieved. It was really difficult to catch him with this little ability. The small accident from before didn't count. Yuan turned his head and glanced at the holographic image of the street next to him. This incomplete trapping array couldn't trap him. That was why people said that this person was really stupid. He used a few incomplete and rough arrays to bully ordinary people who didn't know anything. He became arrogant after winning a few battles. Using this kind of trash to catch him, could it be that he was an idiot? He didn't know where he got the guts from. The only thing that Yuan couldn't figure out was why that person wanted to catch him. It was possible that he wanted to make a wish for him, but it didn't make sense. After all, other than himself and Ji Shouyun, no one else knew that he was the nine-tailed cat. Yuan stood up and patted his butt. He decided to wait for the military's intelligence personnel to work hard to obtain the identity of the prophetic staff officer. He had more important things to confirm at the moment. The marshal's cat finally didn't stay in the house today. The soldiers were a little excited. Yuan squatted by the side of the corridor. He didn't reject anyone who walked past him and touched him. Yuan wanted to stroll to the science class and find some catmint to stimulate himself. He didn't do it for anything else. He just wanted to figure out if something had happened to him recently. Recently, whenever he was with Ji Shouyun, he couldn't help but stare at him in a daze. Yuan knew why he kept staring at Ji Shouyun. He wanted to see Ji Shouyun's bright and rich colors again. However, after staring at him for a long time, Yuan realized that Ji Shouyun looked very good even when he was focusing on his work with his eyes lowered. The kind of youthful calmness that came from doing his best and doing his job with ease was completely different from the kind of procrastination monsters like them, who often slacked off halfway through their work. In fact, monsters were very lazy when it came to other things, except for things that concerned their lives and power. Perhaps it was because of their long lifespan. Unlike humans, who always had to race against time and were very sensitive to the passing of time, monsters had too much time. With the efficiency of demons, the things that humans did in a day could be dragged on for more than a week. They would rather spend their time eating, drinking, playing, and sleeping than doing anything serious. The only thing that could motivate monsters to work hard was the sense of danger and the temptation of great power. There was almost nothing else that could motivate monsters to work hard. However, recently, seeing how motivated Ji Shouyun was, Yuan was horrified to find that he couldn't help but become diligent. He wondered if he had been possessed. He really needed to take a breath of catmint to calm down. Yuan meowed at the soldier who was still touching him. The tip of his tail curled up slightly, swayed, and turned around to leave. Just like how humans would speak the truth after drinking, they would speak their truest thoughts. After taking a breath of catmint, the cat's brain would become excited. The things that he did and the words he said would be the portrayal of his inner thoughts. Simply put, when he was extremely excited or not sober, regardless of whether he was a human or a cat, he would speak and do things without thinking. He would say whatever he wanted to say and reveal his inner thoughts. That was why it was said that alcohol made people fearless. Catmint made a cat fearless. Yuan decided to take a big breath of catmint after Ji Shouyun came back from the meeting. He wanted to see what his truest thoughts were. As for Ji Shouyun, at this moment, he was holding a stack of interrogation results regarding the few Freedom Army captives. He gently touched the paper in front of him. Our goal is to revive the universe. What does that mean? Ji Shouyun frowned slightly. There is no relevant information. The first army commander shook his head. The projections of the other army commanders were also at a loss. The fifth army commander in charge of the interrogation paused and said, they also said that it was to save all of humanity. Ji Shouyun didn't say anything. He looked down at the relevant information. This stack of interrogation records seemed to be out of his expectations. Currently, he knew that the captives were the trusted aides of the so-called prophet. The Free Army was divided into two factions. One faction insisted on leading the 18th galaxy back to the motherland. The other faction was the prophet's faction. They said that they wanted to revive the universe and save all of humanity. Capturing Yuan was a special secret operation. The goal was also to revive the universe and save all of humanity. The Fifth Army commander was helpless. What did Yuan have to do with this? However, these people seemed to have been brainwashed. They firmly believed in this point and believed in the prophet they spoke of. Let's not worry about this for now. Ji Shouyun put the information in his hands aside. Old Six has already set off with a large amount of resources and reinforcements. Based on the Free Army's performance in the past few years, the person who will be waiting for us should be the advisor who hasn't shown himself yet. The reinforcements should be careful on their way here. Speaking of the advisor, Marshal. The First Army commander took over and tapped on the interface in front of him a few times. A few star maps appeared in the virtual conference room. Regarding the labyrinthine deployment method that Yuan gave us a few days ago, I discovered a small secret. The small secret that the First Army commander mentioned was that they compared the complete array that Yuan gave them with the deployment information provided by the mysterious advisor. They discovered that the deployment method provided by Yuan was highly similar to the advisor's. However, it was more complete, more flexible, and more hidden. The First Army commander asked directly, before Yuan was adopted, did he have any relationship with the mysterious advisor? No. Ji Shouyun denied this point without even thinking about it. At the same time, he gave his cat boy a huge explanation. Yuan has been researching the Free Army recently. He figured it out himself. What an amazing talent. The First Army commander silently suppressed the question of access to the intelligence. After all, in his eyes, the two of them were already dating. Yuan's current performance was truly outstanding. If the marshal felt that it was fine, then it was fine. In the end, the outcome of the war was still good. After the meeting ended, Marshal Ji walked back with 2 guards behind him. He focused on thinking about the information provided by the Free Army captives. Ji Shouyun didn't see Yuan in the office. He threw the documents in his hands on the small table next to the office door. He left the guards at the door and returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, the milky white ball rushed out like a small cannonball and covered Ji Shouyun's face. Ji Shouyun reflexively blocked the small cannonball. Then, he used his hands to support Yuan's butt. What? Meow. Yuan straightened up. He hugged Ji Shouyun's head with his 2 front paws and rubbed his forehead with all his strength. Marshal Ji's line of sight was blocked by his cat. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the bedding and pillow stuffing flying all over the room. He also saw a small half of a test tube peeking out from under a pile of stuffing. It seemed that Yuan was high. The soft cat hair rubbing against his face felt great. Ji Shouyun enjoyed the cat's initiative for a while. Then, he saved his head from the cat's claws and looked down at Yuan. This was the first time that Yuan and Ji Shouyun looked at each other for a long time. The blue eyes of the cat were as wide as the blue sea. He stared unblinkingly at the pitch-black eyes that had troubled him for more than a week. At this moment, Ji Shouyun's back was against the light. His eyes, which were like the Milky Way, were now a silent black. He stared intently at the cat in his hand. His usual cold and hard expression actually showed a trace of softness. Are you confused by the ugliness? Ji Shouyun asked. Yuan wasn't that ugly. Yuan lowered his head and buried his face in the pads of his paws. The tip of his tail curled up shyly and happily and wrapped around Ji Shouyun's wrist. Marshal Ji saw that Yuan had chosen to lower his head and not look at him. He couldn't help but touch his own face. He seemed to have found the most fundamental reason why Yuan refused to date him. Yuan clearly hadn't recovered yet. After a short period of silence, it started to rub against Ji Shouyun's chest. Marshal Ji supported the cat's fluffy butt and went into the room to hang Yuan's military uniform in the wardrobe. Then, he pressed the button to clean it up, closed the door, and brought the cat to his office. He had many questions for Yuan. Yuan didn't have an optical computer before he left. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a pile of military records and a holographic projection of Ji Shouyun's hometown. There were a few red dots marked on the projection. Ji Shouyun glanced at them and realized that they were the Free Army's hiding spots. Ji Shouyun closed the office door and saw many ugly drawings on Yuan's desk. These drawings looked messy, but there was a vague pattern to them. Yuan usually didn't think much other than eating and playing. These drawings were already very complicated. There were some additional markings on the drawings, but they weren't written in the Empire of Since's language. Ji Shouyun carefully supported the cat in his arms. He felt that these drawings were a little familiar. He casually fiddled with the papers. At the bottom of the pile of papers, he saw the arrangements that Yuan had made for the army commanders. Ji Shouyun pulled out the paper and looked at it. He also felt that the words on it were a little familiar. By the time Yuan came back to his senses, Ji Shouyun had already started to look at the records of how the words had evolved. The milky white fur ball was lying on the collar of Marshal Ji's black military uniform. Its nails reached out slightly and hooked onto Ji Shouyun's clothes. Its two hind paws were stepping on Ji Shouyun's hands. Yuan carefully retracted its sharp nails and sniffed Ji Shouyun's chest. After confirming that there wasn't a hint of blood and that Ji Shouyun wasn't injured, it heaved a sigh of relief. Ji Shouyun didn't notice that Yuan had come back to his senses. He was still looking at the history of how the words had evolved. At the same time, he could also determine which year and nationality Yuan was from on Earth. Yuan looked up at Ji Shouyun's chin. It placed its two front paws on Ji Shouyun's chest and turned its head to look at the information that Ji Shouyun was looking at. Its two paws instinctively retracted and stepped on Ji Shouyun's chest. Ji Shouyun paused for a moment and lowered his head. Meow. Yuan looked up and meowed softly. Why are you looking at me again? Ji Shouyun calmly grabbed Yuan's two paws and carried him out of the collar of the jacket. Meow. Yuan leaned over and rubbed his chin. I don't understand. Marshal Ji placed Yuan on the table and pinched his pink and clean paws. Go and change your clothes. I have something important to discuss with you. Yuan wagged its tail and went into a small cabinet in the office. It took out its military uniform and dragged it all the way into the lounge with its short legs. Ji Shouyun watched his cat go into the lounge. Then, he looked down and organized the meeting materials. He was going to wait for Yuan to come out and tell him what he needed to pay attention to. Yuan stood in the lounge and looked at the full-length mirror. He began to seriously think about what kind of expression he should use to face Ji Shouyun. Unlike cats who couldn't make many expressions, Yuan had been taught by Lady Ellie how to fully express human emotions. His emotions were quite extroverted, especially in front of Ji Shouyun. Yuan looked at himself in the mirror and rubbed his face hard. Then, he patted his face twice and walked out energetically. People who were emotionally active had a common trait of not being able to help but smile when they saw someone close to them. Yuan was one of these people. Yuan had learned how to control his emotions from Lady Ellie. Yuan had a smile on his face most of the time. Perhaps he didn't know it himself. His expression wasn't very obvious either. However, Ji Shouyun knew it very well. That bright and exquisite face would always reveal a smile that would make one's heart skip a beat when she saw someone familiar. Oh, this included Marshal Kevin, Lady Ellie, and Ji Shouyun. Although Marshal Ji really wanted to be the special one, he wasn't. If Marshal Ji had to say why Yuan treated him special, it would be because his cat would occasionally throw a tantrum with him. Yuan had never thrown a tantrum with anyone other than Ji Shouyun. Marshal Ji wasn't sure if this was a symbol of Yuan's special place in his heart. However, Ji Shouyun still assumed that was the case for now. Come here. Ji Shouyun waved at Yuan. Yuan ran over obediently. He didn't have the arrogance that a cat should have. Ji Shouyun had already prepared a stool for him. About the ambush, Yuan had just sat down when he heard Ji Shouyun's words. He stood up again and ran to his desk to pick up the cat-shaped optical computer and the large pile of hand-drawn information. The place where those Free Army soldiers were squatting last time was a trapping formation. He sat back down beside Ji Shouyun. As he spoke, he flipped through the large pile of information that he had drawn. Ji Shouyun paused for a moment. However, he didn't seem very surprised. During the military meeting, the First Army commander had mentioned that the method of deployment that Yuan had taught them was very similar to that of the mysterious staff officer from the Free Army. Ji Shouyun had vaguely guessed that this was the case. Unlike the First Army commander, who still had some reservations, Ji Shouyun didn't suspect Yuan at all. Yuan had saved his life twice and helped him a lot. Not to mention anything else, just based on the fact that Yuan had saved him twice and even told him so many secrets, Ji Shouyun would definitely not suspect Yuan. Trust was a two-way street, especially for Yuan, who had the instincts of a beast. Even humans had a keen sense of danger and other people's emotions, let alone beasts, whose instincts were many times stronger than humans. Of course, he wasn't saying that Yuan was a beast. He was just saying that Yuan's trust in his instincts was much stronger than humans. Yuan could clearly sense whether you trusted him or not and how much you trusted him. Similarly, Yuan knew what he could do and what he couldn't do. If he felt that he could do it, he would do it directly. For example, he would go to the research department alone and cause a ruckus. Or he would go to the black market alone. Or he would turn into a human because of a single sentence from Ji Shouyun. Or he would follow Ji Shouyun to war and teach the army commanders how to deploy troops without holding back. Ji Shouyun knew very well that Yuan was a little kitten that only knew how to eat or lie lazily under the sun. It was willing to work hard not because Yuan was thinking about the empire of Since. It was because Yuan trusted Ji Shouyun and wanted to do him a favor. Yuan didn't know how to hide his emotions when he was in human form. Furthermore, he would tell Ji Shouyun everything he knew. Just like how Ji Shouyun felt that he owed Yuan too much and wanted to try his best to make up for it, Yuan also felt that he had taken advantage of Ji Shouyun and wanted to help him. Therefore, as long as Ji Shouyun asked him a question, he would tell him everything he knew. Ji Shouyun was the same. As long as Yuan wanted something, he would think of a way to get it for Yuan. Marshal Ji felt very comfortable with this kind of two-way relationship. This was a sense of reliance and trust that made one's heart flutter. Therefore, he couldn't help but want to take a step closer. However, this step was rejected by Yuan because of the difference in aesthetics. Ji Shouyun couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his face when he thought about this. Yuan finally found the array blueprint he was looking for. When he turned around, he saw Ji Shouyun rubbing his face. He was stunned and instantly became nervous. "What's wrong with your face? Did I accidentally scratch you before?" "No." Ji Shouyun shook his head and looked into Yuan's eyes. He lowered his hand and sat up straight. "Ugly? Yuan, why do you still care about this? You've been despised for more than a week." "How can you not care?" Yuan looked serious. "You're not ugly." Ji Shouyun nodded. It wasn't clear if he really believed him. "You're really not ugly," Yuan reiterated. Ji Shouyun looked at him silently. "That wasn't what you said before." "It's true." Yuan reached out and patted Ji Shouyun's face. "You're quite good-looking." He paused for 2 seconds and added, "You're the dream lover of millions of girls." "You're not ugly." When Ji Shouyun heard this, he seemed to have been convinced. He finally looked away and fixed his gaze on the paper in Yuan's hand. Yuan readily accepted his advice and passed the paper in his hand to him. His array was set up according to the location of the street. Since your family has a lot of energy crystals, they were used as the core of the array. Ji Shouyun pushed the paper in Yuan's hand back to him. He had grown up in science and technology, so he couldn't understand this kind of metaphysics. "This is the correct, complete version." As Yuan spoke, he found a few pieces of paper that were filled with dense drawings. "This is the complete version of the array he used in his second battle. This is the one he used in his 5th battle. And this," Yuan dug out all the array formations that he could remember and even simulated them in the universe sand table. Ji Shouyun looked at the sand table and asked, "What's the conclusion?" "The conclusion is that the mysterious staff officer was a lucky person who happened to pick up a broken page of an array formation." As Yuan spoke, he smacked his lips. That prophet must have awakened some kind of talent or was lucky enough to learn divination and stargazing. The premise is that this is really the celestial realm. Children of celestials were always more talented than ordinary people. If they were lucky enough to encounter some kind of miracle, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to start cultivating again. Yuan thought for a while. However, the biggest possibility is that these two people are the same person. Ji Shouyun paused. "What do you mean?" "There will be retribution for divulging heaven's secrets. That staff officer doesn't appear often. Perhaps he suffered a backlash after a battle and went to recuperate." This was also why Yuan felt that this person was a small fry. On the one hand, the array formation was incomplete. On the other hand, this person was not only good at stargazing, but he also had the guts to make use of the heaven's secrets to cause trouble. Logically speaking, in the past, those who learned stargazing and divining couldn't help but reveal the details of their divinations to others didn't have a good ending. Generally speaking, people would tell you that they had good luck with women or that they were going to face a bloody disaster. If they revealed more details, they would be punished immediately. If they revealed too many times, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. If they revealed a big secret about the future, there would be no room for discussion. After saying it, they would be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Basically, people with a brain would not go to the army to work as staff officers. What was the difference between this and seeking death? But I don't understand. Why are they coming after me? Yuan was still very puzzled. Even if it's because I'm the nine-tailed cat, how do they know that I'm the nine-tailed cat? Ji Shouyun thought for a while and guessed. Divination? They don't have my birth characters or a medium related to me, so they can't do divination. Yuan looked at the few pieces of paper with magic arrays drawn on it with deep hatred. I don't find it strange that they can calculate the route of the army by stargazing. Ji Shouyun turned his head and looked at the stars in the universe outside the window. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he slightly pursed his lips. It's probably because they know that you used magic. The energy waves of magic were special and violent, as fierce as the collective explosion of a large number of energy crystals. When cleaning up the battlefield after a war, they had to be extra careful. That was why Ji Shouyun said that it was a newly developed secret weapon from the beginning and covered it up for Yuan. But no one would have thought that there was someone in the world who could distinguish the special energy waves. Then it could also be an ordinary cat demon. Yuan retorted. No. Ji Shouyun took out the information discussed by General Ji Shouyun. Look at this. Yuan immediately saw the words "Revive the Universe, Save Mankind" written behind the question about why they wanted to capture him. Based on the premise that Yuan was a nine-tailed cat, Ji Shouyun vaguely had a hint of inspiration. He pondered for a while and asked Yuan, "What do you think?" Yuan looked at the line of words and thought for a while. With my eyes? Ji Shouyun stared speechlessly at Yuan for a long time. I assume that the universe today is indeed the immortal realm. Ji Shouyun's finger lightly tapped on the word revive. Maybe they want to capture you and then make a wish to revive the immortal realm. Yuan? Aren't these people thinking too highly of me? Even if you want to make a wish, you have to follow the basic rules, okay? If you are so awesome, why don't you wish for world peace? Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan's widened eyes and asked, You can't do it? If I have to say it, it's not impossible. Yuan's face scrunched up in worry. Although in legends and various records, making a wish to the nine-tailed cat is omnipotent. Although to a certain extent, this is indeed the case, it can't be considered that way. Ji Shouyun's heart skipped a beat. He had never really verified the limitations of making a wish with Yuan. From the records he had found about the nine-tailed cat, it did indeed say any wish. After all, Yuan had saved him from the Grim Reaper's arms when they first met. It was not difficult for Ji Shouyun to believe that making a wish to Yuan was omnipotent. But if there were restrictions, Ji Shouyun could completely accept it. He did not have any concept of these mysterious things. He could accept whatever Yuan said. Ji Shouyun put on a posture of listening attentively. Yuan saw him like this and did not hide anything from him. Basically, there are two types of wishes. One is spoken aloud, and the other is a wish that comes from the bottom of one's heart. When I saw you, it was the latter type. Yuan sorted out his thoughts and said, making a wish to the nine-tailed cat can only target a certain person or a certain thing. It can't be a very broad wish of reviving the universe or world peace. These are beyond the scope. Yuan very frankly told Ji Shouyun a little trick to making a wish. However, you can make a wish to become the strongest human being, or you can make a wish to change the thoughts of a certain high-ranking human being and achieve a wish of world peace. Ji Shouyun thought for a while and understood what Yuan meant. It meant that it was not impossible to revive the universe or achieve world peace, but one had to have a perfect idea in mind. For example, one had to change someone's thoughts. It was like prying a very important screw to create a chain effect. Or perhaps they wished that they were invincible, and then they would use their own bodies to conquer vast territories and achieve world peace. This was because there must be a clear goal to make a wish. For example, Ji Shoyun wanted to survive at that time. I can't directly make a wish to restore the universe and world peace. I can't revive the dead either. Yuan shrugged, indicating that he was powerless. Ji Shoyun nodded and asked for confirmation. So, there must be a target to make a wish? Yes, you have to tell me who or what it is, and you have to clearly think about that person or thing. Yuan paused for a moment, then continued, but usually, when you mention something, you will think of it in your mind. It's not a difficult thing. Ji Shoyun caught another key point. What's in your head? Yes. Yuan nodded. How else would I know your wish when you couldn't speak? Yuan explained, when the ninth tail is about to grow, we will be able to hear the strongest wish in a person's heart. Generally speaking, most of the wishes in a person's heart are related to themselves, but we are still used to making wishes that are said out loud. However, if the person really suppresses the desire in his heart and wishes for world peace or something that cannot be fulfilled, the cat will basically choose to ignore it and directly fulfill the wish in his heart. As for those who did not have themselves in their hearts, they either had relatives or friends who were in danger or had just passed away, and their hearts were filled with unspeakable grief, or they were true saints. The former would basically wish for their relatives and friends to recover or for their next life to be happy. As for the latter, anyway, Yuan and the cats that Yuan knew had never met such saints. If they met such saints, they would probably become immortals directly. It was no wonder that they were recorded as omnipotent. Ji Shoyun suddenly understood. After all, being able to see through people's hearts was enough to frighten humans and make them not think about it carefully anymore. That's why you guys never tell others that you can't fulfill certain wishes, Ji Shoyun said. Yuan stared at him with his eyes wide open. Do we cats not care about our reputation? Ji Shoyun was speechless. You make a lot of sense. Marshal Ji felt that he couldn't refute a cat that cared about its reputation. Yuan looked down at the paper in his hand, then turned around and grabbed Ji Shoyun's clothes. Although I am already very powerful, you must protect me for the next 20 years. Yuan looked serious. In the past, cats were caught and locked up as wishing machines. Making a wish once every 20 years, they would be able to obtain wealth, glory, immortality, and grandchildren. It was a great deal. If Yuan wasn't a nine-tailed cat, he would have grabbed the elders in his clan and made a wish for him to become immortal. Ji Shoyun patted Yuan's head and nodded. Even if something happened to him, he wouldn't let anything happen to Yuan. If he died, Marshal Kevin would still be able to protect Yuan. If Marshal Kevin died, he still had Xiaoqi. The commander of the 7th Army was one of the children that Ji Shoyun's parents had saved. He had joined the Empire's army to repay their kindness. If Ji Shoyun died because of one careless move, the commander of the 7th Army wouldn't stay in the army anymore. He would definitely run away. Ji Shoyun had already made arrangements. If he really wanted to run away, he would bring Yuan, who was very powerful, along with him. Double insurance wouldn't be a problem. Ji Shoyun wasn't the type to think too much about the path of retreat. This could be seen from his overly open and candid fighting style. Occasionally, he would launch a surprise attack to take the enemy's general's head in one fell swoop to boost morale. Considering his escape route on this basis, the commander of the 1st Army, who was his real deputy, had to think about it. However, when it came to Yuan's safety, Ji Shoyun had carefully prepared 3 layers of protection. However, he didn't think that he would fail. When Yuan saw Ji Shoyun nod his head, he immediately felt relieved. Yuan trusted Ji Shoyun very much. In his opinion, Ji Shoyun didn't owe him anything. He had already said that it was the nine-tailed cat's destiny to fulfill the wishes of humans. If he met an ordinary person or a bad person, he could only accept his fate. If he met a good person, he would be extremely lucky. He had promised that his tail would allow him to become immortal in the next 20 years. If he could really fulfill his promise, then he would be a rare human who could control his desires. Yuan was indeed very angry at first. Ji Shoyun had actually appeared and obstructed him just as his 9th tail was about to grow. However, if it wasn't Ji Shoyun, then it would have been someone else. To be honest, Yuan didn't think that Ji Shoyun's willingness to repay him for saving his life was reasonable. Just look at the humans who had their wishes fulfilled by cats. How many of them were grateful after making their wishes? they either left heartlessly or were insatiably greedy and tried to catch the cat and take it away. Yuan remembered that the old man had once told him that he had met a few humans who had made a promise to make him become immortal in 20 years. However, these people either died in accidents or changed their minds when the time came. After all, humans were very fragile and had short lives. There were too many things that could change in 20 years. Ji Shouyun, who had given him spirit stones the moment they met and kept his promise, was simply the best of the best. He was strong in combat, had a high position, and was filthy rich. In addition, Yuan was now able to wantonly accumulate spirit stones and spirit energy. Yuan knew that he could basically do whatever he wanted in the universe. Therefore, Yuan didn't feel that Ji Shouyun owed him anything. Yuan even felt that he owed Ji Shouyun a lot of things. For example, the teaching of words and fighting techniques. For example, a planet with spirit stone veins. For example, a mecha. In addition, Ji Shouyun didn't have any objections to his character. He was also someone who would occasionally throw a tantrum. Sometimes, Yuan could clearly feel that he had been pampered to the skies by Ji Shouyun's unconditional tolerance. Yuan thought about it and felt that other than letting Ji Shouyun rub his fur and rub his belly, the only thing left for him to do was to help him deal with the Free Army. However, without him, Ji Shouyun would definitely be able to do it. Yuan didn't forget that when he had asked the First Army commander about it, the First Army commander had confidently told him that he would be able to do it within a year. Yuan uncomfortably rubbed Ji Shouyun's clothes. He thought for a while and said, "You are still young." Ji Shouyun? What? Ji Shouyun didn't expect the topic to change to this. It was true that Marshal Ji admitted that he was still young, but why did Yuan sound as if he had been through a lot? Regardless of body size or personality, Yuan was much younger than him. Ji Shouyun thought this naturally. Then, he suddenly realized that Yuan was about to grow his ninth tail when they met. Moreover, he didn't know how many times he had grown his ninth tail. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan. It was rare for him to stop thinking. He heard himself ask the person beside him, "Yuan, how old are you?" "Huh?" Yuan was stunned. "Slightly over 160 years old? What's wrong?" Ji Shouyun was silent for a while. Then, he slowly shook his head and decided to pretend that this didn't happen. Marshal Ji quickly changed the topic. He asked, "What did you want to say?" "I wanted to say that since you are still young, if..." Yuan hesitantly looked up at Ji Shouyun cautiously. "If something really happens, I can accompany you for another 20 years. Ji Shouyun's brain turned sluggish for a while. Then, he finally understood what Yuan meant. Yuan was saying that if something really happened, he would give him a chance to change his mind. In other words, he was willing to fulfill one of his wishes. Ji Shouyun found it funny. He didn't know whether to tell Yuan not to curse him or to comfort Yuan that something like this wouldn't happen. Or perhaps, he was touched that Yuan was willing to give him a chance. This was a rare honor. In the end, he thought about it for a while. Then, he patted Yuan's head and said, "What if this is the heavenly realm that you want to go to?" Yuan was dumbfounded for 2 seconds. Although many of his and Ji Shouyun's guesses were based on the premise that this universe was the heavenly realm, he really hadn't considered this possibility. Other than eating, drinking, and sleeping, the only thing in his mind was becoming an immortal. There was also a small part of his mind left for him to think about Ji Shouyun. Okay, actually, only a small part of his mind was left for Ji Shouyun. As for what he would do if this really was the heavenly realm, Yuan really hadn't thought about it. Yuan turned to look at Ji Shouyun. He felt a little lost, a little wronged, and a little helpless. However, Ji Shouyun, who was helpless, could only stare at him without blinking. He was very concerned about his answer. Yuan gradually became serious. He pondered for a long time with a serious expression. Then, he looked up and met Ji Shouyun's focused gaze. He hesitated and answered uncertainly, Then we should revive the universe and save the human race?" Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan. Ji Shouyun sighed. Ji Shouyun chose to give up. He should have known. How could he have expected Yuan to say anything about staying by his side to accompany him? Marshal Ji felt that Yuan wouldn't consider this aspect until he solved the problem of his lifespan and appearance. Yuan didn't wait for Ji Shuyan's reply. He could only think silently. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was extremely quick-witted. There was nothing wrong with it. It didn't matter that he couldn't directly make a wish to revive the heavenly realm. He could save the country in a roundabout way, although he didn't know how to do it in a roundabout way. I think that this idea is pretty good. Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. When we catch that guy from the Free Army, we can ask him and see if he has any suggestions. After asking him, he would kill them. He wouldn't let go of anyone who had designs on Kitty Cat. He would burn the bridge after crossing it. That was how cruel he was. Yuan thought that if this was the celestial realm, then Ji Shuyan's cultivation would be much easier after they recovered. Although he didn't know the cultivation techniques of humans, it didn't matter. But it didn't matter. It was a small problem for Yuan. Wasn't it just a matter of making a wish? There was nothing that couldn't be solved by making a wish. If there was, then he would make 2 wishes. Anyway, if this was the celestial realm, then he definitely wouldn't become a celestial before he recovered. This was because a 9-tailed cat that became a celestial wouldn't lose its tail and wouldn't have the mandate of heaven. It wouldn't have the ability to fulfill other people's wishes. On the other hand, 9-tailed cat's combat power would be the most powerful among those of the same level. It was a win-win situation. Furthermore, there were many benefits to becoming a celestial. Other things aside, as long as he didn't do anything that would harm the heavens and cause him to be struck by lightning, in terms of lifespan, he would live as long as the heavens and earth. Since ancient times, to humans, immortality was an achievement that many people yearned for their entire lives. Wasn't this the best way to repay Ji Shuyan's kindness, which human didn't want to become a celestial? As for him, Kitty Cat, after she became a celestial, she would be able to bring along a poop picker to rub her fur, stomach, and chin. Wouldn't that be even better? The more Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that it was a wonderful idea. He jumped to his feet. Just as he was about to share his brilliant and ingenious idea with Ji Shuyan, the alarms on the battleship began to blare. The announcement was broadcasted to the entire warship. It was the vanguard of the Free Army. They had bypassed the Empire's regular army's first line of defense and directly made their way to the main army's path to ambush them. He had just opened up a brilliant and ingenious idea, and someone had delivered himself to his doorstep. Yuan's eyes shone brightly. Without any hesitation, he left Marshal Ji, who had no intention of going out, and dashed out of the office like a wisp of smoke. Thump thump thump, he ran towards the deck. Before Yuan could reach the deck, he was stopped by the commander of the First Army and brought to the command room. Yuan, who was about to rush out to capture the enemy, followed the commander of the First Army into the command room in a daze. In the command room, besides the commander of the First Army and 2 messengers, there were also projections of the commanders of the 4th and 7th Armies. They were in charge of 2 different corvettes, so only their projections could be seen on the Marshal-class flagship. After they split up, the 3 of them followed Ji Shuyan. Other than the commander of the 6th Army, who had set off with the logistics team, the other 3 commanders took a different route. Ji Shuyan didn't even need to be involved in a battle of this scale. He didn't even need to appear in the command room. He trusted the capabilities of his subordinates. After Yuan hopped out, Ji Shuyan casually turned on the surveillance camera in the command room. He even leisurely looked at the information on the history of the evolution of words. In the command room, there were 2 projections of each of the 3 army commanders gathered together to look at the situation outside. Yuan glanced at the panoramic view in the command room. When he saw the projection of the battle, he gasped in surprise. Wasn't this one of the battle formations he had mentioned to the commanders before, the one that came from the mysterious staff officer? How many battles was it again? Yuan couldn't remember this kind of thing very clearly. He went through it in his mind and realized that he couldn't remember it. He decided not to think about it and walked over to the 3 commanders. Wow, Yuan, you're here. The projection of the commander of the 7th Army came to his side and happily pointed at the projection. I've been thinking about this for a few days. Let me try it out this time. I don't know what they're thinking. How can a vanguard army with so few people face our regular army? The commander of the 4th Army clicked his tongue. Doesn't the Free Army staff officer like to use a maze strategy that we've never seen before to win a battle with a small number of troops? The commander of the 7th Army answered without thinking. That's amazing. Yuan listened and turned to look at the 1st Legion commander who had captured him. The 1st Legion general also looked at him and asked in a low voice, "Can you please stay and keep an eye on them?" The 1st Legion commander was still a little worried. Unlike Ji Shouyun, who was confident in his own strength and believed that no one could stop him, the 1st Legion commander was the true deputy of the marshal. He had to worry about the advancement and retreat of the entire legion. With such a confident and powerful superior, although it was indeed reassuring, as Ji Shouyun didn't really like to care about the trivial matters of the army, the 1st Corps commander who bore such a heavy responsibility always thought about things more comprehensively and appropriately. Although this battle formation had been practiced many times on the sand table, this was the first time it was used in a real battle. Out of caution, he hoped that Yuan could watch from the side. After all, these things were taught to them by Yuan after he had thought it through. Yuan puffed up his cheeks slightly. He wanted to drive his mecha out and see if he could catch the person he wanted to catch. Yuan looked at the simulation projection and then looked at the 1st Legion commander. He was a little unwilling. But even if he was unwilling, he still had to agree. He was now holding the position of Ji Shouyun's assistant. Although it was just in name, his actions also symbolized a part of Ji Shouyun's prestige. The 1st Legion commander was already giving him a lot of face by being willing to negotiate. Yuan was just about to nod his head in agreement when the messenger made a report. The 3 Legion commanders and the marshal's deputy all looked over at the same time. Being stared at like this, the messenger couldn't help but shrink his neck. After realizing that something was wrong, he straightened his back and put on the posture that a soldier should have. Reporting to the Legion commander. The enemy has sent a communication request. Yuan and the other Legion commanders looked at each other in confusion. The 7th Legion commander was very confused. Surrender? Ask for peace? Negotiate? It was very rare to ask for communication before a battle. Usually, as long as they weren't mortal enemies, both sides would keep a communication channel open before a battle so that the other side could contact them and ask for peace or negotiate. Although it was the victor's right to accept a peace request and negotiate, under normal circumstances, the communication channel would be sent when one side was clearly on the losing side. It was very rare to send a communication channel before a battle. They already dared to send their vanguard troops to face our main force. It's not surprising that they would send a communication channel before a battle. The 4th Legion commander said as he signaled for the messenger to accept the communication channel. The communication channel was just a voice call. After the call was connected, neither side spoke. The dynasty's regular army wasn't in a hurry at all. They were very relaxed as they waited for the other side to speak. However, their actions were to send a message to their vanguard troops and logistics troops to ask if they were safe. After receiving an affirmative response, the 1st Legion commander made a silent gesture. The messenger explained the situation here and said that they didn't need any reinforcements. It wasn't just Ji Shouyun who had a strange confidence in himself. The soldiers under his command also had a strange confidence in him. It was as if as long as Ji Shouyun was here, they would be invincible and invincible. The messenger didn't hesitate at all when the higher-ups told him that they didn't need any reinforcements. They were the army of the war god, the marshal was even on the flagship. What did they have to be afraid of? Whatever the Legion commander said, it was what it was. They didn't need any reinforcements. That was how confident they were. In the end, the ones who took the initiative to speak were the free army that surrounded the fleet. They didn't know that the command center had rejected the request for reinforcements. They were also worried that if they delayed for too long, reinforcements from the vanguard troops would arrive and surround them. A hoarse male voice came from the communication channel. Negotiate. The 1st Legion commander raised his eyebrows. Negotiate what? We can retreat, but we have a request. The person on the other side of the communication channel said. His tone was neither fast nor slow. It was as if he was planning a strategy. When the youngest Legion commander of the 7th Legion heard this, he felt a surge of anger. This group of people really stood on the side of the victor and made conditions. The war hadn't even started yet. Who gave them the courage? He turned his head and glanced at the 1st Legion commander, who shook his head slightly. He held back his words and didn't say anything. However, his actions were very clear. He took off his military uniform and put on his combat uniform from a place that Yuan couldn't see. If the marshal was here, he would have hung up the communication channel and gone to King hell. He muttered in his heart. The voice on the other side of the communication channel said, "We want that cat." When Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but say, "Oh." The Legion commander of the 7th Legion, who had just put on his combat uniform, was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Although he was a little traumatized by that cat, no matter what, it was still Ji Shouyuan's cat. It was the cat that saved Ji Shouyuan's life. "You want our marshal's cat? Keep on dreaming." The Legion commander of the 4th Legion, who knew that the cat was a human, turned his head and looked at Yuan. The Legion commander of the 1st Legion also looked at Yuan, who seemed to know something. He gave him a questioning look. Yuan pointed at himself and then at the communication channel. The Legion commander of the 1st Legion thought for a moment and nodded. In the next second, Yuan immediately hung up the communication channel. He pressed the button on the communication channel of the mecha clans that were already prepared for battle on the deck. Attack! K them. The mecha clans wouldn't question the orders from the command center. The moment the order was given, the mecha clans immediately activated their mechas and rushed out of the deck without hesitation. Yuan waved his hand at the stunned Legion commander of the 7th Legion. "Commander, I'll patch you up." The Legion commander of the 7th Legion, who had just changed into his combat uniform, immediately reacted. He looked at the situation and gave out a series of orders without stopping. The two messengers quickly opened up the communication channel and gave out the orders. The Legion commander of the 1st Legion felt that he was about to suffocate. This was because this operation was so familiar to him. It made him feel as if he saw his own marshal who didn't follow the rules when he was commanding. He just liked to lead his troops and rush forward. The Legion commander of the 1st Legion, who was used to being cautious, was harmed by Ji Shouyuan. Now, from the looks of it, he was afraid that he would be harmed by Ji Shouyuan's students. The Legion commander of the 1st Legion felt his vision turning dark. Yuan was still patching up the Legion commander of the 7th Legion softly. His gaze was fixed on the battlefield as he held the communicator in his hand. Ji Shouyuan sat in his office. He raised his head and looked at the surveillance screen in the command center. He felt a little heartache for the Legion commander of the 1st Legion. That trace of heartache instantly disappeared without a trace when his gaze returned to the battle. The Free Army, who was supposed to have the upper hand in this ambush, seemed to have met their nemesis. Their movements were all restricted. They had just dodged the cannon on the left when the beam blade on the right sliced off half of their mecha's arm. They had just managed to escape from the encirclement of a few people, but as they retreated, they were unknowingly surrounded by the encirclement formed by a few other mechas. It was as if they had sunk into a swamp. It was difficult to move forward. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. This battle, which was neither big nor small, ended 5 hours later. The Legion commander of the 7th Legion, who was mainly in charge of this battle, had his mind filled with the calculations of the various positions and numbers of people. When Yuan shouted for them to stop, the young Legion commander immediately fell to the ground. It was as if his soul had left his body. After the call connected, Yuan was in a very good mood. Even his tone was light and lively. "Let's negotiate." The other end of the communicator was silent. Yuan pulled a chair over and sat down. He said, "Question. Are you that staff officer? I mean, Prophet?" There was a lot of noise coming from the other end of the communicator. Yuan heard light breathing sounds. "No." The person on the other end of the communicator replied. "Oh." From this reply, it seemed that the staff officer and Prophet were indeed the same person. Yuan thought about it and said, "Although you're not, we won't retreat. We won't let you go." Both sides of the communicator maintained a slightly awkward silence. The Legion commander of the 1st Legion had never seen such a strange negotiation method. He loosened the top button of his shirt. He was afraid that he would suffocate to death. "Then you can send a message to your person now," Yuan said slowly. "If he wants to take the cat away, he has to come here himself." The other end of the communicator was silent. "He's not coming. Is it because he's going to die?" Yuan's tone was very firm. It was as if he had already received the information. The person on the other end of the communicator was uneasy for a moment. Why are you? Sure enough, he didn't come to the front line this time. His body was probably in a bad condition because of the karmic retribution for revealing heaven's secret. Yuan stuffed the information into his memo board and continued, he's going to die. All the more reason for him to come here himself. Don't even think about it, it's up to you whether you want to say it or not. Anyway, we're coming to catch you now. If you don't want to be a captive, you'd better kill yourself as soon as possible. Yuan interrupted the other party. His voice was slightly upturned at the end of his sentence. It was obvious that he was very relaxed and happy. It was as if defeating the vanguard was as easy as playing. The person on the other end of the communicator was very angry. Yuan quickly hung up the call before the other party scolded him. He delightedly went through the information he just obtained in his mind and wrote down all the relevant guesses in his memo. He then stood up and prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch without any psychological burden. Yuan! The Legion commander of the First Legion shouted. Yuan turned around and looked at him in confusion. The information you gave me, oh. Yuan pretended to be enlightened. Then, he quickly threw the blame at Ji Shouyun. Go and ask Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun taught me to do this. Marshal Ji, who was sitting in the office and watching the whole process, was speechless. What else could he do when the cat threw the blame at him? Of course, he had to take the blame and forgive him. After throwing the pot, Yuan ran away. Judging from the direction he was heading, he was indeed heading straight for the cafeteria. The 5-hour battle was a little stressful for the soldiers who had been fighting on the front lines for a long time. Although their gene levels were generally high, their fatigue did not disappear because of this. When the cannon fire gradually subsided, the cooks on each ship were already busy preparing a feast to reward the soldiers. They could not possibly let the soldiers who had returned victorious from battle to eat nutrient drinks, right? If anyone dared to do such a thing, the two marshal would be the first to crush them. The cafeteria had fast food that was easy to store and easy to prepare. It tasted very good, so when Yuan ran to the cafeteria, the entire cafeteria was filled with the aroma of food. Yuan was the closest to the cafeteria, so he was the first to enter. The middle-aged man standing behind the counter smiled and said, Xiao Yuan is also on the battlefield today? Nope. Yuan waved his hand. His eyes never left today's menu. He even replied casually, I'm in the command room today. The middle-aged man was shocked for a moment, then he praised, amazing. Yuan raised his head and smiled at him. He ordered the first 20 dishes on the menu, then found a seat and sat down. The food could be served by himself or by a robot. When sailing in space, the number of people needed to be reduced. Therefore, many convenient robots were brought along to save manpower and space. Yuan chose to let a robot deliver the food because he still needed to think about the information he had just obtained. There was no doubt that the prophet and the staff officer were the same person. There was also no doubt that the prophet was not in good health and could not follow the army. Yuan was not too surprised by these 2 points. However, how bad was the prophet's health? Yuan still had to ask the people in the interrogation team to help him. Yuan was not sure if the ambush this time was a result of the prophet's divination, or if it was because Ji Shouyun did not hide his route after leading a large group of soldiers to the 18th star system. After all, with such a weak constitution, the possibility of him not being able to read fortunes was quite low. However, Yuan felt that the prophet was quite influential in the Free Army to be able to send a vanguard force of 600 mechas and 6 standard frigates. Everything else aside, this was a waste of money and resources. A person of unknown origin who had never shown his face in public was able to mobilize such a force. Yuan thought that the prophet must be very trusted by the leader of the Free Army. It was 5 years ago when the prophet's tactics were first revealed to the public. In 5 years, to be able to run to the position of a faction's trusted aide, if it wasn't because of genuine feelings, it was because the benefits were tied too tightly. The prophet. He shouldn't be that stupid, because that person might be counting on the cat to save his life. If he really told others about this, the Yuan might not even be able to get away with it. With his weak constitution, he might not even be able to compete with the cat's fur. However, he could not rule out the possibility that the leader of the Free Army and the prophet truly appreciated each other. Yuan sighed as he ate. He felt very worried. It was all Kitty's fault for being too cute, causing everyone in the universe to fight over her. If that was the case, it was truly a sin. Yuan felt that it was more appropriate for a person like him, who was full of evil and bloodshed, to squat on the head of Ji Shouyun, who was able to withstand the bloodshed, to act like a tyrant. Yuan thought for a while and finished all the food on the table before the others entered the canteen. He even took 2 rolls and walked towards the deck while eating. The commander of the First Army, who had been abandoned by Yuan, naturally had to deal with some post-war matters. He had to clean up the battlefield and take in prisoners. Although his subordinates were handling these matters, he was still the one who reviewed the reports and handed them over to the marshal. Now, the commander of the First Army was heading straight to Ji Shouyun's office. He wanted to ask Yuan about the scapegoat he had thrown at Ji Shouyun. To be honest, most of the confidential information was not considered a secret to the commander of the First Army. Yuan's resume before he was adopted was also very clean. It was impossible for him to have his own intelligence network. However, when Yuan negotiated with the leader of the Free Army's vanguard unit. Let's call it a negotiation for the time being. During the negotiation, the commander of the First Army was a little confused when he heard Yuan's question. He had never heard of any of this before. This was not logical. Ji Shouyun obediently accepted the scapegoat. He raised his head and nodded slightly at the commander of the First Army. Marshal. The commander of the First Army saluted and said bluntly, I beg you to tell me about the information Yuan mentioned in the command room. Ji Shouyun paused for a moment. He put aside the history of the evolution of words and asked, for example? For example, he seemed to know the Free Army staff officer, or rather, the prophet very well. The commander of the First Army did not try to avoid the topic at all. Oh. Ji Shouyun nodded calmly. He tricked them. The commander of the First Army was stunned by this reply. You know about it too? Ji Shouyun nodded. Then how did you know that the staff officer and the prophet were the same person? The same thing as the 9 people who ambushed them. Marshal Ji took out the array that Yuan had drawn on his desk and waved it in front of the commander of the First Army. Yuan guessed it blindly. To put it bluntly, Yuan was tricking them. They never expected Yuan to be an honest fool. Everything was exposed once he tricked them. The commander of the First Army thought about it and accepted this explanation. He glanced at Ji Shouyun and saw that the marshal did not seem to mind or be displeased. He continued to ask, how did you know that he was not in good health? Ji Shouyun's mind worked quickly. He did not even blink. Why didn't you release such a useful military general to expand our territory? If it were you, would you do the same? No. The commander of the First Army shook his head. Ji Shouyun gestured for him to continue speaking. The commander of the First Army continued, unless there is a reason why he can't come out. The commander of the First Army understood at this point. What could be the reason why he could not come out? It was most likely that he was seriously injured or had a chronic illness that prevented him from joining the army. With modern medical technology and genetic evolution, many diseases that would have killed ancient humans were no longer a threat to modern humans. However, humans were not the only ones who had evolved. Viruses were also evolving. In addition, the universe was vast and there were many unexplored places. It was not surprising that there were thousands of diseases. So, Yuan wants to lure that staff officer over? The commander of the First Army looked at Ji Shouyun and nodded. In his heart, he felt that it would be good if they could get rid of this person. Although they had deciphered the new strategy that Yuan had used in the past, who knew if Yuan had left a way out for himself? Then, why did they say that they want your cat? Ji Shouyun was very straightforward. I don't know. As Ji Shouyun said this, he turned his head and looked at the outer layer of the protective deck where the captives were gathered. He saw Yuan running over with his meow meow mech. Yuan was here as a precaution. He suddenly remembered that since Yuan knew how to set up formations, it was not impossible for him to bring along some large-scale weapons that could not be detected by the detectors. He brought his black mech and stood on the head of the mech. He approached the outer layer of the protective deck. A passageway was connected to the protective deck. The passageway was no longer a vacuum. It was a gravitational environment suitable for human survival. The young man squatted at the entrance of the spacious passageway, his pitch-black military uniform almost blending into his mech. His little white head turned vigilantly, and his soft white hair floated gently in the air. Yuan's appearance did not affect the logistics team who were using the scanners to check the captive's equipment. They only raised their heads and saluted him. Then, they continued with their work. Yuan's blue cat eyes scanned the few captives one by one. These captives who chose to surrender in the end did not receive the respect of the soldiers. After their identity microchips were taken away, they would be exiled to an Or star. Now, they would conduct a preliminary examination on these captives. Yuan squinted his eyes and scanned the captives a few times. Finally, he looked at a man who was standing at the end of the line. The man was looking around the passageway with a ferocious expression on his face. His eyes were filled with impatience. Yuan heard Ji Shouyun's voice from the mech. Ji Shouyun listened to the mech's communication channel and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm catching mice." Yuan transferred the communication channel to his optical supercomputer. He jumped into the passageway and headed straight for the man in the middle of the line. "You." The man was instantly on guard. However, in front of Yuan, being on guard was useless. Ji Shouyun had just opened the surveillance screen when he saw Yuan holding down a captive. He was unusually bold and unrestrained. He tore open the captive's clothes and reached his hand into the captive's torn collar. Ji Shouyun, Ji Shouyun? Why is he Fei Si? Why is he Fei Si? Ji Shouyun was in disbelief. Ji Shouyun could not help but say, "Yuan, you found it." Yuan pulled out several crumpled pieces of paper from the man's inner lining. These pieces of paper looked quite old, but they didn't become thinner or brittle. At a glance, one could see the heavy traces of time on them. Apart from that, he also found 2 low-quality and shockingly small spirit stones. Yuan finished searching the captive's belongings and made sure that the captive no longer had that strange feeling. Only then did he let go of the captive. Yuan pretended to stuff the 2 spirit stones, which were only the size of a fingernail, into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then, he slowly opened one of the crumpled pieces of paper. It was covered with scribbles. Ji Shouyun glanced at Yuan's expression. He thought for a moment and did not say anything. Yuan thought for a while and opened the other crumpled pieces of paper. His expression became as cold as Ji Shouyun's usual expression. "It's you, right? You're the one who contacted us." Yuan looked at the man whose clothes he had stripped off. He had noticed this man the moment he opened his mouth. The man spat and glared at him fiercely. "Did you tell your dying prophet?" Yuan asked him. The man did not say anything. "It doesn't matter if you didn't tell him. He's going to die, not me." Yuan put the pieces of paper into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then, before anyone could react, he grabbed the captive's collar by the collar and pulled open the door at the end of the tunnel. Under the captive's terrified gaze, he threw the captive, who was not wearing any defensive equipment and had a large amount of skin exposed, into the vast universe. Yuan angrily closed the door and turned to walk into the main ship's cabin. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan's expression and frowned. "Yuan? What's going on?" For Rolling Thunder talismans, 2 fire talismans, 1 teleportation talisman, and 2 spirit energy crystals used to activate the talismans. Yuan was furious. "If I hadn't come to take a look just in case, half of your ship would have exploded. If it had been a frigate, it would have exploded." Yuan took the talismans and entered the ship's cabin. "I'm super fierce," was written all over his face. His skin was tough, so he was not afraid of this kind of explosion. However, Ji Shouyun was different. Although Ji Shouyun's body was much stronger than a human's, if she had to face a huge explosion at such a close distance, she would lose a layer of skin even if she did not die. If something were to happen to Ji Shouyun, where would he go to find such a suitable human being? If Ji Shouyun died, who would pay for it? The more Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became. However, he also felt lucky. He decided to find a place with no one around later and throw all these talismans to the teleportation location through the teleportation talisman. It would be best if the teleportation talisman's destination was the Free Army's headquarters. This cat will send them to heaven. Before Yuan returned, Ji Shuyan thought for a moment and said to the 1st Legion commander, "You can go do something else." The 1st Legion commander, who had heard everything clearly, turned his head and looked at Ji Shuyan silently. He really wanted to know what was going on. Even though he didn't understand all the terms used, he could still hear the contents of the explosion clearly. Ji Shuyan didn't change his mind. He looked at the 1st Legion commander and shook his head gently. The 1st Legion commander saluted him properly and turned to leave Ji Shuyan's office. Everyone had secrets. It was normal for Marshal Kevin to have secrets since he had been adopted by him for no reason. After all, he was the marshal who had seen countless people with real power. How could a child adopted by such a person be an ordinary person? Lady Ellie had met him when she was filming an advertisement and felt that he was suitable for her, so she adopted him. That was enough to fool ordinary people. In reality, Yuan was indeed extraordinary. His combat prowess couldn't be described as genius. Even Ji Shuyan hadn't improved as fast as him when he was young. Just based on his combat prowess, Yuan had already confirmed the suspicions of the Empire's higher-ups when Marshal Kevin and his wife said that they wanted to adopt this child. Marshal Kevin had sharp eyes. He had been able to tell that Ji Shuyan wasn't ordinary when he had just entered the Empire's core army. Now that he was going to adopt a son, he knew that Yuan wouldn't be any worse than Ji Shuyan. It was normal for such a person to have secrets. He couldn't know the corresponding secrets because he didn't have the qualifications to do so. It was just like how classified information was. In any case, from the looks of it now, their marshal was very clear about this young man's secret, and the other party also trusted their marshal a lot. After all, he had even taught them the new tactic of arranging troops without reservation, which was enough to make the other party friendly. That was enough. It was fine as long as the marshal knew what to do. Although Marshal Ji did not play by the rules and occasionally made some reckless decisions in the decisive military decisions that decided the direction of the war, the results of those decisions he made had never disappointed anyone. Just like how Ji Shuyan trusted him with all the trivial matters of the 7 Corps, as well as the mid-level marshal and below, the 1st Corps commander was also extremely confident in this marshal who always made him break down. The 1st Legion's commander opened the door and walked out. He turned around and saw Yuan rushing towards him aggressively. Yuan was also stunned when he saw him. The "I'm super fierce" expression on his delicate young face instantly disappeared. He politely greeted him and put on an upgraded "I'm super fierce" expression. He then turned around and rushed into his office. The 1st Legion's commander tilted his head. The last thing he saw before the office door closed was Yuan slamming a piece of paper on Ji Shuyan's desk. "In the future, we can't randomly take in prisoners of war. Think about who we are fighting now. If I didn't go and take a look because I was worried, we would have been defeated this time," Yuan said. From his tone and expression, it seemed like he was still afraid. Ji Shuyan did not even flinch. He calmly accepted the fact that someone had slammed his desk and scolded him. The 1st Legion's commander was speechless. The last person who slammed his desk and scolded their marshal seemed to have been punished with 2 years of labor service. It was purely manual and did not require any machines. In reality, Yuan slapped more than one talisman. He threw out 6 talismans in a row and placed them in front of Ji Shuyan. Yellow paper with vermilion lines. The drawing was very complicated and difficult to understand. Ji Shuyan did not understand, so he asked, "These are talismans?" Human cultivators are the best at it. Yuan had never seen these things with his own eyes, but he immediately recognized them when he saw the talismans. This was because the old senior had once warned him that these talismans were among the dangerous items that he had to deal with. Yuan explained these talismans one by one to Ji Shuyan. Ji Shuyan was quite curious. This was the first time he had truly touched something that was so close to metaphysics. This feeling of novelty was similar to touching a weapon for the first time. His warrior's instinctive enthusiasm was stirred. "What kind of material is this paper made of?" he asked. Yuan thought seriously for a while before answering, "I think it's made of some kind of burnt ash, some kind of water, and some kind of special paper pulp. Then, it's refined using a special method." Ji Shuyan. As expected of our Yuan, Ji Shuyan thought to himself. He did not remember any of the most important things, Ji Shouyun asked again, what about the paint? Yuan puffed out his chest, pride written all over his face. Cinnabar and the creator's blood. Ji Shouyun seriously thought about what cinnabar was, but in the end, he could not recall the word cinnabar from the vocabulary he knew. It was probably the name Yuan used to call certain materials in his time. Marshal Ji shook the piece of paper that was previously twisted into a ball, but now that it was unfolded, not a single crease could be seen. How do I use this? Spiritual power. Yuan paused, then pointed to a small circle in the middle of the talisman and added, or you can use an energy crystal. Put it here, and wait for a second to see the effect. Ji Shouyun nodded. When he thought about how Yuan had filled the drawer to his right with energy crystals, he felt that he could not control his hand. However, Yuan controlled it for him. Yuan touched the talismans, and his expression was gloomy. Ji Shouyun had never seen him like this before. There's also a teleportation talisman. It should be used to escape after the ship is bombed. I don't know where it will land, but there will definitely be people waiting for it. I'm going to activate all of these talismans and throw them over. I'll give them a huge gift package. Ji Shouyun was still flipping through a rolling thunder talisman with great interest. When he suddenly heard Yuan's words, he put down the talisman in his hand. Let's not, he said. Yuan looked at him and puffed up his face in dissatisfaction. Ji Shouyun really wanted to poke Yuan's puffed up face. What if it lands at their headquarters? What if it blows up that prophet? Yuan pursed his lips. I don't really need him. Don't you want to know where he learned how to set up arrays, where he learned how to do fortune-telling, and where he got these things? Ji Shouyun waved the talisman in his hand. Yuan felt that Ji Shouyun's words made sense. He really wanted to know, but he couldn't take revenge. This made him even angrier. Why are you so angry? Ji Shouyun didn't understand why Yuan was so angry. He paused for a moment. Why are you so angry? Yuan was in disbelief when he heard this question. You're not angry? You almost got screwed over. Ji Shouyun shook his head. I'm not angry. Based on the results, I'm still sitting here perfectly fine. Ji Shouyun was a results-oriented person through and through. This could be clearly seen from the way he always did things that made the commanders of the other armies collapse. It's all thanks to me that you didn't get blown away, Yuan emphasized. Yes, I'll remember this. Ji Shouyun patted Yuan's head. But you almost died. Aren't you angry at all? Yuan grabbed Ji Shouyun's hand and rubbed it as if he was venting his anger. If something happened to you, who would compensate me with Ji Shouyun? Marshal Ji looked down at Yuan's hand. The young man's hand was fair and soft. Even though he had done a lot of heavy work and carried weapons, there were still no calluses on his hand. Ji Shouyun looked up at Yuan so. Marshal Ji narrowed his eyes. You're so angry because you're worried about me? If I'm not worried about you, who am I worried about? Yuan retorted. Ji Shouyun looked at him calmly and silently. His eyes were focused. Yuan seemed to see a hint of a smile in his eyes. Yuan was a little confused. Then, he carefully thought about what he had just said. He squeezed Ji Shouyun's hand. I mean. If something happened to you, who would wish for me to become an immortal? Marshal Ji acted as if he didn't hear Yuan's words. You said you were worried about me. Yuan, nonsense. Marshal Ji repeated, you said you were worried about me. Yuan, Marshal Ji was very persistent. You were worried about me. Yuan felt that this conversation couldn't continue. He felt a little embarrassed when the truth that he had said without hesitation was repeatedly emphasized. Yuan simply shook off Ji Shouyun's hand, stood up, and rushed out of Ji Shouyun's office at lightning speed, running away like a wisp of smoke. Yuan rushed in aggressively and then rushed out even more aggressively. The whole process didn't take more than 10 minutes. The guards at the door watched as Yuan ran out with a red face and a "I'm super fierce" expression. They weren't frightened at all. In fact, they even thought it was a little cute. Marshal Ji, who was left in the office, didn't chase after Yuan after he left. He happily put away the talismans that Yuan had left on the table. He put them in a hidden cabinet on the wall that was far away from all kinds of energy crystals. His footsteps were unusually light. Ji Shouyun was in a good mood. He was so happy that he even wanted to sing a few songs. He felt that he could smell the fragrance of spring. Recently, the marshal was in a good mood. This was the consensus of those who stayed on the flagship and had close contact with Ji Xiaoyun. Although he still looked cold and indifferent on the surface, when they met face to face, the oppressive feeling he gave off was reduced by a lot. A more vivid analogy would be the kind of aura that was so fierce that people didn't dare to say anything behind his back. It was now at the level where people could muster up the courage to greet him. It didn't seem to be much better, but for the Marshal Ji, who didn't smile for many years and the media had never taken a photo of him smiling, this was already a huge improvement. The Marshal Ji's happy mood was visible to the naked eye. The reason for this good mood was unknown, but when combined with the timing of the Marshal Ji's good mood, many people guessed that it might be because the Free Army's vanguard unit was defeated so cleanly. After all, those who could come into close contact with the Marshal Ji were mostly officers who had climbed to the general level or were close to it. They were still very sensitive to the battle situation. Although the other party was almost completely suppressed by them for 5 hours, it was enough for people to see who the tactic belonged to. It was the mysterious staff officer from the Free Army who had never shown his face and whose name had never been leaked. The style was very obvious. It should be known that this new tactic was still a serious military research topic. A group of military experts in the galaxy hadn't figured out the results yet, and the generals had also studied it a lot. Although they hadn't been able to figure out anything yet, they could almost immediately tell who was the one behind this unique style of battle. In fact, other than a few army commanders who were in the know, everyone was very surprised that they were able to suppress the Free Army's vanguard unit this time. They had full confidence in their own army and their marshal, but the entire galaxy had been pondering over a problem that they hadn't been able to solve yet was solved by their own army without any warning. This was quite a surprising and joyous thing. After the news of that battle was reported, it caused a huge commotion in the entire interstellar space. Even if they used their toes to think, they knew that after this battle, the Marshal Ji and the commander of this battle would definitely receive countless invitations to interstellar military conferences. Although their marshal definitely wouldn't go, this was also a symbol of honor and the strength of the army, as well as the abundance of talents. Marshal Ji might find this kind of military meeting troublesome, but he definitely wouldn't complain about having too much glory on his shoulders. Therefore, everyone felt that it was reasonable for Marshal Ji to be in a good mood because of this matter. However, the 1st Legion General did not think so at all. This was because he had personally witnessed the truth behind Marshal Ji's good mood. The commander of the 1st Army Corps found that after their marshal was enlightened, it was as if a dam had been opened. He was addicted to love. Especially when it came to flirting with Yuan for no reason, she simply couldn't stop once she started. Yuan, the troublemaker, had probably never seen such a scene before. Every time, he would turn around and leave after a few words. In the past 2 days, he had started to walk around the Marshal Ji. They were now on their way to planet A01 of the 18th galaxy to meet up with the vanguard. They had to cross several small E-class galaxies in the middle, and it was not so far that they needed to open a wormhole, so the journey was quite long. On the way, other than venting his excess experience through training, the only activity left was to destroy the pirate gangs that he happened to run into. The fighting strength of the Yuan was like an insurmountable mountain to the soldiers. There was no point in training them. Therefore, the Yuan was the most eye-catching existence on the front lines. Even if his mecha was pitch black, it could not withstand the number of enemies it had destroyed, but the rest of the time was rather boring. It was especially tragic and bleak. Of course, he felt that it was quite tragic that their marshal could only watch him through the surveillance camera after flirting with him. For a moment, it was hard to tell which of the two situations was more tragic. These two people were simply a classic example of hurting each other. The commander of the 1st Army was here today to report on the movements of the vanguard. They were already close to planet A01 of the 8th galaxy. After landing, they would announce the start of the war and the aftermath of the war for the entire 18th galaxy. This was a necessary rule for war. And this had a lot to do with the situation of the vanguard. The commander of the 1st Army knocked on the door of the marshal's office. When the door opened, he stepped in and found that, as expected, the young man was not in the office. But he saw the cat that usually stayed in the marshal's bedroom. It stood on the marshal's desk and turned around to meow at him. Then, it turned around and jumped off the desk. The commander of the First Army's line of sight was blocked, but he saw Ji Shouyun's hand under the desk. He seemed to be gently stroking the cat. He guessed that the cat was probably lying on the Marshal Ji's lap. Yuan was indeed lying on Ji Shouyun's lap. Because after playing with the lonely Meow Meow's mecha for a few days, he very cleverly realized that after he turned back into a cat, Ji Shouyun could no longer say anything that made him uncomfortable. The clever cat stretched out its furry paw. When the commander of the First Army was reporting, it hooked onto the drawer filled with spirit stones on Ji Shouyun's right hand. It stepped on Ji Shouyun's leg and placed its two front paws on the drawer. It dug out a spirit stone from the drawer and threw it between Ji Shouyun's legs. Then, it closed the drawer, turned around, hugged the spirit stone, and started chewing on it. The commander of the First Army and the surveillance cameras could not see what was happening under the desk. Yuan chewed on the spirit stone with its small mouth. Its little ears twitched as it listened to the commander of the First Army's report very casually. The commander of the First Army was here today to inform the vanguard of the vanguard. The vanguard had not only brought some backup supplies and personnel, but also many hard-working officials from various galaxies. These people were all down-to-earth and hard-working officials who were truly diligent and reasonable in governing the area. They could be considered the capital of the Little Emperor. Their safety had to be guaranteed. This was because after Ji Shouyun chased away the Free Army, they would quickly take over the political power in the area and truly develop it. A large part of the reason why the 18th galaxy had become a fertile land for the Free Army was that after the conquest of this galaxy, the political power and monetary policies did not keep up. As a result, the residents' living standards did not improve. Instead, they deteriorated. Civilians were actually very easy to satisfy. As long as they had enough to eat, warm clothes, and some spare money to satisfy themselves and pursue their dreams, they would be able to see hope in life. In the interstellar era, they did not care much about which country they belonged to. The late emperor had passed away at a bad time. If he had insisted on completing the policy and funding for the 18th galaxy before passing away, let alone the Free Army, no other army would have been able to do anything. However, it was not too late to make up for it now. At the end of the day, the most important thing was still military power. As for the scars of hatred, as long as they did not take the initiative to expose them, they would gradually heal and disappear with the passage of time. After the UN's new strategy was handed over to Little Six, until the end of the communication, the follow-up troops have not been intercepted by the Free Army. Everything is normal. The First Army General said as he took out a speech from his remote bracelet and placed it in front of Ji Shouyun. This is your speech to the media. Marshal Ji calmly listened to all the reports. He looked at the interface in front of him that was filled with words and nodded slightly. Yuan munched on a spirit stone and swayed its tail leisurely. Its blue cat eyes clearly saw the other interface next to the speech. On it was the information about the food and scenery of Planet A01 that Ji Shouyun had been searching for. Prepare to land. The media speech will be given tomorrow, the First Army General reminded. Ji Shouyun nodded again. The First Army General very straightforwardly excused himself. Marshal Ji calmly stored the speech into his optical computer and simply searched for the food and scenery of Planet A01 for a few minutes. Then, he carried his cat to the table. Let's go out and play, Ji Shouyun said as he took out two disguise brooches from his pocket. It was obvious that he had been planning this for a long time. Yuan, do you think that I am such a playful cat? Yuan looked at the two brooches and then looked at Ji Shouyun. Then, the kitten, who was bored to death on the ship, stretched out its pink and tender paw and placed it on Ji Shouyun's palm. Both parties quickly reached a consensus. They immediately colluded and ran away. When the entire army landed, the First Army General came to find Ji Shouyun to confirm the situation. What greeted him was an empty office and the words "observing the people's situation" projected in the office. There was even a pink cat paw stamp on the back of the words. The First Army General took a deep breath, walked in, turned off the projection, and walked out. He wasn't worried about Ji Shouyun's safety. Putting aside whether or not there was anyone who could beat Ji Shouyun, in fact, this sort of thing like leaving a letter and leaving was not the first time their marshal had done it. Every time, he would stay behind to observe the situation of the people. This time, he even left an extra paw stamp. He probably brought the cat with him. Based on his previous efficiency, he would come back that night. And the 4 words that Ji Shouyun left behind were truly the truth. However, he wasn't the one observing the people's situation. It was the informant or mercenary he contacted in private. Anyway, it was the kind that could be done with money. Marshal Ji brought you into the food district near planet A01's capital. This planet was the first buffer between the 18th and 17th galaxies. Back then, as a precaution, the military did not completely hand this over to the government. Instead, they left a general with a more political style to stay here, lest the planets of the first line of defense fall into the hands of others without any preparation. Reality proved that the military's decision was very wise. The political general made a great achievement here. At least from the looks of the situation near the capital, there was no sign of war. In fact, it was very lively. Yuan and Ji Shouyun wandered around a lot of places. Then, they sat together with Yuan in a cold drink shop. This was a planet with a high annual surface temperature and abundant precipitation. The cold drink shop's business was very good. Soon, someone came to ask Yuan and Ji Shouyun if they could share a table. Yuan glanced at Ji Shouyun. Then, he realized that Ji Shouyun didn't ask for his opinion. Instead, Ji Shouyun nodded and asked him to sit down. Although he didn't mind sharing a table, Yuan couldn't help but feel shocked that Ji Shouyun made the decision without asking for his opinion. It wasn't until the man sharing the table with them spoke to Ji Shouyun about the recent developments in the 18 galaxies that Yuan realized that this man was Ji Shouyun's informant. There were many intelligence officers in the military, but most of the information they collected was targeted. They would never seriously investigate and integrate information about the people's feelings, which was boring and required a lot of time. Ji Shouyun simply found a mercenary who could do anything for money to be an informant. Of course, he used the fake identity of an arms dealer. It wasn't that he couldn't let his subordinates do this kind of thing, but Ji Shouyun more or less retained some of his previous habits of doing things himself. After all, he was someone who climbed up step by step from the bottom. Many of Ji Shouyun's habits were completely different from most people who directly became officers after graduating from military school. Yuan sat beside Ji Shouyun and ate ice cream with a spoon. The jam on the ice cream was a fruit he had never eaten before. "Oh right, boss." The man's voice was very low. "The Phoenix pirate gang that you asked me to keep an eye on has been moving recently." When Yuan heard this, he didn't control his strength well. His spoon went straight through the cup in his hand. Their voices came to an abrupt halt. Yuan looked at Ji Shouyun, then at the person sitting across from Ji Shouyun. His ordinary face, which was wearing a disguise device, was completely stupefied. Ji Shouyun tilted his head to look at Yuan, who was sitting next to him. He used a small cleaning tool on the table to clean off the ice cream on Yuan's hand before carefully inspecting Yuan's hand. Although logic told him that Yuan could not have been scratched by this type of tableware, Ji Shouyun still seriously checked. The man sitting across from them glanced at Ji Shouyun, then at Yuan. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on his face. He seemed to have understood something as he flashed a sweet smile at Yuan. Then, he lowered his eyes and remained silent. "Yuan, wait a minute, what did you get? No way." "That's not how it is." Yuan, who did not think Ji Shouyun's actions had any special meaning, twitched his fingers slightly. He hesitated for a few seconds but did not break free from Ji Shouyun's grip. When Ji Shouyun took the initiative to let go of him, Yuan mumbled softly, "It's fine." Ji Shouyun nodded. He added a large number of desserts and cold drinks to the ordering machine before turning to look at his informant and motioning for him to continue. This informant had worked with Ji Shouyun, who was disguised as an arms dealer, for a long time. Most of the time, Ji Shouyun would meet him alone. After exchanging information, he would leave after receiving the paper documents. In the past, they would usually meet in a dimly lit, crowded, and noisy nightclub to avoid detection. When the informant followed the secret signal and saw this popular dessert shop on planet S18801, he wondered if he had misjudged something and walked into the wrong place. From the looks of it, the reason they decided to meet here was probably because of the person beside him. In fact, the informant still didn't know the identity of his boss. It was obvious that this person was wearing a disguise device. However, as long as he was a boss, it would be fine as long as he was generous with his money. His true identity was not something worth caring about. The timing was coincidental. When my men arrived near the Triangle of Death, they happened to see the Phoenix pirate gang spaceship coming out. The man spoke in a very low voice. They were sitting in a secluded area, and there were many people around them. The hustle and bustle just happened to cover up their voices. Only the 3 people at the same table who were closer to them could hear them clearly. Ji Shouyun asked directly, "Who's the leader?" The informant shook his head. "Sorry." Ji Shouyun didn't mind and skipped the topic. He asked again, "Course?" "It should be heading towards the wormhole that leads to the 32nd star region," the informant replied. Hearing this, Ji Shouyun didn't say anything for a moment. He just reached out to the informant and asked for the paper document. Then, he gave the informant an anonymous magnetic card that was commonly used in the black market. The hidden meaning behind asking for the paper document was that he was asking for the guest to leave. The informant was very good at reading people's expressions. He accepted the magnetic card with a smile and handed the paper document to Ji Shouyun. Then, he got up and left without hesitation. After he left, the service robot happened to deliver the snacks that they had just added. Marshal Ji saw that his cat's face was full of joy as it ate the dessert happily. It didn't seem to care about the pirate gang at all. "Is there anything you want to say?" Ji Shouyun asked. Yuan turned its head and licked the sugar powder off the corner of its mouth. "Is it about that pirate gang?" Ji Shouyun nodded. "Yes. There's nothing in particular." Yuan stabbed a piece of fruit and waved it in front of Ji Shouyun. "I've already promised you that I'll go there after I'm done here." Marshal Ji thought for a moment. Then, he shamelessly interpreted Yuan's words as "you're more important than the other side." Yuan didn't know what Ji Shouyun was thinking. If he knew, he wouldn't have denied Ji Shouyun's idea. Ji Shouyun was indeed more important than the other side. This was because there might not be any monsters that Yuan was familiar with on the other side. Ji Shouyun's importance to Yuan was unquestionable. For cultivators like them, apart from being particularly stubborn and self-obsessed when it came to becoming immortal, they would habitually leave everything else to fate. If they really want to find me, they'll definitely come here themselves or find a way to send me a message. Yuan waved his hand, feeling very carefree. In reality, if Yuan said that he wanted to leave to find the pirate gang, Ji Shouyun reckoned that he wouldn't be able to refuse. Every time Yuan said that he wouldn't go alone, Ji Shouyun would heave a huge sigh of relief. "That's not what I'm talking about." Ji Shouyun first corrected Yuan's imagination. Then, he reminded him, "Your planet is on the border of the 32nd star region." Since it happened to be on the border of that star region, it was simply named as the 32nd energy vein planet. The transfer agreement signed by the Little Emperor belonged to this planet. Yuan chewed on another piece of fruit. His cheeks were puffed up, and a very obvious look of confusion appeared on his face. This was because he didn't even look at the transfer agreement carefully. The reason was simple. It was given to him by Ji Shouyun. How could it be fake? Therefore, Yuan didn't even look at it and didn't really understand it. Ji Shouyun reminded him again that pirate gang specializes in robbing energy vein planets. Yuan was in disbelief. "Are they going to rob me?" Ji Shouyun also picked up a piece of fruit with his cutlery and ate it with Yuan. He said casually, "What if? What if, that would be like a flood rushing to the Dragon King's temple." Yuan seemed to have only just remembered that he was a monster and that the Phoenix pirate gang was very likely to be of the same race as him. "Then I have no choice." Yuan bit his fork and frowned. "I can't just leave you behind, right?" Marshal Ji's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Then, he quickly replied, "Yes, you can't." Yuan looked at Ji Shouyun in silence for a long time. Ji Shouyun rarely had such a reaction in the past. Yuan didn't care much about the people and things around him, but he wasn't stupid. Ever since Ji Shouyun had obtained those talismans, he had stealthily piloted a mecha to an uninhabited star region to test out a Rolling Thunder talisman. Ji Shouyun's originally unhurried pace had instantly sped up. This pace referred to Ji Shouyun's actions of slowly and completely infiltrating his world. Yuan was a feline with a strong sense of territory. Of course, he noticed it. However, he didn't reject such a gentle method. To put it bluntly, Yuan believed that if Ji Xiuyun could cultivate and solve the problem of his lifespan, Ji Xiuyun would definitely be by his side in the future. Just based on how well Ji Xiuyun treated him, Yuan felt that having Ji Xiuyun by his side every day was very appropriate. Yuan knew that he would definitely accept Ji Xiuyun if he took things step by step. Yuan was destined to have a long lifespan, so these weren't a big problem for him. However, Ji Xiuyun had suddenly become aggressive and oppressive. He was caught off guard and even tried to avoid Ji Xiuyun. Yuan pursed his lips slightly. After a while, he asked, "Why, are you in such a hurry?" Ji Xiuyun was stunned by the question. He didn't know how to react. "There are still at least 19 years left," Yuan said. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Marshal Ji thought for a while and understood what Yuan meant. He wanted to say that there were still at least 19 years left for them to slowly get along with each other. There was no need to be in such a hurry. He was definitely referring to how Marshal Ji had been pressuring him recently. Because Ji Xiuyun paused and said, "Life is short. You should enjoy it while you can." Yuan had a complicated expression on his face. "Do I look like such a perfunctory cat to you?" Ji Xiuyun didn't believe his own words. He knew very well why he had suddenly become so impatient recently. He wanted to slowly make Yuan unable to leave him. He wanted Yuan to rely on him and get used to him. Ji Xiuyun's ideal relationship model was like his parents. It was a relationship that developed naturally over a long period of time. However, ever since he left for the war, a series of events had caused him to feel very clear dividing lines. There were two worlds. One belonged to the humans. The other belonged to the monsters. People from the other side of the world appeared one after another. Ji Xiuyun, who originally had plenty of patience, instantly felt an indescribable sense of crisis rise up. For example, he had always been very worried that Yuan would suddenly tell him that he wanted to go to the Death Triangle first to take a look. Although Yuan had already said that he wouldn't leave alone, this kind of thinking was similar to how he felt when he knew that Yuan's hand wouldn't be scratched, but he still wanted to check it carefully before he could be at ease. Ji Xiuyun wasn't an absolutely rational person. He understood the logic, but he just couldn't control himself. Especially since this was the first time he had been enlightened in love. This kind of uncontrollable emotion was like withered grass that was stained with sparks. It burned fiercely and couldn't be suppressed at all. Moreover, he wanted to pursue Yuan. Lifespan was simply a natural moat in front of him. Every time he thought of this problem, he felt that the separation was particularly severe. Marshal Ji sighed silently. He took the iced drink in front of Yuan and took a big gulp, treating it as a physical calming method. Marshal Ji, who had calmed down, was silent. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. He raised his head and looked at Yuan, who was eating dessert with his head lowered. "You said that there's a lot of time and that there's no need to rush. Do you mean that I can just take it slow?" "That's not right," Ji Xiuyun thought. "If you ask me to take it slow and round it up, doesn't that mean that I've already accepted it?" Yuan turned his head and glanced at him. After swallowing the soft dessert in his mouth, he waved his fork in front of Ji Xiuyun's eyes. "Do you like immortality?" Yuan asked him. Ji Xiuyun looked at him and didn't say anything. "If this isn't the immortal realm," Yuan raised his chin and said with a proud expression, "I'll allow you to waste 40 years of my time." Yuan didn't know what Ji Xiuyun understood from his words. After losing control for a short while, the man quickly returned to normal at a speed that left Cat speechless. Not only did he return to normal, but he was even more relaxed than before. He would even let Yuan go out alone to play, the type where he would drive his mech and leave the team alone to play around. Ji Xiuyun and the others only stayed on planet S18A01 for 3 days. Ji Xiuyun used the media of the 18th galaxy to announce the war and post-war plans to the entire galaxy. Then, he quickly left the planet and flew towards the nearest planet that had already become the Free Army's sphere of influence. For Ji Xiuyun, war was a very relaxed but also a very heavy thing. It was relaxed because he could always easily control the situation. Even if the whole situation was unfavorable, he could rely on himself to turn the tide. The heavy thing was the things behind the war. Ji Shouyun had already found out the era and country that Yuan lived in before he came here. It was a country with a long history and a strong country. During the period when Yuan's writing was popular, the entire country was stable and prosperous. Yuan, who grew up in a peaceful environment, had never come into contact with real war. Even if he always claimed that he was a cat who had killed enemies on the battlefield. But the enemies he killed were all ferocious interstellar pirates. Unlike the Free Army, which was mostly made up of civilians, the Free Army was not picky when it came to recruiting militias. When they really ran into each other, Ji Shouyun was very clear about what would happen. Real war was cruel. Even if the enemy was dressed in rags and fought back with crude weapons, they had to be killed without hesitation. This kind of situation had happened more than once when Ji Shouyun first conquered this galaxy. This was not a problem that could be easily accepted and solved. It was also not a simple war between invasion and anti-invasion. There had always been a lot of friction at the borders. When Ji Shouyun was young, the planet he was born on had been harassed by the elite soldiers of the 18th galaxy. The 17th galaxy had always been active in fighting back. Strong enemies were eyeing them covetously. Once they showed weakness and didn't fight back, their home would be invaded. Giving in was equivalent to death. Resisting and then swallowing the enemy into their territory was the most basic solution. At the very least, the 17th galaxy would return to peace. But for the people of the 18th galaxy who were not from the border planets, this war was an unexpected disaster. Both sides were protecting their home. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Because it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong, soldiers who went to war for the first time would always show their softness. From Ji Shouyun's understanding, Yuan was an obedient cat who could accept many things smoothly. However, he didn't want Yuan to see this too early because sometimes, the war would develop too fiercely. Yuan's heart was full of bright sunshine. Everything he did was what he believed to be the right thing to do. For example, he followed Ji Shouyun out to catch pirates. He also followed Ji Shouyun out to quell a rebellion. Even though Ji Shouyun repeatedly told Yuan about the relationship between the two galaxies many times, Yuan still firmly believed that it was to quell a rebellion. In his words, if there was a war against the government in a part of the Empire's territory, then it was a rebellion. But in fact, it was the Empire's fault that such a thing happened. Ji Shouyun didn't think that a rebellion, or an uprising, would happen. At the very least, it wasn't something that could be fought under the banner of justice and righteousness. Ji Shouyun also mentioned to Yuan what kind of enemy they would face, but Yuan didn't agree with him. Ji Shouyun could almost imagine what the Free Army was like in Yuan's mind. Elite soldiers, strong generals, and above-average weapons and equipment. They also had many formations and talismans to support them. They even used cults to brainwash the civilians. This was probably because the prophet in the Free Army gave him such an illusion. Ji Shouyun showed him the information of the vanguard troops to prove that what he said was true. At the same time, he also showed evidence to show that if the Free Army was really that awesome, they would have killed the 17 galaxies long ago instead of taking advantage of the situation from time to time. Taking advantage of the situation was often chased back. Yuan felt that Ji Shouyun's words made a lot of sense. Then, he once again expressed his ugly rejection of Ji Shouyun. I think that with how crafty humans are, they might have secretly kept their big moves on themselves. You can't be sure that they won't run to the front lines. At that time, Yuan was very worried that Ji Shouyun would screw things up if he didn't agree with him. Ji Shouyun asked him back, then, if a civilian held a knife, a sharp object, or even a rock in front of you as a weapon, would you be able to attack him? Yuan's answer was, why would I attack the civilian? In the next second, he was thrown out by Ji Shouyun to receive the rest of the troops. Along with the regiment commander of the 7th Army, a destroyer, and a mecha clan with 100 people. Thus, he didn't see a civilian holding a knife, a sharp object, or even a rock as a weapon and rushing to kill. When Yuan came back with the rest of the troops, the war that lasted for half a month had already ended. Before Yuan walked down the spaceship, he was still thinking that the Free Army's resistance was unexpectedly weak. They landed on a piece of land covered in smoke and scorched earth. The cries of children and women could be heard from afar. There were also soldiers in regular army uniforms who were silently and orderly collecting the corpses of their comrades and enemies, as well as innocent civilians who had been implicated. They cleaned up the battlefield and set up a special refugee service counter. At this moment, the pitch-black military uniforms looked like mourning clothes used to hold a memorial ceremony. It was solemn and silent. No one came up to talk to the rest of the troops. The regiment commander of the 7th Army, who had completed his mission, didn't say anything either. He just picked a few teams and a few officers who came along with them and immediately joined the rest of the troops. They all had their own things to do. Yuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't only see soldiers wearing the uniform of the Free Army. There were also many corpses of civilians stuck together with the corpses of the regular army soldiers. Their expressions were ferocious, as if they wanted to die together with them. Not only that, among the prisoners who chose to surrender, those who were wearing the uniform of the Free Army didn't have any killing intent in their actions. It was the kind of aura that would be stained by human life. It was almost invisible on their bodies. Yuan was stunned for a while. He was caught off guard by the scene in front of him. He seemed to understand the meaning of Ji Shouyun's words. No wonder Ji Shouyun threw him out after asking him that question, Yuan thought. If he stayed here and the other party really had talismans on them, the one who would suffer a setback wouldn't be Ji Shouyun, but him. Because he wouldn't do anything to these civilians. The Free Army did indeed use talismans and formations as secret weapons, and it was very likely that the higher-ups would keep them by their side. Yuan understood this logic. But his logic was that the Free Army had so many tricks up their sleeves, so they wouldn't lack funds. The Free Army was able to spread quickly in the 18th Galaxy. In addition, they were joined by the old government army of the 18th Galaxy. Their strength was definitely not ordinary. At the very least, in every branch base, there should be a way to perish together with Ji Shouyun and the others. But in reality, there weren't any. The selfishness of humans was far beyond Yuan's expectations. They would rather watch the people under them die than reveal even the slightest bit of hope in their hands. Even if this hope was to perish together with the enemy. Yuan simply couldn't believe it. Talismans were very difficult to detect. They didn't even need to be used in a profound way to make Ji Shouyun suffer in silence. But they weren't willing to give out even a single talisman. Before he left, he had repeatedly warned Ji Shouyun to be extremely careful of such underhanded tricks. But in the end, there wasn't even a single talisman? Those talismans could be kept and brought into the coffin, right? Yuan's concept of how low could a human's bottom line be was refreshed once again. Fortunately, Ji Shouyun wasn't like that. Fortunately, Ji Shouyun was fundamentally a good person. Yuan looked at the final battlefield in the city. Even the ground had been shaved off a few meters, the buildings had collapsed, and there were potholes everywhere. He took a deep breath. He heard footsteps behind him. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he saw that it was the military reporter. The reporter asked him, "Aren't you going to go down and help?" Yuan didn't answer. He was silent for a while. Then he asked, "Why not film this?" As he said this, Yuan pointed at the tragic scene below. "Because the civilians and the government don't need to know about this," the reporter replied. He seemed very calm and natural, as if this was a matter of course. They will only hear about the victory and the rough number of casualties. Even if they are doing a live broadcast of the battle, they will only film the distant smoke from the battlefield. Yuan was stunned. Why? One is a psychological problem. The other is. The reporter paused. He seemed to be hesitating whether to say it or not. He tilted his head and looked at Yuan. He sighed softly and said, "If we really see the situation at close range, it will arouse a large number of anti-war sentiments." Yuan frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a boy crying and calling for his mother. He was being held by a man in the Free Army uniform. The man was silent. He was looking down at an arm that was exposed under the collapsed building. His face was a little dirty, and his expression was numb and empty. He stood there with the child in his arms like a statue. He is waiting for the Empire's army to help him remove the pillars and debris. He doesn't even know when he will be able to wait, the reporter explained. Why is there a war? Yuan heard the reporter say in a low voice, I've seen this scene many times, and I want to ask the same question every time. If I'm like this, those who live in a peaceful environment will definitely think the same. The anti-war public opinion had a limited impact on the front lines. However, people's emotions were always biased towards the weak. Even the soldiers who had personally picked up the butcher's knife and caused all of this were the same. When faced with the abuse and complaints of the family members who had broken down, they would be surprisingly patient. Everyone had kindness in their hearts. No one would casually take the lives of innocent people, especially the weak and powerless. If the soldiers were like this, then the civilians who lived far away from the battlefield in a peaceful environment and had no understanding of the reasons and meaning behind the war were even worse. The Empire couldn't let their heroes not receive flowers and applause when they returned in triumph. Instead, they would become executioners who would be cursed. Yuan asked, "What's the process after this?" "For at least half a month, most of the troops will stay here to clean up the battlefield, bury all the dead, and stabilize the public's emotions. Then, the main battle force will depart, leaving the logistics and government officials to deal with the aftermath. The local government will officially be on the right track," the reporter replied. "Oh." Yuan nodded. He stood up and ran to find Ji Shoyun. 3 hours later, Kitty's live broadcast, which had been closed for nearly 3 months, quietly reopened at 1 o'clock in the morning and since. When Yuan came over to talk about this, Ji Shoyun didn't immediately agree. This was because when they were fighting outside, they wouldn't interfere with public opinion issues. The army's external propaganda outlet was the military propaganda department. Ji Shoyun didn't care about the military propaganda department. The person who took over this responsibility was Marshal Kevin. To be more precise, it was Lady Ellie. The reason why Ji Shoyun and Marshal Kevin were so famous and popular in the Interstellar was mainly because Lady Ellie, who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, helped them deal with these issues behind the scenes. Even the person in charge of the military propaganda department specially went to Lady Ellie's office for a period of time and seriously learned from her experience. Therefore, when Yuan said that he wanted the battlefield to be broadcasted live, Ji Shoyun was stunned for a moment. He didn't immediately agree, nor did he directly refute. This matter wasn't in line with the army's tradition. The military propaganda department and the Empire had reached a consensus on how to handle the war reports. However, Ji Shoyun didn't immediately reject Yuan's idea because he knew that Yuan definitely had his own ideas and reasons. Therefore, Marshal Ji shook his head and said, "This matter isn't under my control." Then, Marshal Ji helped Yuan, who seemed a little listless, call Marshal Kevin. Yuan's idea was actually very simple. Public opinion could be controlled and led. Before stirring up anti-war sentiment, they could make more preparations and lead people's emotions in the direction of anti-war to anti-chaos. This method was called conflict shifting. It wasn't too difficult to shift the conflict from the concept of war to the Free Army. They could dig up more dirt on the Free Army and interview a few mild-mannered Free Army militiamen. Finally, they could explain why they attacked the 18th star system. It was because the 18th star system used to constantly send elite troops to harass the border. By doing so, the conflict could be shifted to the other side. After the transfer, not only did the people of the other dozen or so sins hate the Free Army, but even the people of the 18th star system who didn't know the situation and were dissatisfied with their current lives would also push the blame on the Free Army. Yuan only had this idea. As for how to execute it, it would be left to the professionals. Although the people of this era had high expectations for the entertainment industry due to their pursuit of freedom and liberation, they were still very serious about official military matters. Apart from the two marshals' image marketing, no one, including Lady Ellie, considered using their well-practiced methods of manipulating public opinion on military matters. The people of this era had a very strong reverence and worship for military power. In their impression, the military's reports about war should be monotonous and indifferent. No country's media would choose to interfere with their military operations, and this was especially true in the Empire of Since, which was constantly reporting great victories. When Marshal Kevin picked up the call, he happened to be with his wife. Looking at the background, it seemed like they were taking a routine stroll. Marshal Kevin and Lady Ellie quietly listened to Yuan's idea. Lady Ellie didn't say anything and seemed to be deep in thought. Marshal Kevin asked him, "Son, why do you want to do this?" Yuan didn't pause for a moment and answered, because many young children will die, or because they will lose their parents and won't be safe and taken care of. No matter how good the welfare of an orphanage is, it can't be compared to parents. Marshal Kevin and Lady Ellie were stunned for a moment. The former turned his gaze and looked at Ji Shouyun. When Ji Shouyun's parents were still young, they almost died. If Marshal Kevin didn't arrive in time, Ji Shouyun wouldn't have existed. Your idea? Marshal Kevin asked Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun shook his head. Marshal Kevin seemed like he wanted to say something, but Lady Ellie raised her hand and covered his mouth. Under the gaze of the other three people, Lady Ellie elegantly and reservedly nodded her head and said, "This idea is feasible. If they could cause chaos within the Free Army or the people of the 18 star systems, then they could indeed prevent most of the casualties and war. If everything went well, the militia would lead the people to leave the Free Army." When Ji Shouyun and the others arrived, it wasn't impossible for them to open the city and welcome the army. Then, the 3 people and 1 cat, along with the 2 heads of the military propaganda department and the Empire's propaganda department, as well as Lady Ellie's PR department, had a 3-hour video conference. After the conference ended, Yuan turned back into a cat with a cat-shaped optical computer hanging around its neck. It didn't show the camera inside. Instead, it changed the optical computer to camera mode and walked out of Ji Shouyun's conference room with its 4 short legs. Yuan's mission was very simple. It just had to use the cat's point of view to see everything that happened here. As for the control of public opinion, it was completely up to Lady Ellie and the others to handle. Ji Shouyun immediately called the First Army's commander to the conference room. Yuan's live broadcast had been off for almost 3 months. When it restarted, the popularity didn't decrease by much. His channel was still under Ji Shouyun's social media account, so he had special privileges under the fact that the entire army was forbidden from connecting to the galactic network. The number of people watching the live broadcast was in the hundreds of millions. Due to the different time zones in different galaxies and planets, there were many people who were slacking off at work, taking a stroll after dinner, or just having nothing to do. Within 3 seconds after Yuan opened its channel, a large wave of people flooded in. The people who flooded in did not see the cat that they had been waiting for. The image was not a holographic projection, it was just a normal image. They could see a few strands of white fur at the top of the image. What's going on? Did Xiaoyuan get the image wrong? Did you turn on the wrong mode? Xiaoyuan, meow if you can see it. However, Yuan didn't meow. The snow-white ball of hair squatted in the corner of the ruins, dragging out the settings interface of the optical computer. He stretched out his paw and slowly and painstakingly typed a string of characters under the pinching claw comment bubbles. The world you don't know. After typing a sentence, it pressed the confirm button with its paw. This sentence was then attached to the title of the live broadcast room. What? Did Xiaoyuan switch to an exploration show? How can a cat do an exploration show? Wake up. Wait, did you guys forget where Yuan is now? Oh right? Didn't Marshal G take it to battle? It's so powerful. Little Kitty's combat power hasn't been shown yet. However, Marshal Kevin's adopted son, who shares the same name as Xiaoyuan, has become very famous recently. He's very good at strategy, and he's good at attacking. Most importantly, he's very good looking. Yuan didn't look sideways. With a few leaps, it nimbly jumped to the top of the ruins. Break! F***ck, I'm going to faint. So this is how a cat looks. I feel like I'm flying. F***ck, did I just see the remains of a mecha? Where's Xiaoyuan? You guys, 7 hours ago, the military propaganda department announced the great victory. Don't you guys know where Yuan is now? Hiss, close contact with the battlefield? Yuan jumped to a small platform at the top of the ruins. Yuan squatted down here. He wasn't far from the main battlefield. This was a battlefield that had already been cleaned up. Sitting here, he could clearly overlook the surface, which still had many traces of the war, the busy soldiers and robots, the temporary reception houses and service areas, and the busy and noisy temporary houses of the medical team. From here, he could intermittently receive the sounds of pain coming from the row of temporary houses of the medical team, as well as the cries of the relatives waiting outside. There was a steady stream of injured people being transported over. Those with light injuries made way for those who were carried over, while those who were carried over made way for those who were unconscious and covered in blood. Everything was very orderly. Although it was noisy, there was a sense of unbearable heaviness. It was evening on this planet, and the fiery red setting sun was burning on the horizon. Under the setting sun, Yuan's camera lens showed a man wearing a tattered Free Army uniform. He was panicking and holding a young girl who had been pierced by a stray bullet. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was already dead. He frantically rushed to the medical team next to him. Behind him, there was a regular soldier of the Empire who was shouting the names of his comrades. His uniform was torn in many places, revealing new wounds that were still bleeding. He used all his strength to slap the remains of the collapsed building in front of him, making a dull sound. Behind that firm and steady voice, there was a hint of a sobbing tone. He was repeatedly shouting a name, repeatedly warning the other person not to fall asleep. Further away, there was a figure kneeling on the ground, desperately trying to lift the heavy building material in front of him. The wind brought with it the sorrowful cries and the smell of blood and fire. Yuan sat motionlessly on the high ground, quietly recording everything. The comments bubble in the live broadcast room kept rolling crazily, but Yuan remained indifferent. He sat there quietly, honestly, and calmly recording everything. Yuan's live broadcast went on for 10 whole days. From collecting the corpses, to comforting and helping the victims, to singing the requiem and war song during the funeral, in the following 3 days, Yuan could occasionally hear the soldiers singing those songs to their deceased relatives or comrades when they passed by some barracks. In the dead of the night, one could still hear someone softly humming the requiem song. Occasionally, there would be a few people who didn't know each other humming along with the song. Yuan took pictures of all of these. Occasionally, soldiers, civilians, and even Free Army militiamen would pass by and touch the cat. There were also scenes where they were tired and purposely came to touch the cat to relieve their emotions and fatigue. The words that these people said to the cat were all recorded without reservation. Of course, when they talked about something private, Yuan would cover their mouths with his paw. This was a pure, long, complete and absolutely true documentary. Yuan was a quiet camera cat for 10 days. The other areas that were not affected by the network restrictions, including the 18 star systems and the interstellar areas outside the Empire of Since, were unable to calm down. Anti-war sentiments and demands for peace spread wildly among the media and the public. Under the concerted efforts of the various media outlets, before the anti-war sentiments of the Empire of Since spread, the first thing that the public thought of was not protesting against the military's war. The first thing that came to their minds was to uncompromisingly protect their country's territory and eliminate the Free Army before talking about peace. If someone slapped your country's face, you would definitely want your country to slap them back. On the issue of national sovereignty, the Since people, who had been bombarded with hot news and brainwashed over the past 10 days, expressed that they would not compromise at all. Most of the people in the 18 star system, under this general trend and the fear of war, chose to protest against the Free Army. In any case, whether it was the Since government or the Free Army, they were not much help to the lives of ordinary civilians. In a situation where neither side was pleasing and there was no threat, these people would naturally choose freedom and sovereignty. But when their lives were threatened, especially after seeing the tragic situation on the battlefield with their own eyes, fear made them quickly choose to change sides. Ji Shuyun promised this time that the new official sent by the Empire of Since would do a good job. The credibility of Ji Shuyun's name, even in the entire Interstellar, was very high. This gave them a glimmer of hope in their hearts. In any case, it could not be worse than it was now. But no matter what would happen in the future, they wanted to live. Only by living could they see hope. Things went much smoother than expected. Throughout the entire process, Yuan and Lady Ellie's studio were the only two people who remained calm. The people in the studio were very familiar with this operation. The only thing that made them feel slightly uneasy was that the target of this operation was no longer Lady Ellie or the other artists under the studio, but the military. Even Ji Shuyun himself was very surprised by the effect of this huge public opinion campaign. When the person in charge of the military propaganda department reported the data, he said that this was normal. In the entire galaxy, "There is no other media outlet that has the same appeal and attention as Yuan," said the person in charge. After all, Yuan's popularity had never decreased. Ever since the various toys and derivative products based on Yuan's image were released, they had always been at the forefront of various sales charts. Even people who were not interested in cats had heard of the name of the last cat in the universe. Whenever Yuan started a live broadcast, the number of viewers would increase by millions every second. After all, there were so many planets in the galaxy, and the population base was extremely large. Furthermore, the equipment used to connect to the galactic network was very popular, so the number of people who could connect to the galactic network was very terrifying. Even a popular live stream channel had at least 100,000 viewers, not to mention Kitty, who was using the account of the Imperial Marshal of the Synth Empire, a powerful galactic power. Especially when the content of this cute kitten's live broadcast this time was extraordinary, even those who had no interest in cats would choose to come and watch. If one did not personally witness death, one would not truly understand the weight of life. After the sympathy for the weak and the empathy for the fear of death was aroused, the power of the large number of media outlets and the basic population was quite impressive. To what extent was it impressive? Within 5 months, Ji Xiuyun smoothly led the army to destroy 4 free army bases in a row. The resistance was very small. After taking down this A-class star system, they broke the Free Army's main transportation route to the 18th star system. After that, they welcomed the first base that directly surrendered. The one who went to accept the surrender was the commander of the First Army. Whether it was the surrender or the handover of government affairs, everything went smoothly. In less than a week, Ji Xiuyun led a large group of people to the next star system. After encountering such situations one after another, there were fewer times when they resisted. Those who still persisted in resisting were mostly the garrisons of the old government forces of the 18th star system. However, this kind of resistance was pitifully weak. It was so pitiful that Ji Xiuyun didn't even need to appear directly. Therefore, Marshal Ji was stroking the cat on the live broadcast. In order to appease the excited public, Yuan started to broadcast cat sniffing live on the internet after the 10-day live broadcast. Especially after the media reported that the handover was successful, Yuan started a live broadcast. Not only that, but this time, many media outlets also focused on tracking and reporting on the reclaimed planets in the 18th galaxy. Those reports proved to the entire empire that the officials sent this time were indeed doing their jobs. In the interstellar era, it didn't take much time to repair infrastructure. What took time was more to improve the people's livelihood and restore the government's credibility. Regarding this matter, the little emperor, who had already learned his lesson, was ruthless. He spent a large sum of money and generously provided Ji Xiuyun and the other officials with the most comprehensive guarantee and support. What if they wanted to build infrastructure but didn't have the money? Spend. What if they wanted post-war compensation but didn't have the money? Spend. What if they wanted to improve the industry's welfare, develop the economy and stimulate employment but didn't have the money? Spend, 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 spend. There was nothing that money couldn't solve. If there was, then it must be because they didn't spend enough money. The little emperor, who didn't lack money, spent money like water. In just 5 months, the reclaimed A-class planets in the 18th galaxy recovered at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. This made the other planets, who were still hesitating whether to continue resisting or simply surrender, green with envy. Yuan was lying in Ji Xiuyun's lap with his small belly exposed. His 2 front paws were hugging Ji Xiuyun's left wrist. His small head was buried in Ji Xiuyun's palm and he was snoring in his sleep. A small camera flying beside him was quietly filming his unrestrained sleeping posture. Marshal Ji was looking at intelligence documents. He didn't seem to be uncomfortable with operating the camera with one hand. Something seemed to have happened internally in the Free Army. The division and a large number of militia members leaving had a great impact on their higher-ups. In the end, this organization did have the ability, but it was still too inexperienced. On the other hand, it relied too much on the civilians of the 18th galaxy. They were able to quickly gain a foothold in the 18th galaxy mostly because they had the support of the civilians. Now that this support had disappeared, a chain reaction immediately appeared. Based on their current situation, where they still had internal strife but didn't help, Marshal Ji felt that they wouldn't need a year. At most, they would need another 2 months to reach the former capital of the 18th galaxy, where the current headquarters of the Freedom Army was stationed. He just didn't know if they would be able to catch the Prophet in such a situation. According to Yuan, if the Prophet had so many good things and wanted to send people to catch the cat, he must have some good things and secrets that had been lost. Yuan was open-minded and wasn't interested in those things, but Ji Shouyun was full of interest. Marshal Ji stroked the cat and glanced at the comment bubbles that popped up on the optical computer interface on the table. Most of them were here to play with the cat, and some were here to watch Ji Shouyun stroke the cat. Although in the projection, Marshal Ji only projected 2 hands, the audience was still watching with great interest. In addition to a bunch of comments like licking hands and pinching paws, there were also some comments that asked Ji Shouyun serious questions. Of course, Marshal Ji didn't intend to answer them. This was in line with his cold and taciturn image. Marshal Ji moved his hand that was being held by Yuan's 2 front paws. The sleeping cat seemed to be dissatisfied. It kicked its 2 hind legs and hugged Marshal Ji's forearm with all 4 paws. Marshal Ji's head was still buried in the palm of his hand. Ji Shouyun could feel the cool breath on his palm, which was slightly itchy. Recently, Yuan had been sleeping soundly beside Ji Shouyun or in his pocket. After realizing that it couldn't do anything to the civilians, Yuan chose to save the country in a roundabout way and won, so it started to hang on Ji Shouyun's body like a pendant and slept all day to catch up on sleep. It was probably because it had been too busy in the past, so it could only sleep for 8 hours a day. For a cat, its sleeping time was shortened by half. It was very kind of it not to report this group of humans for abusing cats. Ji Shouyun looked down at the cat sleeping between his legs. He could clearly feel the rise and fall of Yuan's breathing, the snoring sound it made because of the comfortable environment, and the warmth and softness of its fur. He used his thumb to gently scratch Yuan's chin and continued to look at the intelligence report. No matter what the reason was, the Free Army's internal instability was a good thing for Ji Shouyun. Marshal Ji quietly finished reading the report in his hand. It was just time for lunch. He raised the hand that wasn't held by Yuan, closed his eyes slightly, and pinched the space between his eyebrows. Just as he turned off the live broadcast and was about to wake Yuan up for lunch, the commander of the First Army suddenly called. After the call was connected, the commander of the First Army only said one sentence to Ji Shouyun. "Marshal, the Phoenix pirate gang is here. They said they want cats." Yuan's ears twitched and it instantly woke up. Yuan squatted on Ji Shouyun's lap and looked up, but he could not see the projection that was blocked by the table. However, he could still clearly hear what the First Corps commander said. What did Yuan say before? If they really wanted to find him, they would definitely find him or send him a letter. Didn't they really come knocking on his door? Yuan was still in a daze. He shook his sleepy head and swung his tail to wrap around Ji Shouyun's wrist. He then hooked onto Ji Shouyun's jacket and climbed onto his shoulder. He then kicked off the jacket that Ji Shouyun was wearing because the epaulette was a little clawed. Marshal Ji tilted his head slightly and glanced at him. He then carried Yuan, who was trying to climb onto his military cap, down and placed him on the table. The First Corps commander glanced at Yuan. He was leading his corps to be on guard outside the atmosphere, especially the few fixed wormholes near this planet. Therefore, when the Phoenix pirate gang appeared, they immediately discovered them and were instantly on guard. This was just a simple precaution and not a show of force. This was because the Phoenix pirate gang had never attacked civilians or the military. Every time they moved, their target was very clear. They would directly go to the energy vein planet that they wanted. During this period, they would not take the initiative to provoke them. Even if they bumped into them, they would still be able to pass by peacefully. This kind of style could be considered as a rare moderate among the pirate gangs. The only thing that was especially hateful was that after they took over the energy vein planet, they would chase out all the intelligent life forms on the planet. On the energy vein planet, there were not only mine owners or managers hired by the mine owners to manage the planet. Ignoring the mining robots, other than the forced recruitment of laborers by the Empire in order to increase the employment rate, most of the people on the energy vein planet were actually exiled criminals. In the eyes of the exiled criminals, every time the Phoenix pirate gang moved out, it was a chance for them to escape. The Phoenix pirate gang would come out once every 6 to 7 years. In the universe era where people had a lifespan of up to 300 years, 6 to 7 years was just the blink of an eye. Every time news of the Phoenix pirate gang was exposed, the exiled criminals on the various energy or veins would begin to party. Therefore, even though the Phoenix pirate gang's behavior could be said to be stable and friendly compared to other large pirate gangs, they were still at the top of the wanted list of various countries. The appearance of this pirate gang at such a sensitive time made the commander of the First Army unavoidably alert. According to the Phoenix pirate gang's usual routine, they should have just left without looking sideways. However, just as the 1st Legion commander was thinking about this, he received a communication request through the communication channel that was open to the public. The other party directly requested for a video call. The eyelids of the 1st Legion commander twitched violently. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he still chose to answer the call. The projected image was not that of the mature and powerful woman in the information. Instead, it was a tall, feminine-looking young man with slightly upturned eyes, exuding an inexplicable charm. This young man, who was full of lust, raised his eyebrows the moment he saw the 1st Legion commander. He went straight to the point. "I'm here for the cat." The 1st Legion general felt a toothache. Why did he want the cat again? He still remembered that Yuan had previously told someone to ask the prophet to come and find him. Why was it that the person who came to ask for the cat was from such a troublesome pirate gang? Could it be that the mysterious staff officer of the Free Army was actually the leader of the Phoenix pirate gang? The 1st Legion commander's brain filled in a series of flawless logic. He asked, "You're from the Free Army?" "Free Army?" The young man's face was blank. "I don't know what that is." "Ask Yuan to come out. I want to see him." Therefore, the 1st Legion commander turned around and sent a message to Xianxia. Yuan looked at the projection behind the 1st Legion commander. After the 1st Legion commander moved aside, they finally saw each other's images. Xianxia glanced at the man and asked his cat in a low voice, "Do you know him?" Yuan waved his paw. "Meow meow." He did not know him. However, he was indeed a fox spirit. He could almost smell the fox's scent through the screen. The fox youth slammed the table and did not say much. He directly asked Yuan, "Do you want to come up or should I go down?" Yuan was stunned by his question. "Meow? We've been waiting for you for a long time. We need your help." The fox youth was very honest and straightforward. Although they were not of the same race, in this world occupied by humans, monsters were almost extinct. Now, as long as there was a monster, they would instantly hug each other's head and call each other family. When monsters communicated with each other, other than those who liked to lie or talk too much, there were very few twists and turns. If they really wanted to argue with each other, they would basically fight directly. Those who would talk nicely were basically showing their goodwill. Yuan carefully sized up the young man in the projection. He was shocked to find that the signs of death on his face were slowly fading away. This fox had probably met a benefactor who could avert disaster. As for this benefactor, Yuan lowered his head and looked at his paw. He thought that this was probably a kitten. Yuan thought for a moment and turned to look at Xianxia. After Xianxia nodded, he turned back and meowed at the fox. The fox youth understood Yuan's meow very smoothly. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'll come down." This was a very strong fox. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up. The 1st Army commander and the marshal were in awe of someone who could understand the cat language. Especially the 1st Army commander, who did not know the inside story. He waved his messenger away and expressed a series of shock at this series of actions. "What's going on? Is that Yuan's race? Human? A humanoid intelligent life form?" Xianxia thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes. Yuan is in the infant stage?" "That's not right. Isn't Yuan a cat? How did they change from their animal form to?" The 1st Army commander's words came to an abrupt halt. He seemed to have realized something and was shocked to see Yuan squatting on the table and licking its fur. Marshal G looked up and glanced at him. The 1st Army commander was stunned for a moment and asked, "Yuan?" Yuan stopped licking its fur. "Meow." The 1st Army commander waved his hand. "I mean, human, that?" Yuan looked up with its blue cat eyes and accurately met the First Army commander's gaze. Meow. The First Army commander felt that his basic knowledge of biological evolution had collapsed in an instant. It was broken into pieces and could not be pieced back together. After a long time, he suddenly came back to his senses. His first reaction was unexpectedly, then didn't I sleep in the same room as Yuan for almost half a month? Yuan, Ji Shouyun, the First Army commander, he was most afraid of the sudden silence. The First Army commander looked up at their Marshal Ji and saw that the Marshal Ji was silently and coldly looking back at him. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, spear, and sword. Swoosh, swoosh. It was as if he wanted to shoot the First Legion commander into a sieve. The First Army commander, wait, didn't you take the initiative to send you in that small bed? Now you're shooting daggers at me and blaming me, you're blaming me for everything. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're the marshal, let me tell you. I really don't dare to. The First Army commander fell into an awkward silence until he saw a small personal aircraft fly out of the opposing fleet on the screen. He quickly found an excuse to escape from this awkward situation. He has set off. Ji Shouyun nodded and directly hung up the call. Yuan jumped down from the table and took the military uniform at the side. He went into the small bathroom and changed into the military uniform. This was not actually necessary, but Yuan felt that Ji Shouyun definitely wanted to know what he said to Fox. Therefore, Yuan turned into his human form and felt that he was extremely considerate. Ji Shouyun asked, "What is that?" "Fox," Yuan answered. He originally looked like he was going to die, but it seems like he won't die now. Ji Shouyun was stunned. Huh? He met a benefactor who can avert disaster. Yuan proudly puffed out his chest and was about to point at himself when he saw Ji Shouyun staring at him. He suddenly paused. Wait a minute, if he was a cat, he would not be able to do anything that would defy the heavens and change his fate. However, Ji Shouyun could achieve a heaven-defying effect by making a wish to him. Yuan's words were stuck in his throat and his cat eyes were wide open. "I'm not happy" was written all over his face. "What's wrong?" Ji Shouyun asked. Yuan looked at his cold expression and said, "It's nothing. If Fox asks you what you want later, just listen to me." Ji Shouyun didn't hesitate either, simply nodding his head. Ji Shouyun and the others were resting on a fortress planet in the western part of the 18th galaxy. It was currently noon and the sun was warm. The surroundings were very quiet and sleepy. However, this sleepiness was immediately broken by the landing of an aircraft. It was not the aircraft that broke the silence, but the person who alighted from the aircraft. Not everyone could be like the army commander and Ji Shouyun and be baptized by Yuan's beautiful face every day. The sudden appearance of a vixen with a charm buff, the type that could be dragged to bed on the streets, was simply a sensational event. Disregarding everything else, just the distance from the landing to the meeting room alone made everyone feel like they were being seduced, even though he did not even look at anyone else. Yuan squatted in the meeting room and looked at the surveillance screen. Sigh, the fox spirit is really powerful. No wonder their race is so rich. They can send people over just by waving their hands. Ji Shouyun did not look sideways and said, "I'm also very rich." Yuan turned to look at him and said half-heartedly, yes, you're very rich." He even wanted to fight for this. The childish Marshal Ji wanted to say that he was also very powerful, but the door to the meeting room was opened. The fox-like young man, whose entire body was emitting an inexplicable eye-catching power, looked around the room and strode over to the two of them. He then sat down without regard for himself. "I've heard a lot about you, Yuan," he said. His voice was always seductive. However, the human and cat in the room were not the type to be seduced. Yuan even leaned closer to Ji Shouyun and then leaned forward, looking like he was protecting his food. Yuan asked, "Where did you hear about me from?" "We've been waiting for you for tens of thousands of years," the fox spirit said. "We've been waiting since the immortal realm began to decline." Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the fox spirit in confusion. "This is really the immortal realm?" "Yes." The fox spirit nodded. Yuan immediately withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He hung his head listlessly. "What's going on?" The fox spirit glanced at him and wanted to pat his head to comfort him. However, under Ji Shuyan's cold and silent gaze, he silently withdrew his hand. The immortal realm's decline could be traced back to 30,000 years ago. Just as Yuan had thought, the spiritual energy on Earth would decline. The immortal qi in the immortal realm was also a kind of consumable resource. As the number of immortals increased, the immortal qi would not be able to withstand the pressure and would gradually collapse. In the beginning, everyone could sit down calmly and discuss how to deal with the situation. However, in the end, they started to fight. The reason for the fight was very simple. There were only so many resources. The discussion was actually about how to allocate the remaining resources. How should the limited resources be allocated? A small force like yours can't be the same as a large force like mine, right? However, the small forces were not satisfied, because they also needed to develop. After a while, the distribution was not evenly distributed, so they started to fight. They fought until the sky turned dark. The sun and moon lost their light. The stars shattered and reformed, and countless rays of light disappeared. If they were injured, they would need resources to recover, right? If their children were about to break through, they would need resources to protect them, right? If they used spells in a fight, they would need to replenish their immortal qi, right? As the cycle continued, the resources became worse and worse. The remaining resources were also rapidly consumed. The fewer resources there were, the more anxious they became. The more anxious they were, the fiercer they fought. In the end, when the human immortals were fighting fiercely, the demonic immortals were also dragging them down. They hardened their hearts and used the remaining resources of the entire clan to create an ancient array. They directly stuffed the newly ascended demonic immortals and their own children who were born in the immortal world into it. Then, without stopping to rest, they went to find Di Ting, who was said to be able to understand heaven and earth. Di Ting, who was about to die, said 2 words when they found them. One was the 9-tailed cat, and the other was Yuan. After saying that, he died, leaving the demonic immortal's great senior stunned on the spot. Fortunately, at that time, the old fox had just ascended 100 years ago. When he heard this, he said that he knew the 9-tailed cat called Yuan. Unfortunately, after he ascended, the passageway between the heavenly gate and the mortal world collapsed. He could not return. After exhausting his mental and physical strength to contact his clansmen in the mortal world, he found out that not long after he ascended, Yuan secretly went to the clan's transportation array. He did not know where he went. When the old fox heard this news, he broke down. The demonic immortals also broke down. Fortunately, there were demons who had learned a few tricks from the humans in the clan. With a divination, they pointed out that our hope was tens of thousands of years later. When the demonic immortals heard this, they gritted their teeth and made up their minds. They left the children and the newly ascended demonic immortals whose low-level spiritual energy had not been completely replaced by immortal qi in this huge and safe array. Then, they picked up their weapons and fiercely rushed out to fight with the various clans. They moved all kinds of resources into their own nest. They did not use them to treat their own injuries. They stored all of them in the warehouse. When they felt that they were about to die, they went out to find a quiet place to die. No matter what, they could not scare the children. Just like that, they forcibly opened a way out for the younger generations of the demonic immortals. However, since they had already ascended, those newly ascended demonic immortals still had to rely on higher-level resources. The ores on an energy mineral planet were not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of those who had already ascended. Therefore, gradually, the higher-level resources could not make ends meet. One after another, the demonic immortals left behind from that era died. The old fox and the others had no choice but to bite the bullet and go out to find a way out. As soon as they went out, a few clever brats secretly followed them out. In the blink of an eye, they didn't notice, and those beautiful brats with their own merits were captured by the humans. The remaining children were all excited. It was their first time in human society. They were newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They did not greet the group of old seniors and rushed out to save their companions. The result was, of course, a 1,000-mile raid. Their heads were sent out one by one. All of them were captured. Later, the old senior led us to form a pirate gang. The first thing we did was to save the children. After this, the old senior died because of the exhaustion of immortal chi. The fox youth took off the phoenix insignia from his lapel and sighed softly. The name of this pirate gang was also given by him. It came from the phoenix, which means nirvana and rebirth. To Yuan, this period of history was not very real. To him, before he came to this world, it was still an era when all the different races lived separately. However, even though they lived separately, the demons had already banded together to preserve their strength and rarely fought with each other. This was because it was already very difficult for them to survive. After all, this was a society where humans were the majority. If they really caused trouble and attracted the remaining human cultivators, the demons would be the ones to suffer. For example, in the past, the nine-tailed cat clan lived deep in the mountains. Next door was the fox clan. There were 6 bears living at the top of the mountain and a clan of rabbit demons squatting at the foot of the mountain. They would maintain a certain degree of contact with human society to avoid any accidents. However, most of the time, they would squat in the mountains quietly. Oh, except for the foxes, especially those who had become immortals and came back to play with the heavens and earth before running away. Yuan had just gained intelligence not long ago. When he was still learning the most basic magic to hide the number of tails, the old fox next door always liked to trick him. For example, he told him that the bears on the top of the mountain had a lot of delicious honey in their nest and that they liked cats very much. In the end, Yuan ran over happily, but he was slapped out of the nest by a paw and rolled all the way back. This kind of thing happened quite often. However, when Yuan and the other 9-tailed cats all fell into the flower and bird market, it was the old senior and the old fox next door who carried them back. After they returned, the old senior was responsible for spanking them while the old fox was responsible for preaching. They kept nagging for an entire day, causing Yuan's ears to hurt whenever he saw the old fox for the next few months. In Yuan's impression, although the old fox was a big liar who liked to tease him, he was still a good fox who cared about the younger generation. In the immortal realm, Yuan was not surprised that the old fox would do something like this before he died. However, Yuan was still a little disappointed that he would not be able to see the old fox. All right then. Yuan looked at the phoenix seal and sighed, "What do you need me to help you with?" Fox pointed at his own face. "You 9-tailed cats are more sensitive to destiny. Take a look and see if there are any changes?" "Yes," Yuan answered. "The death calamity is disappearing." The fox youth heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. So, how can I help you?" Yuan asked again. "Here." Fox took out a cloth bag. He carefully opened the bag, revealing a large pile of shiny stones of different colors. At first glance, they looked like high-quality gems, sparkling and translucent. Some of them even had a watery light flowing inside. Immortal chi, which was countless times denser than spirit chi, spread out in all directions. Ji Xiuyun only felt that the air seemed to carry a wisp of sweetness, which made him feel refreshed. His fatigue instantly disappeared without a trace. Every muscle on his body was jumping, and a feeling of strength filled his entire body. Yuan and Fox both stopped breathing at the same time. The former felt as if he was about to explode, while the latter felt as if the hidden injuries that he had suffered for many years were showing signs of recovery. The moment the cloth bag was opened, the people in the room heard 2 muffled groans from the 2 guards outside the door. Marshal Ji was stunned. He turned on the surveillance screen outside the door and saw that the 2 guards' noses and eyes were bleeding. Fox stared blankly for a moment, then hurriedly covered the cloth bag and quickly tied the strap of the bag. "What is this?" Yuan asked nervously. "It was left behind in the past. It's a crystallization after the planet collapsed," Fox said. "I didn't think that it would have such a huge impact on ordinary people. Sorry." Yuan glanced at the surveillance screen and then at Ji Xiuyun, who was indifferent and even had a ruddy complexion and was in excellent condition. "What's going on with him?" Fox also turned to look at Ji Xiuyun for a while. "He's awakened, right?" Other than true immortals, only those who were born in the immortal world can fully adapt to the immortal aura. Even Yuan felt that he was about to explode after smelling it. "Isn't he very powerful among the humans?" Fox was quite familiar with the current human society. "According to what we're saying now, He's the only SS-level gene body that's publicly known, right? I guess he's awakened, or atavistic? Yuan turned to look at Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun did not say anything, but Yuan was very excited. Does that mean that he's the descendant of immortals? Yuan asked directly. Does that mean that his cultivation speed is very fast? Generally speaking, it's advantageous to be born with it. Fox nodded. However, you'll have to help him. Otherwise, he'll have to become an immortal even if he cultivates to the peak. In this situation, becoming an immortal is just waiting for death. Then, do you have a way for humans to cultivate? Yuan asked. Yes, we do. You. Fox glanced at Yuan, then at Ji Shouyun. Then, he stretched his neck and carefully looked at Yuan's hand that was covered by the special cloth bag. Just like the nine-tailed cat was naturally more sensitive to destiny, Fox was naturally more sensitive to marriage or emotions. Unlike the nine-tailed cat who changed from a miserable wish type to a combat type after becoming an immortal, Fox could clearly see other people's marriage lines after becoming an immortal. It was just like the legendary Moon Lord, except that they were not responsible for holding hands. They could only see it. The fox youth looked at it for a long time, then let out a small wow and looked away. I'll get it for you later. It just so happens that I'll need his help. He said straightforwardly, then pushed the cloth bag in his hand in front of Yuan. Then, he stuffed the phoenix seal into Yuan's hand. Fox said that this seal recorded the hope that the old seniors would be able to restore the immortal realm. They had all seen it. Inside was a huge and complicated array that almost spanned the entire immortal realm. From its appearance, they could vaguely see that it was a phoenix that spread its wings and stretched its neck. All these years, we've intermittently buried all the places that we could go. Fox sighed. After more than 30,000 years, these crystals buried in the planet's core have very obvious effects. If everything goes well, the immortal realm will be able to recover naturally even without you. However, by that time, we'll probably all be ashes. Yuan was fiddling with the phoenix seal in his hand. When he heard this, he looked up in confusion. Those energy or planets that produce spirit stones, other than the ones that are naturally formed, there are at least a few dozen planets that we buried crystals on. After millions and millions of years, they'll be able to transform into immortal spirit stones. This array should be able to increase the speed. But no one would have thought that 2,000 years ago, a wave of mortals would suddenly appear. Fox said angrily. At that time even the descendants of immortals did not continue to cultivate. Each and every one of them was weak and squeaky. They actually let mere mortals take the initiative. And that's not all. This bunch of mortals actually opened up our planets. Wasn't this taking away their lifeblood? Fox had watched all of this happen with his own eyes. At that time, he was so angry that he was running around in circles, but there was nothing he could do. In the clan, all kinds of children who started cultivating 30,000 years ago became immortals one after another. The old seniors fell one after another. The clan was short of manpower, so much so that they did not even dare to come out and do anything at that time. By the time they came back to their senses, the humans had already quickly gained a foothold and steadily developed. What could they do? They were also very desperate. When they were badly battered and had no other choice, they finally decided to collectively come out and seek a way to save themselves. However, they were fooled by the humans again and a bunch of their children were taken away. Fox had always been the smarter one among the demons. The ones who had been in charge of the children, keeping an eye on the energy or planets that were the key points of the array, and leading the children to sharpen their knives and chase away the humans who occupied those planets were basically all the Fox. We can't enter the remaining few points. When the immortal world was still around, those places were absolute forbidden areas. No one who went in could come out. Many of the old seniors also died in there. It's too dangerous. As Fox spoke, he pointed at the seal in Yuan's hand. We've already done what we can. When the nine-tailed cat clan accepts wishes, they can bypass many rules. If you let someone make a wish, you'll definitely be able to enter and leave intact. Yuan tilted his head and thought for a long time. For example? For example, let your family. Fox pointed at Ji Shouyun. It was a pity that the nine-tailed cat clan's destiny was only for humans. He said, let your family make a wish to make those places safe. This will be slower. I remember that you can only make a wish to one place at a time, right? Or let him make a wish that you won't suffer any harm. This will be faster. Fox's words were very straightforward. It was obvious that he had prepared the speech long ago. Although the former was slower, anyone could enter after making a wish. There was no need for Yuan to go personally. They could also go, but it was less efficient to go to one place every 20 years. On the other hand, the latter was more efficient, but only Yuan could go alone. If there was anything wrong, he would have no one to turn to and could only pray for good luck. Fox felt that the possibility of Yuan choosing the former was higher. However, they had already waited for so many years. It didn't matter if they had to wait another few hundred or even a few thousand years. Sure enough, before Yuan could say anything, Ji Shouyun took the lead and held his hand. He said to Fox resolutely, I choose the first option. Yuan glanced at Ji Shouyun and nodded without hesitation. Okay. The fox's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. His coquettish aura almost broke through the heavens at this moment. Even Ji Shouyun felt dizzy for a moment. Take it, take it, take it. Yuan hurriedly stood in front of Ji Shouyun and waved his arms to block his view. He then acted like he was chasing a duck to Fox. Go away. You want me to go away just like that? I still have a lot of things to give you. As Fox spoke, he took off the necklace hanging around his neck and stuffed it into Yuan's hands. It was given to you by a few seniors you knew. Then, he handed a small bead wrapped around a string to Yuan. The things inside are our thanks. Yuan was stunned. He took the necklace and dug out the things inside without hesitation. Fox also curiously came over to take a look. In the end, the things inside the necklace were all food. There was still steaming hot Peking roast duck, congee with pork and century egg, sweet tofu pudding, fish tofu, tea tree mushroom chicken soup. The ingredients didn't look like the original ingredients, but the smell was not far off. Other than the food, there was also a picture album and a letter. Yuan opened the letter. With one look, he could tell that it was written by the old fox. Between the lines, there was a sense of infuriation. In summary, the general idea was as follows: Aya, I've finally waited for you. Did you think that I would give you a bunch of magic treasures? Are you stupid? I won't give you anything. I know that you like to eat, so I'll give you a bunch of food. It wasn't easy for us old fellows to recover these things. Even if they don't suit your taste, you should eat them with gratitude, Yuan. You're poisonous. Yuan put down the letter in his hand. Just as he was about to crumple it and throw it away, he stopped and silently flattened the letter. After getting Yuan's permission, Ji Shouyun flipped open the picture album. Yuan looked over and immediately saw the picture in the album. It was a picture of them, the nine-tailed cats, in the flower and bird market. Ji Shouyun flipped it again. It was a picture of Yuan being slapped out of the nest by the bears and rolling down the mountain. The picture was very lifelike. It perfectly restored Yuan's confused, wronged, and stupefied look. Ji Shouyun turned to look at Yuan. There seemed to be a hint of a smile in his eyes. The fox that came over laughed out loud. Yuan, what the hell? Can't you foxes do something that can move people to tears? What's the point of thinking about other people's dark history? Yuan wanted to take back the picture album. Ji Shouyun raised his hand. With one hand, he raised the picture album and pushed Yuan back onto the stool with the other hand. Then, he stuffed the extra bead on the table into Yuan's hand. Don't you want to look inside? Ji Shouyun asked. Yuan pursed his lips and looked at the picture album that Ji Shouyun had raised up high. He suddenly realized that his height was an epic weakness for this little kitten. However, there was nothing wrong with looking at a dark history. Yuan thought that his little kitten was super cute no matter what she did. With that thought, Yuan decided not to fight over the picture album with Ji Shouyun. He turned around and shook out all the things in the bead. Yuan felt that the old fox had probably put all the treasures that he did not get from him inside the bead. However, each and every one of these treasures could only be used by immortals. Yuan looked through them one by one. Then, he opened a book that looked like an account book and grabbed the fox, who was stretching his head out to look at his dark history. Have you ever given this rolling thunder talisman to anyone else? Yuan pointed at the talisman incantation in the book and asked him. When Ji Shouyun heard this, he looked up and glanced at the talisman book in Yuan's hand. He frowned slightly. Ah? The fox scratched his head blankly. Every little cub in the clan has a big book of this thing. They can even make it themselves. It's not like it's something rare. What's wrong? Someone from the faction that is fighting with us is trying to use this to blow up the ship. Yuan shook the rolling thunder talisman in his hand. 4 of these. 2 fire talismans and 1 teleportation talisman. The fox frowned and thought carefully. Then, he slapped his head. Aya. Could it be that scumbag who cheated the little flower fairy's feelings? When Yuan heard that there was gossip, he immediately straightened his chair and took the sketchbook from Ji Shouyun's hands. Then, he placed the letter inside the sketchbook that Ji Shouyun had spread out. Then, he quickly wrapped up a portion of roast duck and stuffed it into Ji Shouyun's mouth before he could react. Is it delicious? Yuan asked. Ji Shouyun bit on the roast duck wrapped by Yuan. His gaze wandered between Yuan and the sketchbook that Yuan had put away. After he slowly finished eating the roast duck, he copied Yuan and wrapped a portion for himself. Then, he reached out and placed it on Yuan's plate. Then, he slowly said, Actually, I've already finished reading the sketchbook. Yuan, you're so annoying. Can we not talk about this anymore? Even eating can't stop you from talking, Yuan grumbled as he took a bite of the roast duck. Then, he gave Fox another portion of the roast duck. Fox was flattered and took it. Why is it so fat? Isn't this cat very protective of its food? What's with that expression? Yuan looked at him and said unhappily, Am I such a stingy cat? Fox, you were protecting your food just now. The food that was being protected was Marshal Ji Shouyun. While Yuan was eating, he slowly wrapped another portion of roast duck and placed it on Yuan's plate. Yuan stretched out his leg and lightly kicked Fox's toes. Tell me, what's wrong with that person? Why did he want to catch me? Oh. Fox looked coldly at the demon and human sitting across from him. The two of them had no self-awareness at all. They kept giving each other bags and eating each other's bags. They were so dazzling that it almost blinded the fox's eyes. Fox retracted his gaze and dipped the roast duck in the sauce all by himself. The situation was like this. The little flower fairy was a flower demon that had just cultivated a human form not long ago. After reading a lot of books left behind by the old seniors, she really wanted to have a spectacular and earth-shattering relationship with a human. Old monsters would not restrict these kinds of thoughts. To put it bluntly, she would only realize that she should turn back after hitting a wall. Other than the cultivation maniacs who were completely addicted to cultivation, the juniors in the clan all had their own ideas. They would go out and have fun, then run back with bumps all over their heads. They were the type that did not want to go out and have fun again. So, when the little flower fairy said that she wanted to go out to date, they let her go. They only gave her a restriction that she was not allowed to say anything about the secret of the demon clan's formation. In the end, she was not a normal person, would not care, would not be a normal person, would not be a normal person, would not be a normal person. The old monsters wouldn't care about this kind of situation. It was just a child falling down on the path of growth. It really wasn't a big deal that was worth a big fuss. The little flower fairy also returned to normal after crying for a few days. She obediently ran to the fox to report the situation this time, including the talismans and some other things that the scum man had swindled away. The little flower fairy taught that man divination and stargazing and left him a few talismans to protect himself. Fox said while eating porridge, but she did not tell me that she mentioned you. Yuan was eating a tea egg. Ji Shouyun, who was already full, was looking at a bowl of soy milk in front of him. He had just taken a sip and his expression was very serious. Fox said in a vague voice, She probably just casually mentioned you. After all, you are already a legendary person in the clan. Oh. Yuan thought about it and agreed, teaching that person divination. Did she not tell him the consequences? Fox was stunned. What? That person has been using divination for the past few years. According to a human's lifespan of 300 years, he is not far from death. Yuan said. Oh. she probably forgot to mention it. Fox put down the bowl in his hand. After all, it is common knowledge for monsters to not reveal the secrets of the heavens. Who would specifically mention this common knowledge? If the little flower fairy was still with that human, she would have told him when he was about to reveal the secrets of the heavens, but the little flower fairy had been angered by him and ran away. This should be karma. Fox thought about it and then reached out his hand to Yuan. Give me that transfer talisman. Although there is no need to specifically look for trouble, since I've met him, it shouldn't be a problem for me to find him. Yuan turned to look at Ji Shoyun. Fox was clearly planning on directly destroying the Free Army's headquarters. If he directly destroyed the Free Army's headquarters, there would be no need to fight this battle. He could just send an army to take over their forces. For the overall battle situation, this would be a very good thing. However, Ji Shoyun could not just casually accept it. It was not because of anything else. It was because the difficulty of this battle was not high, so the various armies had brought a large group of rookies. This included the two armies that Marshal Kevin had brought over. Now that they had split into two groups, they would rampage through everything. They would only occasionally encounter fierce resistance from the old government army. For the rookies, no matter what the battle situation was, it was very valuable experience. Moreover, if they destroyed the Free Army's headquarters, they would still resist. They might even fight with their backs against the wall, making them seem even fiercer. In the end, Ji Shoyun thought about it for a while before saying, just focus on that man alone. Many thanks. No problem. Fox took the transfer talisman from Yuan's hands. Just as he was about to tear it, he took back his hand. How long until you make your next wish? Yuan did some calculations, a little over 19 years. Fox's crafty eyes looked between Yuan and Ji Shoyun. Then, he glanced at Yuan's hand, which was about to reach for the crabrow basket drawer. The bright red marriage line on it was thick and sturdy. Fox nodded. All right then. You guys take your time. I'll get someone to organize the human cultivation methods and bring them out. It will take about 2 months for you to come out in one direction. The formation was complex and ever-changing. Every time someone wanted to come out, they would first need half a month to figure out how to get out. The more people there were, the more time it would take. Otherwise, they would have come to Yuan long ago. Can't the human communication method work? Yuan pointed at the communicator and photon computer. Fox shook his head. No, the formation has completely isolated the space. The news about you was brought back by a little guy who just came back from training 4 months ago. Coincidentally, they were also preparing to set off to save the energy mine planet. After they took it, they immediately rushed over to Yuan. Yuan nodded and waved his hand, indicating that Fox could leave. Fox immediately tore the talisman and disappeared from the room with a whoosh. Yuan used his elbow to poke Ji Shoyun, who was still looking at the soy milk with a serious expression, and said, "Open the window for ventilation." Ji Shoyun tilted his head. The whole room is filled with Fox's scent. Yuan wrinkled his nose and sniffed around Ji Shoyun. Ji Shoyun tightened his grip on the soy milk cup and almost spilled it all over the table. Yuan sniffed for a while and found that Ji Shoyun still had his scent. His furrowed brows relaxed a little. After all, Fox was a fox that had become an immortal. In terms of strength, Yuan was no match for him. Monsters like them who had cultivated their animal forms all had their own scent. This was a completely uncontrollable behavior. It was just like how Yuan kept rubbing against Ji Shoyun all day long after they had separated from each other for half a month, trying to get the cat scent back. Fox stayed in the room for a while and the whole room was filled with his scent. When he stayed here and acted friendly, it was still alright. However, the moment he left, that aura made Yuan feel uncomfortable all over. After all, cats were very territorial animals. Yuan held a Rujiamo in one hand and groped around on the table with the other. After a long time, he couldn't find anything that could activate the room's control system. He turned to Ji Shoyun and asked, "How do I open the window?" Ji Shoyun answered, "Manually." This fortress planet didn't completely rely on automated technology. For safety reasons, there were many places that used less high-tech machinery than ordinary cities. For example, most windows were manually opened. Yuan was very unhappy when he smelled the fox scent in the room. However, he didn't want to put down the food in his hand, so he nudged Ji Shoyun and said, "Open the window." Marshal Ji put down the soy milk in his hand and stood up. He more or less understood the meaning behind Yuan's actions. Wild beasts would always leave scent marks on their possessions and territories. This was an instinct. Ji Shoyun was quite happy that Yuan treated him as his possession. Especially after Fox appeared, Yuan's subtle nervousness and protective behavior made Ji Shoyun want to pull him into his arms and give him a good squeeze. Marshal Ji opened the window and stood there looking at Yuan, who was engrossed in eating. Perhaps it was the cat's instinct to be elegant and reserved, but in his human form, Yuan looked quite good even when he was eating. The sunlight shone into the room and covered his snow-white hair with a layer of warm light. It flowed and danced with his movements, like the warm sun falling on a snowy landscape in the early winter. Even his eyelashes were translucent, as if the snow was about to melt. Ji Shoyun enjoyed watching Yuan's beauty. The beauty who was being admired was chewing on her rujiamo. Suddenly, she paused and looked as if she was choking. Ji Shoyun turned his head and looked at the drinking fountain. When he was about to get a glass of water for Yuan raised his head and looked around the table. He picked up the soy milk that Ji Shoyun had just drunk and took a big gulp. "Wait." Ji Shoyun raised his hand and strode to Yuan's side. But it was too late. He watched helplessly as Yuan's choked expression turned into a meltdown in a second. Her eyes widened and her face flushed red. Tears welled up in her blue cat eyes, making her look extremely pitiful. He looked left and right, trying to find the trash can. But he didn't find the trash can. It was partly because his vision was blurred by tears and everything was distorted. Yuan hesitated for a full second between spitting it out and swallowing it. Then, he revealed a resolute expression, his Adam's apple moving slightly, and he swallowed it down forcibly. Ji Shoyun hissed softly. On the other hand, Yuan was like a deflated balloon. With a puff sound, he collapsed on the table. Ji Shoyun, tragic. Tragic, tragic, tragic. He looked like he had died a heroic death. Marshal Ji strode over and patted Yuan's back sympathetically when he saw the hopeless expression in Yuan's eyes that had lost their luster. After all, he had also taken a sip of that thing. Among a bunch of delicious food, this thing that looked like a drink was simply unpalatable. Yuan was comforted and took 2 deep breaths. Yuan groaned weakly. Yuan raised his hand weakly and raised his finger. He said to Ji Shoyun, "I think the old fox hates me." "No." Ji Shoyun comforted him symbolically. He paused and asked, "What is this?" "Soy milk." Yuan sat up and sniffed pitifully. "The old fox tricked me into drinking it once." Marshal Ji nodded as he recalled Yuan's cat face in the picture album. Yuan had an out-of-body experience while looking at a bowl of soy milk. The old fox's drawing skills were really good. Yuan wiped away the tears from his eyes. Ji Shoyun picked up the call from the First Army's commander. The First Army's commander was about to report the Phoenix pirate gang's retreat and the Second Army's commander's recent situation. However, when he looked up, he saw Yuan's crying face. The First Army's commander was stunned for 2 seconds. He turned to look at Ji Shoyun, who had a calm expression. Was this the scene of a young couple having a fight? The First Army's commander looked at Yuan and then at Ji Shoyun. He hesitated and said, "Marshal, I'll report it later?" Ji Shoyun did not understand the meaning behind his words. "Huh?" The First Legion's commander looked at Yuan's crying face and then looked at their marshal, who had a cold and calm expression. Then, the First Army's commander, who was more than 30 years older than his superior, looked at Ji Shoyun with a suggestive expression. Ji Shoyun turned to look at Yuan, who was about to reach out to eat. He glanced at Yuan's aggrieved face and his eyes that were filled with tears. Finally, he looked at the First Army's commander, who was full of pain and condemnation. Ji Shoyun? What do you mean? Do I look like a scumbag who would make someone cry?" Ji Shoyun felt that the audience had a deep misunderstanding of him. However, with Ji Shoyun's personality, he would never explain this misunderstanding. Who had ever seen Marshal Ji explain this kind of thing? This marshal had been described by the media as a ferocious beast that ate meat and drank blood, but Ji Shoyun had never stood out to explain this. Therefore, even though Marshal Ji's heart was in turmoil, he still looked indifferent on the surface. He silently looked at the 1st Legion commander and said coldly, "Report." The 1st Legion commander was already used to Ji Xiuyun's indifference. He turned to look at Yuan with a little sympathy, but found that Yuan had already started to devour the table of delicious food. The sympathetic 1st Legion commander was speechless. Was this child so open-minded, or was it because the Yuan race had such a huge difference from the human race? Yuan, whom the 1st Legion commander regarded as having a different view of things, sat at the side and finished all the food on the table. He was not interested in Ji Xiuyun's situation at all. The 1st Legion commander did not even ask about Fox and the Phoenix pirate gang. Instead, he reported honestly, obeyed orders honestly, and hung up honestly. Ji Xiuyun did not even mention this to the other party. Yuan casually listened and found that the 1st Legion commander was reporting as usual. After that, he did not pay any attention to Yuan at all. By the time Ji Xiuyun hung up, Yuan had already finished all the food on the table, except for the cup of soy milk that the human and cat were avoiding. If Yuan had to finish the soy milk, Yuan would rather choose the cat. "You didn't tell him about Fox?" Yuan asked. Ji Xiuyun asked back, "About what?" "About Fox catching people," Yuan answered. Ji Xiuyun caressed Yuan's head and stuffed the cup of soy milk into the trash can. He replied, "If it's not the absolute truth, it shouldn't be used as information." But Fox said that he was going to find someone. Even if that person didn't stay in the headquarters, he would follow the scent and find the place. Yuan glanced at Ji Xiuyun, who was sitting on one side and adjusting the sand table. Yuan glanced at his adjustment and found that this kind of adjustment could be said to be a big offensive trend without any worries. Yuan smiled with curved eyes. Although he said that it wasn't the absolute truth, he still believed it in his heart. Then, Yuan began to indulge in the phoenix seal for a long time. Inside the seal was a huge and terrifying formation, which could be divided into all kinds of exquisite formations. Yuan had been immersed in it for several months. Yuan took the formation and compared it with what humans called the explored universe. He found that the remaining places that were labeled as extremely dangerous were even outside the scope of the known universe. Yuan saw that human cosmologists described it like this: beyond the explored universe, there was only darkness. Even after traveling for tens of millions of light years, there was not a single trace of light from the stars. It was a silent land of death. Even the composition of the universe's medium was very different from that of the ordinary universe. In the darkness, there is no way to use the star system as a navigation indicator. "I'm afraid that we will get lost, so we have no choice but to turn back. I guess that we may have already set foot on the boundary of the universe. If we can pass through the boundless darkness without getting lost, there may be a brand new universe waiting for us." Yuan read the paper over and over again. In the end, he only sighed to Ji Xiuyun, "Meow, meow, meow. There are so many places in this universe that humans call the lands of death." While Yuan was studying the remaining parts of the formation, he flipped through a lot of related papers. He realized that humans always liked to call the star regions that they could not conquer as the land of death that no one can set foot in. Yuan, who was about to set foot in the lands of death, could only sigh when he saw these papers that were of no help. Yuan thought to himself, "I can't blame these humans. After all, there is a world of difference between these humans and monsters." Marshal Ji was busy launching an attack on the Free Army's headquarters. When he heard Yuan's meow, he looked up at Yuan, but he still could not understand what Yuan was trying to convey. Fortunately, Yuan was just sighing. After sighing, he looked away. He pressed the phoenix seal under his paw and seriously thought about how he could safely reach the location where he needed to set up the formation. Useless daily thinking, 1-to-1, Yuan felt that he still had to rely on Fox in the end. After all, Fox had already become an immortal, so it definitely would not do something as silly as getting lost in the dark. Just as he was thinking, Fox suddenly appeared in front of Yuan with a whoosh. Both the man and cat in the office were stunned. Ji Xiuyun had already taken out his weapon. However, Yuan did not show his claws because he immediately smelled the scent of a fox that he had not smelled for a long time. Fox was here to deliver the technique. He threw a high-quality jade slip to Yuan. He watched as Yuan hurriedly used all four paws to grab the jade slip and carefully put it away. Then, Fox said, "Take care of your human." The jade slip is filled with books that the elders personally copied when they were bored. Yuan did not realize that there was anything wrong with calling him your human. However, after hearing Fox's words, his cat eyes lit up. He was very happy. Meow, meow, meow. Fox could not help but smile when he saw how happy he was. He nodded and said, "That's right. Demon immortals personally copied them." Yuan's blue eyes lit up even brighter. He turned his head and meowed at Ji Shouyun. He pressed the jade slip in his paw and began to dig out the books one by one. Fox introduced each book that he took out. "This is for tempering the body. Meow, this is for the path of the devil. Meow, this is for sword cultivation. Meow, this is for the path of killing. Meow, this is for dual cultivation." Yuan paused and looked up at Fox. His cat face was full of confusion. "Meow? Dual cultivation. What's wrong?" Fox was still confused. Thinking that Yuan was born in an era where spirit energy was declining, he thought that Yuan did not think that dual cultivation was an orthodox path. Thus, he explained, "This is an orthodox dual cultivation technique. It's for Tao companions." Yuan. Meow. I understand the logic, but why did you prepare a dual cultivation technique for Ji Shouyun? Eh? Fox was stunned by Yuan's meow. He looked at Yuan's little paw and then at Ji Shouyun's hand, who was standing behind the desk and packing up his weapons and documents. Others might not be able to see it, but he could clearly see the red marriage line between the two of them. Yuan was actually not prepared to dual cultivate with Ji Shouyun. This was the fastest way to improve. What's wrong, Fatty C? Could it be that the demon race was going to produce a scumbag that could shock the heavens and make ghosts cry? Fox thought, and even felt a little excited. No. Fox held on to his last bit of conscience and said, "You two aren't going to dual cultivate?" Yuan was so shocked that he kicked away the dual cultivation technique in front of him. If not for the fur on his face, his entire body would have turned red. Meow. Who wanted to dual cultivate with him? Who? Fox's face was full of question marks. He pointed at the red line on Yuan's paw and said, Your marriage line is so thick." Yuan lowered his head and looked at his paw. It was completely white and there was nothing on it. Sorry to interrupt. Ji Shouyun originally did not want to care about the conversation between the two of them, but the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. What is dual cultivation? It's sex, union, or the more common term you humans use. Fox explained very considerately, cultivators can use this kind of behavior to assist in their cultivation. Ji Shouyun turned his head and looked at Yuan, who was looking down at his paw with a doubtful look on his face. He asked again, "What is marriage line?" "It's a marriage between the two of you, fate." Ji Shouyun lowered his head and looked at his palm. There was nothing on it. In any case, he did not see any mysterious things. Fox shook the confused cat awake and continued to explain these messy techniques to him. When he finished, he even mentioned to Ji Shouyun that the death-seeking human had really killed himself. The cause of his death was very simple. After he found out that Yuan was also proficient in this field, he became terrified and divined his own fortune several times. Divining one's own fortune was the biggest taboo of all. Therefore, after Fox's arrival, less than 3 days later, that person was completely cold in bed. That person was not a very powerful person. Although he was capable, his horizons were still quite limited. Otherwise, he would have used his divination and stargazing skills to mingle in the circle of the country's dignitaries. No matter what, he should not have chosen the Free Army, which was in dire straits. Therefore, when Fox waited for this person to die and did not specially send a letter to explain, he immediately ran back to Yuan to get the cultivation method. It was no wonder that he was so enthusiastic and proactive towards Yuan. After all, they were the ones who needed his help. If they did not take the initiative and be more enthusiastic, they would have nowhere to cry when the cat ran away. Ji Shouyun glanced at Fox and Cat, who were gathered together to figure out how to get to the remaining points of the array. Although he had something to say to Yuan, he held it in. He stood up and left the office. The headquarters of the Free Army was located in a big city on the capital planet of the 18th galaxy. Because of the support of the old government army, the headquarters did not lack manpower and funds. Even so, the army of gods of war, which had been victorious all this time, had nothing to be afraid of. Ji Shouyun, who had been slacking all this time because the war had been going smoothly, had to appear to launch an all-out attack. After taking over the headquarters of the Free Army, the capital planet of the 18th galaxy would be used as a boundary. The subgrade S galaxies south of the 18th galaxy that had not yet been recaptured would be dealt with by the officials and generals who had completely taken over the 18th galaxy. Ji Shouyun was only responsible for eliminating the big shots. As for the remaining small fries, he had to leave them for the people who would enter politics in the 18th galaxy to establish their might. Yuan and Fox were busy figuring out the route while looking up at the battle situation from time to time. This battle situation was being broadcasted live from Ji Shouyun's Silver Blade's perspective. This was a routine agreement between Yuan and Ji Shouyun. When Yuan ran out to play, he would leave a view for Ji Shouyun. Fox followed his gaze and looked over. "Are you very worried?" Yuan turned to look at him. "Meow. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Your human isn't that weak. Even if he was in the immortal realm back then, he would still be a first-rate genius." Fox sat in front of the table and used a seal to calculate the distance between the array points while comforting Yuan. Besides, he's been living in a spiritual environment all year round. Although he started his cultivation a little late, it doesn't affect him much. Yuan looked at Fox, who was still unable to break away from mathematics, physics, and chemistry even after becoming an immortal. He glanced at the densely packed formulas on the paper and felt a headache coming on. Fox glanced at Yuan, whose cat face was scrunched up into a ball, and a look of great bitterness and hatred appeared on his face. "There's no other way. I didn't want this to happen either. Many places were the main battlefields back then. Don't even talk about stars. Even large areas of galaxies were destroyed in that war. Without starlight to guide the way, it can only count." "That's right. How tragic." Yuan looked at Fox, who had the same bad habit of biting his pen. He stretched out his paw and politely patted Fox's head. Yuan felt that in the future, cultivators would have to sit in class and study science while cultivating metaphysics at the same time. It was actually quite tragic. Ji Shouyun led the army to fight outside for 3 days and achieved initial victory. When he returned to the main ship, he saw that the floor was covered in dense sheets of paper. The room was filled with different optical computer pages, and many different algorithms were running on them. His snow-white cat, fur ball, and a fiery red fox were hanging on the office table. They were so weak that they were on the verge of death. They looked like dried salted fish that had lost its soul after being tortured by mathematics. The situation was like this. Actually, this matter had nothing to do with Yuan. After all, Yuan was only responsible for fulfilling his wishes. Originally, Fox looked at Yuan with a tolerant and doting attitude. But every time the fox raised its head, it could see that Yuan was either sleeping with his belly wide open or wagging his 8 tails. He was not tired of counting them one by one. As he counted, he began to play with his own tail. In the end, Yuan even started to play games with his optical computer. Play. 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 Fox's mentality immediately collapsed. With the thought of either hurting each other or dying together, Fox pressed down on Yuan's head and began to teach him mathematics. Yuan's mentality immediately collapsed. "We are all monsters, why should we hurt each other? Compared to mathematics, I choose to play with cats." Thus, 3 days later, the two monsters, who had been hurting each other, fell on the office table. Ji Shouyun looked at the messy office and turned to look at his own desk. He found that his desk was the only thing that was still safe and tidy in the whole office. The documents on the desk were not moved at all. They are all sensible monsters. Ji Shouyun thought. After meeting up with Ji Shouyun, the few commanders who came back to the main ship with him stared blankly at the fiery red ball that appeared in the marshal's office. "Marshal, that is," Salted Cat's ears stood up and shook. He raised his head and looked at the door. When he saw Ji Shouyun standing at the front, he jumped up and jumped to Ji Shouyun's feet and raised his 2 front paws to push him out. Ji Shouyun bent down to pick up Yuan, but Yuan dodged and continued to push Marshal Ji out. Ji Shouyun paused. "What's wrong?" Meow. Yuan meowed softly. This room is full of fox smell. Get out, get out. The only fox that understood cat language turned around and squatted on the office desk, wagging its tail. Seeing Ji Shouyun being pushed out by Yuan, it followed him out. Before Yuan went out, he turned on a strong cleaning and ventilation system. Ji Shouyun saw his actions and immediately understood why Yuan pushed him out. He thought for a moment and hugged the kitten that was following him into the meeting room. Meanwhile, the commanders behind Ji Shouyun all had the same cold expression as Ji Shouyun in front of the soldiers, but their eyes were all looking curiously at the red fox that was walking in the middle of them as if it was a matter of course. Yuan rubbed itself against Ji Shouyun's chest until Ji Shouyun was covered with the faint scent of cat milk. Only then did it jump out of Ji Shouyun's arms and run towards the cafeteria with the fox. Marshal Ji watched the cat run away after rubbing itself against him. He turned his head and saw the curious gazes of the commanders. Ji Shouyun looked away. What do you want to know? Ask them yourself. The few Legion commanders who knew the inside story immediately understood what he meant. The ones who didn't know turned their heads and looked at their colleagues who had a deep look on their faces. They felt as if they were being targeted. Marshal Ji Shouyun's cat brought another furry cat to the cafeteria. The soldiers of Triumph Return entered the cafeteria one by one. They stared at Yuan and the red creature that was twice as big as Yuan. Their faces showed that they wanted to touch it. Foxes had always been good at reading the minds of humans. Moreover, they could tell what these soldiers were thinking just by looking at their faces. The fox slowly finished eating the dishes that Yuan had enthusiastically recommended. It felt very satisfied. Humans were a bunch of creatures who did whatever they wanted to do and even dug out the lifeblood of monsters. They really did have a lot to learn from. It was no wonder that this race was always so lucky. The fox thought to itself. Then, it generously jumped onto the lap of a young officer who was sitting next to it. It lay down on its stomach like it wasn't an outsider. Yuan watched the group of people run over to pet the fox. Then, it looked around at the people whose eyes were sparkling and whose faces showed that they wanted to pet the cat. It coldly jumped off the table, turned around, and walked away. The reason he brought the fox here was to divert its attention so that he would stop trying to teach the cat mathematics. Yuan said that it was a fighter. It was completely different from the foxes who liked to use their brains. Moreover, I have a brain by my side. His name is Ji Shouyun. Yuan wagged its tail and happily got rid of the fox. Then, it ran into the meeting room. When Yuan entered the meeting room, the few commanders turned to look at him. Then, they looked away and continued with what they were supposed to say. Yuan jumped onto Ji Shouyun's lap and stepped on it. It sniffed around. When it smelled a hint of blood, it stretched out its paw and lifted the hem of Ji Shouyun's shirt. The commander of the 3rd Corps, who was reporting, saw their marshal suddenly reach down and pull out Yuan, who had just stuck his head into Yuan's clothes. The commanders were speechless. Ji Shouyun felt that his waist was a little itchy. What are you doing? Meow. Yuan pointed at Ji Shouyun's waist. Ji Shouyun looked down and said, it's just a small wound. Yuan waved its claws and broke free from Ji Shouyun's grip. Once again, it dived into Ji Shouyun's clothes. Using its furry body and Ji Shouyun's clothes as cover, the tip of its claws glowed with white fluorescence. Ji Shouyun, who was about to pull Yuan out again, felt that the so-called small wounds on his body were slowly healing. He could even clearly feel the itch growing on his skin. Marshal Ji raised his eyebrows and pulled back his hand. Then, he looked up at the commander of the 3rd Army and said, continue. The commander of the 3rd Army nodded and continued to report the situation. The Free Army's headquarters was different from the militias on the remote planets. The headquarters on Down Payment Planet was made up of the old government army of the 18th galaxy. Due to the incompetence and greed of the previous empire of Since, he even colluded with the old government army, which had transformed into the Free Army, and dreamed of becoming a local tyrant. After all, the old government army was a regular army. The first thing the 3rd Army's commander did when he arrived was not to launch a surprise attack. Instead, he evacuated the people and tried to minimize the loss of population. Homes could be rebuilt. It was just a matter of money. However, if people were gone, it would take at least 20 years for a new batch to grow. The people were the foundation of a country's development. If they could be saved, they naturally had to be saved. The advance troops completed the evacuation mission very well. After the two groups of follow-up troops gathered together, they directly began to bombard the Free Army's headquarters. The destructive carpet bombing crushed everything in its path. There was no fear at all. The official who wanted to become a local tyrant was now locked up in the prison of the main ship. When he was escorted back to the Imperial planet for trial, the lightest punishment would be exile. "We didn't find the Prophet, Marshal," the Third Army's commander said. They all said that the Prophet is missing. Ji Shouyun waved his hand and said, "He's dead." The other commanders all looked over. The whereabouts of the Prophet, the mysterious Free Army staff officer, had always been paid attention to by the various military systems. It was not a secret that the commanders could not come into contact with. Now that they were eyeing them covetously, there were many forces who wanted to take the opportunity to find out the background of the staff officer. This was because although Ji Shouyun's deputy, Yuan, had also learned those strange methods, that deputy was Marshal Kevin's adopted son, this meant that he was a definite candidate for the next general of the Sins. They would not be able to pry such a person out of the corner. However, the Free Army staff officer was different. In the eyes of the various forces, the reason why the staff officer had been following the Free Army was not because he did not have enough experience, but because he was a military genius with amazing talent. He used his achievements in the Free Army to show his talent and raise his value, waiting for the right price to sell. Everyone was waiting for the Sins official army to finish fighting with the Free Army so that they could quickly snatch the staff officer away. They had been keeping a close eye on this information. They had always said that the staff officer was too weak to follow the army and needed to recuperate. They had never mentioned the word death. If the staff officer was dead, there was no reason why they did not receive any news. The information in their hands, including the information circulating in the outside world, all said that the staff officer had gone missing. The First Army's commander said, "We did not receive such information, Marshal." "He's dead," Ji Shouyun said again. "I received the news 3 days ago." That person was indeed dead, and it was because he revealed too many secrets. This kind of person usually died a horrible death, directly turning into ashes, not even leaving behind a handful of ashes. A sickly person lying in bed suddenly disappearing overnight, in other people's eyes, wasn't that the same as missing? There was nothing wrong with saying that the person had gone missing. However, Ji Shouyun, who had been told the truth by Fox, knew that the person was dead. The other commanders looked at each other, and all felt that Ji Shouyun had probably obtained this information through his own information channels. They knew very well that Ji Shouyun had his own information channels. After all, he was a marshal who had come from the outside, and it was normal that he was not used to using the proper information channels. The commanders never delved into this kind of problem. If Ji Shouyun said that the person was dead, then they would treat it as if the person was dead. They had always trusted the marshal completely. "All right, but announce that he's missing," the First Army's commander said. Ji Shouyun glanced at him and nodded. The First Army's commander's plan was very obvious. They had already learned the formations drawn by Yuan. In the future, when they went out to chase after the galactic pirates, they could take the opportunity to mess around and disguise themselves as the mysterious staff officer. They could let the various powers that were paying attention to that person think that the staff officer was still alive, and they would not have any ideas about Yuan. They could also blindly respond to the olive branches of the various powers, and take advantage of the situation to make those powers beat each other up. It could be said that it was a good idea to kill several birds with one stone. The abacus was so loud that it was practically crackling. Yuan listened to the commanders report the battle situation and casualties one by one, and he kept yawning. He forced himself to keep his eyelids open and treated Ji Shouyun's injuries. Then, he crawled out of Ji Shouyun's clothes and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. As for the fox that he had left in the canteen, Yuan was not worried at all. Creatures like foxes would never mistreat themselves. If they really wanted to rest, they could just grab any officer and sneak into the dormitory to have a good sleep. Yuan stepped on Ji Shouyun's legs and shook his fur. Then, Ji Shouyun picked him up and put him into his arms. Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He raised his head and saw Ji Shouyun's chin. He stretched out his head and rubbed against it. Then, he was brought into the bedroom by Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun placed him on the small bed full of cat dolls. "Let's talk," Ji Shouyun said. Yuan opened his round cat eyes and looked at him. Then, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, when he saw Ji Shouyun's serious expression, Yuan suppressed the thought of running away. Instead, he jumped onto Ji Shouyun's big bed, crawled under the quilt, and turned into his human form. Then, he wrapped himself into a ball and stretched out his head to look at Ji Shouyun. "Talk about what?" Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan's oversized stuffed bun. He felt that he could not maintain his serious expression anymore. "Talk about the marriage line." Ji Shouyun went straight to the point. Yuan blinked. Then, he slowly shrank his head under the quilt. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan, who only revealed the top of his head, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Come out." Yuan stuck half of his head out. The blue cat looked at Ji Shouyun eagerly. "I won't eat you." Ji Shouyun covered Yuan's entire head with the quilt. Yuan muttered, "What's there to talk about?" "Of course we have to talk about it." Ji Shouyun said, "You don't care, but I still want to give you a stamp of approval." Yuan was stunned. "What stamp?" Ji Shouyun thought for a while and answered, "Give me a status." "Yuan, did you run off to look up some strange information again?" Ji Shouyun looked at the big ball on the bed and asked Yuan, "Do you like me?" Yuan thought for a while. "Yes." "What kind of like?" "I like all kinds." Yuan's answer was quite straightforward. Anyway, he would be very unhappy if Ji Shouyun had other people smell on him. He would also be worried if Ji Shouyun ran far away. He would also be very angry if Ji Shouyun was in danger. Ji Shouyun's body was also bright and full of vitality, which he especially liked. What kind of monster could reject a human's heartfelt passion and love? Yuan rubbed against the quilt, which was full of Ji Shouyun's scent. At least he couldn't reject it. Ji Shouyun carefully thought about what Yuan meant. His mood instantly brightened. He asked, "Do you want to spend the rest of your life with me?" Yuan nodded. "Yes." Now that the problem of lifespan has been solved, the problem of the immortal realm will also slowly improve. Ji Shouyun rubbed Yuan's head. "Since you like me and I like you, let's go back to the imperial planet and get a marriage certificate." Yuan? Yuan was flabbergasted. Yuan was also flabbergasted. "What's with this melon child? Was this how you propose?" Yuan couldn't believe it. Yuan was very touched and rejected Ji Shouyun's proposal. Marshal Ji realized that after rejecting his proposal, his cat started to hang out with the fox all day long. It was not a big problem for them to hang out together. However, she would rather indulge in her studies and become thinner than talk to him. This was a big problem. After Ji Shouyun returned from the battlefield, he did not leave his mecha. Instead, he landed on the deck and let Silver Blade walk back on its own. Then, he stayed in the quiet mecha cabin and started to reflect on his actions. He was not stupid. He knew how to make romantic proposals. However, Marshal Ji was a pragmatist through and through. For example, when he was faced with Yuan's beauty, he threw Yuan over his shoulder so that Yuan could quickly adapt to the human body and maximize his combat ability. For example, he brought Yuan out to have fun and met with his informant. For example, he did not have any flowers, keepsakes, or anything romantic. He just said to Yuan, "Let's go and get a marriage certificate." Marshal Ji carefully recalled what he had done. Then, he fell silent. If he did not think about it carefully, he would not have realized that he had done so many crazy things. If his actions were to be reported to a certain person on the star web, he would probably become the type of boyfriend that could not be kept. Marshal Ji looked at the change in perspective. He rested his chin on his hand and felt a little depressed. Silver Blade obediently walked into the mecha maintenance depot. After the AI reported the situation, it prepared to go into hibernation. However, before it went into hibernation, its owner reactivated its system. The AI logo of Silver Blade flashed twice. Its voice was a steady and calm male voice, with a slight electronic texture. "Hello, Marshal Ji. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Ji Shouyun thought for a moment. He sat cross-legged in the cockpit of Silver Blade and asked, "Silver Blade, do you know how to propose?" "No." Marshal G refuted himself. "You should be asking how to properly confess your love." The AI of the Silver Blade did not hesitate or pause. It replied, "I'm sorry, Marshal. According to the fourth rule of interstellar mechanical intelligence development, artificial intelligence is not allowed to be loaded with emotional modules." Ji Xiuyun was silent for 2 seconds before he clicked his tongue. "But I can search for some examples for you, Marshal," the Silver Blade said. "Do you need to connect to the star web to start the search?" Ji Xiuyun nodded without hesitation. Yuan squatted outside Ji Xiuyun's office and waited for a long time, but Ji Xiuyun did not come back. The milky white kitten was lying in front of the office door. The people who passed by were very busy and did not pay much attention to it. Yuan looked at the time and waited. After waiting for 5 to 6 hours, Ji Xiuyun still did not come back. Gradually, he could not sit still anymore. Yuan turned around and entered the office. Under the gaze of Fox, who was squatting in the office and indulging in calculations, he carried the military uniform into the small washroom and transformed back into his human form. The fox could only watch helplessly as Yuan ran away and disappeared without a trace. TSK, TSK, TSK. A few hours ago, he was still telling him not to pay attention to Ji Xiuyun. Now, he didn't know who it was that ran out at the slightest sign that something was wrong. Fox glanced at the flagship. His black eyes flashed a few times. Then, he saw Ji Xiuyun, who was still in the mecha field observing the experience of people confessing and proposing. This person was even discussing with the AI of his mecha how to propose and how to confess. "Fox. Are you two done yet? I'm telling you, Fox doesn't eat dog food." Fox felt that he could not stay in this place anymore. He wanted to take his mathematics, physics, chemistry, and his dreams with him and wander around. So what if he had a partner? Fox bit his pen and looked at the algorithms running on the interface of several optical supercomputers in front of him. He felt more and more lonely and pitiful. It seemed that having a partner was indeed something. The amazing Yuan went out and grabbed an officer casually. He asked him, "Where's G? Marshal?" "Huh?" The officer was stunned. "Marshal came back with us." But he did not come back. Yuan was anxious. "Marshal seemed to be on the Silver Blade and did not leave," said another officer beside him. Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped. He turned around and thanked the 2 officers. Then, he ran away as if his boat was on fire. Ji Xiuyun and the Silver Blade were looking for materials seriously. He even took notes. "The seaside is not bad," said Ji Xiuyun. The Silver Blade immediately found a large number of beautiful oceans of various kinds. The more famous attractions in the ocean are the white fluorescent ocean of planet S11H44, the red ocean of planet S20Q59, and the 8 planets S09A2 where you can safely watch tsunamis. There's also the famous interstellar tidal flowers. Ji Xiuyun turned around and looked at the information that the Silver Blade had listed out in detail. After looking around, he still felt that the ocean that looked like a sea of stars at night was more pleasing to the eye. It was probably because Yuan's fur was white as well. Ji Xiuyun thought. Then, he made a mark on planet S11H44. Then, he continued to look at the experience in a serious manner. Ji Xiuyun didn't have any romantic cells in his brain. Otherwise, he would have traveled through space for so many years. He had passed through at least 800 planets, if not 1,000, but he still didn't have any concept of the attractions on these planets. Fortunately, he was very good at learning. He would never have thought of these things if he had to think about them himself. However, it was not a problem for him to learn from the experience and draw a picture based on it. Then, he would add some of his own ideas into it. This was the first time the Silver Blade had helped its owner with something other than fighting. At this time, it loaded a lot of information on the cultural and geographical landscapes of the interstellar space. It filtered them out one by one and showed them to Ji Xiuyun. Ji Xiuyun said that the flowers were not bad. The next second, he was filled with information on all the major flower-growing planets in front of him. Ji Xiuyun said that the gemstone accessories were not bad. The next second, he was shown all kinds of information related to the mining and design of gemstones and minerals in slow motion. Ji Xiuyun was not used to using AI. He did not even buy a butler robot in his house. However, at this time, he realized the benefits of having an AI butler. Ji Xiuyun sat in the mech and communicated with the Silver Blade for a long time. The Silver Blade had found more than 100,000 highly viewed confession and marriage proposal videos over the years. Ji Xiuyun looked at them one by one and felt that he had learned a lot. He did not notice the passage of time at all. Then, the Silver Blade captured the figure of Yuan, who was rushing over at an inhuman speed. "Marshal, Yuan is here," it reminded him. Ji Xiuyun raised his head and glanced at the view window. He did not see anything. This was because Yuan was very fast. He was so fast that before the Silver Blade finished speaking, he had already jumped outside the cockpit of the Silver Blade. When the Silver Blade finished speaking, Yuan had already entered the cockpit. This was because Ji Xiuyun had given him the authority to enter and exit the Silver Blade. Yuan's voice was filled with anger. "Ji Xiuyun." When he saw the densely packed and messy interface in the mech, he was stunned for a moment. His eyes were wide open. The video in front of Ji Xiuyun was still playing. The whistles and cheers in the video entered Yuan's ears through the stereoscopic surround sound system in the cockpit of the Silver Blade. It was very clear. On the big screen was a scene of a same-sex couple hugging each other tightly with sweet and happy smiles. On the screen, the title of the video was clearly displayed. Recording the tear-jerking confession, marriage proposal, and wedding scene of the century, Yuan, Ji Xiuyun, the two of them looked at each other. The Silver Blade did not receive any orders. The entire mech was at a loss. Yuan was the first to react. He stuttered, You, why are you looking at this?" Marshal Ji paused for a moment and answered seriously, "To observe and learn." It was impossible to expect Ji Xiuyun to say anything about this kind of thing. Ji Xiuyun had always been the kind of person who would answer any question. If he could not answer, he would shake his head or keep a straight face and remain silent. Therefore, when Yuan asked him why he was looking at this, he would naturally tell him the truth. "Pause the video first." The moment Yuan finished speaking, the Silver Blade paused the video. Yuan looked at the messy pages in the cockpit. He saw a bunch of advertisements for romance. In the end, he looked at Ji Xiuyun. He did not know whether to laugh or feel touched. "Why are you looking at this?" Yuan repeated himself and walked into the cockpit with his long legs. Marshal Ji could tell from the change in the tone of this sentence that it was different from the previous sentence. Therefore, he explained again, "I'm reflecting." Yuan was just about to sit down. When he heard this, he was stunned. "Reflecting on what?" "You're unhappy," Ji Xiuyun said. "Because a confession and a marriage proposal should be more serious." Yuan did not know what to say for a moment. He was indeed unhappy because of this, but in fact, he did not want Ji Xiuyun to do anything. Yuan knew Ji Xiuyun's way of thinking very well. To put it simply, after the war ended, Ji Xiuyun would coax the cat and the cat would forgive him. After all, Yuan did not have any hope for Ji Xiuyun's romantic life. When Ji Xiuyun honestly said the words observe and learn, Yuan knew that watching so many videos would be of no use to Ji Xiuyun. Anyone who knew a little about sweet talk would not honestly say observe and learn when the person they liked found out that they were secretly learning how to confess and propose. Even Yuan could think of words like "I'm learning how to love you," which were sour but could capture people's hearts. What did Ji Xiuyun say? Ji Xiuyun said that he was observing and learning. Yuan felt that he could not be angry anymore. He even felt a little touched. "I don't think anyone else would want you without me." Yuan's face was filled with pain when he said this. The dream lover of hundreds of millions of girls wisely kept silent. "Actually, I'm not that angry." Yuan sat next to Ji Xiuyun and squeezed closer to him. "Coax me, and I'll forgive you." Marshal Ji tilted his head slightly and looked at Yuan, whose eyes were sparkling, and pursed his lips slightly. Marshal Ji did not know how to coax people. He felt that he had just climbed out of the pit of confession and proposal, and now he had fallen into a new hell. Fox watched as Yuan worriedly stormed out, then stormed back angrily. Ji Xiuyun followed behind her. However, Yuan ignored Ji Xiuyun. As soon as the office door closed, he turned back into a cat and jumped into the fox's arms. He buried his little head into the fox's clothes and looked like he refused to communicate with anyone. Fox, who had a cat growing out of her clothes, raised her head and looked at Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun's expression was still as calm as ever, as if nothing could shake him. However, Fox could see some unconcealable confusion and helplessness on his calm face. Fox stroked the cat in her arms, feeling a little confused. Wasn't everything fine just now? Seeing how seriously Ji Shouyun was studying, it stood to reason that the two of them should have reconciled and come back happily hand in hand. Fox, who was more than 10 times older than Yuan, stroked the cat and looked at Ji Shouyun questioningly. Ji Shouyun paused. His gaze slowly moved from the cat to Fox. This fox had been here for almost half a month. It didn't run around, and it never showed its face outside in human form. Other than going out to eat in the canteen and being stroked by humans, it was basically engrossed in studying. Plus, it was part-time to play with you, and Ji Shouyun wasn't at all surprised by how much Yuan trusted and relied on Fox. Although Yuan didn't express much, Ji Shouyun heard from Yuan a lot about the elders and the other cats in the clan. Usually, when Yuan told him about the past, he would start by saying, "The elders told me before, when he was on the Imperial planet, after he became familiar with Marshal Kevin and Lady Ellie, Yuan would run over to find the two elders every morning as soon as he left. Now, there was a fellow clan member. Although he wasn't a cat, he could still be considered an elder of the same clan." Ji Shouyun wasn't surprised that Yuan liked to stick to him. However, at this time, the presence of the elders made things more troublesome. For example, in the past, Ji Shouyun could go to the corner and comfort the cat that was hiding under the blanket. He didn't know how to comfort a human, but he knew how to comfort a cat. Yuan was much easier to comfort when he was in cat form. At least, Ji Shouyun didn't feel guilty when he saw the cat's blue eyes. Cats were great, Marshal Ji thought. Hugging, touching, rubbing, and scratching, they would softly spread out like a cat biscuit, revealing their small belly. When they were comfortable, their tails would leisurely sway. The tip of their tails would curl up and form a small curve. But it was different for humans. Marshal Ji had lived for so many years, but he didn't know how to comfort a human. In his memory, his parents had always been the loving type. There were basically no sweet nothings and honeyed words. They only had a warm, peaceful, and supportive daily life. Therefore, Marshal Ji sat in the cockpit of the Silver Blade and thought for a long time. Then, he said to Yuan, "I'll give you the list of assets when I go back." Yuan's head was full of question marks. Marshal Ji added, "Marry me, and you'll get half of it." Then, things developed to this point. What could Ji Shouyun do? Ji Shouyun was also in despair. Fox saw the meaning on Ji Shouyun's face and couldn't help but snort. Ji Shouyun looked at him silently. Fox stroked the cat and waved at him. Then, he turned into a fox and left Ji Shouyun's office with Yuan, who was the size of his cub, in his mouth. Yuan was held by the back of his neck by the fox. He curled up his 4 little paws and hugged his fluffy tail, swaying as he was carried away. The large red fox held the soft and white ball of fur in its mouth and swaggered through the crowd, going to the place that the fox felt was the most affectionate to him. The cafeteria. Fox put the ball of kitten on a stool and ran to the window to order a few dishes. Naturally, the bill was put on Yuan's head. The entire army knew that after the fluffy cat, there was another fluffy creature on Marshal Ji's side. What this creature was, Marshal Ji didn't announce it to the public. However, this red ball of fur had a close relationship with the kitten. Fox pushed the ball of fur on the stool. Hairball rolled twice and dangerously hung on the edge of the stool. It stretched out its 2 front paws and clung to the edge of the stool with a dazed expression. Then, under everyone's gaze, because its claws were too sharp, it fell to the ground with a screeching sound and rolled twice. Fox squatted on the stool and looked down at Yuan, who got up and shook his fur. Then, the soldiers in the cafeteria looked at the 2 balls of fur, one big and one small, and started to call out to each other. Foxes rarely called out. Their voices were soft and sharp, a bit like the movements of a spoiled baby. Yuan, because of its size, sounded soft and tender, with a hint of milk smell. Just listening to the cries of these 2 animals was enough to soothe and heal one's spirit. Even eating became more fragrant. Fox was about to be laughed to death by Yuan. More accurately, he was about to be laughed to death by Ji Shouyun. Fox expressed that he had never seen a human like this. At least, before he took on the responsibility of the shifters, he actually often went to human society to wander around. For people like Ji Shouyun, before they could even walk in front of him, they would be intercepted by others. After all, Fox was so popular, Wooden Fool had no competition at all. He had to wait for Wooden Fool to be enlightened, to muster the courage to confess, and to let Wooden Fool develop the skill of sweet talking. This long period of time was enough for him to sleep with 8 to 10 people. Fox sighed as he ate. Ji Shouyun stepped on dog shit and got lucky, meeting such a stubborn Yuan. If not for Yuan staring at Ji Shouyun, hoping that Ji Shouyun would make a wish for him to become an immortal, where would Ji Shouyun find such a cute, soft, and simple-minded kitten? Fox looked kindly at Yuan, who jumped onto the table, and pushed a plate of food to him. "He's working very hard," Fox said. To outsiders, it was just a soft hum. Yuan took a bite of a shellfish, chewed, and swallowed, then turned around and meowed angrily. "Who coaxes a cat like this?" "Then how are you going to coax it?" Fox asked him. "I think his attitude is already very good. Tell me." He seriously went to see how the other party confessed and proposed, and seriously took notes. "Didn't you feel touched?" Yuan lowered his head and meowed. How could he not feel touched? Normally, he would never say anything that would touch people's hearts. But because he was unhappy, he quietly hid to see things that he would never come into contact with, and he even seriously observed and learned. No matter who it was, this kind of behavior would make people's hearts soften. Because she had a clear understanding that this person changed himself for me. Especially when he also had a good impression of this person, his heart softened even more. Fox looked at him like this, and directly stretched out his paw to push the cat to the ground. "Useless," he said. Yuan got up, shook his head, and moved back to the plate of fried shellfish with his short legs. He lowered his head and ate without saying anything. "I'm going back," Fox said. "The last time I went back, I brought back the news that I found you. The cubs in the clan are in a mess, and they want to come out. I have to go back and take care of them." Yuan raised its head and glanced at him. It licked its nose that was stained with oil and meowed softly. "Also, there are a few people in the clan who are very good at divination. It doesn't make sense for me to take care of this alone." Fox pushed the remaining plates to Yuan, who had a bottomless stomach. While watching him eat, he told Yuan the contact point to enter the big array. He told Yuan that if something really happened, he should go back and ask for help. Yuan was very comfortable with the word "go back." He was very happy, and even generously licked the fox's fur after eating. Ji Shouyun was slightly stunned when he saw the fox and the cat wander out. In the end, only the cat came back. Yuan smelled the fox as soon as he entered the room. His cat face was full of disgust, and he turned on the strong ventilation system. Then, he jumped up to Ji Shouyun's lap, yawned lazily, and lay down. Ji Shouyun looked down at the cat on his lap. He did not ask where the fox went, but asked, "Not angry anymore?" Yuan's ears twitched as he let out a meow sound. He was not angry anymore. "I just checked." Ji Shouyun pinched Yuan's little paw and said, "When we go back to the Imperial planet and deal with the post-war matters, I'll take you out to play." Yuan turned over and lay on Ji Shouyun's lap, revealing his little belly. He tilted his head and looked at Ji Shouyun. Meow Marshal Ji stuffed all kinds of projects, such as the White Starlight Ocean, the capital of flowers, the blue floating planet, and the deep-sea exploration, into the schedule. The travel schedule was provided by the Silver Blade, which was newly loaded with a bunch of messy data packages. Ji Shouyun scratched Yuan's chin. When he heard the cat purring comfortably, he pursed his lips slightly, and the corners of his mouth seemed to turn up slightly. The benefits of the Empire of Since were very good. For example, the wedding leave was as long as 3 months. It was enough for him and Yuan to visit all the famous scenic spots. Ji Shouyun counted the days and looked down at the cat lying on his lap. The abacus in his heart was crackling. The Empire's attack on the Free Army was going smoothly. On Marshal Ji's social media account, there were many new news about the Empire's victory in the short span of 2 months. When only the old government army was left, Yuan finally left the main ship and the guerrilla warfare battlefield. He brought his Miao Miao ship and caught up with the old government army. Without the militia, the battlefield was much more professional. There was less compassion and indignation. The traces of artillery fire were more merciless. Yuan was very active in the last 2 months. It was as if he didn't need to rest at all. As the Free Army retreated again and again, he brought a team of 5 Marshal Ji's direct subordinates and specially took advantage of the fact that they were exhausted in the middle of the night to touch their butts. His mecha was completely black, and when it moved, only a few faint blue lines could be seen. It would often appear soundlessly like a ghost, suddenly appearing in the heavily guarded camp and opening fire at the slightest disagreement. This young man was simply a monster. On the battlefield where laser weapons were the main weapons, he would often leave his mecha and personally go into battle. His delicate and beautiful face stained with blood only made the Free Army's hair stand on end. The old government army was led by Ji Shouyun. It was as dark as a dark cloud. In the middle of the night, they had to be on guard against Ji Shouyun's assistant, Marshal Kevin's adopted son, leading a surprise attack. This was simply a double torture to their bodies and minds. The remaining Free Army soldiers were battered and exhausted. The internal chaos caused them to be completely defeated. The old government army stubbornly resisted for 3 months before finally choosing to surrender. Yuan stood on Miao Miao's palm and carefully observed the remaining prisoners of war. He was extremely vigilant against any talismans that they might have. As expected, he found a few talismans on a few officers. Before they could commit suicide, he immediately seized them. Ji Shouyun didn't go with him. This was because Marshal Ji had agreed to Yuan's request and began to seriously learn how to read. That's right. You can't expect the demonic immortals from different eras or worlds to use the language of the Empire of Since, can you? Other than the Chinese characters used by the old fox and the other few foxes, Yuan could not recognize any of the other characters used by the Yuan. Every time he saw Ji Shouyun holding a book and studying diligently, Yuan couldn't help but recall the scene when Ji Shouyun had taught the cats to study. Life was full of ups and downs. Now, it was time for Kitty to press Ji Shouyun's head and make him learn. It was simply wonderful. Yuan jumped down from Miao Miao's palm and patted his mecha after seeing that the prisoners had been taken in. A few beams of light flashed across Miao Miao's vision. Then, it stood up on its own and ran to the mecha maintenance yard to stay with the silver blade. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Miao Miao, of course, it was called Thunderclap to the outside world. They could tell that Yuan's mecha was actually a variant of the silver blade. Occasionally, the two mechas would run out to test their performance under the control of the AI. From afar, they looked like twins with different colors. In the beginning, the soldiers would whisper in their hearts that Marshal Kevin and his adopted son were shameless. How could they create a mecha that was similar to the silver blade? But now, the soldiers could only think in their hearts, our Marshal really dotes on Marshal Kevin's adopted son. Ji Shouyun's special treatment of Yuan was obvious to all. It wasn't just the hug and gaze he unconsciously gave Yuan during the first battle of this expedition. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the fact that the Marshal had directly given Yuan the authority over Silver Blade. When they saw Yuan enter the Silver Blade without any obstruction for the first time, all the soldiers in the mecha field were dumbfounded. The huge field fell silent. Later on, everyone had numbly accepted that Yuan would occasionally take the Silver Blade out to play while Miao Miao was undergoing maintenance. They were the Marshal. They didn't put up any defenses against Marshal Kevin's adopted son. But fortunately, this kind of lack of defenses went both ways. At least, the soldiers knew very well that the unheard-of method their superior had been using recently was directly shared with them by Yuan after he figured it out. The division that belonged to Ji Shouyun had always been clear about rewards and punishments. Every battle, every opportunity, and every turning point were all recorded clearly. There was even a military merit board within the division. If there were any mistakes or abnormalities, they could directly report them to the higher-ups. After verification, the corresponding changes would be made. What could military merit do? Military merit symbolized military rank symbolized status, and status symbolized money, power, and honor. If one had a high military merit in 3 large-scale battles, they could be promoted by Marshal Ji and directly become a general. This kind of merit would be fought over. However, Yuan generously handed over this technique to the 7 court commanders under Ji Shouyun. This technique was enough to make him a famous general of a generation and leave his name in history. This action allowed the soldiers under Ji Shouyun to see the extremely thick and sturdy double arrow between the marshal and his deputy marshal. He was strong, good-looking, and young. Although he didn't have any status yet, in terms of status and talent, they could almost foresee his smooth future. If this kind of person was together with their marshal, they wouldn't feel any sense of disharmony. Yuan, who was regarded as the marshal's wife by the entire army of the gods of war, ran back to Ji Shouyun's temporary room and gave him all the talismans that he had collected. Ji Shouyun glanced at the talismans and carefully put them away. Yuan gave him the entire talisman book and said that he should keep it for self-defense. Yuan stretched his head and looked at the page in front of Ji Shouyun. He saw that one side was a comparison of Chinese characters, and the other side was something that looked like a form. Yuan pointed at the form and asked, "What are these?" Ji Shouyun paused for a moment before replying, "Marriage registration procedures." Yuan looked up at him. Ji Shouyun calmly looked back. "What's the use of a marriage certificate?" Yuan didn't really understand the formalism of humans. "Stamp and status," Ji Shouyun replied. He was silent for 2 seconds before he added, "I want everyone to know that we are already together." Yuan tilted his head and didn't refute Ji Shouyun's words. Instead, he said, "But my identity is fake." Ji Shouyun immediately grasped the main point and said, "So, you agree?" Yuan blinked. "Your identity isn't a problem." Ji Shouyun's expression revealed a rare gentleness. "It's fine as long as you agree." Yuan waved his hand. He didn't really care. He didn't really care about this. His identity was fake, his registration information was fake, and everything was fake. The marriage certificate couldn't prove anything. He didn't understand why Ji Shouyun wanted that certificate so much. Just as Ji Shouyun had said, the reason why Yuan was unhappy and didn't agree was that Ji Shouyun's confession and proposal weren't serious enough. Simply put, he wasn't sincere enough. However, Yuan had already seen Ji Shouyun's attitude, so he didn't care about this at all. Just like how you can't force a cat to bark, you can't expect Ji Shouyun to awaken the skill of sweet-talking overnight. Ji Shouyun didn't know how to be romantic, and he didn't know how to create surprises. He only knew how to put everything he had in front of you and let you choose for yourself. Then, he would tell you what he thought very honestly. Ji Shouyun's sweet-talking ability couldn't be found at all. Yuan could only sense that it was pure truth. This person said whatever he wanted to say, and whatever he said was the truth. When Ji Shouyun expressed his inner desires, he didn't beat around the bush at all. Just like when Yuan had just turned into a human, Ji Shouyun would seriously tell him that he had to wear clothes in front of a normal adult male. Therefore, when Ji Shouyun said that he wanted to get a stamp and get a marriage certificate, he probably really wanted it. For a monster like Yuan, when 2 monsters got together, it was very rare for them to make a big fuss. Basically, when 2 monsters had been together for a long time, or when they liked each other, they would hit it off and solemnly swear an oath to the heavens. Then, they would move out of their nest and into a new nest. Other than that, there weren't many changes. However, humans were more used to holding a ceremony and inviting a large group of friends and relatives. Even cultivators were used to doing this. When Yuan wanted Ji Shouyun to be his partner, he didn't have high expectations. It would be best if he could pamper and coax him. However, it was also good to just accompany each other and live a good life. When Ji Shouyun became a cultivator, the human and the monster would solemnly swear an oath to each other. Then, they would be considered legal partners recognized by the heavens and earth. A marriage certificate wasn't necessary for Yuan. However, if Ji Shouyun wanted it, it wasn't a big deal. Yuan was willing to cooperate. So be it. Who asked me to pamper him? Yuan pulled a stool and sat beside Ji Shouyun. Just as he was about to take a look at the registration form, he saw a few books on Ji Shouyun's table. He looked around twice before he reached out and stuffed the books on dual cultivation into his heaven and earth sleeves. Yuan felt that he should go and make up for it. He needed to make up for the lesson on how to make Ji Shouyun meow. Dynasty Marshal Ji Shouyun led the army back to the imperial planet. This time, they received a fanatical welcome as usual, even more so than in the past. The 10-day-long documentary filmed by Yuan on Star Web was the most viewed video on all the major platforms, far surpassing other videos. This documentary exposed the truth of the war that was covered up by the governments of various countries. It set off a frenzy of desire for peace among the entire galactic population. After the Freedom Army was defeated, the heroes who returned in triumph were warmly welcomed by the people as they were the main obstacle to peace and unification. As for Ji Shouyun, after giving a summary of the war to the public, he accepted a rare private interview with the official media. In the interview, he revealed a big piece of news. He was going to get married. His ancestral home was the Milky Way. He was the Marshal of the Empire of Since, the leader of the SS-grade Galactic Alliance. He was the dream lover of billions of girls in the SS-grade Galactic Alliance. He was hated by the enemy and space bandits. His name could make children cry at night. Marshal Ji was going to get married. After the marriage partner was announced, it wasn't unexpected to the galactic population. It was Ji Shouyun's young deputy. The galactic citizens who had long seen through the situation ran around to spread the news. The media was still singing praises for the Army of War's military exploits 1 second ago, but in the next second, they were thrown in the face by Ji Shouyun. The Golden Bachelor Ji Shouyun, who had a lot of military achievements at a young age and was still in a high position, was going to get married. The youngest, most promising, and most powerful marshal in the history of the empire was going to get married, and the partner was the adopted son of another marshal. The media quickly released a video of Marshal Kevin when he heard the news. Marshal Kevin's expression was a bit sinister. He probably didn't expect that after sending his son to Ji Shouyun's side to fight a few battles, such a good cabbage would be taken away. A bunch of media outlets were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. They sent out their articles ferociously, almost directly urging the two marshals to fight in the headlines. The galactic citizens who were suddenly informed of this news weren't surprised at all. They were different from the soldiers who had been cut off from the internet. They could surf the star web at any time. There hadn't been any news about Ji Shouyun's affairs for many years, but the military reporter from the Empire's official media had given Marshal Ji and his assistant plenty of footage. In addition to the two obviously fishy mecha appearing on screen during the live broadcast, there were also some photos that looked very upright at first glance but were very subtle upon closer inspection. In addition, during the first live broadcast of the battle situation, Marshal Ji and his deputy had done a series of weird things. It was hard for people not to think the wrong way. However, it was one thing for the onlookers to think the wrong way, but it was another thing for the person involved to admit it. The onlookers on the star web began to dig out the videos and photos again and looked at them carefully. Ji Shouyun, who made the entire star web explode with one sentence, was holding his cat at the entrance of Marshal Kevin's office in the military headquarters building on the Imperial planet. Marshal Ji knocked on the door and walked in under everyone's watchful eyes. He closed the door behind him. The staff in the headquarters building were excited. Marshal Ji's melon. This might be the only time they could eat it in their lives. People who had time to slack off gathered together and discussed whether Marshal Ji would be beaten out by Marshal Kevin. Who would be willing to let their adopted son, whom they hadn't even warmed up, turn around and go to their sworn enemy's bed? If it were them, they would be furious, let alone Marshal Kevin. The entire empire knew that the two marshal were at loggerheads with each other. Look at the photos that the media had taken of Marshal Kevin a few hours ago. This blonde, mature, and handsome shield of the empire perfectly acted out what it meant by gradually disappearing smile. As expected, Marshal Ji was kicked out in less than 5 minutes after he went in. Even his cat was detained. The commander of the First Army, who had come with Ji Shouyun to the Human Resources Department to apply for leave, looked at the marshal and sighed softly. Under the eager anticipation of the surrounding group of people, the Legion commander, who was also very curious, went forward to greet Ji Shouyun. "Marshal?" Ji Shouyun looked up at him. The commander asked directly, "How's the situation?" "Nothing much," Ji Shouyun said calmly. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding military personnel, he slowly adjusted his collar. "We're getting married." "Huh?" The commander was stunned. "Marshal Kevin, he. What era are we in now?" Ji Shouyun said. Parents don't need to sign the papers to get married. The commander of the First Army was stunned by Ji Shoyun's self-righteous words for 2 seconds. Then, he said with a serious expression, "You're right." Ji Shoyun strode out of the headquarters with his long legs. The commander of the First Army and the crowd looked at each other. They felt that the military was going to be in chaos for a period of time. Ji Shoyun was Ji Shoyun after all. Even if the person he was marrying was Marshal Kevin's adopted son, he wouldn't compromise in the slightest. The cat that had been detained by Marshal Kevin was squatting on his desk, watching Marshal Kevin deal with piles of documents regarding the post-war defense of the 18th galaxy. Yuan watched for a while, then yawned and laid down on the desk. Marshal Kevin, who had been seriously working on the documents, turned his head when he heard the commotion. Yuan laid down on the desk, its small head resting on its 2 front paws. It opened its blue cat eyes and looked at Marshal Kevin. Marshal Kevin asked, "When did you two get together?" Yuan thought for a while, then shook its head. Yuan really couldn't say when they got together. At first, he had rejected Ji Shoyun's confession and marriage proposal. He had insisted on saying when they had confirmed their relationship. Yuan thought for a while, then shook his head. After all, for monsters, verbal promises like confirming their relationship weren't something they cared about. Most of the time, they skipped the stage of love and went straight into their daily lives of supporting each other. To put it simply, they were like this. "Hey, I think you're quite pleasing to the eye. I think you're very suitable for me." Then, the 2 monsters solemnly swore an oath and gathered together. Concepts like romance and other concepts were basically passed down from humans to monsters. Yuan could only shake its head in response to Marshal Kevin's question. Marshal Kevin looked at the cat for a while, then finally decided to go back and ask Ji Shoyun about it. After all, he still had to pretend that he hated Ji Shoyun to the public. Naturally, he prioritized asking about some confidential information. The handsome Empire's shield took out a bunch of snacks from the drawer and stuffed them into the white furball's hands. He watched as the furball skillfully tore open the packaging with its claws and started nibbling on the snacks. He reached out to stroke the cat and lamented about Ji Shoyun's extravagant life. Not only did he have a cat to stroke, but the cat could also become such a good-looking cub. He even managed to woo the cat. Marshal Kevin sourly thought that this cub must have saved the world in its previous life. He also felt that this was quite a good thing. Ji Shoyun had been alone for so many years and had suffered a lot. It was quite nice to have a person, oh, no, a cat who was willing to spend the rest of his life with him. "Are you coming back for dinner today?" Marshal Kevin asked. "What a coincidence. Ellie will be back later. Do you want to come with me to pick her up?" Yuan meowed twice and put its little paw in the palm of its father's hand. Marshal Ji also freeloaded dinner when he went to pick up the cat. Dinner was a specialty steak that Lady Ellie had brought back from the movie planet where she was filming. She looked at the man and the cat who were eating quietly with a gentle gaze. Yuan licked the bottom of the bowl, then turned its head and stretched out its paw to reach for Ji Shoyun's plate. Ji Shoyun paused and glanced at Yuan's plate of steak that had been cleanly devoured, not even sparing the sauce. He thought for a moment and decided to cut the meat on his plate into pieces that would be more convenient for Yuan's size to eat. Then, he pushed the plate in front of him. Yuan accepted Ji Shoyun's thoughtful service without hesitation. Lady Ellie looked at the interaction between the man and the cat and glanced at Ji Shoyun with surprise. She looked as if she had seen elm blossom. Ji Shoyun was a little embarrassed by his master's wife's stare. To be honest, he didn't think that his behavior was anything to be surprised about. He wasn't good with words and didn't know how to sweet talk. He also didn't know how to be romantic, but that didn't mean that he didn't know how to do such a small thing. Ji Shoyun didn't know how to talk, but when it came to practical actions, he knew how to do them. "How long have you two been together?" Lady Ellie asked softly. Of these 2 little fellows, one was her adopted son, and the other was her husband's trusted student. In Lady Ellie's eyes, these 2 young people could be seen as her children. Ji Shoyun calculated the time and said, "It's been half a month since Yuan accepted my proposal." Marshal Kevin and his wife were silent for a while. After a while, Lady Ellie found her voice and asked, "How about dating?" "It's been half a year since I liked Yuan," Ji Shoyun answered. Lady Ellie. What was wrong with young people these days? Yuan is too popular, Ji Xiuyun said. What if she climbed the wall when he wasn't watching her? What if she ran to the goblin clan and met a cute female cat? Although Yuan had admitted that she liked him and was willing to get married to him, Marshal Ji knew that he wasn't as cute as a female cat in Yuan's eyes. Ji Xiuyun calmly explained, anyway, we need to get the certificate stamped first. Yuan agreed? Lady Ellie tilted her head and looked at the cat that was eating meat with its head lowered. Yuan shook its ears and looked up at Lady Ellie. It meowed softly. Ji Xiuyun reached out and scratched Yuan's chin. He looked at the kitten in his palm and felt so good that his eyes narrowed. He reached out a finger and gently poked Yuan's forehead. Yuan woke up from the poke and lowered its head to eat meat again. After dinner, Ji Xiuyun brought Yuan home. Yuan hung around Ji Xiuyun's neck and pretended to be a white sea cucumber. As soon as they entered the house, Ji Xiuyun carried Yuan to the sofa. Then, Ji Xiuyun handed Yuan a document bag that was quite heavy. Yuan saw the title on the document bag. It clearly said, Detailed Records of Assets. We agreed on this before. This is my detailed record of assets. Ji Xiuyun's voice came from the top of Yuan's head. It brought an inexplicable warmth to his ears. It's enough to buy more than 10 energy or veins. Hearing that, Yuan pressed its paw on the list and raised its head to glance at Ji Xiuyun. Then, it lowered its head and began to dig into its own fur seriously. After that, it raised its head abruptly and let out an aggrieved meow. Marshal Ji lowered his head and looked at him. He let out a confused snort. Yuan crawled under the sofa cushion and turned into a human to cover itself. Then, it threw out a bunch of snacks, energy crystals, and a bunch of strange magic treasures. Facing Ji Xiuyun's silent gaze, it asked him, You can't complain that I don't have enough betrothal gifts. Ji Xiuyun showed a trace of surprise, and even his eyes widened slightly. You said, betrothal gifts? Ji Xiuyun wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Betrothal gifts, he repeated. Ji Xiuyun, who was studying Chinese characters for cultivation techniques and had come into contact with ancient earth culture, knew very well what betrothal gifts meant. In the galactic era, same-sex couples were not rare. On the marriage certificate of same-sex couples, both of them were husband and wife. There was no clear distinction between their identities. However, this was not the case in Yuan's era. There was a big difference between marrying and getting married. Similarly, dowry and betrothal gifts were two different concepts. Could Ji Xiuyun compromise on this matter? Of course, that was impossible. No. Ji Xiuyun rejected Yuan's betrothal gifts decisively. Then, he reached out and pointed at the document containing the details of his assets. He said, betrothal gifts. Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, his eyes widened. You want to marry me? Marshal Ji nodded. Yes. You want to marry me? Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to say no. However, Ji Xiuyun beat him to it. You agreed to marry me. Yuan straightened his neck. How could you humans be like this? How could you bear to set such a cute kitten in a trap? So be it. Yuan pursed his lips. You're just relying on me to pamper you. Ji Xiuyun. Ji Xiuyun was shocked by Yuan's words. He was silent for a long time. In the end, he caressed Yuan's head and said, Then pamper me a little more. As soon as he finished speaking, Marshal Ji carried Yuan and the sofa cushion back to the room. Then, he was kicked out in the middle of the night. His clothes were disheveled, and there were some ambiguous scratches on his body. Ji Xiuyun turned to look at the door. After some thought, he tidied up and went to the study to sleep for the night. Lady Ellie thought that Ji Xiuyun and Yuan would register their marriage the next day. However, she did not expect Ji Xiuyun to be busy with post-war matters the next day. Yuan also chose to accompany her to go shopping. This shouldn't be. Lady Ellie glanced at Yuan's neck. She did not hide the scratches and felt even more that something was wrong. Madame Ellie found a beverage shop. Although there were people who stared at them in this high-end business district, no one did anything rude. Mrs. Ellie brought Yuan into the restaurant and sat down. She ordered a lot of food for her son, who had a huge appetite. Then she asked gently, Are you having a fight? Huh? Yuan did not understand. Lady Ellie pointed at the scratches on Yuan's neck. Isn't it great? Based on Shoyun's efficiency, she should have brought you to register your marriage today. Yuan took 2 seconds to react. Just as Lady Ellie thought that he would be nervous and shy, Yuan took the drink from the robot beside him and said, "He's not good at it. I kicked him out of the room after we finished last night." Lady Ellie? Are all you young people like this? Lady Ellie wanted to say something, but stopped. So when I woke up today, he was already gone. Yuan did not care about registering his marriage. Since Ji Shoyun did not sleep in the same room as him, Yuan curled up in his bed and fainted until Lady Ellie contacted him. Yuan knew that Ji Shoyun did not wake him up because she was worried that he did not have a good rest last night. Yuan liked this. When he woke up, he did not feel as unhappy as he did last night. In fact, he even felt a little happy. Lady Ellie turned her head and looked at the paparazzi who was being dragged out by security. She looked at the time and said, "He should be contacting you now." Yuan, who was focused on sucking the fruit in his drink, let go of the straw in his mouth and looked up blankly. "Why?" Lady Ellie pointed at the paparazzi who was being dragged away. "Because he'll know that you're awake soon." Yuan glanced at it and casually opened the optical computer's interface. The entertainment headlines popped up as soon as he opened it. Lady Ellie and Yuan were shopping and drinking cold drinks. Yuan clicked on the headlines. Lady Ellie also glanced at it and a teasing smile appeared on her face. "How rare," she said, "to be able to steal my limelight." Yes, the main subject of this report was Yuan. The entire empire knew how efficient Marshal Ji was. If he said that he wanted to get married, it would most likely be done in 2 or 3 days. Today, many media outlets had been waiting in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau since all day. Now that it was almost time to get off work, they did not see Ji Shoyun and Yuan. However, they received news that Yuan was shopping with Lady Ellie. Not everyone could enter the high-end shopping area. However, paparazzi were paparazzi because they were omnipresent. In this era, almost any flaw could be infinitely magnified. With the help of video capture technology, the details of the subject's body could be seen clearly. For example, the mark on Yuan's neck that was covered. There were also bite marks on his wrist. There were also faintly discernible marks under his thin casual clothes. Also, today, when Marshal Ji attended a foreign military conference and expressed his opinion on the labyrinth marching technique, the camera very honestly recorded the scratch marks under the marshal's collar. When the onlookers saw the paparazzi's report, they all became excited. They rubbed their hands and felt that their marshal really had good luck with women. Last night must have been very intense. Yuan sucked on his straw and was about to enter the comments section when he was interrupted by Ji Shoyun's call. Yuan could not help but look up at Lady Ellie, who said that Ji Shoyun would contact him. Lady Ellie was also holding a drink and looking at him with a smile. Yuan accepted the call. Ji Shoyun did not say anything. First, he carefully sized up Yuan. After confirming that he was in good condition, he turned to look at Lady Ellie and nodded at her. The purpose of Marshal Ji's call was very simple. Get a marriage certificate. Get a marriage certificate. Get a marriage certificate together. Important things had to be repeated 3 times. Yuan sent Lady Ellie home and followed Ji Shoyun to get a marriage certificate. Ji Shoyun drove at full speed in the privileged lane and arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau 5 minutes before it was time to close. The media, who were about to go home, wash up, and continue to wait for tomorrow, were stunned. Before they realized that it was time to film, Yuan and Ji Shoyun displayed their extraordinary physical fitness and flashed in front of the media and all kinds of cameras, leaving behind 2 after-images. Yuan turned around and looked at the media, who were moaning miserably outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. He felt that this kind of exercise was very exciting. He even wanted to walk around in front of them again to anger them to death. Ji Shoyun grabbed Yuan, who was about to peel off his skin, and dragged Yuan to the window. He handed over the paperwork and photos that he had taken beforehand. 1 minute later, Ji Shoyun received a red booklet. It was a marriage certificate, so there was a copy of both the virtual information and the real thing. In Marshal Ji's personal information, Yuan's name was also displayed in the blank spouse column. Ji Shoyun's anxious heart instantly calmed down, by half. The other half of his heart would not be able to settle down. It depended on whether Fox had cute little female cats and whether Yuan would still try to raise a litter of kittens. But speaking of kittens, Ji Shouyun turned to look at Yuan. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by the young lady at the window who was about to get the marriage certificate. Marshal Ji Shouyun, can you tell me when you plan to hold your wedding? The young lady behind the window asked softly. Marshal Ji, who was holding the red booklet, was stunned. Yuan, who was about to take the red booklet from Ji Shouyun, was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other and then shook their heads in unison. Yuan did not like the kind of grand wedding ceremony that humans did. To be honest, announcing in public that she was going to mate with this person was very romantic for a human who had a strong sense of shame. Yuan was very unbelievable. Ji Shouyun, on the other hand, felt that they had 3 months of wedding leave. Instead of spending 2 months to prepare and hold a wedding, it was more worth it to take the time to go out with Yuan. Yuan and Ji Shouyun were relieved when they saw that they had the same attitude. We are not holding a wedding. Yuan flipped through the red booklet in his hand and then stuffed it back into Ji Shouyun's arms uninterestedly. The young lady behind the window was stunned for a while. She seemed to be in disbelief. Regardless of whether she believed it or not, Yuan and Ji Shouyun had already turned around and walked towards the door. They were ready to leave. Yuan was still thinking about Ji Shouyun's words about taking him out to have fun. When are you going to start your wedding leave? Ji Shouyun could clearly sense Yuan's restless heart. He raised his hand and rubbed Yuan's head. Tomorrow. It will take a week to complete the process and handover. Yuan nodded and generously expressed that it was fine. It was just a week. As the two of them approached the main entrance, the media started to stir. With Yuan and Ji Shouyun's hearing, they could clearly hear the shouts coming from the crowd. How long have the two of you been together? May I ask if Marshal Kevin agrees to your marriage? When will the two of you be holding your wedding? May I ask how your marriage will affect the affairs of the military? Are the two of you truly in love or are you in a political marriage? When will the two of you need children? Children. As soon as the last question was asked, the entire Civil Affairs Bureau fell silent. 2 seconds later, a new wave of excitement broke out. That's right, with their inhuman physique and genetic level, how awesome would the children be? With the current genetic technology, it was no longer a big deal for same-sex couples to have children. The media immediately started to explode again. Do the two of you prefer a boy or a girl? Do the two of you have plans to have children? Excuse me, Ji Shouyun turned to look at Yuan and asked him, Yuan, you don't actually need a female cat to have kittens. Yuan frowned. I don't want a man-made one. Ji Shouyun shook his head. It's not man-made. Yuan turned to look at Ji Shouyun's stomach. You're giving birth? No, you're giving birth. Before Ji Shouyun could finish his sentence, Yuan disappeared in front of him. Immediately after, Marshal Ji saw the car that was parked outside shake twice and leave at a speed that was 20% faster than when it came. After being kicked out of the room last night, Marshal Ji was once again abandoned outside by his partner. Ji Shouyun, he was just asking if he could make a wish for kittens. How could he run so fast? The Yuan expressed 1,000 ugly rejections of Ji Shouyun's actions. It made no difference to the Yuan if a kitten's wish was given to an artificial product. Marshal Ji, who had been rejected, rubbed his nose. He took the red booklet of marriage certificate and ran off dejectedly to go through the process of marriage leave. When Ji Shouyun went through the marriage leave process, the approval of the various departments passed quickly. Everyone rubbed their hands in anticipation as they waited for the Empire's marshal's wedding. The netizens on Star Web were also discussing this and wondering what Ji Shouyun's wedding would be like. Marshal Ji and Marshal Kevin were always at loggerheads with each other. Marshal Ji's wedding should be even more shocking than Marshal Kevin and Lady Ellie's wedding. The discussion on Star Web was in full swing. There were even fights over the wedding ceremony. Some people even opened a few bets to let the people who were fighting spend money to place their bets. Instantly, many people joined in. They treated it as another type of lottery ticket and happily placed their bets. However, they never expected that after waiting for so long, Marshal Ji would skip the wedding ceremony with his newly minted partner and go on their honeymoon hand in hand. Everyone in the army was stunned. The netizens were also stunned. Thinking back to when Marshal Kevin married Lady Ellie, the entire military was mobilized and finally held a romantic wedding of the century filled with steely soldiers. Thinking about how Marshal G had run off with his partner, and then looking at the bookmakers who had made a fortune from the star web because the two of them hadn't even held a wedding, everyone in the military, from the higher-ups to the officers, instantly felt alarms going off in their hearts. Look at Marshal Kevin's face, it was so dark that ink was about to come out. It was bad enough that his child was stolen, but that Ho didn't even hold a proper wedding ceremony. This was too outrageous. It was outrageous even if it was in a normal family. Everyone in the military felt that this was not right, but Ji Shoyun had always been too lazy to listen to such things. After all, Ji Shoyun was a man who was willing to listen to other people's opinions on military matters. In other aspects, he could be said to be a man who did as he pleased. Most importantly, the cub that was taken away didn't seem to feel that there was anything wrong with it. Looking at Marshal Kevin's expression, it felt like his head was about to explode from anger. If the Marshal G was here, the two marshals would definitely throw away their pride and roll up their sleeves. Everyone from the military department, who was enjoying the show, felt that it was a pity. However, in reality, Marshal Kevin wasn't very angry these days. Not only was he not angry, but he was also overjoyed as soon as he closed the door. This happiness came from the fact that his overly outstanding student had asked him for help in a serious matter. The content of the request was how to make up for a romantic and unforgettable confession and proposal to you, and Marshal Kevin was overjoyed. This slow-witted student of his finally knew how to please the other party and maintain a relationship. Although there was still much to learn, the fact that he knew to ask was a good sign. Marshal Kevin remembered that he had told Ji Shoyun more than once that feelings would gradually fade with the passage of time. When two people lived together, not only did they have to live together, but they also had to use some surprises and romantic words from time to maintain the freshness of their love. Marshal Kevin and Lady Ellie's marriage was still as loving as ever after so many years, and they had maintained it well. As experienced people, the two elders were never stingy with helping the younger generation who wasn't good at this aspect. Marshal Kevin and Lady Ellie rubbed their palms together and gave Ji Shoyun some advice. As the other party involved, Yuan didn't feel anything. When Ji Shoyun was going through the process, Yuan would squat at home and do a live stream to provide cat-sniffing services. When he was free, he would eat spirit stones and sleep. He couldn't be more comfortable. After Ji Shoyun finished the process, he carried Yuan in his arms and went straight to the space station. Ji Shoyun, who had tasted the benefits of the AI butler, also brought along the new AI carrier of the Silver Blade. Yuan, who had been brought out to play by the poop picker, was extremely excited. Whether it was in human or cat form, its eyes were sparkling, and it even skipped as it walked. Yuan jumped around in the passenger spaceship. Finally, it stood by the window and looked up at the illusions inside the wormhole. From time to time it would exclaim, "Wow!" Although it had seen it many times, Yuan was especially excited this time. It behaved like a kitten that had left its nest for the first time to explore this strange world. It was happy, active, and extremely curious about everything. At this time, Ji Shoyun and Yuan didn't bring camouflage devices. They were in the first-class cabin. Just like when Yuan went to the high-end shopping area with Lady Ellie, many people looked at them, but no one did anything rude. Ji Shoyun watched Yuan wander around a few times before returning. He pushed his drink to Yuan bit on the straw. Its face was flushed from exercise, and its blue cat eyes were sparkling. "You're so happy?" Ji Shoyun looked at it calmly. "Yes." Yuan smacked its lips. "Although I went out with you before, my main mission was to go to war. My mentality was different from when I came out to play. When there was a serious matter, it was always on his mind. Naturally, it was a serious matter. It would not be like now, where it was incomparably relaxed and looked at everything around it with a playful attitude." When Marshal G saw how happy Yuan was, he silently added another black mark to his dark history. He had always thought that bringing Yuan out to play when he went to war was like accompanying him on a trip. Just like how he had said that he would bring Yuan out to meet the informant, he had said that he would bring Yuan out to play when he went to war. Thinking about it, other than himself, it seemed like no one else would equate going to war with playing. Ji Shoyun watched as Yuan rested for a while before strolling to the entertainment hall. He carefully reflected on his previous actions. At the time, Marshall G felt that he was in the right. Now that he looked at it with a different mindset and identity, he felt like a real scumbag. Ji Shouyun thought about it and decided that since they were going out to play seriously, he would accompany Yuan properly and seriously. Marshall G thought about it as he stood up and stepped into the entertainment hall. Then, he crushed Yuan in all kinds of games. Yuan complained that his gaming experience was extremely bad. He was so angry that he did not let Ji Shouyun into his room. Marshall G, who was chased out of his room, went to find the steward to add a new room. He spent half the night with the Silverblade's AI and finally found the reason why Yuan was angry. He learned from this painful experience and decided to change. The next day, Ji Shouyun brought Yuan along and crushed all the people who were playing games in the entertainment hall. Marshall G tilted his head and looked at the person he loved the most. When he saw Yuan's happy face, he felt that he had discovered a small trick to please the other party. While the galactic netizens were shocked by the fact that Ji Shouyun and Yuan were not going to hold a wedding, the two of them had already passed through the wormhole and reached their first destination. Their first stop was the Milky Way galaxy. At night, white fluorescent flowers would appear in the ocean, making the entire ocean as beautiful as the starry night sky. From January to March every year, the white fluorescent flowers would gather and form a bright and fragmented river of stars. This was how the Milky Way galaxy got its name. The Silver Blade had booked the best hotel and the villa with the best view for Ji Shouyun. At this moment, the two of them were sitting on the large balcony that extended outwards from the villa. They lazily watched the golden sunset in the horizon. Ji Shouyun was looking for information while Yuan was fiddling with his photon computer. According to the information, there is a special type of plankton in the ocean of this planet. At night, when the temperature of the ocean drops, it will secrete a kind of. Ji Shouyun paused and tilted his head to look at the miniature camera that flew out. Then, he looked at Yuan and asked, "What are you doing?" Livestream. Yuan was fiddling with the settings before the livestream started. This time, he was using his own livestream account. Yuan had his own social media account after he entered Marshall Kevin's household register. However, even though he had tens of billions of fans, there was only one announcement that the system would automatically send out. Yuan's livestream was naturally not as popular as Kat's livestream. However, he did not care about this. After making sure that the settings were perfect, Yuan continued, "I saw those people on the star web saying that you are not good. I think they are wrong. Some even said that we are in a political marriage. I want to prove to them how good you are and piss them off." Ji Shouyun retracted his gaze from the miniature camera. He did not comment on Yuan's words, but he was secretly very happy. "I'll start the livestream?" Yuan turned to look at Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun waved his hand to show that he could do whatever he wanted. Yuan turned on the livestream. The first thing he did was to stretch out his leg and gently kick Ji Shouyun's leg. Ji Shouyun turned to look at him and said, "Yes? I am hungry." Yuan's acting was very exaggerated. Ji Shouyun immediately understood Yuan's plan. He wanted to tell others that they were very good, very good. Marshall G felt that it was a little funny and a little touched. "Do you still want to eat the barbecue I made?" he asked. Yuan nodded and said, "Yes." Ji Shouyun stood up and left the balcony without any complaints to prepare the tools. Yuan and the camera watched Marshall G's tall back as he left. Then, they remembered the bubble comments and quickly took out their optical computer to open the livestream. The Marshall G who is always in uniform. Mommy's uniform. At home, he wears Marshall G's regular uniform with a military uniform inside. "I just entered the livestream and I am already being shown their love. I am so angry." Licking the deputy's leg. Q. Marshall G's taste in uniform is so good. Shocking. Yuan saw this comment and immediately puffed out his chest. If he was not in human form, his tail would have been raised to the sky with pride. "The uniform was made by me. If it were not for me, you would still be watching Marshall G's uniform today." Yuan felt that the people of Star Web should give him a banner. Yuan was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His feet were bare, and he was talking nonsense with the viewers. It was a novel feeling. When he was a cat, Yuan had difficulty using his paws to input information, and he could not use his mental strength to read the thoughts of the viewers. Now, he could brag to others and talk about Ji Xiuyun. This was the first time Yuan had experienced something like this. Ji Xiuyun is quite nice. Although he always has a sour face and likes to bully others, he is quite nice. Yuan took a drink from the small round table next to the recliner. He held a straw in his mouth and stared at Yuan with his round cat eyes. When he said this, his eyes were sparkling, as if he was showing off a gem that he had collected. I didn't expect the little deputy to have such a personality. He is actually a chatterbox. I can't tell normally. Yuan looked at the bubbles that popped up with a smile on his face. Of course, it could not be seen normally. Whether it was Ji Xiuyun or Marshal Kevin, they did not like Yuan to be exposed to the media too much. Most of the photos taken by the military reporters were taken to show the seriousness of the war. Most of the photos were taken with a tense face, or with a person sitting on a high place in a daze. In the few photos that showed young men in high spirits, they had just come back from the battlefield, and there were traces of blood and fire on their bodies. Compared to the young men in high spirits, they were more aggressive. As for Yuan himself, every time he appeared in front of the media with Ji Xiuyun, he did not like to speak due to a cat's instinct for unfamiliar environments and a large number of strangers. He always walked around behind Ji Xiuyun and imitated Ji Xiuyun's stern face. He was a living example of a cold little Ji Xiuyun. In the eyes of the public, it was rare to see such a lively Yuan. Yuan wasn't the only one who found this method of communication interesting. Even the viewers in the live streaming room found it interesting. At this moment, there was only Ji Xiuyun here. The camera and the audience behind the camera could not affect the Yuan. He was very happy at this moment. He could talk for a long time if he caught a point. Yuan took a sip of his drink and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. He looked at the star that was gradually sinking below the sea level. The golden light fell on the sea level that was being blown by the wind and was cut into pieces by the tide. The young man casually sat cross-legged on the bench, biting his straw in boredom as he stared at the light that was gradually sinking into the ocean. The remaining light shrouded his body reluctantly, forming a golden stream on his pale white hair. The sea breeze blew from afar, gently lifting up a few strands of soft hair before gently letting it down. Under the gradually dimming sky, this person was like a ball of warm light. The high-definition camera recorded every change on Yuan's body. By the time the fireball had completely disappeared below the sea level, leaving behind only a few rays of light that were struggling not to be covered by the darkness of the night, Yuan, who had watched the entire sunset, retracted his gaze and once again looked at the optical computer on the small round table. Does the little deputy have a rare bloodline? I just saw that his pupils became vertical slits. How beautiful. Yuan stared at that comment for a few seconds. After it was passed by other comments, he pretended not to see it and turned back to lie on the deck chair. When he heard the sound of a boat approaching, he lazily shouted into the house, Ji Xiuyun. A few sounds came from the house, followed by Ji Xiuyun's voice. There are ingredients. Go and get them. Yuan turned over, dragged his shoes to the edge of the balcony, and stuck his head out. The robot on the boat raised its head to look at him. Then, it picked up a big box and extended its arm to deliver it directly to Yuan on the second floor. Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He reached out and hugged the box, which was half his height, and put it on the ground. When he stood up and turned around, the robot arm delivered a bunch of bottles and jars to him. Yuan took a look and saw that it was wine. Ji Xiuyun did not drink. Yuan tilted his head and turned to the house to ask, Ji Xiuyun, have you ordered wine? At this moment, Ji Xiuyun had already carried a bunch of tools to the balcony's entrance. He glanced at the jars and jars on the robot arm and said, yes. Yuan hugged the jars and jars as he watched Ji Xiuyun set up the barbecue grill awkwardly. The camera moved back and forth between the two of them at a loss. It took a few shots of this and that. In the end, it simply flew up and landed on the balcony's railing to capture the two of them. The optical computer's interface was flooded with comments. Obviously, compared to Yuan, Ji Xiuyun was much more popular. Yuan went over and placed the bottle of wine on the table. Why did you order wine? I thought you didn't drink. Yes. Marshal Ji responded without explaining. He reached out and took the bottle of wine. Then, he pried open the bottle cap with his fingers and took out a lighter from his pocket. The flame landed on the mouth of the bottle. With a soft poof, the bright orange flame that moved down from the igniter suddenly turned into a light purple as if it was magic. Ji Shouyun placed the bottle of wine on the small round table. The bottom of the bottle touched the table gently and made a pleasant sound. Then, the moment Marshal Ji's hand left the wine bottle instantly turned into a tall single candlestick. Yuan stared wide-eyed at Ji Shouyun as he opened the bottles one after another, lit the fire, and placed them on the table. By the time the sky was completely dark, there was already an exquisite candlestick on the small table. The flames on the candlestick were dancing and were not affected by the sea breeze at all. There was no need to turn on the lights. The light from the other sea villa and the candlestick illuminated the balcony with a dim warmth. After finishing everything, Ji Shouyun silently opened the box of ingredients and fished out Yuan's favorite steak. Just as he was about to turn around and make a barbecue, he raised his head and saw Yuan squatting beside the box. Yuan was leaning on the edge of the box and looking at him with sparkling eyes. Marshal Ji turned his head and glanced at the candlestick. Then, he looked at Yuan and asked, "What is it?" "That." Yuan pointed at the candlestick. Under the dim light, no one could see Marshal Ji's face clearly in the livestream without a night vision camera. They could only vaguely capture his unchanging cold and hard expression. Yuan, who had inhuman vision, could see clearly even at night. However, he clearly saw Ji Shouyun's slight uneasiness. "Who taught you that?" Yuan asked. "You definitely won't be able to figure it out." The uneasiness on Marshal Ji's face disappeared instantly. He silently looked at Yuan. Yuan was standing against the light. He was tall and big, and he looked especially scary. When Yuan saw Ji Shouyun's expression, the alarm in his heart went off. He immediately jumped up and patted his butt as he sat back on the deck chair. He looked at the barbecue grill expectantly. Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan. If Yuan was in his cat form, he would definitely be terrified. He placed the meat in his hand on the barbecue grill and blacklisted the 6th Corps commander, who had come up with the candlestick. After Yuan observed for a short while, he realized that the crisis had been resolved. He immediately started ordering people around arrogantly, saying that he wanted to eat this, and that. He even evilly turned on the scent-sharing mode. After finding the camera, he happily showed it how to slowly eat the super delicious barbecued steak personally cooked by Marshal Ji Shouyun. "This is too much. Poisoning people in the middle of the night. You must be punished." "Oh, I'm so hungry." "Not only are you showing off your love, but you're even showing off your eating. The deputy looks good when he's eating." "I'm secretly licking the gravy from the corner of his mouth." Q. Marshal Ji raised his head and glanced at the comments. With a straight face, he reached out his hand and blacklisted Yuan Chui without hesitation. "Miserable. Farewell. I feel like I'm being smashed in the face by the sour smell of love. I'm smelling the fragrance of being single." Yuan looked at Ji Shouyun, who had blacklisted Ji Shouyun and turned back to barbecuing fish. He stretched out his leg and hooked Ji Shouyun's ankle. Unwilling to give up, he asked, "Who taught you how to make this candlestick?" Marshal Ji didn't answer him no matter what. He even ate Yuan to his heart's content. Yuan then realized that Ji Shouyun had done more than just the candlestick. On the planet known as the capital of flowers, Ji Shouyun had arranged a flower field that was as large as a large city. After entering the atmosphere for less than 2 minutes, he could clearly see the dazzling sea of flowers forming a confession sentence. "Yuan, thank you for being willing to give me the rest of your life." On the planet known as the Gem Paradise, Ji Shouyun had booked the most famous gem castle on the planet and accompanied Yuan to play there for half a month. When Yuan got tired of it, he brought Ji Shouyun to the gem market to buy some goods. Yuan bought everything that Ji Shouyun took a few more glances at. The netizens on Star Web, from the media to Yuan's livestream, were crazily bombarded by Marshal Ji's unscrupulous and gentle confession of love. Yuan, who was involved, would count with his fingers every time he went to a place. After careful calculation, he realized that Ji Shouyun's dog-headed army consisted of 7 corps commanders and Marshal Kevin. Ji Shouyun would not have thought of this. Yuan knew this all too well. However, Yuan was still very happy that Ji Shouyun had secretly prepared these things. He did not care about the formalities. He could feel that Ji Shouyun valued him more and more from these actions. What have you prepared on this planet? Yuan asked. They were currently on a planet that was famous for observing tsunamis in the galaxy. It was estimated that in 2 hours, a tsunami of suitable intensity would arrive, accompanied by slight earthquakes and heavy rainfall. However, this would not affect the tourists at the observation point. Yuan sat in a VIP room with a wide view. As he browsed through the planet's description page, he asked jokingly, "Are you going to surf on a tsunami?" Ji Shouyun had a thoughtful look on his face. Yuan grabbed his hand and said, "I'm just joking." Of course, Ji Shouyun knew that Yuan was just joking. He reached out his hand and rubbed Yuan's head. He watched as Yuan shook his head gently. Under the cold white light of the observation point, Yuan's unchanging cold expression actually showed a hint of gentleness. Yuan had just finished adjusting the settings of the live broadcast when he looked up and saw Ji Shouyun looking down at him. "Aya." Yuan pulled Yuan's hand away from his head. "Ji Shouyun, do you want to try smiling?" Marshal Ji glanced at the camera that Yuan had released. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "I think you'll look really good when you smile," Yuan said with a hint of regret. Ji Shouyun paused and said, "You don't think I'm ugly?" Yuan turned his head and looked at Ji Shouyun carefully. "You're not ugly at all. It's been so long since I said you were ugly." 5 months ago, Ji Shouyun said. "Why do you remember such things so clearly?" Yuan said seriously. Then, he showed the live broadcast room's comments page to Ji Shouyun. "Why don't we talk about something that everyone is very curious about? What have you prepared for this planet?" Ji Shouyun nodded when he heard this. Then, he reached out and held Yuan's hand. "Are you happy about the things that have happened recently?" he asked. Yuan was stunned. He nodded and answered, "I'm happy." Marshal Ji looked down at him. After a while, he suddenly let go of Yuan's hand. He stood up and turned his toes slightly. Then, as if he was trying to stop himself, he turned back. He raised his hand and gently pulled his collar. Then, he clenched his fist and pressed it against his lips. It was rare for him to be so reserved. Yuan tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" "I'm doing something big," Ji Shouyun answered. He put his hand down and took a deep breath. Then, he took a step back and bent his long legs. Then, he knelt on one knee and took out a small velvet box. Yuan was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. "I've checked. This is what happened to you guys." Ji Shouyun briefly explained his actions. This was the information that he found after checking Yuan's previous life. Kneeling on one knee, a ring that symbolized love and a promise. "Recently, I have been confessing and proposing," Ji Shouyun said. He did not care that his image was being broadcasted live. "Are you willing to be with me?" Ji Shouyun asked. Yuan was stunned. "Huh? Are you willing to be with me?" Ji Shouyun asked again solemnly. Yuan finally reacted. He looked helplessly at Ji Shouyun, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. He really wanted to turn into a kitten and slap Ji Shouyun's face. Ji Shouyun repeated patiently, "Are you willing to be with me? Until death do us part." As soon as Marshal Ji finished speaking, Yuan jumped up and stood up straight. He was stiff, and his entire cat body was squarish. Ji Shouyun was about to repeat himself. But the moment he opened his mouth, Yuan grabbed his hand and snatched the velvet box from his hand. Then, he quickly put on the ring. "I'm willing." Ji Shouyun heard his cat boy say this. End of text, side story. Ji Shouyun's kneeling down was earth-shattering. His kneeling down immediately ignited the crowd and the media. Regardless of the era, kneeling down had a very strong symbolic meaning. Ji Shouyun had kneeled down to Yuan on one knee. Although it was only one knee, it still caused a stir among the media. What was Ji Shouyun's status? He only needed to bow slightly when he met the emperor. During this period of time, the media had been constantly bombarded by Marshal Ji's actions. They were like hungry wolves that had been starved for 3 days and smelled the scent of meat. They moved as soon as they heard the news and couldn't wait to analyze the recent live broadcast frame by frame. After a careful analysis, they actually managed to dig out some information. For example, in the section where Yuan's beauty under the setting sun had been praised to the skies by fans, a comment had asked whether Yuan had a rare bloodline. In the recording, it was very obvious that Yuan's pupils had become vertical lines when he looked directly at the strong light. This pair of eyes looked a little strange on its own. However, on Yuan's body, it gave him a kind of otherworldly beauty. Such eyes, after carefully observing frame by frame, always felt very familiar. What did they look like? They looked like the cat that Ji Xiuyun had brought back. The media was particularly excited when they caught on to this point. However, they had not been able to catch Ji Xiuyun or Yuan recently. This was because after the two of them completed the Silver Blade's planned itinerary, they started to let loose and left as they pleased. They ran around the universe randomly. Yuan was still on the live broadcast, but they were no longer going to famous tourist planets that had a high degree of development. Instead, they were going to some undeveloped and uninhabitable planets. The two top fighters of the Empire had brought along cameras and started a live broadcast. After the shocking news of their marriage proposal, the two of them turned their honeymoon into an adventure reality show. This is the most unique honeymoon I have ever seen. What honeymoon? I'm going to cry. Wah wah wah, watch out for falling stones. Previously, there were people who said that Marshal Ji was a straight man who only proposed and confessed after getting a marriage certificate. Now, looking at the excited look on his deputy's face, he doesn't seem to be any better than the marshal. Shut up. Don't let the deputy see you, or I'll lock you up in a dark room. Yuan and Ji Xiuyun dodged the falling rocks. Ji Xiuyun touched the backpack on his back and took out an oxygen spray. He applied 2 oxygen patches and replaced them with a new one. Yuan, who didn't need oxygen, was about to continue jumping forward when Ji Xiuyun grabbed his leg. He almost missed a step and fell into the abyss on the left where the golden-red magma was rolling. Wah! That scared me to death. A skilled person is bold. A skilled person is bold. D*MN, I'm so scared that I'm sweating. However, as the person involved, Yuan did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yuan turned to look at Ji Xiuyun and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Xiuyun replied by pasting an oxygen patch on him. Yuan turned to look at the camera that they were fully armed with and allowed Ji Xiuyun to stick a picture of him in the middle of the crowd. The oxygen patch was transparent and did not affect him at all. Yuan sniffled and continued jumping forward after pasting the oxygen patch on him. They were now on a growing planet. This planet was future home number 1721. The Earth's crust was moving frequently, and it was observed that this planet would become habitable after 10,000 years. Yuan had chosen this planet. When Yuan had passed by the planet's gravitational orbit, he had seen volcanoes erupting on the planet. When he had pointed to the planet, Ji Xiuyun had immediately turned their newly purchased private spacecraft and landed on the planet without hesitation. Ji Xiuyun had just entered the sect and became a cultivator. All day long, he carried a few energy stones and pondered over that faint trace of qi activity that he could faintly feel. Basically, he was in a state where his mind wandered all day long and did whatever Yuan said. Then, the situation had become like this. Ji Xiuyun looked at the cliff on their left, which was still emitting waves of heat. They could clearly see the bubbling magma underneath. On their right, there was a rugged mountain wall. They couldn't reach the ground, and below them was magma. They stood in a crack in the cliff and looked to their left. They were more than 200 meters away from the other side of the canyon. That's right. Yuan had led Ji Xiuyun into the newly formed crack in the Earth's crust. Even the name of the livestream had been changed to Exploring the Secrets of the Earth's Crust. It was as if they were approaching science. Yuan felt that this activity was very exciting. Ji Xiuyun felt that this activity was very exciting. Marshal Ji watched as Yuan ran far away along the mountain wall with his vigorous body. His assistant seems to be able to fly. We are both humans, but I feel like I'm going to die after running 1,000 meters. I'm already an otaku who would collapse from exhaustion after running 400 meters. Maybe this is what a soldier is like. The difference between humans is so huge. Why don't you take a look at his gene level? Marshal Kevin, my son is only a level A. I'm honest with you. Believe it or not. A level A. I strongly condemn him. Speaking of genes, did you see the media report? They said that Yuan might have a rare bloodline, and I didn't think so before. After being reminded, I took a closer look. The assistant's eyes are the same as Xiao Yuan's. His pupils can even become thinner. Marshal Ji was watching the situation on Yuan's side with his optical supercomputer. He was walking slowly like an old man when he saw the comments. He paused for a moment, put away his optical supercomputer, stretched his limbs, and chased after Yuan. When it was dark, they reached a small platform and turned off the livestream as soon as they jumped on. Ji Shouyun took out some dry food while Yuan opened the star web and rested his chin on his hand to look at the recent news. These news articles have seen through you. Yuan moved to Ji Shouyun's side. Marshal Ji glanced at the news articles. This was the first time Ji Shouyun had appeared on the entertainment page. Marshal Ji, who never paid attention to entertainment news, looked away uninterestedly. Look, they're saying that someone taught you those moves behind the scenes. Marshal Ji stuffed Yuan's mouth full of dry food. Yuan flipped through the other articles and chewed with his cheeks puffed up. Then, he pulled out another article. Oh, they also said that you learned from Kevin's father. Ji Shouyun paused. Wow, so the Flower City incident was Kevin's father's idea. Yuan had a look of realization. Marshal Ji turned to Yuan and stuffed another mouthful of food into his mouth. Yuan tilted his head and looked at Ji Shouyun. Ji Shouyun was stared at for a while before he silently looked away. Sure enough. Yuan smacked his lips. When he saw Ji Shouyun's reaction, he knew that he was right. He squeezed closer to Ji Shouyun. What about the rest? Ji Shouyun silently tore off a piece of dried meat and fed it to Yuan. Even food can't stop you from talking. Okay. Yuan looked at Ji Shouyun's actions and muttered, just take it that you racked your brains to come up with it. Marshal Ji immediately retracted his hand and slowly continued to eat his dry food. Occasionally, he would turn to look at the news articles that Yuan was watching. This. Ji Shouyun pointed at the article that Yuan had just crossed. Yuan pulled the page back and saw that the article was speculating that he had a rare bloodline and a very high genetic level. It also pointed out that when he was in his human form, his eyes were exactly the same as a cat's. Even his fur was the same color. Yuan rubbed his eyes. He didn't want to expose himself in this kind of situation, but it was inevitable that demons would retain a trace of their original form. Just like how some people were born with birthmarks, demons would always retain one or two characteristics of their original form when they turned into humans. For example, there was a nest of rabbit demons at the foot of the mountain where Yuan used to live. Among the 5 of them, 2 of them had red eyes, 3 of them had rabbit teeth, and 1 of them refused to retract his tail. He had to be very careful when he went out. Yuan turned to look at Ji Shouyun. Should we intervene? Ji Shouyun thought for a while and said, can you make a cat? I can use illusions. Yuan paused. But illusions can only target the 5 senses of living creatures. They can't fool your machines. Then don't bother, Ji Shouyun said. Then, he added, I'll think of a way. However, before Ji Shouyun could think of a way, another wave of big news suddenly appeared. It directly overshadowed the news of Ji Shouyun and Yuan's honeymoon, which was getting weirder and weirder. The cause of the big news was that the Phoenix pirate gang had blasted a pirate gang that had always been at the top of the bounty list into space trash. When this news came out, the reporters who had been trying to get information from Ji Shouyun and Yuan all gave up on this hard bone that they couldn't find any important news even after trying for a long time. Instead, they ran madly after the hot news. Yuan and Ji Shouyun wandered around while watching the Phoenix pirate gang send several pirate gangs to the top of the bounty list into space. After that, they robbed several energy or planets one after another. Oh, no, robbing was not the right word. This time, they were forced to buy them. They were spending the money that they got from robbing other criminals. When Yuan saw this news, he and Ji Shouyun had already left the planet that was full of natural disasters and ran to another planet that was frozen in ice. Yuan symbolically put on a thick coat and told Ji Shouyun that it was to train his newly cultivated qi. He also took off the thick coat that Ji Shouyun was wearing. On this planet, Ji Shouyun breathed in the cold air that almost froze his blood and organs. It was rare for him to recall the difficulties of survival. Yuan, who was completely unafraid of Ji Shouyun freezing to death on this planet, compared it to the galaxy map again and again. He realized that the planets that the Phoenix pirate gang had bought were all needed for the recording array formation. Ji Shouyun also looked at it from the side. These few. Ji Shouyun pointed at the few planets highlighted by Yuan. Other than the energy or planets, there were also some habitable planets and barren small planets. Ji Shouyun pointed at one of the small habitable planets and said, "The main base of the bounty list is here." However, it had already been blasted away by Fox and his people. At this moment, they should have already occupied this planet. It was probably because they had found Yuan, so it was time to retrieve the array formation points on the non-energy or planets. Yuan was not surprised by Fox's actions at all. He turned to look at Ji Shouyun and said, "You're not cold?" Marshal Ji tried his best to maintain the unfamiliar energy to resist the cold. He silently looked at Yuan. Even his eyelashes were frozen. Yuan shrunk his neck under Ji Shouyun's stare and stuffed 2 more spirit stones into Ji Shouyun's mouth. "I think you're quite cold," he whispered. Ji Shouyun retracted his gaze and hugged the stones in his arms. He tried his best to absorb the mysterious energy that he was not familiar with yet. Ji Shouyun had improved very quickly in the past 2 months. His physical fitness and spiritual energy storage were increasing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. When the 3 months of marriage leave ended and they returned home, Ji Shouyun had a lot of ambition because of Yuan's previous torment. Yuan struggled and said reasonably, "Pressure makes people improve, especially the pressure of survival." Ji Shouyun's reply to this was, "Dual cultivation also makes people improve." Fox sent a message when Yuan's honeymoon ended. He was shocked when he saw Yuan's weak face. He carefully looked at Yuan and asked, "Have you been taken advantage of or something?" Yuan was so angry that he puffed up his face and asked in a muffled voice, "What do you want?" "We've already taken down all the planets that can be taken down. Before we go back, I'll let you know that if anything happens on the human side, you can withdraw from these planets." Fox sent Yuan a list of planets. Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to ask what could happen to him, but then he thought about it and sat up with his blanket in his arms. "Can you transform into my original form?" Yuan wondered how Fox had become an immortal. He should be much more powerful than him. The kind that can fool machines. "Yes." Fox nodded. "What are you doing?" A few days later, the netizens saw the latest street photos of Marshal G's little assistant. A young man wearing simple casual clothes had a snow-white furball sitting on his head. He was casually strolling on the street while eating snacks from roadside stalls. Because the man was too good-looking and the cat was too cute, the 2 little fellows from Marshal G's family caused a very serious traffic jam in the central business district of the imperial capital of Xianxia. Then, Marshal G, who had a dark expression on his face, carried them home. Shi Wei Fox turned into a cat and helped Yuan solve a small problem. Before leaving, he invited Yuan to visit the shifter race's territory when he was free, and he was allowed to bring his family. Yuan agreed, but he didn't go back for many years. Just as Ji Shouyun thought, after the brief turmoil in the 18th galaxy, the Empire of Xianxia entered a period of peaceful development. The little emperor, who wanted to make some achievements to consolidate his position, seemed to be on drugs. His decrees were efficient and effective. Under the frenzy of the entire interstellar civilians pursuing peace and resisting war, the 18th galaxy of the Empire of Xianxia, which was the source of this frenzy, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye under the eyes of everyone. As for the rogue pirate gangs, after Fox led the Phoenix pirate gang to destroy a lot of famous pirate gangs for no reason, they all kept a low profile, fearing that they would be killed if they showed up. For a time, the entire interstellar space was unprecedentedly peaceful. Even the news of galactic pirates raiding caravans that could be received every month became once every few months. Ji Shouyun, who always needed to appear and disappear stealthily in the Empire of Xianxia as a deterrent, was strangely free. This was a good thing. Ji Shouyun thought that he might be able to enter the retirement stage early. Yuan said that he had killed too many people and needed to settle down. A more mysterious way of saying it was to wash away all the impurities. A more common way of saying it was to turn into a Buddhist and cultivate his body and mind. If he cultivated with a body full of blood and energy, he would easily be struck to death by lightning. That was what Yuan said. Marshal Ji held the furry cat doll and missed his cat a little. And his cat, as his direct subordinate, directly took a long leave, saying that it wanted to accompany Mother Ellie to film and protect her safety. Could Ji Shouyun not agree? Of course not. Otherwise, Marshal Kevin would smash his head. Marshal Ji stayed alone on the Imperial planet. With his current strength, there were very few people who could walk a few rounds under him. The elite forces of the military were like ants in front of Ji Shouyun. After beating up those geniuses until they doubted their lives, Ji Shouyun was too embarrassed to do anything else. He could only take a bunch of chess and card games that Yuan gave him and go play with Marshal Kevin. The two marshal of the empire, who had high positions and families and were happy, actually lived like two empty nesters. Marshal Ji felt that he was miserable. After playing with the cat doll for a long time, he looked up at the time, got up, took a box of chess, and ran to play chess with the 1st Corps commander, who was on break from today. The commander of the 1st Army looked at his superior who was acting like an old cadre. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Ji Shouyun raised his eyes and looked at him. What is it? The actions of the Phoenix pirate gang, were they ordered by you? He asked. Ji Shouyun paused in the middle of arranging the chess pieces. His brain, which had not moved for a long time, reacted sluggishly for a few seconds before he realized what the Marshal Ji was referring to. In recent years, the Phoenix pirate gang had been very active, and the news about them had never stopped. A few years ago, the public knew very little about the Phoenix pirate gang. This was because the Phoenix pirate gang appeared and disappeared like ghosts. They only did one thing every few years, and they were very sincere in not attacking civilians. Therefore, although they had always been highlighted on various bounty lists, they were not very well known among the public. What the public knew was that most of them were vicious and evil groups that killed and robbed people. The Phoenix pirate gang did not harm civilians, but the interests of big businessmen and even the higher-ups of certain countries. Therefore, the public did not have much discussion about them. Recently, the Phoenix pirate gang's actions could be said to be very satisfying. They destroyed the nests of many pirate gangs every few days. Not only did they change the entire interstellar bounty list, but they also threw the money they got from robbing other pirate gangs to the headquarters of the Interstellar Peacekeeping Force. Not only that, they also said that the money would be given to the unlucky people whose mining planets they robbed. If the unlucky people died, the money would be given to their descendants. The rest would be used to expand the Peacekeeping Force's military budget. This kind of behavior was really puzzling, but it attracted a lot of fans from the public who did not know the reason and only watched the news. The public speculated whether the pirate gang was atoning for their crimes. But to atone to this extent, it was the first and only time in history that a pirate gang had atoned for their crimes. The commander of the 1st Army had seen Fox, and through Ji Shouyun, he knew that Fox was of the same race as Ji Shouyun. Now that the Phoenix pirate gang had done such a strange thing, the commander's first reaction was that their marshal was secretly stirring up trouble. After all, their marshal's heart was not a matter of a day or two. Although it did not sound good, it was a good idea to let the Phoenix pirate gang and the other pirate gangs fight each other. Didn't they see that the Phoenix pirate gang was not going back to the Death Triangle, and no military forces were interfering with them? Ji Shouyun slowly finished setting up the chessboard, and pushed the pawn in the middle forward a space. No. Ji Shouyun felt that he could not take the blame for this. It's just a territorial dispute between pirate gangs. The commander of the 1st Army also pushed a pawn. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was true. After all, the number of habitable planets was limited, and there were no fatal harmful substances or hidden dangers. Basically, they were all directly occupied by various countries, leaving only a few habitable planets for other wild forces, and the surface area was very small. The Phoenix pirate gang had overturned the forces that previously occupied these small planets in one go, so it would be strange if the thugs who did not belong to a planet did not fight for it. Therefore, the recent actions might really be a territorial dispute. As for the stolen goods that were thrown to the joint peacekeeping force of various countries, for the time being, the Phoenix pirate gang did not want to face the power of the space pirates and the interstellar military twice. Ji Shouyun raised his head and glanced at the commander of the First Army. After seeing that he believed it, he silently retracted his gaze. What was the actual situation like? The actual situation was very simple. After Yuan settled down in his life, he often went out to play with Lady Ellie. Although Lady Ellie's main goal was to film and record a variety show, she had always been very indulgent towards Yuan, causing Yuan to become more and more clingy towards her. A few years ago, Yuan went out with Lady Ellie for a stroll, saying that he was a bodyguard, but in reality, he was going to eat, drink, and watch a variety show. In the end, on the way to the movie planet, they met a group of space pirates who had their skulls blown open and were fleeing in panic. This group of space pirates was chased by Ji Shouyun. They were originally quite happy that they met a civilian, but they never expected that Yuan would actually appear from the passenger ship. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind, and this group of space pirates completely ended their interstellar life there. After that, Yuan felt that his beautiful and weak human mother was in a particularly dangerous situation, so he turned around and caught Fox, who had come out to see if there were any little idiots who dared to make a move on those planets. At that time, Fox felt that since the younger generation of the clan knew that they had found Yuan, they had been clamoring to come out. Compared to those little fellows blindly tormenting themselves, it would be better to pick a few of the more stable ones and selectively let them come out to see the world. To see the world, they had to be made aware of how sinister people were. Thus, Fox brought those little fellows and went to other pirate groups all day long. After letting the little fellows in the clan know that people's hearts were unfathomable, they happily killed those evil people one by one. Yuan didn't accept the stolen goods, but Ji Shouyun didn't accept it either. This kind of thing that didn't have any spiritual energy was useless to these monsters and immortals. Fox thought about it and threw it to the humans who had chased them before, feeling that he had accumulated some good karma. After that, Ji Shouyun quickly entered a state of retirement. Everything that needed to be done was done by Fox, and the peacekeeping force's military budget was quite sufficient. A few days ago, they had even expanded the military strength of 2 corps, beating up those pirate groups that occasionally popped their heads out. Those pirate groups became as quiet as chickens, and the various countries followed the will of the people, so there was no possibility of war at all. The 10-day-long post-war video recorded by the kitten was still at the top of the list on all the major platforms. This directly caused Ji Shouyun, who relied on war to make a living, to have a hole in his rice bowl. The 2 highest leaders of the military simultaneously squatted at home and took paid leave. Marshal Kevin occasionally had to deal with the Little Emperor's matters, and after the Little Emperor tasted the sweetness of Marshal Kevin's suggestions, she decisively threw away the hero filters she had for Ji Shouyun and threw herself into the arms of Marshal Kevin, trusting Marshal Kevin completely. As for Ji Shouyun, he was so bored that salt was about to come out of his mouth. Yuan even said that he should settle down and never brought him out when he went out. Marshal Ji was just about to blow up the army commander's horse with one shot when his communicator rang. It was a call from Yuan. Ji Shouyun accepted the call and blew up the army commander's horse with one shot. Yuan's projection landed on the side, and he asked Ji Shouyun in a probing manner, "Ji Shouyun, do you like me, or do you like furry?" Ji Shouyun was stunned, and he tilted his head to look at Yuan. "What do you mean?" "I met Fox, and he asked me if I wanted to go back to take a look. He said that he could bring you along." After Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Ji Shouyun very cautiously. Marshal Ji pondered over the meaning of Yuan's words. It was probably because most of the demons were furry, Ji Shouyun thought. If he said that he liked furry things, Yuan would probably hang up the communication in the next second and go back on his own, not bringing him along to play. Marshal Ji slowly placed the black horse chess piece in his hand to the side. Then, under the army commander's strange gaze, he answered, "I like furry you." Yuan smacked his lips. "Don't learn this from Daddy Kevin. It doesn't suit you." Ji Shouyun looked away. Yuan reluctantly considered that Ji Shouyun had passed the test. He waved his hand and said generously, "All right then, Fox and I will wait for you at the 34th film planet." Ji Shouyun looked at Yuan and saw Yuan hang up the call after Fox shouted. He couldn't help but squint as alarm bells rang in his heart. It wasn't the first time that he had seen Yuan and Fox licking each other's fur and sleeping together. Ji Shouyun had to admit that the fiery red fox and the white and soft kitten sleeping together was actually quite cute. But yes, that little kitten was a little kitten with a family. Ji Shouyun stopped playing chess. He immediately stood up and left the army commander, who was only left with one general, behind. He immediately rushed to the military headquarters to take a long leave. He basically took half of the annual leave that he had saved up since he joined the army. Recently, there weren't many military affairs, and there wasn't much that needed to be handed over. Ji Shouyun threw away his responsibilities and rushed to the 34th film planet. Yuan was pulled out of Fox's arms by Ji Shouyun. They had gone out too late the night before, and both of them reeked of alcohol. Fox, who was already used to the nightlife, was fine. Yuan, who had been following Lady Ellie like an obedient baby, was in a daze. The moment he smelled Ji Shouyun's scent, he turned his head and directly burrowed into the inner pocket of Ji Shouyun's warm jacket. He curled up into a ball and fell asleep. Fox didn't turn into his original form. At this moment, he was still lying on the sofa with a slightly tipsy look. He was simply about to break through the sky. The most important thing was, there was also a strange man lying on the bed in this room. You brought him to play this? Ji Shouyun's face was extremely dark. Nonsense. Fox lazily crawled up. His room is next door. He just came in this morning. Ji Shouyun looked at the man on the bed with a terrible expression. Don't worry. Fox yawned and didn't sit properly. I'm the one having a one-night stand. You're not being cheated on. Ji Shouyun looked at Fox and wanted to hit him. However, he couldn't beat him and was very angry. Ji Shouyun carried his cat and took the room card that Fox handed over. He turned around and left Fox's room without hesitation. When Fox saw Yuan again, it was already afternoon. Yuan sniffled and covered his butt. He pitifully followed beside Ji Shouyun and felt very wronged. Fox leaned over and sniffed. He didn't smell too much of Ji Shouyun's scent on Yuan's body. He thought for a moment and asked Yuan, "You were spanked by your husband?" Yuan flew into a rage out of humiliation and chased after Fox and beat him fiercely. Fox jumped up and down, then hid in the aircraft. He grabbed Yuan's collar and forced him back to his original form. Then, he stuffed him into Ji Shouyun's arms. Let's go. Fox started the aircraft. I'll bring you home to familiarize you. Ji Shouyun had never thought that there would be a day when he would enter the Death Triangle. He watched Fox shuttling through the high-speed meteorite belt with familiarity. He didn't rely on driving skills. There was probably a route. This was because they would occasionally directly hit a meteorite, but this thin aircraft didn't have the slightest abnormality. Those meteorites didn't exist. They were illusions. However, no one could distinguish them. The Death Triangle's star field was surrounded by all kinds of high-speed meteorite belts and unstable wormholes. It was like an unbreakable armor, firmly covering the pure land behind it. Yes, it was a pure land. After passing through the high-risk area where the wormholes and meteorites intersected, the brilliant star field as far as the eye could see ripples like water. Then, as the aircraft moved forward, the brilliant star field was like a broken crystal, and cracks appeared little by little. The aircraft smashed the star field. Then, the hidden truth was revealed. It was an incomparably brilliant world. The sky was blue, and a few clouds were floating in the sky. The changes between dark blue and light green could be faintly seen on the horizon. Under the sky, there was a sea of flowers that were full of vitality. They wantonly displayed their beauty under the sun, and each flower seemed to be glowing. A few small wooden houses could be seen sporadically in the sea of flowers. In the distance, under the dark blue and light green sky, traces of the existence of mountains could be seen. There were small birds pecking and flying here. Occasionally, a huge creature above the clouds could be seen spreading its wings and flashing past. Welcome to the remnant continent of the immortal realm, Fox said with a smile. He pressed down on the aircraft's control lever. This is the last continent that hasn't been shattered. Yuan squatted on the windowsill. Its two little paws were placed on the window, and it stared at the sea of flowers below. Meow. Yuan's paws pointed at the movement in the sea of flowers. Rabbit, I see a rabbit. Yes, but those that stay outside the sea of flowers have no hope of becoming spirits. If you want to eat them later, you can catch them yourself. Fox controlled the aircraft to fly over the sea of flowers, heading straight for the mountain range. As soon as Yuan got off the aircraft, it was covered in all kinds of fur that had been waiting for a rabbit for a long time. Most of them were young animals that Ji Shouyun had never seen before. These little fellows all scrambled to climb onto Yuan's body. Not only did they climb, but they also suddenly turned into human form. They stretched out their chubby little hands and hugged Yuan's neck. Yuan was dumbfounded. It held the little chicks but so that it wouldn't fall. Then, the man, the cat, and the fox heard the little chick say in a childish voice, "Yuan, when I grow up, I'll marry you, okay?" Ji Shouyun, fox, Yuan. Ah? The little fox next to it also turned into human form. It tugged on Yuan's clothes and said in a soft voice, "Mother said that heroes should be matched with beauties. I'm prettier than the little chick. Yuan should marry me." Ji Shouyun, Yuan looked at the little fox holding the balls and was stunned for a while. Then, it put down the naked little chick in its arms and found its voice, "You're a boy. So what if he's a boy? Big foxes often sleep with boys too." The little fox said. Yuan and Ji Shouyun turned their heads to look at the little fox. Ji Shouyun's eyes couldn't be seen, but Yuan's eyes were full of condemnation. They grew up listening to legends about you. The little fox explained helplessly. What about them? Yuan looked at the strange humanoid monsters behind the little chick and asked. The little fox looked at the youngsters who were rubbing their hands and rolling up their sleeves, ready to pick up the little chick and sleep with it. It sighed, "We've been waiting for you for tens of thousands of years." In other words, those monsters who already had children had also grown up listening to Yuan's legends. What was Yuan's legend? 10,000 years later, a nine-tailed cat called Yuan would appear on a five-colored auspicious cloud and save the entire demon race and the entire immortal world. It sounded very awesome, although there were no five-colored auspicious clouds now. This didn't stop the monsters who saw Yuan as their savior from throwing themselves into the arms of their hero. Even if their hero already had a partner. So what, wasn't it just NTR? These two people hadn't even officially sworn their vows and stamped their marriage in front of heaven and earth. The little booklet of marriage certificate didn't count for anything in the eyes of the monsters. This is my partner. Yuan felt goosebumps all over his body. He turned around and hugged Ji Shouyun. He looked at the naked little monsters and the group of monsters behind them. I don't plan on changing partners. The adult monsters looked at Ji Shouyun and then looked at Yuan. After thinking for a while, most of them shrank back. However, the little ones were different. Especially the little fox. He patted his little chest and said, "It's okay. I'm still young. I can wait until you have such a plan." Yuan turned to look at the little fox. "The little ones in your clan are quite powerful?" The little fox, Yuan hugged Ji Shouyun even tighter and said loudly, "But I want to stamp my marriage in front of heaven and earth with Ji Shouyun. You won't have a chance. Isn't it still unstamped?" The little flower demon behind the little fox smiled sweetly. The little fox. The little fox didn't want to speak anymore. He turned to look at Ji Shouyun. He was a little worried that Ji Shouyun would suddenly go berserk and beat up these little ones. Although Ji Shouyun had just become a cultivator, the speed of a human's cultivation compared to a monster's was like cheating. It wouldn't be a problem for Ji Shouyun to beat up a few little monsters. Ji Shouyun swore that if he knew that things would turn out like this, he would never agree to let Yuan come back with the little fox. He looked coldly at the little fox and then hugged Yuan in a possessive manner. Yuan rubbed against Ji Shouyun's chest and covered Ji Shouyun with his cat smell before letting go. The little fox stood beside Ji Shouyun and said, "Why don't you guys stamp it here?" When Yuan heard this, he immediately held Ji Shouyun's hand and bit his index finger. He then bit his own index finger and stuck their wounds together in front of everyone's eyes. "Heaven and earth are witnesses. I'm with Ji Shouyun now," he said and raised his head. "We'll live together from now on." Before Yuan could finish his sentence, a golden light flashed on the wound where he and Ji Shouyun were stuck together. The surrounding monsters became disappointed and dispirited at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Shouyun lowered his head and looked at his finger that had already recovered. He was still a little dazed. Yuan, on the other hand, was very happy. I'm responsible for half of your massacre, Yuan said happily. I don't have to undergo any heavenly tribulations when I become an immortal, so I'm not afraid of being struck by lightning. When the time comes for you to become an immortal and undergo your heavenly tribulation, you can even borrow some luck from me. You won't have to be afraid of being struck to ashes. Ji Xiuyun did not know much about this, but he could tell that it was a good thing. Alright, I'll bring you guys around to take a look. The little fox clapped his hands and caught their attention. Our house is quite big. After returning to the demon territory, the little fox did not abandon the flying device. After meeting the monsters on this mountain, he brought Ji Xiuyun and Yuan to visit another mountain. This remnant of the continent was very vast. There were mountains, rivers, seas, and lakes, from extremely cold and frozen soil to tropical rainforests. There were also many unknown animals and plants that had their own consciousness. There were only things that could not be imagined, but nothing that could not be seen. Yuan relied on the fox to follow behind him and brought Ji Xiuyun to the most dangerous areas. The fox also allowed Yuan to jump around excitedly. He followed behind them without complaint and helped them clean up the mess. Hey! Wait! Yuan grabbed the fox's control stick when they flew over a mountain. He pointed at the mountain and said, "Go down here." The fox was stunned for a moment. He nodded and landed. The closer Yuan got to the mountain, the more familiar it felt. It was only when they reached the foot of the mountain that he remembered. This mountain is exactly the same as the one I used to live on. Yuan excitedly pulled Ji Xiuyun up the mountain. Look, that's where the nest of rabbit demons used to live. They don't like to transform into humans. They like to live in very deep underground caves. Ji Xiuyun listened quietly and nodded. There's a human village over there. It's separated from us by a huge ravine. We used to scare them, and they started to spread rumors that there was a mountain god in the mountains. There's a stone road in the village. Originally, they said that they were going to build a cement road. However, the villagers pooled their money together for 2 years and still couldn't gather enough money, so they didn't build it. Ji Xiuyun paused and said, "Cement?" Yuan thought for a long time and explained, "It's concrete?" Ji Xiuyun could roughly understand what these things were from the literal meaning. He nodded and gestured for Yuan to continue. "We cats live on the southern side of the mountain." Yuan pointed at the sunny side of the mountain. "We're quite particular about it. We built a house, covered it with an illusion, and even connected it with an internet cable. There are 2 bears living on the top of the mountain. They're demons. They can always get delicious honey from the mountain, but they never give it to us. We're now walking on the eastern side of the mountain. We'll reach the old fox's house soon." The man and the cat walked very quickly. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, the man and the cat saw a small pointy roof. Yuan was stunned. His entire cat body seemed to be in a daze. He let go of Ji Xiuyun's hand and slipped into the house. "Old fox." "Ow." When Ji Xiuyun heard Yuan's voice, he hurriedly followed. The moment he caught up, he saw Yuan squatting on the ground with his hands on his head. He was dripping wet, and there was an enamel water basin beside him. Ji Xiuyun was speechless. "Stupid fox, you won't stop even when you're dead." Yuan shook the fur on his head and tugged at Ji Xiuyun. "Look, there's definitely a trap in the house." As Yuan spoke, he pulled Ji Xiuyun through the courtyard and walked to the entrance of the house. The building was square. To Ji Xiuyun, it looked very old. To Yuan, it was actually a very ordinary building in the southern countryside. Ji Xiuyun looked at Yuan, who looked very alert. He wanted to say that Yuan could have avoided the water basin trap. However, when he turned and saw Yuan's slightly red eyes, Marshal Ji swallowed his words. Yuan probably missed this feeling. After all, the old fox had accompanied him for almost 100 years. I'm going to open the door." Yuan could not help but grab Ji Xiuyun's clothes tightly. "Okay." Yuan stretched out a finger and carefully pushed open the door. Nothing happened. He simply pushed open the door. Then, there was a loud bang. Paper cannons and colorful balls appeared out of nowhere and exploded in the house. Colorful pieces of paper fell onto Yuan's head and face. Yuan's head was covered with colorful pieces of paper and he looked very confused. Surprise! A familiar voice sounded from the house. It had the lazy tone of a fox. There was another voice that Yuan was also familiar with. It was the old fox who had lowered his voice and imitated the hoarse voice of the nine-tailed cat family's elders. He said, "Yuan is back." Yuan was dumbfounded as he grabbed Ji Xiuyun's clothes. He stared blankly at the square table in the house. There was a wooden fox carving placed next to the tea set. Next to the wooden fox carving was a wooden cat carving. It had 8 tails and a cigarette in its mouth. With one look, he could tell that it was an elder of the nine-tailed cat family. The 2 wooden carvings slowly and mechanically repeated, "Surprise," and "Yuan is back." Yuan stared at the 2 wooden carvings for a long time. Suddenly, he turned around and hugged Ji Xiuyun. He started to cry. 3 Fan Y on November 8, 2017, according to the galactic calendar, Marshal Ji Xiuyun of the Empire of Since was attacked and disappeared for a week. He returned safely with the existence that saved his life, the last cat in the universe, which is the savior of the vast fairyland today. On the podium, a history teacher was talking about the knowledge from the books. This is the projection record of that time. Sitting in the classroom was a group of children with baby fat buns on their faces. They were looking at the projection of a man and a cat on the podium with bright eyes. In the eyes of children, heroes were always a topic that would never fade away. Who didn't have a model of the nine-tailed cat at home? Who didn't have a big poster of the silver blade and the thunderclap at home? Children who didn't have these at home would be laughed at by other children, so basically, everyone had them at home. In addition, sculptures and small decorations of the 2 could be seen everywhere in the city. On November 8, 2017, according to the galactic calendar, it was a very important historical turning point for the creatures in the universe today. On that day, they welcomed back the hero who had saved the entire universe. The race that had been hidden for a long time found the savior they had been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Then, they spent 300 years to crack the forbidden areas of the universe one by one and buried the seeds of hope left behind from ancient times. This universe that had lost its celestial aura after the collapse of tens of thousands of years ago was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the fire. It spread its wings and sang its song. Since then, the hidden talents of humans began to recover, and the power of genes was gradually grasped by humans. The awakened humans began to seek their own strength. As the hero's lover, Ji Xiuyun, who was also a human, gave some cultivation methods to the higher-ups of the human race and roughly told them about the relevant matters. Later, the humans with talents began to explore their own potential, while the ordinary people who didn't awaken their talents were spurred by a strong sense of crisis and worked harder to study science and technology. More than 5,000 years had passed since that era. Humans had evolved from science and technology to a society that paid equal attention to both science and technology and mystery. In the process of history, people smoothly accepted the existence of monsters. Although there were occasional conflicts, the 2 sides maintained a good relationship due to their affection for the nine-tailed cat. Nowadays, flying machines and magic tools could be seen flying side by side. Cultivators could also be seen following behind the top students of the horticulture department, helping to grow all kinds of plants according to the designs. There were also cultivators who worked in security companies or worked in the government's traffic safety department, providing a considerable amount of security for ordinary people's caravans and passenger ships. This was the education policy that had been set at the beginning. Children were taught from a young age that there was no difference between demons, ordinary people, and cultivators. They were all part of society. Cultivators and demons had powers that ordinary people did not have. Therefore, the contributions they made to society and the rewards they received were higher than ordinary people. Correspondingly, their jobs were more dangerous. Risk and reward coexisted. The state apparatus held the resources and the highest combat power in their hands. They ruled the cultivators in the same way as they ruled the ordinary people. They controlled the cultivation resources, and there was no trouble for thousands of years. The cultivators had completely accepted the fact that they had to go to school as well. As their cultivation base rose, their grades would rise and they would be able to obtain the next level of cultivation technique. Only by paying would one be able to reap the rewards. This method of ensuring social stability was very consistent with the cycle of karma, so the cultivators did not raise any objections. Instead, this method of paying off both sides allowed them to boldly do the work that ordinary people could not do. They did not have to worry about owing others karma, and they could also obtain cultivation resources. This was a very cost-effective thing for the cultivators. The brainwashing from a young age made everyone subconsciously think that there was no difference between them. It also instilled the idea that capable people should do more work, and that they had to bear the social responsibilities corresponding to their social status. After the polishing of time and the imperceptible influence of the environment, this rare model of harmonious coexistence was finally formed. Then, under this premise, they worked together to explore a new, higher-level universe. After all, if resources were used up once, there would be a second time. Even if they were revived once, they could not predict what the distant future would be like. The person who came up with this wonderful idea was Yuan, who was regarded as a hero by both humans and demons. The hero cat, who was the common hero of both humans and demons, was currently pulling his partner to pack up the things in the house and prepare to go on a long journey. This universe was very big. If one really wanted to have fun on a planet, they could play around for 2 to 3 years. A few thousand years had passed, and Yuan and Ji Xiuyun had not explored the entire universe. However, Ji Xiuyun was wearing the identity of a space explorer and had a considerable influence among both humans and cultivators. As one of the few remaining immortals, Ji Xiuyun was very aware of the importance of his legacy. Every time he and Yuan went to a planet, the first thing they did was to evaluate the spirit energy, resources, and difficulty of survival. Regardless of whether it was suitable for ordinary people or cultivators to cultivate, when they were done exploring a planet, they would completely record it down. Then, they would post it on the social media account under his alias, and announce it in detail. Occasionally, they would also take videos or photos. For example, they would take photos of the shadow holding hands with Yuan, their interlocked hands, or take photos of the meal for 2 people or other things. Although they did not show their faces, they had perfectly achieved their goal of feeding the masses of interstellar people dog food. Now, they were preparing to go out again. Their destination was a little special. It was the passage to the heavenly gate that Yuan had accidentally found while rummaging through ancient records. Simply put, it was a passage from the celestial world to the mortal world. According to the description in the records, it should be a long and dark wormhole passage. However, when the celestial world collapsed, the wormhole also collapsed. "Why are we going there?" Ji Xiuyun asked. "You can't open a wormhole. Even if you can, you might not be able to open it back to Earth. Moreover, when the last batch of humans left the universe where Earth was and entered here, Earth's resources had already dried up and it was close to death. After a few thousand years, no one from the lower realm had become an immortal. Basically, it could be said that the heavenly gates had all collapsed. To form a new stable wormhole that connected 2 different universes, it basically depended on luck. Those who could become immortals in the lower realm basically cultivated to a certain level and could sense the location of the wormhole. They would try their best to open a wormhole to leave that relatively inferior plane and come to this universe. This was the process of becoming an immortal that people in the past generally knew. Actually, Yuan did not know what they were going to do there. He just felt that they should go and take a look. Yuan put away the wooden fox and 9-tailed cat carvings on the table, thought for a moment, and said, "We're going to pay our respects to the ruins." After saying this, Yuan added, "I feel that something will happen there." Yuan had already become an immortal and joined the fighting faction. However, the 9-tailed cat was born with a natural affinity for fate. After he said this, Ji Xiuyun decisively caught the cat that pounced on him and turned to walk out. Yuan poked its head out of Ji Xiuyun's collar and placed its 2 front paws on his lapel. It raised its head and gently rubbed Ji Xiuyun's chin. Ji Xiuyun rubbed back a few times and quickly got on the flying device that was parked at the foot of the mountain. They were currently living on the top of the mountain in the demon race's territory. They alternated between living on the eastern and southern slopes. Ji Xiuyun had developed an astonishing cooking skill a few years ago and focused on feeding his cat. If not for the fact that Yuan had long ago abstained from eating and that food would turn into spiritual energy when it entered its stomach, It would probably have been fed until it became a big fat cat. They were very free. After solving the problem of the immortal world and no longer equating becoming an immortal with seeking death, the demons wanted nothing more than to worship the two of them. Meanwhile, under Yuan's orders, they scattered and left the demon race's territory. They relaxed and ran out to find a new way out. Back then, the mortals could find the immortal world. Therefore, it was very possible that the immortals could find a higher level of the universe. Without any worries, the powerful demon immortals entered the wormholes whenever they saw one. When they felt that something was wrong, they retreated. They did not find a passage to a higher level of the universe. However, they discovered many stable wormhole routes, which made it much easier for humans to travel. Ji Xiuyun and Yuan wanted to help, but they were stopped by the demon immortals every time. According to them, Ji Xiuyun and Yuan were now the spiritual pillars of the demons and humans. They should be more mysterious and maintain their legendary image. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan and Ji Xiuyun also knew their importance as spiritual symbols. They could only accept their fate. They squatted in the demon race's territory to farm and cook. Occasionally, they would go on the star web. When they were really bored, they would sneak out for a walk or two. They even had to take a dangerous detour under the watchful eyes of the demons. Although they were a little restrained, their days were still very pleasant. Now that they were going to take a look at the Elysium ruins, they even said that something might happen there. Ji Xiuyun and Yuan were so bored that they almost had salt in their mouths. Thus, they packed their bags and slipped out. There were quite a number of Heavenly Gates ruins. Ji Xiuyun, Yuan, and a few other demons they met along the way looked at them one by one. Some were on a certain planet. Some were in a void. Some were in a meteorite belt. Yuan looked at the ancient books and visited all the scattered Heavenly Gates ruins. In the end, he discovered that there was still a Heavenly Gate. It was in the depths of the demon race's territory. Yuan looked at the ancient books. The more he read, the more he had a premonition that something was about to happen. He made a prompt decision and returned to the demon race with Ji Xiuyun. He brought along a group of demon fanboys and girls, and while he was at it, he also dug out the fox, who was enjoying herself among the humans, and ran like a swarm of bees to the depths of the demon race, where demon traces were rarely seen. In the year 7421 of the galactic calendar, the nine-tailed cat who saved the universe once again broke through the dimensions of the universe with her lover and her race. They went to a higher level world. As the bell rang to signal the end of the class, the teacher on the podium turned off the holographic projection. He smiled at the excited students. Work hard to develop your talents and concentrate on cultivation. The place where the heroes go will be your final destination. Then, class dismissed. End of text, end of chapter 89. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.